90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Starting up very quiet this morning around Baltimore. In Harford County, 95 southbound past Veterans Highway. There's an accident clearing out of the way. All lanes are now open. Quiet around the Beltway. No delays. Looks good on 95. No delays in either direction at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And no delays at the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It wasn't the weekend the Orioles were hoping for, dropping 2 of 3 to the Phillies at home. That leaves Baltimore at 58-54 on trade deadline day, still 2.5 games back in the final American League wildcard spot, exactly where they stood entering the weekend. By the end of the day, the Orioles are expected to make multiple moves, but the question is just how aggressive they'll be. Adley Rutschman, Taylor Ward, and Trevor Rogers have been among the team's most talked about names as potential trade candidates. Manager Craig Albanaz was asked if he'd like to see the Orioles keep their key pieces to make a playoff push this season.
Yeah, like I said before, whatever, Mike in the front office, I trust them, trust Mike, and that was kind of a weird deadline already, with everyone in it right now, and whatever happens. You can't really control everything in this game. That's one of the things where us, the players, the coaching staff, trust Mike in the front office.
It was an active weekend for other teams in the American League East. On Sunday, the Yankees acquired infielder Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nationals in exchange for 4 right-handed pitchers. Garcia is slugging .560 this season with 23 home runs and 76 RBIs, and he's under team control through 2027. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome in. Big Bad Morning Show. If you were watching on YouTube, you got to watch me look like an idiot trying to put my headset on there for a second. Jeremy Kahn, Ben Hall, Ed Norris will join us at 7 o'clock. Rob's off the next few days, and today is such a huge day because it's the trade deadline day. And look, we're going to get into a ton of this stuff. I want to take some phone calls on what you want to see the Orioles do. And I was just looking at it. Realistically, do you think they're fighting for one wild card spot?
Yeah, Boston's pulling away. It's sweeping L.A. Because for a while I kept saying it's 2. Boston just looks like they're and they're going to be probably buying. Yeah. I think Boston's going to pull away, and I think it's going to be 4 teams for one spot.
That's what I'm thinking. And so more and more I'm hearing too, like I do think there's a very, very good chance Adley gets moved today. There are some thoughts, and again, I'm not hearing this from somebody specifically with the team. I've talked to people that have talked to all that stuff. I don't think I'm breaking any news or anything, but like there is some question of whether or not he wants to be here long term. There's some question whether or not about his health and staying healthy all the time and the fact that you have a catcher. And here's the one thing that it allows you to do if you trade Adley. It allows you to take a longer look at Kobe Mayo. Because with Adley and Basayo, you're locked up at first catcher DH because you have Alonso there. So, and look, I think that's a good problem to have in figuring out who your DH is going to be. But if you can get extreme value for it now, I think you have to listen to it because this would be the time to trade him.
And to be completely honest, just from talking to a lot of people over the past few weeks, if the Orioles had that last spot in the wild card, it still wouldn't shock me if they moved Adley.
Yeah.
I think this is maybe I'm not. This
is
a
unique spot, right?
It is. I think I don't know if they even want to extend with the injuries and some concern there, but I think they would rather have him at the price for the performance, and I think he wants what the expectation is. And I just don't know that he's willing to. If you can't get the Boris client locked up early, it's not going to happen. And you have a year and a half versus the offseason where you just have a year, or next year at the deadline when you have 2 or 3 months, you can get way more for him now. It sucks. It's unfortunate. You never hope that the 1-1, the guy that changed the rebuild, that turned this franchise around for that time being, would be in the spot, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, look, today's loaded. I know we have a ton of things to go over. Trade deadline's going to dominate a lot of the conversation. Orioles, I know we have Ravens training camp. We'll get into some Ravens stuff as well. But, the Tarek Skubal trade goes down this weekend. And, even listening to the overnight guys spouting off about, hey, it's good for the Dodgers. It's good for the league. They're not... I get so tired of hearing everybody say this because it is not a level playing field, especially when the Dodgers went through their bankruptcy. Let me throw a couple things at you. I was just sitting here and I just Googled it just for you-know-what and giggles. The massive media deal that the Dodgers have, they bring in roughly $334 million annually from the regional cable TV deal. Sportsnet LA giving them a high baseline of unshared local revenue. They don't have to share that. It all goes in their pocket. And oh, by the way, they're able to take a lot of the money and defer it down the line. And people are talking about, well, other teams have done that. I understand what you're saying. Other teams have done it. Not to this ability. So here's the funniest thing. The Dodgers have gotten 42 innings from $60 million tandem of Snell and Glasnow. Edwin Diaz just came back, $20 million, 8 runs allowed and 8 innings pitched. Kyle Tucker has a 95 OPS plus. It's $60 million there, even though he's on the books for $1 million or $2 million. And none of it matters because they can spend another $300 million on top of it. So all these things that are brought up, and here's another thing for you. The Diamondbacks spend 65% of their revenue on payroll. You want to know how much the Dodgers spend? 60.
How much is Ohtani? $1 million, right?
Ohtani's. I'm trying to remember if Ohtani's 1 and Tucker's 2, or Ohtani's 2, Tucker's 1.
Yeah, but still, $3 million for those two.
I get so tired of it. This is good for baseball. Why are you saying this is bad? Every ownership group has a chance. They don't. First off, they're rich as hell. They've got the best TV deal. They've already done the finagling of the salary cap of the luxury tax with this ability to defer all this money. And I don't know what it is outside of Miguel Vargas. You tell me a prospect they've traded away that's been anything. And the kid River Ryan that they're trading, he's older than Juan Soto, and he hasn't pitched in the major leagues yet. So, and I love when people go, well, any team could have made this trade. They didn't give up a ton. They can't. Can you honestly look at this and go, Tarek Skubal and his agent put out there that he wants to sign with the Dodgers in the offseason. Now, you could play the game and say, okay, well, we'll see if you do that, or we just want to rent you. But as I just pointed out, this team has how many $100 million that's not even playing for them, that's been out, and they're still able to go and add because of the financial institution that they have there. And oh, by the way to circumvent everything that baseball has set up. I get so tired of hearing people say they're not bad for baseball. It is 100%. It's not a level playing field. So,
yeah, I agree it is bad for baseball.
I don't fault them for what they're doing. They're allowed to do it, but don't tell me it's not bad.
No, I agree with that. And Skubal just became the most expensive 2-month rental of all time.
And he's going to end up signing there. There's no doubt.
You already said it. It's already out there, and of course you have Boris pushing that. You know how that goes. But the best team in baseball, the team that we all know is going to win it, adding the best pitcher in the game, is never good for the game. And the moves they made in the offseason is frustrating. And I know you could tell me what Kyle Tucker is doing right now. You could tell me what Edwin Diaz is doing right now. Go look at what some of the best Dodgers were doing down the stretch last year. struggling. Scott couldn't get it right. Scott was out for the back half of playoffs. They pick the next guy. They find a way to do something with the next guy. And I know Friedman said that they're probably not going to add anything else. They're going to add the Kike Hernandez type of guy that means something to them. And they can. That's the thing with them. Not only can they add the big money, the best player, and I do give them credit. They put a lot of money in development. They put a lot of money in the Dominican Summer League. They do.
But
things
is their
well
farm system overrated, or do they just convince other teams to take their bad players? Because again, everybody's talking about, their farm system great, look how they use it. They have one guy on their roster that came through their farm system that's an everyday player.
Pajes. Like Yordan Alvarez was a part of a deal with them.
Yeah.
You have, like O'Neal Cruz. There are guys, and those are more of the lottery tickets. Something like, we'll talk about it later, the Dean Kramer trade. Something like what the Orioles brought back. So in that area, yeah. But other teams are at fault too. Like the Red Sox sending the May deal last year. Dustin May was nothing. The Red Sox just had to add him because they thought that was the piece to do it for him. Then you give him Tibbs, who's a top 100 prospect, arguably, so you're giving them him to load. They can now move him for something of value. It's just like other teams are loading him up.
Isn't that what this Tarek Skubal trade was? They two pieces that they got back in other deals that they moved along to make this happen. And as you're pointing out, like, as Dodger fans and people are going to look at it, is it a guarantee that they're going to win? No, but they've definitely set themselves up. And the other thing that it gives you what I like to call break points. Something goes wrong. Oh my God, Freddie Freeman's out the rest of the year. It's okay. We have 7 other guys that can hit 35 homers in our lineup.
The last 2 years.
So we're going to see a lot of stuff go down today. We're going to take a lot of phone calls on it, talk about the Orioles and Phillies this weekend and what happened these last 2 games, which probably leaves a sour taste in your mouth. But there's still just 2.5 games out of that last wild card spot. But you're battling with 5 teams. And that's why I think when Elias talked about being in both buckets this weekend, everybody vilified him too for everything he said. It's like, what do you want him to say? He took ownership on some of the things going wrong and then talked about what happened with some of these other pieces and that they would be, in essence, buyers and sellers to a degree. And that's kind of what we've seen. So,
yeah, it's an unfortunate weekend. I know we'll get to it. I don't know, and I know he said it during what happens this weekend could have a little bit of an impact. If they would have swept the Phillies, maybe it would have been a little bit more of an aggressive buy. But if they go 2-1 either way, I didn't see much changing. I think they're going to sell a few of the rentals. I think they might try to bring back a starter to fill. Because, again, the Rodgers thing, I don't expect Rodgers to be here.
I think one of the Angels starters is crossing over.
And
from
then
one.
That would basically, especially if it's Detmers, you have the lefty. Rodgers probably won't be an Oriole past next year. Maybe he stays for the stretch run, but I don't think they'd extend him in the offseason. So if they do add something there, it would be a controlled starter, I guess.
Would be interesting to see how the Rodgers thing plays out. If they want him back or how they're going to work it. But trading off some of these pieces, I think you make some lateral moves and then see where you're at. This team still has enough talent to make a run. It's just you're battling with Houston, Cleveland, Seattle, Texas. You keep naming it; they're all in there. And I just saw the grouping. It took out the 3 division leaders. What is that? The White Sox, the Rays, and who's out west?
It was the.
Is it Houston? I think it's Houston.
Yeah,
Houston
took over for Texas.
Yeah. So this is going to be a crazy day. You're going to see a lot of things happen. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw the Dodgers go out and grab some super utility guy, pinch hitter, whatever, somebody off the bench to help them out, some vet. But I don't think we're going to have baseball next year, but that's another story. No. So we can get into all that a little bit later. We're going to talk Orioles, Phillies coming up, more MLB trade deadline. Take your phone calls at 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
Training camp is on, and The Fan has wall-to-wall coverage of everything that happens at the Castle on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan. Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, laundry, diapers, work, groceries. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. But temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you. And every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You don't have to be a professional athlete to end up with a sports injury. I'm Dr. Michael Wallace with Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. Whether it's shoulder pain, hip pain, a sore knee, tennis elbow, or an Achilles injury, getting it looked at early can make all the difference. My goal is to help you recover, stay active, and get back to doing what you love. Schedule an appointment today at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, making copies? Who are you? I'm future you. Oh, constipation with belly pain back again? Yeah. Our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. And Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
The Holloman Firm invites our friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway past 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, there's an accident. And in Hartford County, 95 southbound past Veterans Highway, clearing a crash out of the way. 95 southbound past Eastern Avenue, there's an accident now on the right side. Looks good everywhere else. No delays at the Harbor Tunnel in either direction so far. Looks good, too, on 95 with both directions to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Here we go. Let's start clapping. All right. More baseball talk. We're going to get the Orioles Phillies this weekend. Take your phone calls 410-583-1057. It's Jeremy Kahn, Ben Hall. Rob Long is off. Ed Norris joins us at 7 o'clock, but we're talking a ton of baseball. So this weekend, first off, I was wondering yesterday why they even started the game, why they didn't postpone it with the rain that was going to be coming in fully. And that's not just because they lost, but I'm looking at it going, well, you get to a point of, are we going to call a rain-shortened game at some time? Because everybody knows I do all these weather reports and I tell you what the weather's saying. The guy that I really trust on this is like, I don't know how they played today. And then the game started, and then you saw what they were playing through and what they had to deal with. And it looked like before the first delay, Kyle Bradish probably caught the worst of it. Yeah, and go ahead, Ben. Were you down there yesterday?
Yes, I was. It was infuriating. And I'm in the press box. Are we being serious right now? And I open social media, see a lot of fans frustrated. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And as a former player, I used to get frustrated with that because it felt like sometimes where we'd be out in the field and all of a sudden we'd come in, they'd be like, all right, we're stopping it because you finally got out of the inning, and that's where they want to stop it. But
to make it an official game.
Yeah, right. And it was just, are we being serious? And Bradish has to work through it, gives up the home run. It's tough, and I'm like, all right, well, Wheeler, as great as he is, it's going to be tough to pitch in these environments. They stopped the game right there. And then they did it again later. I think Suarez had to pitch through it, and then they stopped it there. And again, at that point, you knew the game was over, whatever. But, like, why is it both Kyle Bradish and Albert Suarez having to pitch through the worst of it, and then in the bottom half of the inning, you stop it? So that was frustrating. I thought maybe...
Especially when the home team is going to make the decision on that. After the game starts, it's up to the umps.
Yeah.
So...
I was a little surprised that before the game, maybe they didn't move up to 11. If that might have made a little bit more sense. Because I know they did that. They've done it once or twice this year, earlier in the year, where they moved the game up. 11 would be pretty early, but, I mean, it's a pretty important game for both sides. The Phillies are scuffling, or they were scuffling, coming into this series. It was just unfortunate, but regardless of the weather, I didn't know that they were going to be able to get to Wheeler. Wheeler's coming off a bad outing, due for a pretty big spot. And after winning game one, you felt good. All you had to do was take one of two from either, and you just...
And you had the opportunities. I mean, Tavares... Look, to be fair, people are going to bring it up that Tavares came up with the bases loaded twice, but there were two outs both times. But you're like, come on, just one time come through because you had a chance to get to Christopher Sanchez. And then you saw what happened. Shane Baz, let me throw this at you, because to me, Shane Baz, I love his makeup.
Yep.
But what decides whether or not Shane Baz is going to have a good game is if he gets out of that one inning where he puts two guys on. It's insane watching him where you're like, damn, man, he's dealing. Ground ball, get out of it. Oh, here's a strikeout. Oh, knuckle curve to punch out the inning, walking off. And then it's like, get to a full count, walk a guy. Bloop hit. Okay, now what are we doing here? Are we going to get the double play? Or is somebody going to rope one down the line and then this is when he gives up some runs? Because I think that one inning is what defines whether or not he had a good or bad start a lot of times. But he was awesome on Saturday and deserved way better than I thought what he got. But hey, that's baseball.
Yeah, no, Shane Baz gets legitimately no help from this team every time he pitches. And that's what I think makes those issues so much bigger, where it's like he has to be that perfect. He can't have that one slip up in the inning where most starters are like 2 runs through 6. You feel great, 6 1/3, 2 runs. That's exactly what you wanted. This team's going to win, but they just don't give him much run support. Coming into that game, I know it was like 3.6 runs they were scoring per game when he pitched, which was the lowest among starters for the O's. It's whenever he pitches, and it also feels like we have the defensive miscues. You go back to the game in Toronto, that one was infuriating when they're rolling, guys out of the baseline, the call, and I don't even want to get back started on that, but those are the things it's felt like that happens when he pitches.
Did you see the one yesterday? I think the guy was out of the baseline, but they missed the tag. What game was that? Was that the Phillies game?
No, it wasn't the Phillies.
I'm trying to remember who it was going home. It was an interesting play. It doesn't matter. I was watching so much baseball yesterday. That's all I was doing when I got home. And like, I don't know, man. I'm sitting here watching the way that things break down for certain players and teams when you're going through the rut of it and things are going wrong. But for Baz, it almost feels like he's the guy that the defense goes, you guys know we're supposed to make an error today, right? We got to make it hard on this guy. And I laugh too, because like people were pointing out the Orioles gave up some good pieces to get Shane Baz. People wanted them to move prospects to get something that's major league ready, and then they do, and it's like, well, why'd you give up those guys? And then now they're trying to compare it to the Rays trading 4 pieces away for Freddie Peralta. Oh, by the way, Shane Baz had years of control. Freddie Peralta was already under a contract where he's getting paid a ton of money. Plus, he was having a crappy season. He does not look like Freddie Peralta. Now, I know the Rays are looking at it going, oh, we'll fix that. And they probably will. And he'll look like Freddie Peralta again. But I don't know. I feel like the average everyday baseball fan sometimes doesn't look at it. It's bias, because it's your team and you're frustrated with what they've done. I've already heard people say if they trade Adley, I'm not following the team anymore. See ya. You guys have a good one, man. Like, this is part of baseball.
The Shane Baz, there's a lot of things to get furious with this front office about or angry with them about. The Shane Baz deal is the least of my worries. The guy's got a sub-4 ERA, and there is a lot of upside. I know a lot of people held them to it because they did call him a Cy Young type of guy. Shane Baz has been pretty damn good for the majority of the year. There was a rough stint to start the year. He's trying to get used to the new stadium. He's getting used to his new team. He's settled down. He's been very good. And it's not the front office's fault. Well, I mean, the other moves maybe hurt that. But like this team just does not show up on the field when he pitches. in the field, at the plate. They don't give him much help. Shane Baz has been pretty damn good, and that's been like the stretch where they really needed him. I know it was tough to get off to a little bit of the bumpy start, but when he takes the mound, you don't feel bad. Like, you feel good about it versus some other guys where Bassett's probably going to move into the 5 spot. I know they moved Dean Kramer. I know we're going to get to that later. But like, it's not like Baz is the 5th or the 4th. Like, you put him, and Brandon Young's been so damn good, Kyle Bradish, Rogers, but he's been up there with those guys.
Yeah. And again, it's seeing what we can repeat, what this team's going to look like next year if there is a season, and that's something to get to as well. Got some callers on hold. Let's go to Larry in East Baltimore. Larry, you're on the Fan. What's up, man? Morning.
For the Orioles, I would trade a Gunner too. I would trade a Rushman, Gunner, all Tabares, Ward. Man, it's not a major league team. We need some real hitters.
All right.
I move them. Man, I watch them. I'm not going to watch baseball no more this season because they don't do the base. They don't do nothing. It's time to move all of them.
Man,
Larry, have a nice day.
You too, Larry. Larry's sell everyone. Get rid of them. Now, I'm not ready to get rid of Gunner. I was happy. What was it, Friday night, that triple that really got him going.
Yeah.
You know, you see him pounding the dirt. And you can understand, like, how bad he wants it and how this season has gone and how frustrating it's been. But here we are. Look, I'm not trading Gunner. I've heard everybody say everything. You listen on everyone. I'm not trading him until I'm forced to. If he gives us any inclination that he doesn't want to be here, then that's when I'm looking at it going, okay. But I don't know. I think Rubenstein's different. I think we're going to see, the wallet get opened up. Everybody likes to say pocketbook, and I don't know why, but the wallet open up and see what we're going to do here. I don't think they're afraid of taking on money. I don't think they're afraid of signing guys. But I wonder how things go towards the end of the year when it seems like there's going to be some sort of a lockout, a delay in getting all this stuff done. So
yeah, it might change things. I mean, the fan base is completely soured. Before the year, it's hand him a blank check. Yeah. I mean, coming out of the World Baseball Classic is what it was. And Gunner's not been good this year. He's really struggled. I still think there's stuff in the tank for Gunner. I say it time and time again. I know a lot of people don't want to hear it. He's in a slump, and it's been a really, really long slump. He's been struggling. And watching him at third base there was the emotion. Like, dudes go through it, and Gunner has been just talking post-game and then post-game, which he didn't get nearly enough credit for. When we spoke to him, Gunner talks, like answers questions, and he like stopped reporters when it was about to be done to give CES a shout-out for what he's done. In a pinch hit spot, he's come over and really, really helped them. Like, Gunner's just a really good dude, and it was amazing to see that come through for him in that spot. They need him to be better. If Gunner was playing the type of way Gunner was, I think we're in that sixth spot right now, which is unfortunate. And one player, I don't think that one player always changes things, but Gunner has had a lot of different spots. And in these one-run games, you can't change this, right? Things could have happened differently. But Gunner comes up in a lot of these one-run games and big spots and just hasn't been able to come through.
Not this year at all. Like, and it's odd, too, because, like, I feel like so many people go, he stinks, trade him. People last year were going, trade Adley, and now they're talking about trading him. I go, what are you doing? I can't believe you guys are doing this, but that's how it goes. Let's go to Seth in Centerville. Seth, you're on the Fan.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
I'm on the Titanic, and I am ready to ride this team into the ocean because why not? I want them to try. I want them to buy, don't sell anybody, because I was listening to the game yesterday, and they were like, oh, we could get a big haul back for Taylor. For what? I mean, at what point do you just say this organization is a failure? Like, we can fire Elias, we can fire Alvarez. Why do none of our prospects, besides like Bedard or Manny, they all fail, or they all are mid?
Well, I don't think that's fair at all. I mean, you're looking at it in the standpoint of right now, but like, I don't think Gunner's been a failure. I feel like that even Adley, you're talking about a 1-of-1 that comes out. He's had some injuries, but we start looking at some of the other guys that they've made moves for. Like, people are down on Colton Cowser now. He's up for Rookie of the Year. I think there are some things. Go ahead.
True. I'm just looking at the list, and I went through the lineups. Just no one has that long-term success. Ponson, Arrieta, Cabrera, Bundy, Gaussman, Means. Like, they either have short-term success or they do well when they leave. So why don't we develop players better.
I think we're talking two different things, because now under this front office, things have been different. If you want to go back through the old one, if we're going to sit here and talk about Ponson and Arrieta, they wouldn't let him throw a cutter, and then he leaves the Orioles with a 7-run ERA and wins a Cy Young the following season with the Cubs. So yeah, Seth, appreciate the phone call. I think there's some good points there. Like, it is frustrating when you watch some of your prospects and think so highly of them. Like, if they do trade a Taylor Ward, do we see more Kerstead? I mean, he's been raking at AAA. What is that's another one of those guys where you took the best left-handed power bat in the draft and it didn't work out. So we're going to talk more. I got Donnie and Dundalk. We'll talk MLB trade deadline, some more Orioles, what they should do, shouldn't do. 410-583-1057 right here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm, thehollomanfirm.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. When I'm upgrading my kitchen or prepping for the summer heat, Town Appliance is the only place I go. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you need a new air conditioner, outdoor fridge, ice maker, or luxury appliance, they have you covered with flexible financing. Head to their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you. Visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
Catholic schools embrace students and families from diverse, religious, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. Rooted in the belief that we are all children of God, our schools foster an inclusive environment. While our schools offer a comprehensive academic curriculum, we embrace a holistic approach that nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Learn more at archbald.org/schools. That's archbald.org/schools.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hey, it's Ed. Longer summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance. LionsDen.com.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway past 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, just getting a report of an accident. 395 northbound at Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. The crash there is on the right side. And 95 southbound past Eastern Avenue, there's an accident now. That's on the right side. That's causing a delay headed toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. No delays at the Harbor Tunnel in either direction. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Sunday's rubber match between Baltimore and Philadelphia was one to forget for the Orioles as they were shut out 8-0 in a game shortened by rain. The Phillies scored twice off Kyle Bradish in the third before the umpires called for a rain delay that lasted nearly 2 hours. After play resumed, Anthony Nunez, Josh Walker, and Albert Suarez combined to allow 6 runs in the next 3 innings, putting the game out of reach. With the trade deadline almost here, Bradish was asked if he'd like to see the current group remain intact following the game.
I mean, what we have in this clubhouse is more than capable of winning, regardless of what they do. At the end of the day, it's something you can't control.
The sense around the league is that the Orioles could be active on both sides of the market today. Toronto was the only other team in the division expected to sell, and the Blue Jays took a step in that direction Sunday by sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs in exchange for 2 prospects. Gausman has posted a .438 ERA with 127 strikeouts over 23 starts this season. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. I'm Ben Hall. O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm even angrier that I had to wait for this terrible ass song. I hate this band with a passion. And you know that. You knew that.
I had no idea.
Oh, get out of here. You knew that. This is the worst singing voice in the history of singing voice, Perry Farrell. Shoot him off into the sun. Anyway, Jeremy Kahn, Ben Hall here with you. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Ed's going to join us at 7 o'clock. Rob's back on Thursday, I believe. We've been talking MLB trade deadline, Orioles, all that. So if you want to get in, 410-583-1057. Some of the trades that the Orioles have made thus far, because and we're going to get to Donnie who wants to talk about the Kramer deal, but I want to get your thoughts. Did you have an issue with them trading Kramer at all?
Not at all. I saw it coming. Coming into the year, it was a weird situation when you have him go down to AAA and everything. The depth this rotation has. Of course, Eflin goes down early and things go that way, but for a while, Dean he's been consistent. He's been fine. He hasn't been good. He hasn't been
Did you
terrible.
see what his WAR was with the Orioles?
Yes, 0. And I think that's fair. That's
so. What do you throw? 700 innings or something for the Orioles, and his WAR at the end of it is 0.0. Exactly even.
And it's like that. If you didn't tell me, if I had no idea, if I never saw, or if I didn't see that and you asked me that question, I'd probably say somewhere around there, point something. That's just how it's felt. He's gotten shelled very badly in a few starts, especially lately, but that's always been the case. And he's also shut things down to a point where everybody's like, maybe they need to extend him. That's just where he's been. It's a roller coaster with him. I had no issue with them moving him. I don't think that down the stretch they need him going every 5 days.
Here's my issue with people that, I think I was one of the guys that was on Dean's side. I thought he was better than people gave him credit for, not from a fantasy standpoint, but as a real life pitcher. And I think he's shown that for times, but like you said, when he's bad, he's really bad. He gives up a lot of home runs. And then here are the Twins who are trying to figure out a cheaper way to kind of stay in it and get another starter, and they want to kick the tires on him, fresh start. We're not sending you to the minor leagues. You're coming in. And they have him under control for another year. So they're going to, you like that. But with the Orioles, we're always saying, where can we improve? And people keep falling in love with their own. At some point, you got to go, yeah, that's not good enough for us. And if we want a fifth starter, and in the Orioles' mind, it's like, We got Chris Bassett coming back. At worst, he's going into that spot. Or we make a trade for someone else and Bassett winds up in the bullpen somehow. So there are a lot of options. So as soon as it happened, I'm going, all right, they got the meat lovers in the trunk with Bassett, but more than likely you're going to try to get them to turn the Friars one and go get one of the Angels starters. We'll see if that comes to fruition today. With the Angels in town, I do think it's more than likely that Reed or Soriano walks from one dugout to the other. But that was one of those situations where the Orioles move on from Dean Kramer, and fans are like, what are they doing? You get this young prospect who they like. And again, it's another guy in A-ball. But the Orioles have loaded up this farm system that we keep saying if they want to make that big splash, they could. But I don't know if this is the season to do it in their eyes because there's essentially feels like there's one spot left for 5 teams.
Yeah, there were some people reacting to Dean. At first, I was wondering what they could possibly get. And then you see it and it's like, well, that's not going to help them for a while. But I talked about it earlier. You have the Yordan Alvarez deal. Josh Fields, that deal will forever look back as crazy. But at the time, nobody knew what Yordan Alvarez could be. And there's people talking this guy Reyes up, hits for a lot of power, looks good. Nobody knows what he'll be. He's at single. He just got promoted to low A, and he's been struggling a little bit there. But outside of that, he's been pretty good. Dean Kramer wasn't going to net you something massive. He's been consistent. He stays relatively healthy. I think the past 2 years, he dealt with a little. You had the weird injury earlier this year. And then last year, he dealt with an elbow injury that at first you're like, oh no. Worked his way back, and when he came back, he was fine for him. But I didn't really expect them to get much for Kramer. That being said, now that he's gone, you would like to replace him with something a little bit better. And you talked about when we talk about like the bad starts, for some guys like Kyle Bradish, I remember against Seattle earlier this year, even Brandon Young, some of their bad starts, they still keep the team in it. When Dean is getting shelled, it's done. In Boston, it was like that. In Detroit, it was some of his start. I mean, you get 8 to 11 runs where it's like there's no way.
He's had some back-to-back Jack days, a couple of them where it's like, well, try a different pitch, or something.
But there.
And again, like I defended Dean when everybody gave him crap for when he was a little surly towards Sam Basayo.
Yeah.
And you're looking at the thing with Pete Alonso the other day where you're going, well, what was that about? And I think some people were like, all right, I'm done with Dean. But look, wish him the best. The Manny Machado trade is finally complete, done. No more of the players here with this organization. Let's grab Donnie in Dundalk. He wants to talk about Kramer. What's up, Donnie?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sad to see Dean leave. Looking at like pure stats, Dean was like the guy, like number 4, number 5 starter, give you 30 starts a year. We'll try to keep you in the game to like a low 4 ERA, low 4 FIP. Like I was all in on Dean Kramer. Like I'm a little bit bummed. I didn't expect a big return for Dean Kramer. I'm really interested to hear what you guys think that like the projection for Reyes will be. But thanks for taking my call.
I think you got to go with thanks for the call. What Ben was talking about is like, it's too hard to tell. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's unbelievably young. I just mentioned the Dodgers traded River Ryan, who is one of their top prospects, not 1 or 2, I don't think, or 3. Yeah, but he's 27 years old. And it doesn't mean he can't be a great player for the Tigers and come in. Like Aaron Judge got a late start. There are plenty of guys that do it, but when we were talking about the ability of signing guys, like Juan Soto's been in the league how many years? And now here comes old River. He's going to get a chance this year, I guess. And we'll see what the Tigers do. They're talking about the Tigers moving Casey Mize as well. So, and by the way, his velocity's down, and I don't know that I'd want to kick the tires on him at this point. But look, there's a lot of opportunity out there for teams and what guys want to do. But like with Kramer, I hope he has a great career with the Twins now and see what this becomes. But I always thought he was solid. We'll go back to Seinfeld, but not spectacular. Let's grab Antonio in Rosedale. Antonio, you're on the Fan. What's up, buddy?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
What's going on, Antonio?
Good.
Doing good. How you doing, Ben?
Doing well, man. Doing well.
Will the Orioles make a meaningful trade today, and will Mike Elias be here next season? Have a wonderful day.
Hey, I got a 2-word answer for you on both. Yeah, babe. I think that happened.
Yeah, babe.
All right, Antonio. We'll see. I think they make a move today. I think Adley gets moved. I do. I think it happens today. And whether or not we see that closer to, 4 o'clock is the deadline? Or 6? Dude, they've changed this.
I know. Days and...
I mean, I did afternoons with Garceau for 10 years, and it was like, the trade deadline's right in the middle of the show. And then it's like, no, it's not today, it's tomorrow. No, we're doing it at this time. I'm like, just figure it out, man. Just keep it the same. So we got more phone calls we're going to get to. We'll talk about some of the trades that happen around the league. Mike in Hartford County, hang on with us. Ed will be joining us at the end of the next segment. We'll have some gabagool with him. Stay tuned right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Ravens training camp continues today, and we'll be getting updates throughout the show from the Baltimore Banners' Jonas Schaefer and our very own Vinny Serrato. As for the Orioles, can they keep that momentum rolling against Philly? Ryan Ripken will be in studio to preview the series with us.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Tarek Skubal is a Dodger. I'm not surprised. You're not surprised. Death, taxes, and the Dodgers angering every other fan base in MLB. The Dodgers are like Thanos, the way that they become inevitable in these set of circumstances. And I got to tell you, they're a pretty good villain. It's going to be really easy for us as a society to come together and root against them actively in the postseason. So thanks for that, I guess. I'm Dead Day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and learn how you can get 3% back plus an instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Low 70s with rain this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 85. This weekend, upper 80s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic and learn how you can get 3% back plus an instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway past I-83, the Harrisburg Expressway, clearing an accident there. 395 northbound at Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, there's a crash. It's on the right side. And 95 southbound past Eastern Avenue, there's an accident on the right side. I-70 eastbound after Route 40 in Ellicott City, there's a crash. That's causing a brief delay. In Hartford County, Route 40 at Old Philadelphia Road, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ben Hall, Ed Norris will join us at the end of this segment. We got some callers on hold and some people that want to get in and talk about the Orioles, some of the trades that could go down today. We do have the trade deadline today at 6 o'clock. So I'm sure when you're listening to the afternoon show today, they'll be leading into it, and you'll get that rapid fire right around 5:50 of 4 trades that go down, and then you'll get the one that goes down that they list afterwards at like 4:01 or 6:01. So we'll have all that happen. But here to take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. What do you want to see happen? Who'd you like to see get moved? Is there anybody you want to see them add? Where do you stand? Let's go out to the phone lines. Mike's in Hartford County. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah,
what's up?
Okay, I'm going to talk about Gunnar in particular. Actually, a lot of people in the B-League. The WBC roster, the participants for the United States team, it seems like every player is either hurt like Judge or having a down year like Raleigh and Guerrero, Gunnar. Is that my imagination?
No, I mean, so Edwin Diaz got hurt there and missed the entire season. We've seen plenty of guys that go there and then miss some time at the beginning of the year. And again, we don't know if it's bad luck or if it's something they shouldn't be doing. I don't think we have enough of a track record to say one or the other, but I think the injuries have been alarming. That would lead me to believe that maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah.
So, I didn't know if you're still there.
Yeah, I'm
still there. I just,
Okay.
like I said, is other teams that other players that participated in the WBC, like Otani, he's not in good shape.
Well, I don't know.
Seems like it's throughout.
I'd have to look at everybody specifically, but we have enough names that have happened so far that I think you could sit here and make a case for it. I just don't know that we have enough data to say that that's something that's happening. I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm saying. I don't think we have enough math to say that this is actually a reason why. Like, we would do this with the Ravens all the time. We're going, why is this guy hurt? What's this soft tissue injury? Why is this guy hurt? And then, of course, everybody thinks it's how they're training or the strength and conditioning coordinator. He gets moved on. You bring in a new one. They'll look at everything. First, that person gets fired. Is it the turf? What are we playing on? What type of things are we doing? How are our workouts? All those things. But, I mean, these guys are playing baseball, and baseball is the one sport that I don't think you can play year-round because you need to take a break and rest.
Yeah, the WBC, and it was interesting, the second week of the season, Vitello was in town. He talked about the WBC, and he's like, it's felt like around the league, and just talking to people, he was saying that it's felt like a hangover. A lot of these guys have not been able to get going. And that was just a few weeks after. Some of the relievers, like Mason Miller's been dialed. He's been perfectly fine. But it is weird if you look at the hitters for that USA team. I mean, Ernie Clement's been awesome. Ernie Clement's just one of those guys who just will always.
I hate the fact he's on the Blue Jays, but I love that player.
He's a winning baseball player. But outside of that, Terang's been fine. They haven't. Roman Anthony was not good before the injury, and I know it was early. He was still trying to figure it out. Whatever.
Man, he was the second coming.
Yeah, and last year you thought for sure this, and I was. I mean, after last season, I'm like this. I don't want to give the Red Sox any credit. This dude's legit. And I still think he's perfectly fine, but he's dealing with injuries, trying to scuffle through it. PCA's been good. And and he played in the WBC, so I don't think that it's totally a WBC thing, but we have seen injuries in it. We have seen some players who have started pushing away, maybe not wanting to play in it, especially if they don't have that contract yet. You don't see a lot of guys wanting to play with it. This felt like the first year in a while we've seen starting pitching maybe buy into it a little bit more, but it's definitely affecting some of these guys.
Yeah, it's something we got to look at. What was that? Did it? By God, that's Ed Norris music. He's got to be here. Ed, how you been, man? We ain't talked to you in a week. Do you still love Gabagool?
Of course.
How are you doing, man?
Had Super Sun last night.
Oh, man. So we were kind of talking about the trade deadline, obviously, today. What are your thoughts on some of the things you've seen thus far?
I heard the Dodgers made a move.
Yeah, they got a guy. Yeah.
I couldn't care less about anything else. It's like, this is ridiculous. They don't do something about a salary cap. This sport is just going to be this. They've replaced the Yankees as the evil empire for sure. I mean, this is
there's no question
way beyond whatever New York ever did.
Well, I gave some numbers earlier to Ben, like, you know, when you talk about the different things they're able to do because of that bankruptcy case and the fact that they don't have to share as much money with other teams. And people, I love this. I just saw somebody wrote something where they're like, look at how much money they brought in. Well, wait a minute. There's a difference between revenue and profit. You know, there's a big difference in what you're doing. And I told Ben earlier, the Arizona Diamondbacks use 65% of the money that comes in on their baseball team, on the roster. The Dodgers use 60%. They've got all the TV money, all that other stuff that's coming in. They put it aside. They've got over $1.1 billion dollars deferred, and it allows them now. They don't have to pay that luxury tax, and all the other teams get that money. So they're finagling it, and they have it until 2039. So stop telling me that there's a level playing field. It's just ridiculous, man. So the rich get richer, but we're used to that now.
I mean, I don't know how you're going to beat that team now. So that pitching staff is ridiculous.
I think it was you that had one of the best lines ever about, you know, I don't remember if it was the owners fighting with the players and millionaires and billionaires. You said, I'm not rooting for Exxon. I'm sorry.
That's what I said. Yes.
I'm sorry. So what do you think about the Orioles? There are a lot of rumors that Adley's going to get dealt today. How do you feel about that?
I'd be disappointed. I mean, first of all, I think he really means more to the team than just his slash line. And they always have. I mean, the turnaround with this team started when they brought him up at May 21st several years ago. And you watch the games since he and Basayo have been hurt. I'm like, who is that guy? Like, who's behind the dish today? And that's not a good place to be. So I don't know about this. And what are you going to get? What are we going to get, for Adley? You're going to give him up. You've got a switch hitting catcher. It's an all-star. And I don't know what you're going to get in return.
Does it change your mind? There have been some stuff saying that maybe Adley doesn't want to be here. I don't know if that's 100% true, but I've heard it from enough people where I think there might be something there. If he doesn't want to be here, now would be the time to move him, right?
He's under control. Since another team isn't getting a rental, I think it would be the time to move him. And if you learn anything from the Manny Machado mess, you don't wait till the 11th hour.
Finally over.
Yes, completely. Yes.
Well, let's do this. Let me go around the room real quick before we head out. Ed, do you think Adley gets traded today? Yes or no?
No.
Ben?
Absolutely.
I do too. I think it happens. I mean, the Orioles have, and again, I think one of the Angels pitchers is walking from that dugout to our dugout, and they're going to make a move for one of those guys. I still think you're going to see as Elias put it, in both buckets, selling and buying at the same time, swapping some players out and seeing what fits.
Oh, they have to if that's the case. I mean, let me ask you guys: are you disappointed they haven't been active so far? Really?
More active, yes, but again, like as you look at it, if you start to be honest with yourself, I think the Orioles have just as good a chance as any of those 5 teams that are vying for that last wild card spot. But I do think they're vying for one wild card spot with 5 teams. Like the Red Sox are 3.5 games ahead of that last wild card spot, while you're 2.5 behind it. So you're 6 behind them. It's a lot to make up in the span of 2 months. Not like it can't be done, but we need the Red Sox to hit the the skivvies here and then all of a sudden start being bad again when their starting pitching's been so damn good.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty damn hard for them to go on a run. I don't know that one or two pieces change anything.
Well, we got Rashawn on hold and you at 410-583-1057. Going to talk more Orioles. We'll talk the trade deadline. Ed Norris is here. Ben Hall, myself, Jeremy Kahn. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
Summer's too short to sit at home wondering where the fun went. At Beckley's RVs, it's officially time to turn summer on and camp on. Whether you're looking for budget-friendly travel trailers, your first RV, or even huge savings on select motorhomes, Beckley's has summer-ready inventory waiting for your next adventure. Weekend getaways, campfires, road trips, family memories. This is your sign to finally make it happen. Shop summer RV specials now at Beckley'sRVs.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FAST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FAST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FAST.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. If you're planning your next big home upgrade, Town Appliance is the only place you need to go. They carry top brands like Bosch and more, whether you're upgrading your kitchen with a new refrigerator, range, or dishwasher, and adding a beverage center and air conditioner to stay cool. They have it all with flexible financing. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mare, they really know their stuff, so visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Don't have time to wait for your home to sell? The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will make you a cash offer for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends, August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It wasn't the weekend the Orioles were hoping for, dropping 2 of 3 to the Phillies at home. That leaves Baltimore at 58-54 on trade deadline day, still 2.5 games back in the final American League wildcard spot, exactly where they stood entering the weekend. By the end of the day, the Orioles are expected to make multiple moves, but the question is just how aggressive they'll be. Adley Rutschman, Taylor Ward, and Trevor Rogers have been among the team's most talked about names as potential trade candidates. Manager Craig Albanaz was asked if he'd like to see the Orioles keep their key pieces to make a playoff push this season.
Yeah, like I said before, whatever, Mike in the front office, I trust him, trust Mike, and I know it was kind of a weird deadline already, with everyone in it right now, and whatever happens. You can't really control everything in this game. That's one of the things where us, the players, the coaching staff, trust Mike in the front office.
It was an active weekend for other teams in the American League East. On Sunday, the Yankees acquired infielder Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nationals in exchange for 4 right-handed pitchers. Garcia is slugging .560 this season with 23 home runs and 76 RBIs, and he's under team control through 2027. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome in, hour number 2 of the Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall. Rob Long is back on Thursday, I believe. We've got a lot of stuff to get into. And Ed, since we have you here now, and I know you weren't here last week, Dean Kramer gets moved, some of the other things that have gone down, the way the Orioles are playing. How do you feel about the team and some of the things that have happened?
I feel pretty much the same I felt since May, I think. I'm not surprised Kramer's gone. I thought that would happen when I saw the rotation at the beginning of the season. I thought he'd be at least moved to the bullpen. This surprised me not at all. As far as the team goes,
I mean, are you in a buy or sell mode right now, or is it kind of what they said? It's a little bit of both.
Probably a little bit of both. I don't know who's out there who's going to change their fortunes right now, because there's so many things that have gone the wrong way. I know it's still 2.5 games out of the second wild card. And I know the prevailing wisdom or the old, trite expression is, well, you only have those get to the postseason.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I just don't see what they're going to do in the postseason. They can't seem to string any sustained, good baseball, frankly. They had that one streak and that was it.
So I saw something interesting. I don't know if you saw this yet. The Astros are in talks with the Marlins about Kyle Stowers. So that should be an intriguing thing to happen if that does go down. But yeah, I mean, after sweeping the Astros, it's like they caught fire, and now they just keep winning and finding ways to win. Same thing with the Red Sox. Did they sweep the Dodgers or take 2? Yeah. Man, just crazy to look at.
I mean, what was it, 2 nights ago? When we came back from a 7-run deficit?
Yeah.
It was like, then they look, they look incredible.
I don't know how they're doing it offensively, because there's not a lot of offensive talent on that team outside of the top portion of their lineup.
Yeah.
The rest of it's like super wanting.
And they deal with tons of injuries.
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean, and the defensive, lapses, we'll call them. But it's like, I feel like I just don't know who this team is.
Yeah.
Sometimes they find ways to lose. We'll have 4 hours in a baseball game, and then they just find ways to win when they come back from this, incredible. The night before they lost, 14-1, and then they come back from a 7-run. I'm like, here we go again. No, then they win the game. So I just don't know what to expect from them anymore.
Absolutely. Let's go out to the phone lines. Rashawn's got some things to say. What's up, Rashawn?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Morning,
Rashawn.
I just want to say, man, it was a disappointing series this weekend. Especially because how the Philly fans came and took over. It was like 60% Philly fans there.
Who was that douchebag that you were following around that was giving Philly fans a hard time? Because that guy was a turd.
Yeah, he was, man. He was.
Is that one of your friends?
Why you gotta be my friend, man?
I'm just asking. You were following him around. I didn't know if you just ran into him or came to the game with him.
No, a guy I met at the game, man. You know, he said he followed me on social media and everything. So
well, I hope he's listening. You're a douchebag.
Any Ravens road trips he's going on with you this year?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Any Ravens road trips he's going on with you this year?
I don't know, man. I don't know. After his performance the other night, man, I don't know if I can, take him out of town with me. He can't be controlled as much,
I just hate when people do that. Why are you trying to instigate stuff with other people? Like, there's one thing when it's all in fun, but nobody knows that from the other side initially. I think when you're out talking trash for Sean, it seems like it's all in good fun.
Right.
But sometimes people can take that out and it gets out of hand.
Right, but the guy, he said he was treating the Philly fans the way he got treated every time he go to Philly. So he said he was trying to be a bigger douche than they are.
Oh, he was. So he was.
Yeah. But real quick though, like I said, I know we only came in the series a game and a half, 2 games back, man. But where's the support? Where's the fan base at, man? For them, to hear every time something happened in the stadium, you hear roars, but you think it was us, but it's them. It was just pathetic.
I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as it used to be, but it's disappointing when you see that. You had a big series this weekend. I try not to tell people where they got to spend their money and all the things they have to do. It'd be nice to see people at the game supporting the team, but when you're good, they're going to come out.
Yeah, and Philly fans, you know how they are. Even in the 24 series when they came to Baltimore, and the Orioles were in it, that happened. But now that the Orioles aren't, they're still technically in it, but the Orioles aren't playing good baseball. It's hard to get as many people out there compared to when you're winning.
Yeah, and the Phillies they're not in first place, something like that. They're like in the last wild card, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Let them tell it, though.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
But, definitely passionate, fan base out there, man. But, hey, listen, if they're going to make a trade, right, honestly, man, they definitely got to either extend Rodgers today or get rid of him. I don't want to get nothing for him. I don't know if he want to be here or not, man. They should have been got this thing done.
Yeah, man. Appreciate the phone call, Rashawn. Got to go. Ed, that's the other thing, too. Like, I keep hearing him talking about not re-signing Trevor Rodgers. I think they make a move for a starting pitcher today that's under control, so you have that kind of going into next year. I don't know if they still want to kick the tires on guys like Cade Povich and see what they have in the farm system. I know there's some other names that are going to be on their way, but you're going to have a bunch of guys under contract. I, for one, would like to see Trevor Rodgers stay. I just don't know if that's actually going to happen. What are your thoughts, Ed?
I'm with you. I like Rodgers. I would like to see him stay because you know what you have. I'm assuming you all want to keep him if possible. And then if you're going to get an arm for an arm, how do you know what you're getting? He's here. We know what we have. He's been good. He's like, his career just got restarted when he arrived. So I'd like to see him stay.
Yeah, and that would be 2 separate trades because I can't imagine Rodgers going back in a deal with a starting pitcher when his contract's expiring unless he's going to a playoff caliber team and somebody's sending something back. Because I often thought that was what was going to happen if any of these teams made moves. Like the Red Sox, I wasn't looking at Connerly early, but if they wanted to improve anywhere, I thought they might trade one of their pitchers. It just sucks that they got... it was one of the funniest things I saw this past weekend where somebody said the Red Sox traded for Moonlight Graham. And you're going to have to go to Field of Dreams for that one if you want to know what happened there. But it's like the guy got one at bat, got hit on the wrist, and he's done probably for the year. Oh, man, just frustrating. Ed, as far as some of the other stuff that we've been looking at, I know Ravens training camp has started. I feel like last week there was a ton of things going on, and we're getting to that point where I think August going into September is the best sports time of the year with all the things that are coming up. Some people feel differently. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm getting excited. Once training camp starts, to me, football season has started. It's not opening day. Once training camp starts, the news cycle starts. You have the new voice of the Ravens. The man that replaced Jerry Sandusky, who actually has an incredible voice. I don't know if you guys saw that.
He's good. I can understand why they picked him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So, it's an exciting time of year. If you played the game, it's just fun to, be around in August when the weather's changing. It's starting to, if no fall's on the horizon, football season's here. It's an exciting time of year. Before you know it, the NBA and the NHL will be back. It doesn't take that long.
That's why this is going to suck next year if we don't have a baseball season. I know. Oh, man. Be brutal.
I'll be honest with you, I wonder with this Scooble move, if it's making the lockout kind of inevitable.
I think so. I think there's a bunch of owners that wanted this to happen so they can make the case. And there's some people believe there was collusion that nobody else, because they didn't give up. They gave up
some prospects.
Yeah, but they didn't give up a ton. They didn't give up any one of their top prospects, which you thought they were going to have to do.
Yeah. I was stunned.
The only thing for me with it's 2 months. I know Scooba was exceptional, but with it being 2 months, and Zaire Hope, that's why I do credit the Dodgers with some of the stuff. Zaire Hope was an 11th round pick from Chicago, and they were able to, once they added him, he's just hit.
They develop.
Yeah, they are very, very good at that. So they're good in other areas. It's not just the money, but the money is like the cherry on top, and it's a pretty big cherry.
Yeah, all right, we're going to talk more about this, some more baseball talk. Got to get into what Harrison Bader did. What a goofball. And some of the other things that are going on around baseball as it is trade deadline day. We want to hear from you, 410-583-1057. World of Stupid at 7:30, but talking more baseball coming up next here on The Fan.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan. The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping. With more announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The Holloman Law Firm invites friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4 p.m. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
395 northbound at Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, there's an accident. It's on the right side. I-70 eastbound after Route 40 in Ellicott City. Still have the crash there. Watch for police direction. A couple of lanes are blocked. 95 southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Crash after Eastern Avenue is on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall here. Rob Long will be back on Thursday. World of Stupid's coming up in the next segment, but we've been talking baseball, so much baseball, with the fact that it's MLB trade deadline, 6 o'clock tonight. We've been asking people, what do you want to see the Orioles do? There's essentially one wild card spot left open for about 4 or 5 teams, and you might even say it's like because of the division winners. Like Houston's in front now. Texas could pass them this week, and then you're battling with Houston. So in essence, you're kind of battling with like 7 teams. Even though one of those teams is going to take that spot, I think we're going to get 3 teams from the AL East in there
It's
already guaranteed.
And none of the team who made the World Series last year. It's baseball. It's odd. The American League is. It's a very weird year, and I was down on the Blue Jays coming into the season, but that was a team, and last year I said the Dodgers are the World Series champions coming into that. That was a team that was 2 outs away from beating the Dodgers at home and winning World Series.
What was the weird, they traded Gosman. What was the weird trade where the Blue Jays added someone this past weekend? They added like a bullpen arm or something, and I'm trying to remember who it was. Maybe I was in my spaceship and I made it up, but in my head, something's telling me it happened. So, but you know.
Jameson Taillon.
Yeah, that was what Jameson Taillon. I'm looking at it as like, do you just need starting pitchers for the rest of the year?
But I think it was similar to what Jake Rogers, and Jameson Taillon was more proven than Jake Rogers, but I think it was similar.
DFA'd.
Yeah, and
gotcha.
then,
that's right, because I forgot he got DFA'd. But Ed, as far as, you know, we're sitting here now, the Orioles face the Angels coming up in the next series. The likelihood that they make the playoffs, I mean, they're in the mix. But as some people have pointed out, like, what have they shown you this year outside of that 7-game stretch that they can make this run, especially with the other teams around them trying to get better as well?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Some of the teams have made some. I think that the Peralta move is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
You know, and that team, I'm always, you know how I've always been fascinated by the Rays, because they seem to have no money, and they just seem to keep getting it done. And now, I know McClanahan's hurt right now, but you got Erasmus, McClanahan, Peralta. I mean, that's a good pitching staff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and a team that's somehow manages to stay atop the American League East, so you get like the toughest division in baseball, and somehow they're, you know, at the top or fighting for the top spot every year. So they got better. Boston was on a tear, and now they're, you know, they're well over 500, and they were looking like they would lost earlier in the year. So I don't know, man.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
And I said this about the Freddie Peralta. Look, Zach Wheeler's my favorite pitcher that's not on my team. Mm-hmm. I love watching the guy pitch. Just think he's a consummate professional. I've said this before. Like, Freddie Freeman was my favorite hitter that wasn't on my team, and now he's on the Dodgers, and I hope him and his chicklets never win again. But that being said, like, Freddie Peralta was the other guy. That's the guy I wanted the Orioles to go after before the season started when all the pitchers were out there. I said, that's my guy. Yeah. He went to the Mets, and he has been anything but good. I mean, he stunk it up there from what I expect of him. And when the Rays traded for him, I went, God bless it. They see something. He's going to look like Freddie Peralta in Milwaukee once he gets there.
Well, they could turn us 3 and 2 of the listeners, if they want to go 6-man rotation, Brian Levy, we could be a very solid rotation in Tampa. That's what they do. They figure guys out. They make it work. Oh, Griffin Jackson's a 1 to 2 inning reliever. Now you're going to start for us. And he hasn't been amazing, but he's pitching 5 to 6 innings in games. Like, that is the Tampa Bay Rays are terrifying. And now you're going to take a guy like Freddie.
I'm not signing Levy. He wants too money. And no, that's not a Jewish joke. I'm just throwing that out there. It was not.
I'm a cheap date.
That's about all you're cheap at. Date Levy. Oh man, it's funny too. Like I think there's going to be like a bunch of trades that go down right before the trade deadline. There's usually a handful that go down right around 4:00.
Yeah,
and you'll see that, and then it's like the big flurry that happens at the end to see if your team did anything. If the Orioles do nothing, would you be disappointed, Ed?
Yeah. I mean, I would like to see some movement. If nothing else, just to not repeat the same patterns of years past. Because that's been the big, complaint. And I think people blame this regime for the sins of the past. And I just think they should be a little more active. And I'm kind of resigned myself to the fact that Adley's gone too. So, deep down, I agree with you. My question would be, though, the rumors about him have been hot and heavy for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
What about the other side? Like, what's the rumors that who the Orioles are looking at?
To get, I mean, it started with the Angels' 2 starters. That's been brought up. Like, for me, let me just say this. I'd be disappointed if they don't add a starting pitcher with the move of Dean Kramer, if they are trying to better themselves, especially a guy that's under control for more than the rest of this year. Like, you'll get some of these guys for a few years. I'd be upset if they didn't add another bullpen arm or two. And I've been saying I wanted them to add an outfielder, but part of me thinks if they trade Adley Rutschman that they're going to bring back a major league ready player with some prospects as well, or it's going to be one of those weird swaps like the Broncos and Washington Redskins back then did, when it's like, hey, we can't draft a cornerback, so here you go, here's Champ Bailey. We've had issues with running backs. Here you go, there's Clinton Portis. And it was one of those swaps that you looked at going, oh, it makes sense for both teams, Mm-hmm. So maybe we see some of that, but I'd be frustrated if we didn't see any movement. What about you, Ben?
Yeah, I would definitely be angry. To me, it's so weird what's going to happen, because now I'm reading Kittredge is a guy that could trade. So and Kittredge hasn't been as good as many expected, whatever, but you're going to move from a bad bullpen, and they've been somewhat better. I mean, since Wells has taken over as the closer, you felt pretty good, but you're going to move from a bad bullpen. And I know Rico Garcia was in a few of Passan's articles. Now Rico Garcia's fallen off a little bit. The value's not there, but when this team's bullpen was struggling big time, Rico Garcia was in there, and if you're going to move some of your more respectable bullpen arms, how are you going to do that and then still say we're going for it in that way? So to move bullpen arms and then hold on to an Adley Rutschman or hold on to a Trevor, I think they need, I agree with the buy-sell thing. I think that would make more sense, but the buy needs to be for next year or a year after that. Like the Yankees did with Luis Garcia, who signed through 2027 as an interesting type of move. It helps you not just this year, but next year. Add a few pieces this season that can maybe give you a little bit of a jolt. You're probably not making, you've got to compete with 5 different teams, but next season are ready to fully impact this team and help this team win.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I couldn't have said it better myself. There needs to be some sort of action. And in my mind, I have it made up that there's going to be a lockout, maybe even miss an entire season. And I just want them to go for it so bad because I don't think we're going to have baseball next year. Like I want something to root for the rest of the year. And I'm still going to have it until we don't have it. But, I do think their schedule gets a little lighter with some of the teams you're playing, and it's going to matter, like, what moves you make moving forward to better this team. I know Basayo will be back, and you'll get some pieces back that are injured. And, I keep saying it, I don't think people realize the loss of Jordan Westberg and what it's done to this team. But the one caveat about trading Adley is, and hear me out on it, is that it does give you a chance to take a longer look at Kobe Mayo as well, because let's be honest, he does not have a spot on this team when the team's healthy. Unless you're playing him at third base against lefties and doing the CES and platooning those guys. But that's all fine and good, but I don't think either one of them are great third basemen. Yeah. I think they're both okay with the bat.
The only thing that scares me with that is we know Basayo, and can Basayo catch as much as they're going to want him to coming back from the injury? Then you're going to have Jake Rogers out there, or Pozo, who's not afraid to swing at any pitch he's seen, which is hilarious to watch. But it just scares me a little bit with Basayo, a guy that dealt with some injuries in the minor leagues, and there are questions, can he be the everyday catcher that they want him to be? I don't know. It's a tough issue to have.
Yeah. What are we going to do with Ryan Mountcastle?
He strained his oblique when...
Yeah, he's done for the year now.
Yeah.
During warm-ups of the first rehab game back. Just completely unfortunate. It was a bad oblique strain, too.
I just kept hearing the James Brown, I'm back! Nope, I'm out. Sorry, I'm done.
I was stunned. I was like, did they make this up? Is this real?
Yeah,
it's what we're asking ourselves. Is this real life? So 410-583-1057 if you want to get in. We'll take some calls coming up a little bit later at 7:45. We'll talk about training camp. But up next, it's the World of Stupid. And just to tell you a couple of the stories we're going to talk about, New Jersey drivers need to be aware as cops are doing something a little bit differently up there. Ed, I'm interested to see what you think about that. Mm-hmm. I'm also interested to see what you think about the naked nut job that jumped from the Brooklyn Bridge yesterday. Did you see this?
No.
He survived.
He survived, yes.
Which is... And we're going to talk about gym penis. It's real, a nurse says, why it happens and why you need to see a professional. I haven't been in the gym in a while, so I don't think I have gym penis. Unless it's something that makes it really small, Ed, then I think I have it. So, anyway, we talk about it next in The World of Stupid.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Folks, there's a place in Baltimore that I frequent. Been going there for over 25 years. It's about Washington Tavern. No surprise there. We had a great toy drive in July. I want to thank everybody for coming out for that. And of course, the crustacean invasion has come and gone. Another July. It was great. I mean, the stuff was wonderful. But there's a lot to look forward to because it's a great place to watch sports. So if you want to watch baseball, there's plenty of televisions for that. If you want to go down to the ballpark, the light rail's right outside the door. It's very convenient. Just park up there, jump on light rail, takes you right to the ballpark. No dealing with traffic and parking and all that. And just reverse it at night and maybe have a nightcap at the tavern. And of course, football season's coming up. Same thing. It's just one of my favorite places. The food's great. The specials pretty much every day. Happy hours Monday through Friday, 3 to 6. $10 Manhattans, old fashions, martinis. Just a great place to hang out with your friends. And if Sunday's your day, Sunday fun day, same thing. They have specials on like canned seltzers and rail drinks and things like that. So please check out the Mount Washington Tavern. If you want to find out when I'm there, walk up to the Sky Bar. Usually I go upstairs and hang out there because it's kind of nice to be inside and yet outside when they open it up. So check out the Mount Washington Tavern, and I will see you there.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer. The Summer Sell-a-thon is on at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Shop a huge selection of new Ford trucks, SUVs, and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary Fat Delicious award-winning crab cakes at both locations. That's at North Point and in Timonium. It's summer in Baltimore, so enjoy some hot steamed crabs for carryout or in the comfort of their dining room. Either way, Costas has steamed crabs available daily at their original location on North Point Boulevard. So make sure you check out both locations, but stop in when you do. Make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. There's still an accident after Eastern Avenue. It's on the right side there, mostly on the shoulder. 395 northbound at Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. The crash there is on the right side. And I-70 eastbound after Route 40 in Ellicott City. There's an accident. Watch for police direction. And near there, Marriottsville Road northbound at the ramp to 70 eastbound. The accident is on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Sunday's rubber match between Baltimore and Philadelphia was one to forget for the Orioles as they were shut out 8-0 in a game shortened by rain. The Phillies scored twice off Kyle Bradish in the third before the umpires called for a rain delay that lasted nearly 2 hours. After play resumed, Anthony Nunez, Josh Walker, and Albert Suarez combined to allow 6 runs in the next 3 innings, putting the game out of reach. With the trade deadline almost here, Bradish was asked if he'd like to see the current group remain intact following the game.
I mean, what we have in this clubhouse is more than capable of winning, regardless of what they do. At the end of the day, it's something you can't control.
The sense around the league is that the Orioles could be active on both sides of the market today. Toronto was the only other team in the division expected to sell, and the Blue Jays took a step in that direction Sunday by sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs in exchange for 2 prospects. Gausman has posted a 4.38 ERA with 127 strikeouts over 23 starts this season. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
I'm just hearing that. Like, I love the fact that Butthead is in, from Beavis and Butthead, is in the open, because that was... this might surprise you guys. That was right in my wheelhouse and probably my favorite show when I was younger. Walking around like the great Cornholio looking for TP for my bunghole. I would get drunk at parties and do that all the time. And everybody's like, what's wrong with this guy?
Yeah, I'm not into much, but like outside of sports, but that's one of them.
Beavis and Butthead was great. All right, let's talk about this. We know sometimes cops can fool you with speed traps, right, Ed? You know, hiding behind like an underpass or something. Maybe people aren't paying attention, see you over there. Maybe an unmarked car.
Yes. My question always, though, I love this, is when people say that, but were you speeding?
No, they trapped me.
No, the other guy was. The guy was going faster than me.
This is true. Just quickly, I had a guy complain. I actually met in New Jersey. He was going from Baltimore, New York. He's pulled over in New Jersey, and he's insisting he was profiled. I said, yeah, the New Jersey State Police are known for profiling 75-year-old Jewish men. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It's like, I kid you not, like, you're dead serious. Like,
but this is something else, because, I mean, look, I know New Jersey's the Garden State, but there are guys dressed up like a bush on the side of the road. It said, don't let the bushes fool you. A police department outside New York City, it's New Jersey, is using an unusual technique to catch distracted drivers with an officer dressed in disguise as a shrub and using a pair of binoculars. Can you imagine getting pulled over by a
jetpack? How does he pull the car over?
I think he jumps out in the street. Woogie boogie, woogie boogie. Sorry. By the way, I'm wearing a Porky shirt, so that even makes more sense today. But like seeing that, could you imagine getting pulled over by a bush? Like, I was embarrassed in Ocean City when I got
heaven.
Well, I got pulled over by a cop on foot. He walked up to my car and he goes, pull over, you're not wearing your seatbelt. I went, son of a bitch. I can't drive off. I mean, he's not going to catch me, but so I got a ticket. But I've seen some unusual ways of doing things. This one probably takes the cake. And I love Ed's version of the speed trap. It's like, were you speeding or not? No, it was entrapment. That's what it was.
A friend of mine, you know him too, you met him. He just got pulled over recently. And he calls me during the traffic stop. I love that. And he's like, he's arguing with politely with the officer. He goes, yeah, I'm talking to my friend Ed Norris right now. He dropped my name like 3 times in conversation. It's like, and then I finally said to him, hey, were you speeding?
Yeah.
I couldn't have been going. They parked him at 91, 55. I said, you're lucky to get locked up.
Speeding. Yeah, man, that's, what is it, going almost 40 miles over the speed limit? Yeah. Anyway. Well, the Brooklyn Bridge. Now, I know I've driven over it, but like, how high do you think that's up? Do you know offhand, Ed?
No.
How many nautical miles is it up?
You should call them. I don't know. Yeah.
Well,
I used to walk across that like when we cut out of school. we
really?
High school. Yeah, my high school was in the northern part of Brooklyn. We'd just, skip school and walk over to Brooklyn Bridge and hang out in Manhattan all day. Well, those were the days.
Well, surprisingly, you didn't run into somebody like this, and I don't know how many people jump from the Brooklyn Bridge. I'm assuming
a lot.
Yeah. Well, this naked nut job, and again, being suicidal and jumping from, I would never want to jump from somewhere just in case I survived it, because now your life is even worse. Now you're dealing with all this stuff, and that's exactly what's going on with this guy, an unhinged 44-year-old naked man. Of course. I mean, you're not going to jump in clothes. You don't want to get them wet or anything if you hit the ground. You don't want to ruin a nice pair of pants. So you take them off and you jump naked, of course. It's whatever. He jumped from the Brooklyn Bridge Sunday afternoon in front of shocked onlookers and miraculously survived. The nut job, thanks New York Post, affixed multiple flags at the top of the bridge and took off clothing after he scaled the North Tower on the Manhattan side of the iconic bridge around 2:30 p.m.
Oh, he jumped from the tower?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
That's even higher, right?
Yeah, I just looked it up. I mean, it's 276 feet from the towers. So you're talking about, it's a 27-story building.
What in the hell? I mean, it's almost 28 stories from where he's at. It's like if you're rounding up.
It is, yeah.
That is incredible. And he survived?
Yeah.
Quick-thinking harbor unit cops rescued the man from the East River. One of the flags was the Kazakh flag, and another was a blanket with random writing on it, although it's not immediately clear what he was trying to say or what he was trying to do. He was taken to the NYC Health Plus hospitals in Bellevue, where he was listed
of course.
in stable condition. And yeah, as I get to the end of the story, it says the bridge's 2 suspension towers are roughly 278 feet tall, so right around the number you said. The incident comes less than a month after a distraught woman was heroically rescued off the steel cables of the Brooklyn Bridge as well. Now, you got something? Ed?
No, I was just saying you'd be shocked how many people jump from the bridges in New York City, and how many people come from out of town to kill themselves because of all the buildings, the tall buildings, bridges, and it's New York City. So people come there just to do this. I don't know where this guy was from, but it's an odd thing. I had so many crazy suicides.
Maybe they think Spider-Man's going to save him. Sorry, it's not a real thing.
Sorry.
So we're going to talk about gym penis. They're saying it's real, to which I have to describe what gym penis actually is, why it happens, and when to see a professional. They said it's the opposite of the pump. Summer's in full swing, and men are looking for any way to get bigger, from a good long gym session to below-the-belt enhancement. But unlike the increased blood flow gym goers feel after lifting weights, gym penis may leave men with an unwanted post-gym surprise. If they want to get bigger, men turn to peptides to stimulate muscle growth or to plastic surgeon for filler injections to increase girth. However, the former may cause a decrease in size. Womp womp. It's called the Jeremy. That's what you have. Colloquially, gym penis. They call it another word too, but I'm not using that one. Jim Richard. The phenomenon refers to the shrinkage that occurs after a workout session. Nurse practitioner said that a founder of Lushful Aesthetics was talking about this. Many men experience some degree of temporary retraction while working out, but the amount varies dramatically. Some barely notice it. Others may feel like they're turtling, where the penis retracts closer to the body. See, turtling can be used for the front of their back, because if you guys have ever, turtled, that means you're probably touching cloth back there. Maybe you're a prairie dog and where something's just popping its head out, and then sometimes you got to push it back in or hold it, hold tight. The shrinkage is only temporarily, though, as it's a result of redirected blood flow to the muscles, heart, lungs, and skin during a workout. So I was thinking about going back to the gym, but I can't afford to lose any inches. So, I'm already measuring from all the way back there, Ed. So
everything comes back to Seinfeld.
Yes.
I was in the pool.
Oh, I had a Seinfeld. I did. It's what I say about being real and spectacular earlier, but yeah, everything goes back to Seinfeld any way you want to slice it. All right, we're going to get into some Ravens training camp. I know we've talked a ton of baseball. We have more coming up. Ryan Ripken's going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour. My buddy Adam Scherer is going to join us. He's a professional daily fantasy player, but also analytical, great mind, and he's an Oriole fan. So we'll talk to him about what they should do. But up next, again, Ravens training camp. We'll get into what we expect to see. Ben, you've been out there. We'll get into all that and more right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and The Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. A blockbuster homecoming in Houston. The Texans are officially reuniting with former top overall draft pick Jadeveon Clowney, signing the veteran edge rusher to a one-year deal. After spending the last 7 years bouncing around the league, Clowney returns to where his career began, slotting into a terrifying pass rush. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now through Monday, you can save up to 50% on Sealy, plus get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now through Monday, you can save up to 50% on Sealy. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The crash past Eastern Avenue has cleared. All lanes are now open. I-70 eastbound after Route 40 in Ellicott City still have an accident there. Watch for police direction. And Marriottsville Road northbound at the ramp to 70 eastbound. There's an accident on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall here with you. Rob Long's back on Thursday. Talking a little Ravens training camp. And Ben, I'll throw it to you. I know you've been out a couple of times thus far. Thoughts on what you've seen? Because I know in talking to Vinny, Vinny's brought it up, joining us on the show, like, what was it, Thursday and Friday, I think, last week, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and talking about how fast it's been, and like they're playing faster, they're getting more things done. What have you seen?
Yeah, it's really nice for us in general, getting here in the morning, going straight there, and being able to get out of there quick, where it felt like last year and in previous years you'd be out there all day and it would take a while. And like he's made that point. It's so true. It just feels like there's a pace. They're moving quick, and there's a different type of feel out there. And I know people automatically want to say, all right, John's out, it's a new feel. I think any new coach that came in here, there was going to be a new feel. There's going to be a different type of sense of energy regardless of who took over as the coach. And I truly believe that. But they do feel, I don't know, the guys just feel like they're in a really, really good spot. They're very loose. Today, I'll find out more than I have all training camp, because today's the first day they put pads on. I'm super excited for that. Lamar looks clean, which is no surprise. The offensive line doesn't look great, but I can't value offensive line right now when the guys are wearing shorts and a jersey. It's just hard to take those things away, but there does seem to be a pace of practice. It feels like they don't want the guys out there too long. They're efficient. It's less standing around, more live stuff, guys working together. Not as much guys off to the side, just kind of hitting the pads and stuff. So it's been fun to watch. But again, today, first padded practice of training camp. It'll be exciting.
Hey, Ed.
That makes me happy.
Yeah, Vinny was talking about, and Ben, you can co-sign on it or tell me if you've heard anything different. First off, Jacoby Lane has looked great at practice. Yeah, he's a lot bigger than you think, taller than you think, and going up and catching the ball at its point, making some great plays. But the one thing we kept hearing about was Zion Young is going to be something special, the second-round pick out of Missouri, the edge that they drafted. And if he ends up being good and the rest of the guys are taking a step forward and you add Trey Hendrickson, you get Matabike back next to Travis Jones, it just makes me even more excited to think about what this defense can be. And the other thing that's been coming out of camp that I've heard is that the pass rush has been beating the hell out of the offensive line.
So, well, that would be outstanding, because something that's been missing for years, and I hope it's true about Zion. I mean, and Hendrickson. I mean, I kind of think people have forgotten about him. We speak about it. For years, been complaining about the pass rusher, had not had an elite pass rusher for years and years since Suggs left, and now you get one of the best in the league.
I think it's because he looks like a guy that sells life insurance that spends a lot of time in the gym.
That's a fact, actually. He does. He looks like the guy that played college football, didn't make it in the NFL, and went to sell cars or whatever. Like, he has a job like that. And he's like, you realize this guy's huge. He probably, yeah.
I said that about Corey Kluber. I was like, yeah, he left the game in the sixth inning because he's got to go teach third grade science. He looks like a damn science teacher. But yeah, I mean, I think you're right. We don't hear Hendrickson's name being brought up as much, but this is clearly the guy that's going to make everyone around him better from a pass rush standpoint.
This is a guy with double digit sacks all the time. I mean, it's not like, he'll have 7 one year and then 17 the next. He's consistently a good pass rusher. Maybe not as good all around as Max Crosby, because Crosby's just a complete player. But Hendricks is a dynamite pass rusher. And my question to Ben is, you mentioned his first day in pads. I mean, that's exciting, because I'm really sad I'm missing training camp this year. I go a lot. I've been going for years.
Yeah, you love it.
I do love it. And one of the things I like, even before they get into pads, though, is you notice people. Like, did you notice anybody from prior years who looks like they spent, time in the gym, leaned up, bulked up, whatever? Like, because I remember the example I'll give is I was standing next to Mike Preston one year, and we both saw Paul Kruger. Like, wow, he spent some time in the weight room, and that's when he had the big year and got the big contract. So, anybody look like that, or does anybody impress you like that?
Trenton Simpson, I don't know if it's size necessarily. It's more of a comfortability. Like, this defense looks like somewhere that Trenton Simpson's going to be able to flourish. And he's been around the ball, and he's been making some plays and all of those things. So Trenton Simpson's been a guy that stands out to me now. And this is the year for Trenton Simpson. It's contract year. It's really, really important year. But I think Jesse Minter, the way that he can use some linebackers and the way that he can move some people around and do things. Adam Randall's also different because it's not like we've seen him before this year. I can't tell that, he put on way more weight, but I did watch him a lot at Clemson, and he's only getting bigger, and that's a guy that it's not a normal thing, a guy going wide receiver to running back, and he did it late in his college career, but everybody looks at his size and immediately thinks, well, he's got the perfect guy mentoring him ahead of him in Derrick Henry. But back to Hendrickson, that kind of is funny, and when we talk about people not speaking about him much, like if you listen to some of his pressers, it's like I always said, I don't remember if it's exactly how he said it, but faith, family, football. It's like you could ask Trey Hendrickson anything, and it's faith, family, football. That's what he's not going to wow you with comments. He's not, and Zion Young's out, where Zion Young will say like stuff, and
he better not show up at my door on the week and knock and ask me if I want to meet the Lord. It's just not no.
Would you do it for a 20-sack season?
Oh man, go ahead.
It's just, but like that's how he is. Like the other day, there was a question like, all right, well, like what do you expect? What are some expectations for this this edge rusher? And he's like, I don't make predictions. What I predict is when we put the pads on, we're gonna hit. It's like, but that's what he's not going to wow you with a quote. You're going to see him out there getting sacks on third down, making plays, but that's why it's not going to be pushed out as much.
You know what it reminds me of? The old Garfield comic where they're on the beach and the guy's got the sand up to his chin, and somebody's yelling at him, and all of a sudden he comes out of the sand, and he's like, he looks like a nerd from the face up, but he's just built like a brick, you know what? And it gets out and you're like, oh, well, that's who he is. Because I think Trey Hendrickson's that guy that comes across, and I don't mean this in the wrong way, like maybe a little dry. Yeah. Like some people would look at, he's going to give you the answer that he wants to give you, not necessarily what you want to hear. And then when you put the pads on, he's just a different person. Yep. Yeah. That's what I think happens. And again, like health is going to be paramount this year. But Ed, I think they're going to be the best team in the AFC. And I know I've said this the past couple years, but I think they finally have the guys, some of the pieces, personnel, and then also the coaching staff that's really going to put this all together.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, again, I feel almost silly saying it because we have been saying it for years, but I really believe they had the best roster in the league. Not just the AFC, but the Eagles were maybe the best at one point, and I thought the Ravens were right there with them. But right now, I think they're the best team in the AFC. I think the coaching change is going to be good. Like if Ben sounds like there's different energy out there for sure. That's a good sign to me, and the players will feel that. And I think it's going to be a really good season. I think the AFC is wide open too. Because one thing we both have been saying that the Ravens are going to be good. Hey, this is the year. This is the year. What have I said for the last 5 years? That the Chiefs are done. Yeah. Well, I think I may finally have gotten it right. I think maybe they've taken a step back.
Look, I predicted the downfall of Tom Brady for 20 years. I finally got it right, though. It took a while. Let's grab a quick caller here. Kevin in Ellicott City wants to talk Orioles trades, and then we'll get back to Ravens the next segment. Kevin, what's up, man? What would you like to see the O's do?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Morning.
What's going on, Kevin?
Ed, I think we were just in limbo. I think you were up here when I was down in Fort Myers.
I was, yeah.
It's a great place, so looking forward to next chapter of my life there. But I'd like to see, personally, Jer, it kind of ails me a little to keep hearing, not from you guys, just in general, but going to next year, right? Like, when are we going to have our year? I personally think the O's, if they were to go all in with a guy, Mason Miller, and the dude Luke Weaver from the Mets, I think that would position us in a pretty strong way to help out starters, especially Shane Baz, which the whole team owes him cold beer because, I mean, they just keep squandering his effort. But those are the two pitchers I would like to see. And then I would like to see us also visit the kid up at Frederick Keys, JT Quitt. He was pumping 97 and 98 on the radar gun up there Friday night, my man. But that's what I'd like to see those do.
Good stuff, Kev. Appreciate the call. All right, we're going to step out. We're going to get back to Ravens. Trippy, hang on for us. One of the things noticed this weekend, Tyler Loop missed a couple of kicks on Saturday. Does that concern you, especially after the way that the season finished last year? We get into that. Take your phone calls, 410-583-1057.
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It wasn't the weekend the Orioles were hoping for, dropping 2 of 3 to the Phillies at home. That leaves Baltimore 58-54 on trade deadline day, still 2.5 games back in the final American League wildcard spot, exactly where they stood entering the weekend. By the end of the day, the Orioles are expected to make multiple moves, but the question is just how aggressive they'll be. Adley Rutschman, Taylor Ward, and Trevor Rogers have been among the team's most talked about names as potential trade candidates. Manager Craig Albanaz was asked if he'd like to see the Orioles keep their key pieces to make a playoff push this season.
Yeah, like I said before, whatever, Mike in the front office, I trust them, trust Mike, and I know it was kind of a weird deadline already, with everyone in it right now, and whatever happens. You can't really control everything in this game. That's one of the things where us, the players, the coaching staff, trust Mike in the front office.
It was an active weekend for other teams in the American League East. On Sunday, the Yankees acquired infielder Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nationals in exchange for 4 right-handed pitchers. Garcia is slugging .560 this season with 23 home runs and 76 RBIs, and he's under team control through 2027. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. For 80 years, Lincoln Tech grads have made a difference in their communities. The skills you learn go with you everywhere. Visit lincolntech.edu. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 3. I always say this show flies by. 410-583-1057. We're going to take some phone calls in this segment. We'll get to Trippy in 1 second. Ed Norris, Jeremy Kahn here, Ben Hall. Rob's back on Thursday. It's the Big Bad Morning Show. Now, one of the things that I wanted to bring up about with Tyler Loop, because the season didn't finish the way you wanted, especially with that kick. There were people saying, are they going to upgrade this spot? What should they do? Ben, I'll throw it to you first. Any issues? Missing kicks in practice doesn't bother me. I always worry about the mentals of a kicker. If you're missing too many. And he was on a roll last year, and then obviously first time he misses one in that spot.
Yeah, camp is in a lot of areas. It's where you can't take too much from it. We always have the camp all pros that and it's the same thing with baseball spring training. It's some of this is guys already knowing what to do. For a young kicker like Loop, who's coming off of the worst miss of his career, to say the least, and the most disappointing one, yeah, I'm concerned. The Maryland kicks had nothing to do with it. The most important kick that he has going wide right, and me not knowing what the rebound is going to be until there is and that was, I don't know when we'll see another one. Is a week 3 game or against Dallas and Brazil the same as a playoffs on the line? When is he going to have another, the playoffs might be the next time he has another kick like that. And that's why there's concern for me, because he's so young. And I trust this team. They've been very good with specialists. They get it right a lot. I trust them. But to that, I can't feel good about it because the last time I saw it, it was the bad miss right for a kick that's made by a lot of kickers in those spots. And it's not me trying to knock Loop. It's not me trying to shoot Loop down. It's just, for me, until we see a few clutch kicks like we saw from Tucker time and time again, I'm not going to feel great about the situation.
Ed, what about you? How do you feel? Obviously it doesn't feel good here, and he missed a couple of kicks over the weekend, but I don't expect him to be perfect the entire time in training camp either.
No, but I am concerned because it's not just about training camp. I think that miss last season weighs really heavy. I think, of all the sports, I think being a kicker, a field goal kicker, it's such a mental game. I mean, all these guys all have good legs. I mean, they played soccer. They can kick the ball, 70 yards at will. But I think that the stress of having, 77,000 people screaming either for or against you when the wind's blowing and the game's on the line and there's 3 seconds left. Think about it. You are so alone.
What if we thought the laces were in? I mean, what if that's the case? We've got a Finkel and Einhorn situation on our hands here. Yeah, no, you're right. It's the fragile egos that we have in sports. We used to say, what's more fragile, a young pitcher in baseball getting his first opportunity or a young quarterback in football? If things go wrong, do you fall apart and how do you right the ship? And I think with kickers, it's all about opportunity, and that pressure's there. And you can't tell me after you've missed a kick. That's why I think you see kickers miss multiple kicks in a game where it's in the back of your mind the entire time.
It's like that old this saying, and I believe in it. If you think you're wrong, or you think, If you think you can or you think you can, you're right.
It's got to be your bull, I think is what it said. Yeah.
Well, no, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. And I think that applies to kickers more than anybody. It's so much has to do with confidence. And if it's destroyed early, I don't know how you recover from that.
Is that like my Nietzsche quote, where if you think somebody ruined your life, you're right, it's you?
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, you don't know that? Like, yeah, because it's basically all the things that are happening in your life. It's how you react to them,
Yes.
So anyway.
No, I know the quote. I didn't remember that was one of your favorites. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I heard somebody say it, and now I took it for my own. You know how that goes. You steal stuff all the time. Or people do.
Somebody does.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Speaking of kickers, let's get trippy. Hello. What's up, man?
Hey, hello. Hey, man, y'all took the words right out my mouth. I was at the training camp Saturday. I think that's the only problem we had. Yeah, some people won't say it's practice, but he was having problems last year. Not even just with the kicks, right? I mean, we talking about kickoff. You as a kickoff, you supposed to try to get a touchback. And I mean, I wish I would have saw the Ravens work on that. But other than that, man, that boy Jacoby Lane, man, he looked bigger than what he do in person. You know what I mean? But the thing is we're going to use him. We know typical Ravens stuff. We use him in the practice, and when the game time come, fans wondering why he not activated, different stuff like that. Also, another name, another guy I was watching out there, that boy Keon Martin, he remind me of Tavon Young a little bit, like a baby Tavon Young, can be around the ball, you know what I mean?
I like that.
And then what's the other kid name? I call him Baby Dart.
Adam Randall.
That boy, wow, pass, man. So today, I'm just hoping with the pass, hopefully everybody stay healthy. And, we could do our thing, But other than that, though, I like where the team going at. They seem very happy. They seem like they committed, you know what I mean? I'm going to just say this right now, because I don't want to keep bringing up Harbaugh. You could just see a difference with the Harbaugh. You feel me? I could tell, the way how Harbaugh ran his practice compared to Jesse Minter, you know what I mean? Because I done saw a lot of celebrities on the sideline. I think if Harbaugh was here, they probably would be in the bleachers, you know what I mean? But other than that, though, they look good, man. And poor Orioles, man. I hope they gonna make a move today, man. That's all I wanted to say. But other than that, man, the Ravens looking good. Hopefully y'all, stay healthy for the practice and just keep stacking them days up, man. Y'all have a great day.
Trippy, real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick, Trippy.
Yeah.
What'd you think of 7 on Saturday?
He only had one catch, so I really couldn't see too much, you know what I mean? But other than that, to be honest with you, I'm trying to be a different person, man. I'm trying to be nice to the coaches and players, if y'all know where I'm going at.
All right.
And then I got a video I'm about to send you and Jeremy, man. Just keep it to yourself doing Ed, all right?
All right. Sounds good, man.
Right.
We'll talk to you, Trippy.
But I can't see it. Is that what you said?
Does he have your number?
Yeah.
Oh, it said, I don't think he has mine. I'm the only one he doesn't have a number to. He sends it to me on Twitter.
Yeah, we text.
It's funny. I've given my number out to everyone, and Trippy doesn't have it. And I think Rashawn gave it to everyone in his group.
Well, apparently, I didn't have Brian Levy's number.
Oh, did you get
I just have it now.
Yeah.
I've been texting him for months.
Did you get a new read or a new number, or has it always been the same?
I'm not surprised. I mean, I just think Ed we passed each other and he didn't get it.
You have 2 phones?
All right.
I went a long time without a cell phone. People would just call me at the bar.
Just email you?
It was like
I was texting the last couple of times. I'm like, I've been texting. Why is he not answering me? Then I look at the text thread. I texted him in June. I texted him in July. I texted him today. He never answered. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
I have the wrong number. It's like,
with the business that I'm working with, the gambling stuff and everything. So I have 2 phone lines that go to my phone for separate things. And as soon as I got my second phone line, some dude named Richard in Florida had this number, and people will not stop calling me. I've been picking it up saying, this is not Richard's line. Stop it. I get people speaking Spanish to me, and I'm going, I don't know. ¿Qué cosa? It's like, come on, man. I don't know what the hell's going on. But yeah, so I think this week, looking at the Ravens, I say this every year, training camp to me is a necessary evil. I don't get as much out of it going out there as some people do watching practice. As I've said, you throw a touchdown, it's against your defense. You pick off a pass, it's against your quarterback. And I get it, it's practice. The only thing I care about is who is healthy by the end of it. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. That's it.
I do get a lot out of the drills, though.
Okay.
Just from playing and coaching. I mean, I played football for 10 years. I didn't make the NFL, but I did play a lot. And you watch these guys, and just little things. Like, I remember one of the biggest takeaways, I remember, besides seeing guys like Kruger and Teddy Buchanan, I spotted, I saw Pat Ricard put
Patrick Queen?
No.
Oh.
No. God.
Miles Garrett?
The Jaguars.
Ano Oscar?
It's Miles Jack.
Miles Jack. Yeah. I saw him. He put Miles Jack on his ass twice in one-on-ones. That's not an easy thing to do to a linebacker. I mean, he just buried him. I was like, damn, this guy's strong.
Pancake Pat. Yeah.
Pancake Pat. And those are the things that I like to pick up from the drills. Man.
This might surprise you.
One-on-one.
When I go to training camp, there's one position I watch more so than anything else.
That missionary?
No, that's boring. No, it's the pile drive. No, so it's wide receivers, obviously. Missionary. We haven't even got to your lines then read yet, you perv. Ed, we got shovels coming up next. Who's getting yours?
I think you. No, I'm going to give it to myself because I bitch about these foreign games, and I got enlightened last week. I'm like, oh yeah, there is a benefit to this for people.
It's so good. And by the way, I tell everyone my favorite gay porn is Missionary Position Impossible. So it's a different feel. Ethan Hunt's a little bit different in that movie if you're going to watch it, but definitely watch part 1 before you see part 2. All right, we're getting to shovels next. I'm probably getting one right here on the Fan.
Training camp is on, and the Fan has wall-to-wall coverage of everything that happens at the Castle on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan. If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Folks, if you're thinking about, doing something about that smile, well, I have a place for it. It's Smile Design Center. I've been talking about them for over 2 decades now. They do great work. They really do. It's a full-service dental practice, obviously. And you need to do that because your oral health, it's not just your teeth and gums. It affects your whole body, your heart, everything. But if you need more than that, if there's something that's been bothering you or your self-confidence is taking a ding, maybe you don't smile in photographs anymore, you cover your mouth when you laugh in public, and you're missing a tooth, get it done. Fix it. It'll really help you. It's just, again, it's your physical health and your mental well-being, because if you're not confident, it shows. And your smile's really, really important. So check it out. Go see what I'm talking about. The consultation's free. Dr. Lairfield is a really, really nice man who just happens to do great cosmetic work. So check it out. The number's 410-321-1100. Give them a call. Make it a point for the free consultation. See what I've been talking about all these years, and let me know how it goes.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Are you in the market for a Hyundai? Visit Kevin Brammer at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. He's a deal maker. Get low interest rates, $500 more than CarMax, and Jones for a lifetime. Visit JonesJunction.com today.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge. with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The Holloman Firm invites our friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Still have the crash 70 eastbound after Route 40 in Ellicott City. Watch for police direction there. Marriottsville Road northbound at the ramp to 70 eastbound. The accident is on the right side. 95 southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Cleared the crash at Eastern Avenue. All lanes are now open. There's no delays. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
All right, guys, it's time for shovels. As always, we started off with Ed Norris. Ed, who gets your shovel?
I'm going to give it to myself. Just for complaining about these NFL games that are overseas. And I think there's validity to some of my complaints about, the hypocrisy of player safety. If it's, it's so important to the NFL, you got guys taking, flights to Australia now. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just absurd. However, there are people that really are excited about them, and I forget that I've met fans recently that went to games before, Brazil in particular. Mm-hmm. I know people have gone to the England games, and it's an incredible experience for them. And I think, that I'm changing. And then when I was up last week, connected with a bunch of friends, we said, hey, people going to Rocco's up in Towson. And when I went up there, and Jim, the owner, one of the owners, is an avid listener of the show. His daughter, Holly, works there. She's also a Ravens cheerleader. We ended up talking about the Brazil game. She couldn't be more excited. I'm like, yeah, that's right. They're going to get a chance to go to Brazil. So one of the places on my bucket list. So I really did think about that. There's a lot of people that are going to get an opportunity to go to countries they would not ordinarily visit or have never visited and maybe never will again in the future. But it is a real good opportunity for some people, like, and Holly. Holly also listens to the show. So I just wanted to say hi to her and her father because it really it's weird how my whole attitude changed. I'm like, oh, yeah, she's got an incredible opportunity.
I don't need to go to Brazil. One of my favorite movies is City of God. I think I've seen enough of that place. I don't need to. If you haven't seen it, it's definitely a doozy.
Yeah, it is, actually. What I want to do, though, is I always wanted to go to Brazil and see a UFC fight in Brazil.
I could see that. I mean, that would be awesome. It's like I'm not a soccer fan, but on my bucket list is going to a game overseas or, even a World Cup game here would have sufficed. But like watching Man U play somebody, and I just want, it's not even about watching the game. It's more about people watching, to be honest with you.
That's it. It's the experience. It's like, I want to see you Richmond play.
Yeah. Oh, you want to see them? The women or that starts on Wednesday night, right?
I didn't know that, but I heard. I knew it was starting soon.
The new Ted Lasso.
I've been rewatching Ted Lasso, it's such a good show.
It's the most campy thing I've ever seen in my life, and there has to be subliminal messages. I'm sold on that.
I love that show.
Ben, who gets your shovel?
Yeah, my shovel goes to the Cleveland Guardians as a whole. Yesterday, Tim Tawa comes up to the plate. It's a perfect game going. Gavin Williams rolling. They're up 5-0. He tries to lay down a bunt, and you have Patrick Bailey behind the plate running his mouth. You have Roquio short, all frustrated. I don't give a damn what you and your team. My job isn't to allow you to throw a perfect game. My job isn't to allow you to throw a no-hitter. This unwritten rules in baseball, and as a player, it always used to frustrate me. If it's 15-0 in the ninth, I'm not going to lay one down. 5-0. We saw the Orioles come back from 7 the other day.
It's the sixth inning, right?
Yeah, 5-0 in the sixth inning. I don't care if he has 15 strikeouts. My goal is to beat you. My goal is to get on base. My goal is to not be embarrassed, allowing a perfect game to be thrown against us, and the entire field's throwing a tantrum. Now, if Gavin Williams wants to talk trash after he gets him out, that's fine. I might do that. I get an out. But this unwritten rules thing that I can't bunt in a game where my goal is to win as a competitor, and I'm getting paid to play the game, and the numbers that I put up and the stats I put up matter. I have a shortstop and catcher yelling at me because I'm trying to get on base. It's foolish. It's silly. And I don't know how anybody could stand with that. Like, I get it. Again, if it's late in the game, big blowout, whatever, even then, like, my goal is still I don't want to get a perfect game thrown against me.
Yeah.
And bunting is a part of the baseball game if anybody doesn't know. So I was just so damn frustrated to see that reaction from players. And they always act like that. You want to talk a little bit of trash after you get him out. That's one thing. He ends up breaking it up with a line drive base hit, which is fun.
And then they were pissed off at him. Even like, I don't even care if it's 15-0. I understand people saying whatever, but like, I don't want a perfect game thrown. I'm here to ruin your good time. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Like, it's just so stupid.
If you're in the record books forever for the wrong reason.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, my shovel's going to go to me, so ironically, and Levy, you'll appreciate this. So I started reading comic books again. And I'm not into the collecting aspect of it, like going issue by issue. I get the compendiums, which are the thick ones that have all the entire comic book series in that.
My least favorite way to read comics, by the way.
Shut up. But you like collecting
too big.
them.
They're just too big.
I've never heard that in my life. But no, so I read all of Invincible, which was my favorite comic that in recent times. So I read all of the Invincible series, and I know everything that happens in it and so on. So now I'm like, well, what am I going to do now? So I started getting comic books at the spinoffs from it. Levy told me there was a Battle Beast one, so I got that, and then I got Capes, and I got Adam Eve. I bought a book on
Guardians
Venom.
of the Globe, right?
And I bought and then I bought Secret Wars. So like, I've got all those things ready to read. The only reason I'm telling you all this is that I went out to Third Eye Comics in Annapolis, and I walked through the door, and this sweet little girl comes up to me, goes, "Can I help you?" And I get diarrhea of the mouth, and she's so nice. I'm literally saying, "Yeah, this is what I'm doing. I like this comic book. I want to do this. I want to do that." And then she finally lets me say everything I have to say, and she goes, "Sir, the comic book store it's next door. Like, we sell Funko Pops and vinyl here."
Oh, you went to the record store.
Yeah. And then I was like, "Oh, you have no?" Well, was I in my spaceship? That's a story for another day. So as I'm talking, and then she told me she had Funko Pops, so then I went and bought a couple. And as I come to the counter, I see these thick ass cookies sitting there, and I'm like, all right, I'm buying. They're $7 cookies. I bought 2 of them. They're gone. But I deserved it for just. The lady was so sweet to me, like just letting me finish. Go ahead. You can keep talking. Whenever you're done, I'm going to let you know you're in the wrong store, sir. Just felt like such an ass, man. But I do like these comic books now and collect them. I got into reading it. I'm trying to. Since I stopped playing sports, the biggest problem that I have is finding joy in certain things. Like watching an Oriole game, I'm cool with that. I love it. It's work too, but I love doing it, and I did that every single game this weekend, sitting in my room watching each Oriole game. But when it came down to it, some of the quiet times I bought a guitar, haven't played that. I'm learning French. I'm trying to do all these different things, but the comic book stuff, I started to realize, like, I don't know if it takes me back to being a kid reading them, but I like it. So
I think it's great, actually, that you're doing all this.
Yeah,
I'll bring you some stuff tomorrow.
Oh, will you?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Let me bring whatever. Do you
know I'm a comic book character, do you?
You are?
Yeah, it's a comic called The Forsaken of Baltimore, and my name is Ted Torrin. But it's obviously
I did know this. You told me this story a long time ago. It's such a good story, man.
It's fantastic, and I was in it because my son and I, we bonded through comics and action figures and all. We were in the comic book store, and I saw myself. I was like, "Oh my God, there it is!" They were selling them on the rack. But Bobby Foster is a great artist.
See, Levy, you'll know this. In Preacher, there's a comic book character named Assface because he shot himself in the face with a shotgun and they saved him, but his face looks like an ass.
Correct.
Now. Yeah. So that would be me. Maybe they made one after me. Let's go out to the phone line. We got a couple people on hold. Pete's in Towson. He's got a shovel. Pete, what's up, man?
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning.
My shovel goes to people at concerts or shows in general that sit in the wrong seat and then don't want to move.
Oh.
At Thursday at the Little River concert, wasn't expecting a rough crowd, of course, there.
Yeah.
And we walked in, and my wife and I said, "Hey, let's check out our seats." We were way early. The warm-up band hadn't even started. And my wife goes, she goes, "We're right in the middle. We're 30 rows back. We're dead center." And she's talking to a gentleman. She goes, "I think you're in our seat." He goes, Yeah, I know. I'm sitting in the wrong seat. He goes, "I'll move when the rest of the people get here." So we go out, get a little something to eat, come back and watch the warm-up band. No big deal because it's not crowded. We go back out to get a drink before the real show starts, and the guy won't move.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, well, I'll wait for the rest of the people to come. And I said, well, we are the rest of the people. And, I'm like, we pay for these seats.
And they make you feel like you're the jerk for asking them to get up, right?
Oh, it gets better because I'm the jerk in my wife's eyes because I said something, right?
Oh.
So, yeah. So we leave, and of course I can tell she's all upset with me, and nothing's really said. We get in the car. As soon as the car starts, she looks at me. She goes, "What do you think? You're Rocky?" I'm in my seat, man. And I'll finish, but. Like, I knew somebody was going to sit there, so now we inconvenience everybody behind us because 6 people, like 2 more people will come and look at me and go, hey, you're in my seat, and then I got to get this guy to move over. We got 6 people standing up while the show's going. I mean, come on, man. Just move.
Pete, appreciate the call.
Do you remember my concert story?
Oh,
what
yeah.
My girlfriend said?
Well, you and I each have one, so, like, I almost got in a fist fight at a Ray LaMontagne concert. Yours is probably a little bit more aggressive.
I'm at a Genesis concert, and it was the problem was it was so many people. They had instead of stadium seat, they had floor seats. They had folding chairs. So the guy in front of me was standing up, and he's well over 6 feet tall, and he's dancing, and he's drunk, and he won't sit down. So I asked him, "Hey man, could you please we all pay for these seats?" And he looks at me and then turns around. He keeps doing it. I ask him again. 3rd time, I said, "Hey, we can't see." He goes, "F you, man." He never saw the left hook. Bam! Laid him the F out. I mean, he went down like a bag of dirt.
How was the rest of the play, Miss Lincoln?
His friends carry him out. They just, you don't have to hit him, man. And just drag him. And we were on the 7 train, was going back to Manhattan. Me and my girlfriend. She's mad at me. Mm-hmm. And I said, he didn't deserve it? You telling me I'm wrong? She goes, no. Yeah, he did, but you just eat too much red meat.
Oh, man. Well, there's some craziness at concerts, and I go to so many. I've seen plenty, but I'm not going to get into the stories here. We're up against it, and we got Ryan Ripken coming up next. More trade deadline talk at the end of that. KP, if you hang on to the end of Ryan, we'll get to you. Baseball talk coming up right here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's summer and there's no better time to get your health back on track, and LifeMed Institute is ready to help you do exactly that. With GLP-1 weight loss programs, hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical grade supplements, and genetic testing, LifeMed gives you a full game plan. Not just a quick fix, their on-site medical providers give you personalized care so every step forward feels confident and supported. Don't let another season go by feeling like you're on the bench. Get in the game. Don't forget that LifeMed Institute specializes in testosterone replacement therapy, that's TRT, to help you reclaim energy, strength, and confidence with treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team and not AI. Give the gift the feeling is best. LifeMed Institute gift cards unlock access to testosterone therapy, GainsWave, IV therapy, peptides, and more treatments built for men who want to perform at their peak. Give health, give power. Gift cards are available. Shop lifemed.com or in any LifeMed clinic. Check out a LifeMed location near you. And you can visit lifemedinstitute.com or call 410-575-1200. Make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed?
And
now through August
like,
24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Hey, it's Ed. Longer summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, lionsden.com.
Coming to Merriweather, it's Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and Zach Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, it's Co-Wetzel on August 20th. Tickets at impconcerts.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 southbound at Route 2, Poteet Street. There's an accident. Watch for police direction there. 95 southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. All's clear now. No delays. And the earlier accident at Eastern Avenue is gone. I-70 eastbound after Route 40 in Ellicott City. Still have that crash. Watch for police direction. And Marriottsville Road northbound on the ramp to 70 eastbound, clearing an accident from the right side. In Hartford County, Route 40 at Old Philadelphia Road, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Sunday's rubber match between Baltimore and Philadelphia was one to forget for the Orioles as they were shut out 8-0 in a game shortened by rain. The Phillies scored twice off Kyle Bradish in the third before the umpires called for a rain delay that lasted nearly 2 hours. After play resumed, Anthony Nunez, Josh Walker, and Albert Suarez combined to allow 6 runs in the next 3 innings, putting the game out of reach. With the trade deadline almost here, Bradish was asked if he'd like to see the current group remain intact following the game.
I mean, what we have in this clubhouse is more than capable of winning, regardless of what they do. At the end of the day, it's something you can't control.
The sense around the league is that the Orioles could be active on both sides of the market today. Toronto was the only other team in the division expected to sell, and the Blue Jays took a step in that direction Sunday by sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs in exchange for 2 prospects. Gausman has posted a 4.38 ERA with 127 strikeouts over 23 starts this season. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall here with you. Rob's off until Thursday. We'll welcome in our first guest of the day, Ryan Ripken, of course, with the Ryan Ripken podcast. Ryan, first off, how are you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. Hope you guys had a great weekend.
You too. I mean, it could have been better had we stole another game from the Phillies, but here we are, trade deadline. I guess I'll start you off with what's happened thus far. Anything surprise you around the league, let alone with the Orioles?
No, I don't think anything surprised me, and I think with the trade deadline, there will be names that pop up that maybe either don't make sense or that aren't the hot names to start. So in this case, Luis Garcia Jr. going to the Yankees, that wasn't really on the bingo card for people maybe earlier, a week ago, and then all of a sudden, if he becomes available, he gets targeted by the Yankees, and whammy, here you go. And you're trying to figure out how they're going to make that work because, you already have Ben Rice, you have Paul Goldschmidt then that would fill in, and they need more catching help. Maybe we'll get to that in a second. But overall, they went out and got Luis Garcia, which arguably he might be the power bat that's going to be available at the deadline, a guy that I knew in the Nationals organization. He's already surpassed in home runs and RBIs for career bests, and he's extremely hard to strike out. So I think that combination can work for the Yankees. They got to figure out how their lineup construction works, but mainly for that one, Jeremy, it keeps going to the point for me that I don't think Aaron Judge is going to be available. I think that Aaron Judge if they're lucky, they get him back for the postseason. I just think that there's a lot of moving parts there, and then you don't have Bellinger. So that might have been the surprising one. Peralta to the Rays, no shock. He's not having the year he wants. And then Tampa's like, hey, we'll get you back on track. I like the move a lot for Tampa. And Skubal to the Dodgers isn't surprising. We can talk about it for so many different ways, but I still thought another team could have made a similar offer, but obviously it wasn't for a short-term thing why teams didn't make a run for Skubal. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to have him for long-term.
Hey, Ryan, what are the chances Adley is not an Oriole tomorrow?
Well, so this is where I thought we were going here. I'm really split on this one. And 2 weeks ago, guys, I felt this was an absolute 0% chance that he would be moved at all. I don't have a percentage for you today, but this is what I do know. He gets moved if a price that is very high in my mind gets hit. Like that threshold happens. And then here's the kicker. I'm looking around, and some people that I've just talked to about, situations, and I've heard, it's no secret that catchers are not very available and that catchers are a premium for teams that need it. But when you look at it, I don't think there's a lot of teams that are willing to push the envelope for a catcher, except there is a team in New York. The Red Sox, I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know how many other teams are in it and have what the Orioles would want to get it done. So in my mind, and I hope I'm wrong with everything, but at least with this, that if the only option is in division. But for me, I think that's going to be it. I don't think there's other suitors out there, and it's either that like a team like New York hits the threshold and it happens. If not, I think he stays, and I think it's going to be a division thing if it does happen. That's what my gut's telling me, but my gut's also trying to be hopeful that he's staying in Baltimore. But man, things have really changed in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Now, Ryan, speaking about other trades that could happen, the bullpen, there's a lot of names being talked about in the Orioles bullpen that could be moved. Yennier Cano was a hot name, but after them paying him the money they did, he probably will be in Baltimore moving forward. Now, Kittredge is a name that I've heard just the past few days is starting to ramp up a little bit. And I know that they're out of it, but still 2.5 games back. And Mike did say it's probably going to be a little bit of both. We got to be realistic with our situation, but you are still in it. And to make a run, I know Kittredge hasn't been great this season, but you're going to need as many solid, respectable bullpen arms as you can have. Selling Kittredge for, I know you want to get back as many pieces as you can, but for probably something light as he hasn't had the year maybe as expected. I know he's been very, very good in other places in the playoffs, but wouldn't that be a little bit tough for them to make the run that they're looking for if they're going to move bullpen arms that the soft bullpen arms already have?
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. The bullpen, as we've seen, they've done a really good job this year overall. They really have, given the injuries as well that they've been enduring. You're just not very. You don't have a lot of depth right now. So if you move a piece, it's going to make you weaker. Here's one way I'll add to this. I don't think they're really going to be aggressive buying. I'll be shocked if they go out and buy here in any capacity. The one thing is, what do you get back for giving up a solid piece? I just don't know for other teams that the bullpen is what makes sense for maybe Kittredge could be an option to trade away, but everyone else in that bullpen, I don't think we're going to see a lot of action there anymore. That's just my opinion. Now, other parts of the team, Trevor Rogers, Taylor Ward, time will tell. But I think that one's kind of come and gone. And yeah, I know they're saying about the buckets, not trying to buy, not trying to sell. I think it is more sell than buy going into right now. Here's the crazy thing. You guys want something? Skubal got traded. You know who the Orioles are tied with now in the wild card standings? The Detroit Tigers, who are 2.5 games back because this American League has been so just
awful.
I mean,
mediocre.
Yes, thank you. Like it's crazy to me. But I do understand. I just look at I really do think it's a package that blows them away to get something. It doesn't make a lot of sense for me to trade the bullpen, but I think Ward, Rogers, and Adley are probably the three names that we're watching the most today.
Ryan, as always, man, appreciate your time. Tell everybody where they can find you and when they can check out the Ryan Ripken podcast.
I won't be on the fan this week. We'll be back at it next week, but I'm bracing myself because we're having a marathon of a trade deadline show today, like 12 to 7. I am loading up on espresso. Yeah, hey, how you doing? Well, we'll be available, and then I'll be back with you guys and next week. So,
God, I hope somebody gets traded
week,
so you have something to talk about, Ryan.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have some football guests and Jerry Hairston talk about are the Dodgers good for baseball and all that good stuff. But in the meantime, you guys have a great week, and hopefully Orioles fans are feeling okay after this deadline Monday.
You too, man. We'll talk to you. It's Ryan Ripken.
Thanks a lot, man.
Let me grab a quick phone call here. He's been waiting patiently. KP's in Owings Mills. What's up, KP?
Hey, what's up, guys? Appreciate you allowing me on the show. You guys are the best show in the world. I haven't heard every show in the world, but I'm pretty sure you guys are close to it. I got two quick things, man, to respond to. I really believe that the John Harbaugh special teams crew coaching staff broke Tyler Luke. And what I mean by that, if you go back and look at Tyler Luke's college kicking, I watched all of his kicks. He was known for big, long kicks, these long kicks. I was watching his swing and everything. I'm no expert on anything, but I remember last year in training camp when he was talking about, I forgot who the special teams guy was, been there for all these years, was helping him with his swing, right? His swing and how to kick and look at it. It's like whatever knowledge he had about kicking, it seemed like they threw away all of his understanding of kicking and switched it to their form of kicking. And I think that broke him. As far as long distance go. Because when I go back and look at his college kicks, I'm like, he was kicking 50, I think some 68 or whatever he had right through the uprights. And I'm like, well, what did they do different when he's 1 of 4 from distance? And I know last year he was making some long kicks in practice and down the stadium and everything, but I really believe there was something that they tweaked that they didn't need to tweak, which I think, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
Well, I appreciate the call. I would say this, that I can't speak to that exactly. We know with special teams, sometimes I feel like special teams can be a lot like, bullpen pitchers where one thing can really make everything look so bad. You have one bad day and all of a sudden everybody, that guy can't pitch, that guy can't kick, we need to move on. The weird thing about Loop is that the last thing that he thinks about, the only thing that's in the back of his mind is the last kick that he kicked missed, and they missed the playoffs. So it wouldn't surprise me if there's something going on there, but I can't speak to whether or not Harbaugh had anything to do with this or not, but that's just where I'm at. I know we gotta get to some other stuff here. Trade deadline, more talk with that, 410-583-1057. We'll get to our 8 o'clock sponsor, too, which I'm sure Ed now has theme music coming in and going out, which is kind of crazy.
Great.
We'll get to all that and take your phone calls right here on The Fan.
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Major League Baseball is dead, outside of the Dodgers at least. A blockbuster deadline deal as Detroit sends two-time reigning Cy Young Award winner Tarek Skubal to the Los Angeles Dodgers in exchange for 3 players who you've never heard of. The rich get richer as the defending World Series champion land the ultimate prize, adding a dominant left-hander to an already star-studded set. I'm Drake Toll.
.1057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
What's up, fools? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the time for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
What's up, fools? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Ready for
your next great adventure? Find it at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air during our summer sell-a-thon. Score hot summer savings, top dollar for your trade, and drive home in the Ford you've been dreaming about. We're reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
895 southbound at Route 2 Poteet Street, there's an accident. Watch for police direction there. 95 southbound toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. All's clear now, no delays, and the earlier accident at Eastern Avenue is gone. I-70 eastbound after Route 40 in Ellicott City, still have that crash. Watch for police direction. And Marriottsville Road northbound on the ramp to 70 eastbound, clearing an accident from the right side. In Hartford County, Route 40 at Old Philadelphia Road, there's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Conn, Ed Norris, Ben Hall here. Rob will be back on Thursday. We've got a lot of stuff we're going to go over, including the trade deadline. And Ed, obviously the last segment with you before we get to your sponsor of the day. What do you want? Do you want to see anything happen today? Because you don't want them to trade Adley, right?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, you know me long enough. I mean, when I played baseball, I was a catcher. And when I played softball, I was a catcher. I'm very partial to catchers. And I really liked him from the day he's gotten here. And it's just a personal thing. I just don't want to see him go. That's simple as I can make it. But I have a feeling he's going to be gone. Because it's a business and,
does it change your mind if they have the feeling that he doesn't want to be here long term? Does that change?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. But I don't know if I believe that.
Okay.
You know, because there's so many rumors in the world, and in sports in particular. I mean, think of all the things we heard about Pete Alonso when he was with the Mets. Oh, he's terrible, bad locker room guy. He's a problem. The guy is such a leader from the day he got here, and everything turned out to be false about him. But it was just some rumor started by somebody, and then somebody heard it, and then people like us report it, and then repeat it,
and then it becomes truth all of a sudden.
Then it becomes right. Yes. Perception becomes reality, and it's just not true at all. So I don't know if Adley doesn't want to be here, honestly.
So Ed, and with that point, because I think a lot of us have heard some of the same things that gets floated out there. And again, I don't know if that gets floated out because then it makes it easier to trade them if they wanted to. But ultimately, like, you know, I want to see this team moving forward. I want to see them have a chance at the playoff spot. And I know Ryan said he doesn't expect any big trades. I still think they're going to trade for a starting pitcher.
All right, but so again, what does that do for us? I think our staff really hasn't been the issue.
No, I think it's more
the Kramer departure, I guess, would make it an issue.
But you have Bassett and you still have Povich down in the minor leagues and a couple other options there. You have the off season if you need to, if your season's not going the way you want it. And at that point, does it matter who's starting for you if you're not in the playoff picture? But ultimately, I still think that they trade for a guy like they did with Rodgers, where you have a guy that's under control for 2 or 3 years. So when you come back, you know you have him in the fold.
Again, if you're talking about a trade, any kind of exchange of players, like what is the biggest need for this team right now? Because sometimes they just seem to find ways to lose, and defense is horrific. And it's been that way many times during the season. Then they look like, world beaters for a couple of games, and now they're still 5-5 in the last 10. So it's like, where have we, made up any ground? And I don't know who's going to come here and rectify that. Who's going to come in and change that? Like, if you picked up Shohei Ohtani, does that change your fortunes here?
Maybe.
I mean, there'd be a better team, obviously.
I almost made a joke that was going to get me fired. I'd see, go ahead, Ben, you talk.
No, it's just like they're not doing it for this year. They're doing it would be for next year. And because right now, the rotation's been good enough to get them into the playoffs.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But when you look at next year, no Rodgers, Bassett, Kramer, so you eliminate those three, they're going to need someone else. And we already complained about the rotation coming into the season. Like I said, it's been good. And you feel pretty good with Boz towards the top. Brandon Young, hopefully he can...
Bradish surprise. Bradish looks like he did before.
So you'd be looking to build for next year. And the way that Mike spoke on Friday really made me believe that... But it was contradicting. They're not fully in it. They have to be realistic with the situation. But then there was a question asked about 2022 where you were in the playoff picture, and it did feel like you had a shot if you buy, but you sold, and that was fine to sell. And he said, well, right now we're in a better spot than we were then. And if that's the case, then why wouldn't you go for it? That's why it's really hard to predict what they're going to do.
This is a dilemma for exactly that reason. Why wouldn't you go for it? Because, and ordinarily, I'd say, well, that's preposterous because it's a team that's, battling a 500 baseball team. However, I've never seen the American League this week. Right. I mean, honestly, the team I think I fear the most is Tampa Bay, just because they seem to get it done. They seem to be very balanced. But other than that, who scares you in the American League? I don't say. You look at the National, you get the Dodgers and the Braves and the Brewers. It's like, they're all good. Like, I don't see it here. So, I mean, I think it's an open AL.
I got to be honest, looking in the mirror scares me. This is, and I wasn't talking about me specifically. I'm talking about the Orioles. Like, where are we going? And if there's no baseball next year, it's just like, it's a hot mess, man. All right, we got to get to our 8 o'clock sponsor and say goodbye to Ed. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him. He's just getting ready. What are you getting undressed? Ed, you can do this with your clothes on.
I've been undressed all show. I'm home. I've got on my leopard thong. And now that we know Jeremy's favorite position.
I thought it was wide receiver. Apparently it's missionary.
Yeah, it's 16. I'll tell you what that is later. And look, you got the coolest stock, the playlist ready, the weather's great, it's still summertime. Look, don't strike out. Make it count. Lions Den can help. Trust me, the nights are just so good this time of year. Use them well. Visit lionsden.com or check them out locally. Cockeysville, Catonsville, Severn, Pasadena, and go enjoy yourself. It's supposed to be fun.
Ed, appreciate it as always, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, man. Talk to you tomorrow.
Well, at least we'll know who's on our team tomorrow, so
yeah,
should be good. All right, final hour of the program's coming up. My buddy Adam Scherer from Run the Sims is going to join us, talk a little Orioles baseball trade deadline and a little bit about this team because people have been saying, oh, Taylor Ward stinks and this guy stinks and get rid of him. He's had some interesting things to say online, and I agree with all of them, so obviously I wanted to have him on the show. So we'll get into that. But up next, we're going to take your calls. What do you want to see the Orioles do? Or maybe better off yet, what don't you want to see them do? We talk about it next here on The Fan.
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the blues with Westwood One Sports. Tossing a long bomb, Niners rookie wideout Dejon Stribling is worth a little sprinkle. Already making waves in camp, and with Ricky Pierce all season in doubt, the Rook has a clear path to WR2 duties. Stribling to win Offensive Rookie of the Year at 40-1 is downright delectable. Hashtag Team will have us. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own real unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 100 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, did you hear about Eric Sobel?
From Ace Law? You heard about him too?
Yeah. After my accident, I called Ace Law. Eric took my case, took everything out of my hands, and got me the compensation I deserved. Best decision I made.
I'm Eric Sobel, and when you've been injured, I'm your guy. I'll handle the insurance companies, find you the right doctor, manage all that paperwork, and fight for the compensation you deserve, so you can focus on getting better and getting back to life. Call Ace Law today. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today. 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It wasn't the weekend the Orioles were hoping for, dropping 2 of 3 to the Phillies at home. That leaves Baltimore 58-54 on trade deadline day, still 2.5 games back in the final American League wildcard spot, exactly where they stood entering the weekend. By the end of the day, the Orioles are expected to make multiple moves, but the question is just how aggressive they'll be. Adley Rutschman, Taylor Ward, and Trevor Rogers have been among the team's most talked about names as potential trade candidates. Manager Craig Albanaz was asked if he'd like to see the Orioles keep their key pieces to make a playoff push this season.
Yeah, like I said before, whatever, Mike in the front office, I trust them, trust Mike, and I know it's kind of a weird deadline already, with everyone in it right now, and whatever happens. Can't really control everything in this game. That's one of the things where us, the players, the coaching staff, trust Mike in the front office.
It was an active weekend for other teams in the American League East. On Sunday, the Yankees acquired infielder Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nationals in exchange for 4 right-handed pitchers. Garcia is slugging .560 this season with 23 home runs and 76 RBIs, and he's under team control through 2027. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Kahn, Ben Hall, Rob Long's back on Thursday. I heard this song blew up after their appearance on Saturday Night Live. Like, this was such a dumb song, and it is, but it's catchy.
I love the B-52s.
Yeah, man. But this is, I heard that song took off because what the hell are they singing a song about a rock lobster for? Anyway, trade deadline's here, and a lot of talk of what's going on out there. Not that you expect a lot to go down during the morning show. I mean, there could be some trades that come across. I know teams have been talking throughout the night. Literally, the first thing I did this morning when I woke up is just scroll through all the baseball writers to make sure I didn't miss anything overnight. And then I went to the Orioles writers to see if there's any rumors. But there's so much fake things put out there. There's so much speculation from people that even reporters and people like that speculating. It's like, well, do you have something or not? So I don't know what today's going to look like, but I do think we make some moves.
Yeah, I would expect it as well. I think they're going to make multiple. I think Ward's certainly gone. I think Adley's going to be gone, and I know we're going to get to it a little bit more, but Ryan talking about it, just they are going to sell, and the crazy thing is after selling, they'll still be in it. But you would think if this was a down year coming into the season, if this was a down year in the American League, the Orioles would be right atop it. And you tell me, the Blue Jays are the worst team in the American League East. Okay, well, they're right there, and they're just not. And they're not one or two pieces. Like, they can't add one piece and fix their defense. They can't add one piece and fix their bullpen. And I know their bullpen's been better, but I still don't trust it. They can't add one bat and fix their lineup because their lineup, they have the star, they have some names. They have guys who have done it before that just aren't coming through. So, yeah, I would expect it to be a lot of movement. And I do agree with you where I think they're going to add something that's more than a guy that we think can be ready in a few weeks that's getting work down at AAA or that has just got up. I think they're going to add more of a proven talent.
Like, for example, the Tigers make the trade with Skubal, and I want to get into that in a second with you. The three players they got back, River Ryan went to AAA. The other kid, now I'm blanking on his name. I know you know it.
Kaiser.
Whatever. He went to AA, and then another kid that they got back went to, I think, Single A. So they're already floated in there, and this is a Tigers team that, you heard it earlier, it's got the same record as the Orioles, are vying for this playoff spot. But as we've said numerous times, like before, it was like, hey, you're only a couple of games out and you got all this and you're starting pitching, you're starting to get a little healthy and you feel good about your team. But realistically, you're battling all these other teams to get into the playoffs in hopes that you can make a run. And if you're not going to make the types of moves that other teams are making to better their team, I don't, what are you doing? So if they're, like, I heard all this stuff about trading Taylor Ward throughout the year and I never thought it made sense. But if they get to this point and they want to get something for him, I understand it. Maybe we see some of the younger outfielders. I'd like to see Kjerstad come back up and see what he has for the rest of the year if they, in fact, decide to do that. But if you're going for it, if you're truly going for it, you're not moving him.
You can't move a right-handed bat when your struggles against lefties have been there. Now,
and he has the second highest WRC plus on the team.
And that's the issue. He has been an impactful player, and there's a reason that every time that there's talks about right-handed bats available, Taylor Ward... We heard 2 or 3 days ago, teams are waiting to see what happens with Taylor Ward before they move elsewhere. People know what Taylor Ward has in the tank. And he spoke after the game Friday or Saturday, and he's like, it's been a really weird year for me. The power hasn't been there. You want him to produce some more runs. I think we'd be having a different conversation about the guy if Gunnar was producing. I think we'd be having a different conversation if other guys in the lineup were, because there wouldn't be as much pressure on him to hit 30-plus bombs. Like, he's getting on base. He's doing things that we don't have a lot of guys doing. I would love to see him swinging it a little better, but he still has singles. He does things well. He's a proven bat. I think teams are going to covet that. And to your point, I think they're going to sell or move pieces where it's like they're not going for it, but they're saying they are semi. I think there's going to be pieces for next year and the year after. And it's unfortunate because, as I said before, in this year to do that. And I do think we should touch on Adley Yankees speculation. Mm-hmm. Ryan touched on it a little bit.
So while you're bringing this up, the one thing that I heard about the Adley to the Yankees and whether this stuff's true is that the Orioles are standing pat that they get LaGrange back, one of their pitchers, and they want to trade Elmer back. And again, this is all speculation. This is stuff coming from the internet, so believe what you want. If they traded him to the Yankees, I don't have a problem with it the same way other people do. But like, if you're trading him within the division, it better be the best package you can get.
That's the issue. The Yankees have to be. It won't sit right with me. It never will. And if it's expiring, it's a little different, an expiring contract. But they moved Britton early there, and they've moved guys. I wouldn't be good with it. I wouldn't enjoy it. Now, at the end of the day, The general manager's job is to get the most that he can back. Now, if there's two teams, that's different. But as Ryan said, every team that's looking is in the division, and the White Sox are one that are available. I'm not sure the White Sox are willing to give anything of value if the Yankees are. It would not sit right with me. The 1-1, the guy that we were sold, he was the face, and as soon as he came up, this team started playing better baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Just 5 years later, we're talking about this guy going to the division rival, the team that everybody in Baltimore hates. I just think it's going to be such a sour taste from the fan base. I think a lot of people probably be out. They wouldn't be with it. And again, it's a tough situation because the general manager has to do what's best for the team. You got to bring back what you can. But it wouldn't sit right. This guy, this special talent that you drafted to change everything in Baltimore, going to the team in New York and helping them make a little bit of a run.
See, and that's the only way that I'm for trading Adley Rutschman is if they've been given any indication that he doesn't want to be here down the line. Or if they feel like the injury issues are going to be a problem for the rest of his career for whatever reason. I know you can't label somebody that because everybody said Manny Machado was often hurt, and after his first 2 seasons, he hasn't missed a game?
Right.
Or, maybe he's missed a game, but he's been an everyday player for the Dodgers, for the Padres, and so be it. But, like a month ago, we were talking about all these crazy different trades you make and adding. Would you want this third baseman? I heard everybody's like, we should go get Matt Chapman. And the Giants are like, we've been trying to trade Matt Chapman and nobody wants him. And again, maybe the asking price is higher or too high.
I think you'd have to waive a no-trade clause.
Yeah.
And with Boris,
there's a couple of them that have no trade.
Boris gets a no-trade clause for everything. He'd get us a no-trade clause if we needed one.
Well, and again, it's the frustrating part of this because you're in what I like to call baseball purgatory. It's trying to figure out, am I going up or down? What's happening here? Because I used to talk about the Mets all the time this way. And I remember when they traded Scott Kazmir for Carlos Zambrano. And Zambrano was a guy with a 1.4 whip. Right. He'd strike out some guys. He always had 2 guys on base, and would get out of some jams. And I'm like, man, you traded Scott Kazmir, this top prospect that you guys had? And then I found out that Scott Kazmir was such a pothead that they wanted to move him, and that's why they moved him, that he was marched to his own, or the beat of his own drum, whatever. These are the things that we're not privy to. Like Ed said something earlier about the trades and all this stuff that people say are happening and they're making stuff up. One of my favorite things to hear are trades that didn't go down, like actors that had movie roles that they turned down. They could have been, you hear this all the time, like, oh, Harrison Ford could have been this. Instead, Tom Cruise got it. Well, could you imagine Harrison Ford in Top Gun or whatever? I'm not saying that's the movie, but, I like hearing that stuff because I think it's cool to think of what could have been and the trades that didn't go down. So
in Baltimore?
Yeah.
In Baltimore?
Yeah, that would have been doing sit-ups in his driveway waiting for... Anyway. All right, we've got Daily Lines coming up. Adam Scherer from Run the Sims is going to join us at 9:30, talking some Orioles, talking analytics. But up next, it's the Daily Line, and I had a crap day yesterday. I went 2-3, and I went 1-3 in my props. 2-3 overall in my top plays, 1-3 in my props. And it's not like it wasn't the worst day, but I loved the slate so much. And I know you felt this coming in. I felt so good. I felt so confident. I'm coming off of a 5-1 day on Saturday. Props were eaten on Saturday. So it felt really good coming in, seeing the board. And then you get this. And it's just like, how is this what's happening? So I went 2-3 in my top plays, but today it's a lighter slate. I still have 8 plays for you, or 7 plays for you. I scratched one out, and a couple of prop plays. We'll get into all that, and I'll give you that next here on The Fan.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan. Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
The Holloman Law Firm invites friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4 p.m. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same-Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money!
Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com.
On 105.7 The Fan.
All right, here we go. Let's talk about some of these games. As I talked about yesterday not being my day, I did have a couple of nice calls, but that doesn't matter to me after the way it went. So let me go over yesterday a little bit and what I was seeing and what went wrong. So my favorite play was the Rangers-Astros over, that hit. Love the Mets-Marlins over. They changed up the pitching matchup, throwing somebody else in there because of all the things that out with Peralta. They're scrambling. They grab a youngster. Nobody could hit. Neither team could hit. It was abysmal. And it was one of those games where you're like, how did I read this so wrong? And then you're looking at it going, well, if we get extra innings, maybe there's a shot. I'm watching going, I'm praying for 1-1. The game finished 2-0. Then I had the Cubs and Yankees under. Anybody see how that finished? It went over late by half a run, so no bueno. And that was one of those games where a couple of runs scored early, but the wind was such a great benefit. you can't overlook it because you saw what happened the day before. Who was it? Colin Ray that had all those Ks in the game. And he's not a strikeout guy, really. So it allows you to pound the strike zone. Had the Minnesota Lynx, they won and covered, and I had the Royals Rockies over, which frustrating watching all these base runners and then seeing the lineups that they put out as Hunter Goodman got the day off yesterday for the Rockies, so everybody thought he was getting traded.
All lefties.
Yeah.
Like straight lefties.
It was a pissa, as they say in Boston. So, yeah, I was frustrated to say the least, and game finished 8-1, lost that. My prop plays yesterday, here was another one. I had Ellie De La Cruz hits early. This is the first inning, I think. Boom, done. I'm like, all right, that's a winner. Had Kyle Stowers, he goes 0 for. Had James Wood, he scores early, and then nothing after that. 0 for whatever. Wyatt Langford coming up with runners in scoring position, and he goes 0 for. So, yeah, it was an ugly day for me, and we start to talk, where do we go today? What are we going to look at? Now, I'll start in the WNBA. One of my favorite plays today is the Atlanta Dream. I think they pull off the upset. I took them on the money line. They're -1.5, but I would take them on the money line minus the 120. They get the Aces tonight, and I understand, very good team, but I think the Dream gets up for a game like this, and they win at home. I like Seattle and New York to go over 181.5. I've been killing the WNBA this weekend. Had a bunch of great calls, including an over. We talked about the one over where I said this team's going to score 100 points, one of them, and then damn near both of them did, and it went way over the total. So good weekend in the WNBA, and two of my favorite plays today would be the Dream and the Liberty and Storm to go over the total. Weather today in Major League Baseball supports a Yankees over, a Cubs under, Rockies over. It's kind of a neutral day, really, looking at across the board. There's a bunch of dome games, and the hard part, looking forward, because I was already looking at tomorrow's slate, and I don't know if you saw the Orioles series against the Angels. It's they got the same pitchers going every day, TBD versus TBD in all three games until we figure out who's traded off of what team and what we have going forward. But yeah, so not a lot there. As far as prop plays go, my favorite prop plays today, over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Akamoto, the third baseman for the Blue Jays, he's at even money. Taking a chance on him in a game environment that I think is going to be high scoring. I also like Jeremy Pena -155. He's been on one here recently. CJ Abrams -120. I'm taking him in that Nats-Phillies game, and that should be a really high scoring game. And Jackson Merrill -140 in his matchup, as I like him against Brandon Pfaadt. So let me go over the plays of what I like today. I already mentioned Washington and Philly over 9.5. I think it's the pitching matchup, and this Washington bullpen is going to be something to be said about it. I would tell people I would wait to bet these games just to make sure somebody doesn't get scratched. Usually if it's somebody from the hitting lineup, it doesn't move the needle as much as a starting pitcher, obviously, but still, maybe it's something that you don't want to bet, and you'd say, hey, I'd rather wait till tomorrow, and that's perfectly fine. So I like Washington, Philly over. I love Toronto and Houston to go over. If you've been watching the Astros team, it's funny seeing Jose Altuve hitting like 6 for them. Isak Paredes has been swinging a sweet bat. Yordan Alvarez, I think he got a hit every time he got up yesterday. He was on base every time. And as I mentioned, Jeremy Pena's been killing it. And then you add in Trammell and some of the other guys they have there and see if they make another move for a bat or something. But, yeah, I think they can score some runs. And the Blue Jays are finally – it's weird. They've scored some runs here recently, even though when you look at the lineup, you go, huh? I don't get it. But I do like the over there a lot. I am going to go back to Tampa Bay and Colorado over 11.5. It's been great hitting weather in Coors all weekend, and anytime that happens, I'm going to take a chance on it. And in my algorithm, go ahead and drink here, let me just do this. I don't need to. I'll just tell you the top hitters here. So because of Coors Field, the top hitters, the top 5 today, Junior Caminero. Cedric Mullins is the number 2 hitter on the slate today. Why? Because he's in Coors. It's such a great equalizer.
Against Lorenzen.
Yeah, and Lorenzen sucks ass. Jonathan Aranda comes in, Yandy Diaz, and then Yordan Alvarez. So Yordan Alvarez and James Wood and Hunter Goodman are next, then Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, CJ Abrams. And all the way up top at number 2 is Cedric Mullins. Just because he's playing in Coors and the matchup with Lorenzen looks great. I'll be interested to see what Mullins does tonight if he just goes off. But so, yeah, it does look like a good hitting environment. I like the Padres and the Diamondbacks to go over, and I am on that Cubs-Dodgers under, as that's Robleski, and who did I have here? It was Robleski.
Tonight?
Yes. Matthew Boyd, that's right. And I've been talking about Matthew Boyd, this poor bastard. He's been waiting for a wind-blowing in game at Wrigley, and he finally gets one, and it's against the damn Dodgers. So He's had 3 or 4 games with the wind blowing out at like 15 miles an hour. And one of those games, he struck out 6, and I think he gave up 7 runs. That poor bastard can't get right in Chicago with the wind. So I would tell you my top 5 today would be the Toronto-Houston over, the Washington-Philly over, San Diego-Arizona over, and I like the Dream and Seattle and New York to go over in the WNBA. So there you go. Anything for you tonight? Did you look at anything yet?
No, I haven't played anything yet. Baseball lately has just been kind of infuriating a little bit with me. And I like playing a lot of props. You know that. I talked to you about it a couple segments ago. This is the first time I can remember in a while that scratches are happening within 5 days of the deadline. I'm going to ask Adam about it when we bring him on. I don't remember starters get scratched around the deadline if they're going to pitch all the time. I don't remember 5 days before the deadline. I don't remember position players being pulled in the middle of a game because they got traded, yes. Being scratched 2 days before a game and then not being in lineup the next day.
Just because they don't want you to get hurt.
Because they know that guy means so much this trade deadline because so many teams are in the American League and so many teams want to win. So it's just a really, really weird time in baseball right now. I played some WNBA last night, 15.5 points for, what's her name, coming back off of injury for the Valkyries. Gabby,
what is her last name?
Gabby Williams.
I was going to say Gabby Douglas, and that's not it. No, that's not it. Go ahead.
The gymnast. I don't know if any bet on that. Oh, no. I had her, but and I'll play some WNBA now with basketball. I won't be playing any preseason football. Are you?
No. I literally said.
You don't like anything Thursday?
No. And the only thing I ever did with preseason football is I bet the Ravens on the money line when I think they
run.
Yeah, because if Harbaugh loved winning preseason games, and I brought it up the other day. Do you think it was more about Harbaugh wanting to win preseason games or the way that they draft? And I would say yes. It's both. So that's another thing. But with preseason football, to me, it's like betting the MLB All-Star Game or the Pro Bowl. You just don't know anything could happen. So I'm not touching it. I know what people do. They'll look at depth charts and go, this team has 3 good quarterbacks.
Just wait.
Okay. Well, what's the offensive line look like? Right. How many, is he going to play the half?
Get one drive.
Yeah. So I just stay away from it. And like I've said a million times, with tonight or Thursday night, you got the Hall of Fame game, and it's everybody's excited, and then you turn it on and go, what is this mess? So, but all right, let's get to we're going to step out. We've got our encore, what we've learned, but our guest is coming up next. Adam Scherer from RunTheSims.com. Going to talk some Orioles, trade deadline, a little analytics with him, all that right here on 105.7 The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ed. Longer summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den is everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, lionsden.com.
Hey, it's Rob, here with David, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. David, why did you enter the program?
My first daughter was born, and I had to make the decision to get my life together and find a real career.
So how are you doing now?
Honestly, I'm the most stable I've ever been in life.
Would you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend the JATC program to literally every person in the workforce. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Awesome, man. Thanks, David. To learn more, go to JATC24.org.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Hey, making copies? Who are you? I'm future you. Oh, constipation with belly pain back again? Yeah. Our doctor figured it out. Your symptoms keep coming back because it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. And Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Sunday's rubber match between Baltimore and Philadelphia was one to forget for the Orioles as they were shut out 8-0 in a game shortened by rain. The Phillies scored twice off Kyle Bradish in the third before the umpires called for a rain delay that lasted nearly 2 hours. After play resumed, Anthony Nunez, Josh Walker, and Albert Suarez combined to allow 6 runs in the next 3 innings, putting the game out of reach. With the trade deadline almost here, Bradish was asked if he'd like to see the current group remain intact following the game.
I mean, what we have in this clubhouse is more than capable of winning, regardless of what they do. At the end of the day, it's something you can't control.
The sense around the league is that the Orioles could be active on both sides of the market today. Toronto was the only other team in the division expected to sell, and the Blue Jays took a step in that direction Sunday by sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs in exchange for 2 prospects. Gausman has posted a 4.38 ERA with 127 strikeouts over 23 starts this season. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gainswave therapy at Life Med Institute. Gainswave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. Big Bad Morning Show. Jeremy Cobb, Ben Hall here. Rob Long returns Thursday. We have a guest. Why are you playing this damn thing? Ryan coming back. Adam Scherer is going to join us from runthesims.com. And Adam, we'll welcome you in, but there was a trade that just went down as Jose Soriano got traded to the Blue Jays, which kind of caught us off guard. But it's been a crazy trading atmosphere so far, and we're waiting for the Orioles to do more. But first off, how are you? And tell everybody about runthesims.com.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on. Run the Sims, it's a DFS and betting data site. A lot of tools over there that we're building out just to help people have fun, make money in those areas.
Absolutely. And I see it's a lot of fun for you. Adam, you're an Orioles fan, correct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so you do God's work on the internet the way I try to do it here and arguing with the Orioles fans when they say stupid things. But some of the things you've heard this year, Taylor Ward stinks, get rid of Jackson Holiday. Which one was the craziest to you?
I think the Taylor Ward one has been because, I agree. Obviously, he's not doing what we thought he was going to do, but he's still been such a productive player, and I really think that he would be viewed completely differently if Gunnar was producing like Gunnar usually does behind him. If you didn't have all the injuries throughout the lineup, if you're getting on base a ton, it's really productive. It's just that with the injuries and with Gunner's lack of production, that's not really being highlighted as much. But I think the Taylor Ward dislike has probably been the most kind of annoying to me.
Well, another guy that's being linked, like Taylor Ward, Trevor Rogers, a guy on an expiring contract. Are you surprised at all that they have not gotten close? And I know there's been some conflicting reports. Trevor Rogers said a few times, even on our airwaves, that they haven't really talked to him about extension. And then a few days ago, there was a quote that came out that he was putting it aside as the baseball season finishes and waiting until the offseason. Have you been surprised at all that there wasn't more of a push from them to get an extension done with him? And do you expect him to be traded by 6 p.m. today?
I haven't really been too surprised that they didn't get the extension done, just because, like, if you look at it from Trevor Rogers' point of view, you can want to be really, really bad, but at the end of the day, there's no real urgency on his end, I don't think, to sign like a team-friendly extension when he can still come back to Baltimore as a free agent if he wants to. You can at least see what your market is. So that's kind of been my assumption. Obviously, no idea if they have or have not approached him or what those talks have been like, but just kind of putting myself in his shoes, I'm not really surprised that an extension hasn't been done. I'd be kind of surprised if they traded him, especially because they already moved Kramer, and obviously they're in a weird spot, and we don't know exactly what they're doing as far as their plans for the rest of the season, but you'd be pretty shorthanded in the rotation. Like, I think if you lose Kramer, who's easily replaceable, but then you also lose Rogers, unless you're getting back starting pitching, you're kind of just punting on this season. So I'd be surprised if they trade him, I think. Plus, like, with the qualifying offer, they still can get some value for him there.
Talking to Adam Scher, of course, runthesims.com, and a lot of interesting rumors that come out, and obviously the Adley Rutschman thing start. The one thing I go back to is if they've heard anything that he doesn't want to be here, doesn't want to sign an extension, or they feel like they need to go in another route so they can look at other players, I get it. But would you have an issue with them moving Rutschman, even if it is within the division?
I'm kind of like, I don't want them to move him. Obviously, like, I think he's good. I enjoy watching him. I want him to win here. My assumption is that he's not looking to extend, at which point your hands are kind of tied. It's just a matter of when do you move him, or, do you end up just losing him for the qualifying offer? We saw how it played out with Machado, where the year prior, I think it was more obvious that the Orioles were just bad and they should have moved on, but you saw the return they ended up getting from Machado compared to what they could have gotten if they had moved him the year before. So my thought on Rutschman is kind of like, I'll be disappointed if we get that notification today that Adley Rutschman's been traded. But I also assume if they do move him, it's probably for a return that we'll be happy with and that puts us in arguably even a better position next year, because, the other benefit too is having Basayo. You don't want him catching every day, but you can get a reasonable, second catcher to split time with him next year, and then just kind of allocate your resources better than having two catchers and Pete Alonso and multiple other DH types that all need at-bats, that all can't play positions other than catcher at first base. So I don't want him moved. I'll be disappointed if he is, but I do think it's kind of a win-win spot in some ways.
Now, starting pitching is something that every national reporter has had the Orioles linked to, even when the rotation had been at its best. And you move Kramer. Just talked a little bit about Rogers there, but with Soriano going to the Blue Jays, it might change things a bit. I know Detmers has been in a lot of talks with the Orioles, or linked to him. I don't know legitimately linked to him, but a guy that makes sense for the Orioles. Do you think that, I know there's a lot of talk they could buy and sell, do you think we could see them maybe add a starting pitcher that would be under control for the next few years, and that maybe could potentially mean, Rogers is walking at the end of the year, but even if not, do you think we could still see them make a move for a starting pitcher with some years under control at this deadline?
Yeah, I think it would make sense. The rotation is solid, and it's not their biggest need, but I don't think it would be surprising. I was talking with somebody the other day and trying to think, like, we've been, Detmers makes sense, Hancock makes sense, these guys that are good, they're under control. But, like, Elias always seems to pull these trades where, like, the Shane Baz trade, nobody was really even mentioning Baz being traded. Corbin Burns came out of nowhere. What kind of, like, fourth starter with the potential to be a second starter is out there that, like, nobody's talking about? Because that would kind of be my guess on who it actually would end up being.
All right, so I got to ask you about the big trade that went down, because whether or not the Dodgers are ruining baseball, getting into all that's kind of crazy. But I hate the situation they've had since their bankruptcy and been able to finagle some things and pocket some money to the deferred money that goes on. But the rich get richer. Do you have any issue with Scooble going to the Dodgers?
I mean, I wish he hadn't, but yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of getting overblown in that, like, yeah, they didn't get some franchise-altering return, but yeah, it's Tarik Skubal. It's still a rental. Again, like going back to Machado in Baltimore, you kind of see how that plays out when guys do only have a couple months left. I think that River Ryan's age is kind of getting overblown.
Mm-hmm.
People are kind of not giving enough credit to him as a prospect just because he's 28, but like he transitioned to pitching at I think 23. Then he had Tommy John. He's already been in the majors. Like he's had success. So I think that's getting a little bit overblown. Is like people aren't putting enough respect on River Ryan, and then also the fact that they got the fifth best prospect from the Dodgers as opposed to like a top one. But I thought it was a reasonable return. Like it's not a crazy return. You're not looking at the Tigers like, oh man, they got a ton, but I thought for a rental, it made sense. I was a little surprised that they did it as early as they did. Like, I don't really know what the urgency was to not just shop him until 6 o'clock today, but I assumed that they just felt they weren't going to get anything better.
We're talking to Adam Scherer. It's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. For me, it's felt like, and I know you watch this really closely with DFS and stuff, I don't remember a trade deadline where we've had guys pulled 5 days before the deadline. And I know some of the moves are happening. Starting pitching, it's more normal, but like there's bats pulled on Thursday and Friday aren't moved till Sunday. And starters pulled Wednesday and Thursday, like scratched. I mean, does it feel a little different to you? And maybe just because the market's a little bit thinner with a lot of teams still in the race, does it feel like the market, or it's just a little bit weird to see some of these guys scratch a little earlier than most years?
Yeah, it's been weird, and maybe I'm just misremembering it, but I remember it the same way you do, where normally if a guy is scratched, it's like
that night
they're giving hugs in the dugout and they're on their way somewhere else.
See, and that's the interesting thing about that was what we've seen all around the league. Like, I don't even want to talk about the parlay that I had put together, and Lane Thomas was the only thing I missed, and he got pulled after his first at bat. And I'm like, son of a bitch, man. But this happened. Like, it's weird. Like, Freddie Peralta on Friday was supposed to start, and then they washed him, and then all of a sudden the next day or day and a half later, he's getting traded, which is kind of crazy. And I feel like maybe some of this, Adam, do you feel like any of this has to do with the possible lockout? Because I know teams are wanting to trade for pieces and getting them under contract, whether or not we see some extensions before maybe what we get next year and missing baseball altogether.
Yeah, I mean, the lockout has to have an impact. I don't know like what it is. I would assume it's kind of a team by team basis too. Like what odds they're putting on, there being a season, there not being a season, there being a shortened season, whatever. But that's been like kind of something I thought about where, if I were a GM, like I don't even know how I would approach that, because you go back to Adley, like does he have 1.5, a year and 2 months left, or does he have 2 months left on his contract? It's a really, really weird situation that has to be impacting stuff, but I don't necessarily really like know how.
Well, I saw online, you guys can give them a follow at Ship My Money DFS. That's Ship. I'm saying Ship, guys. And I saw your Kalshi bet. Who's not going to take $4.66 on Gunnar Henderson not getting traded? That's a new weird market to get into with betting for other people. But Adam, I think you do a great job. I've had you on before, man. Appreciate the time, and I'm sure we'll talk down the line as well.
Thanks a lot, Adam.
You there? Oh, did we lose him?
That's
There we go.
I didn't hear anything, but I just
no, it was a lot of praise. There was nothing negative. No. So appreciate your time, man. We'll talk down the line.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Yeah, we were having a little bit of phone issues there. So we got to step out. We got the encore, what we learned. This is going to be an insane day, and I think people should stay tuned to all the shows here as the late breaking news is going to come out. You'll probably get it here first. I mean, you can follow social media and see what's what, but I still think we see 10 more trades go down across baseball, maybe more, as teams are swapping pieces.
Probably 2 to 3 names you haven't heard once mentioned by Jeff Pass and Ken Rosenthal, any of those guys.
That's usually what happens. Like, we'll end up trading for
Austin Slater again?
Yeah, this would be great. All right. We've got to get to what we learned in our encore. We're doing that next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today.
105.7 The Fan.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes and steamed crabs from the location on North Point Boulevard. It's warming up outside. You can always enjoy some hot steamed crabs in the comfort of their dining room. Costas has steamed crabs available daily at their original location on North Point Boulevard. And if you haven't checked out their new location at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, what are you waiting for? So on the second floor of the grandstand, features all of your favorites from the original Costas Inn, including crab cakes and sandwiches, tons of TVs with live sports, and a new draft system holding 12 beers on tap and plenty of parking. So swing on by and check them out. They're open for lunch and dinner daily on the second floor of the grandstand. You can catch all the baseball games at either location. And don't forget, whatever the occasion, the Costas Inn can deliver crab cakes for your loved ones anywhere in the country. Check out both Costas Inn locations today. And when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. The Chicago Cubs are making a push at the trade deadline. The clubs acquired veteran right-hander Kevin Gausman in a deal with the Toronto Blue Jays, sending minor league prospects to the Jays. Battling through an injury-plagued rotation, the Cubs bring in a proven postseason arm to anchor their staff. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now through Monday, you can save up to 60% on top brands at Mattress Firm, with queens starting at $199.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
It's Old Glory and Patriot Harley's pre-owned summer sell-down event this week. All pre-owned Harleys are tagged with liquidation pricing. You can save thousands of dollars at Old Glory and Patriot Harley's pre-owned summer sell-down. Good credit, bad credit, or no credit. It's no biggie. Old Glory and Patriot Harley is accepting 100% of all credit applications. We have repos trucked in, and the owner says 50 used bikes must go this week. You don't need perfect credit or a cash down payment. Old Glory and Patriot Harley-Davidson is the #1 volume Harley dealer group in the DMV. Pre-owned summer sell-down event ends this Sunday on approved credit.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's a triple header of shows starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and the iconic Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, catch the Texas country rocker Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now through Monday, you can save up to 60% on top brands at Mattress Firm, with queens starting at $199.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep Easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Mic check 1, 2. Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore?
So we're going to talk about gym penis. So we're going to talk about gym penis. They're saying it's real, to which I have to describe what gym penis actually is, why it happens, and when to see a professional. They said it's the opposite of the pump. Summer's in full swing, and men are looking for any way to get bigger, from a good long gym session to below-the-belt enhancement. But unlike the increased blood flow gym goers feel after lifting weights, gym penis may leave men with an unwanted post-gym surprise. If they want to get bigger, men turn to peptides to stimulate muscle growth or to plastic surgeon for filler injections to increase girth. However, the former may cause a decrease in size. Womp womp. It's called the Jeremy. Yeah, that's something you don't want. All right. It's been a fun show. We had Adam Scherer on from RunTheSims.com. Ryan Ripken joined us. Had some fun with Ed Norris. I feel like I'm doing Romper Room right now. Where are all my friends out there? Where's little Billy? But
How old are you?
Dude, who was it the guy the other day said, man, Jeremy, you look like you went from 25 to 67 in 10 years. And then I just said I floored it. But that's what happened. So, yeah, I'm 46. I'll be 47 next month. But, yeah, I feel like I'm about 80. Everything's breaking down. So, other than that, life's great. I do have to tell you this. We did a Ravens training camp report earlier, and training camp updates on the Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. All right, we got to get to a lot of other things. But before we get to what we learned, your guesses on trades today, does Adley get moved?
Yes.
Do we see any other trades from the Orioles? Anything big, or you think it's all small moves other than Adley?
Ward. I've been pretty confident on Ward. And then Rodgers, I'm 50-50. But even Kittredge, I think, is going to be moved too. It just sounds like, I don't think they're going to sell everything. Like, selling everything would be, I think they're going to move expire contracts, or at least try to. And I think they're going to bring something back that will help them down there in next year.
You know what scares me is that we move some pieces, right? And it looks like we're more sellers than buyers at this point. And the Angels move their pieces, and then we come out and sweep them. And it's like, man, I wish we would have bought at the trade deadline. But I also told you, like, I could totally see Grayson Rodriguez coming in and just shoving it.
11 Ks. They're going to have the gas tanks out.
I mean, he hasn't been good. He looks awful. But you know this. So you get up against your former team.
He was on the foul territory before the season saying and it was the old matchup. It was when the O's were in LA, but he wasn't pitching then. But he said he circles that matchup, faced the Orioles. Like, you got to be feeling a certain way. And would be interesting.
I think he lines up the pitch anyway, but with them trading some starters,
it would be pitching. It could be really good or really bad for Orioles fans.
And if you missed it, Jose Soriano got traded to the Blue Jays, to which everyone went, aren't they in last place? What are they doing? But hey, they made a couple of moves that kind of help out the starting pitching here, whether you like them or not. But let's get to what we learned.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
All right, Ben, what'd you learn today?
Yeah, I think it's worth bringing up just because I know there were a lot of Ravens fans talking about this name. Jalen Polk, New Orleans Saints wide receiver, been placed on the reserve, retired list, stepping away from football, 24 years old. This was a guy that people wanted the Ravens to trade up for. The Patriots took him in the second round. There was a lot of expectation that he could break out a little bit and just never was able to. Ended up getting moved to the Saints and now is going to step away from football. So, I mean, 37th overall pick. This is not day three guy. This is a dude that a lot of Ravens fans were talking about, a lot of expectation with. And he's stepping away from the game.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, you're looking at guys, when we see this happen, it kind of catches you off guard, but it is something that will happen now, and more so, I think we've seen players stepping away, like shortened careers. I think we were all kind of surprised at Patrick Willis, Luke Kuechly, some of these guys. But all right, let's get to some of these jokes. I recently failed my medical college entrance exam because of nerves. The correct answer was blood vessels. That was just stupid. Herd of cows escaped from their field today. Witness described it as utter chaos. Friend told me he's worried about his marriage. His buddy used a page of his wife's daily planner to smoke cannabis. He's now worried that his buddy is high on his wife's to-do list. What do you call a horny cow? That would be beef jerky. I'm not reading that one. All right, well, why was 2019 afraid of 2020? Because they had a fight in 2021. So stupid. 16 sodium atoms walk into a bar. Batman follows them in. Did you get that one, Levy? Anyway, what do you call a fake potato? That's an imitator.
I got it. Hold on.
Good.
No, Batman.
That's
NA
it.
is sodium.
Oh, beautiful. I didn't get it when I told it, but now that you explained it. I saw a man shred 5 pounds of cheese in under 30 seconds. It's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Make sure you stay tuned. Haynie's up next, right here on 105.7 The Fan.
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
Selling your home for the most money this summer is a big deal. Why risk working with any agent when you can work with the best? Take it from me. Call my friend and trusted realtor, Vinny Steele. Hey, it's Rob Long. I only recommend the best, and that's why you will always hear me talk about my friend and trusted realtor, Vinny Steele, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Before you sell, get to know Vinny like I have. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. On a $400,000 home, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. Vinny's upfront written guarantee is simple and powerful. He'll sell your home for 100% of your price, or he'll pay you the difference. Take it from me, when you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele, 410-793-1801, 410-793-1801, or visit VinnySteele.com.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where he can get a battery for under $100. Lonnie, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Lonnie does that for free too. In no time at all, John is back on the road. ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Summer Sell-a-thon is happening now at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great Nissan models priced under $30,000 ready to drive home today. Credit challenges? We say yes. Your best drive starts this summer. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Join 105.7 The Fans, The Final Drive, this Thursday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Watershed Restaurant as Tim, Ken, and Femi broadcast live. Watershed Restaurant is a classic Maryland seafood house located in historic Cross Street Market.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
It wasn't the weekend the Orioles were hoping for, dropping 2 of 3 to the Phillies at home. That leaves Baltimore at 58 and 54 on trade deadline day, still 2.5 games back in the final American League wildcard spot, exactly where they stood entering the weekend. By the end of the day, the Orioles are expected to make multiple moves, but the question is just how aggressive they'll be. Adley Rutschman, Taylor Ward, and Trevor Rogers have been among the team's most talked about names as potential trade candidates. Manager Craig Albanaz was asked if he'd like to see the Orioles keep their key pieces to make a playoff push this season.
Yeah, like I said before, whatever, Mike in the front office, I trust them, trust Mike, and I know it was kind of a weird deadline already, with everyone in it right now, and whatever happens. Can't really control everything in this game. That's one of the things where us, the players, the coaching staff, trust Mike in the front office.
It was an active weekend for other teams in the American League East. On Sunday, the Yankees acquired infielder Luis Garcia Jr. from the Nationals in exchange for 4 right-handed pitchers. Garcia is slugging .560 this season with 23 home runs and 76 RBIs, and he's under team control through 2027. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Taylor Cruz with a towering drive to center. Kowser's at the wall, and he just can't get this one. And Brian De La Cruz now 9 for 19 as a Philly. Harper's really struggled off of lefties until now. Yeah, shut up, Kevin. Stop saying anything. Fly ball, 5-0, home run. They're always buyers, it feels like. But how much do they have left to buy with? Up drops into left for Crawford for a hit. Bieber's throw comes into third. It's late. Justin Crawford has his second double and second RBI. Schwarber in the left field. This won't be a hit, but it will be his first RBI of the series. 2 sac flies in the inning for Philadelphia. And now the tarp will come out. And this may be it, given the forecast for the rest of the night, given the 8-0 Phillies lead in the 6th inning, and given the state of the bullpens. Obviously, we'll wait around for some time, but wouldn't be surprised, Ben, if it's almost called it a rep mode here.
Yeah, we love him. It's you feel it when he's gone from the team. Absolutely love Adley and having him as long as we can. But as I mentioned, I think we put ourselves in a position where we've got to be pretty open-minded here as we go into these talks. But Adley is one of the best things that we have going for us.
Mike Elias. That was Friday down at Oriole Park, Camden Yards, as he met with the media, addressing the status of his team. Many things to unpack for sure. Today's the trade deadline, 6 o'clock. Things are happening as we speak, which we'll get to. Orioles right now, relatively quiet. Dean Kramer got traded over the weekend, which we'll talk about because I'm going to miss old man bun for sure. But that was Elias talking about Adley Rutschman. I almost said Matt Wieters, Freudian slip, who 4 years ago came up, made his major league debut in May of 22. Kind of started liftoff, if you will, even though the Orioles at the time were a sub-500 team, but they played themselves. They had their little train that could played themselves into a wild card situation. As a matter of fact, there was a day, I don't remember the exact date, I apologize, but there was a day in August, mid-August, where they would have qualified for the postseason. DL Hall, now in Milwaukee, made the start for the Birds that day. They lost and kind of faded a little bit, but finished above 500, which they hadn't done in quite some time. But at that time, Mike Elias was like, we're just not good enough to make the playoffs. Kind of rubbed people the wrong way then. But Adley Rutschman came up, and he was the start of new things. We can have nice things in Baltimore. And then in that same month, Gunnar Henderson made his debut. If you recall, in Cleveland, hit a home run in his first game. Remember, his helmet's flying off, the hair's flowing. Everything's exciting. Then the next year, they made the playoffs, won the East, made the playoffs again, and they've been a below 500 team since the midway point of 2024. But we're sitting here in real terms, I guess, talking about the fact that Adley Rutschman, who just a little over 4 years ago was the new foundation piece, Oriole for life, who could be an ex-Oriole by 6 o'clock today, signed through next season. On the IL, as we know, 3 times on the IL this season, a couple of times last year, which has been somewhat concerning. But he returned to all-star form. Not the hitter he was in 23 or the first half of 24, but way better defensively than we had seen. Maybe a Gold Glove level defensive player. But Adley could be on the outs, man. And Nolan, it's kind of, the passage of time as you become an old geezer, which I am. It's mind-boggling. You haven't reached that stage where you're like, man, it seemed like only yesterday this happened. But it seemed like only yesterday Adley Rutschman got called up and he was going to be the dude. And now he might be gone. And the Manny Machado 8 years ago, that seemed like a formality because even John Angelos was saying, hey, this ain't it. We don't have the financial wherewithal to sign this guy. He's going to be gonzo. And he was. And Dean Kramer was part of that trade with L.A. And he helped them get to the World Series that year now in San Diego on his way to Cooperstown, ultimately. But I don't want to get melancholy yet because he hasn't been traded. But Adley Rutschman finishes his career in Baltimore, unless he comes back later, is not going to be a reality. And, that is kind of frustrating and somewhat sad to some level for a lot of us Oriole fans, thinking that he was going to be the face of the next 10 years of the Orioles. And he might be faceless in Baltimore.
Yeah, I think it's upsetting because of what it's tied to. It's upsetting because of the entire direction of the team. You had a lot of people that have said, no, you can't trade Adley. What would that say about where you're at as an organization? Or what would that say about the rebuild? I mean, we came out of it. The rebuild's done and over with. I'd be more upset if this team was kind of taking a lackadaisical tongue twisting I don't even know what I'm saying this morning. I'm still waking up on a Monday morning. If they were taking more of a relaxed approach to this trade deadline, kind of a ho-hum thing, saying, well, just hold on to Adley, we'll see what the future holds type of thing. No, to a certain extent, nobody knows what the future holds for baseball. There's a lot up in the air with the lockout and everything, but even without that, I think it would have been irresponsible to approach this deadline and not use a phrase like open-minded when it comes to trading Adley Rutschman. I think that speaks volumes because we're talking about Mike Elias, who never says anything about guys who are potential trade candidates or guys that they're looking to re-sign. He doesn't give you anything. So this is now 2 separate press conferences this year where he's had strange or giving type of comments about Adley Rutschman. To me, that speaks volumes about the situation. I think the writing's been on the wall for a while. The only thing that's stopping a trade or preventing a trade of Adley Rutschman to me is the teams that need a catcher the most reside in the AL East. That's really the toughest part right now, and I think that's kind of what Elias meant when he said open-minded, right? Maybe having to do something that's unconventional by baseball standards, trading someone to a rival. Everything's on the table right now.
And if you're Mike Elias, you're getting the biggest haul you possibly can, too. I'm not just giving him away for the sake of trading him, worrying about the eventual loss of him via free agency another year and a half from now. But you mentioned the press conference a couple of months back, maybe, early June, whatever it was, where he said, I wish we could do more. paraphrasing a little bit. And then the open-minded comment on Friday, and going from not on potential trade list, Jeff Passan, for instance, to being one of the 15 most likely to get traded. So, where there's smoke, there's fire. There's always some leakage. Usually the Orioles are kind of, tight-lipped. Certainly Mike Elias is. But if there's smoke, there's fire. There's leakage coming from within the warehouse. So I'm not saying he's going to be gone, but there is a potential reality that they could be part of what's going on today. But, you got Basayo. You've signed him long-term. It would be nice to be able to coexist with both of them for a couple more seasons. It doesn't appear to be a likely scenario. And, I'm not ready to give the number 35 Rutschman jersey, which I bought my wife for Christmas a couple years ago, to Goodwill just yet. But, I'm kind of bummed, Nolan. I mean, I'm bumming on a Monday.
I'll put it like this, whereas just a couple months ago or even weeks ago for a lot of people, the idea or the conversation of trading Adley Rutschman was met with, people saying, well, that's clickbait. There's no way that's real. Or people were saying, okay, maybe it's real, but they're just doing their due diligence. I think we've moved beyond just due diligence, where the teams are calling the Orioles, hey, what's up with Rutschman? And Mike Elias is simply not hanging up on the spot.
Sure.
We've moved beyond that. There's a back and forth here. And I'd imagine that Elias is doing the reaching out, even in some cases, to those teams that are needy of a catcher. This isn't a simply, hey, come to me and throw your best offer type of thing. We're not looking to sell him. I think there's a little more back and forth right now.
Where does Jackson Holliday maybe fit into this trade deadline equation, or Colton Cowser? Some of these so-called untouchable players, where Adley fell into that category, who are now very touchable for the right price. I mean, are we going to get that zany? Orioles 2.5 out of the wild card. They haven't scored a run since Friday. We'll get to this weekend for sure. But, I mean, are all things on the table? Outside of Basayo, is there an untouchable guy in the black and orange right now?
I don't know. I mean, technically, no, there isn't. But to me, if there was a hypothetical trade that involved Jackson Holliday, I think that would be something that would be more in the line of buying. It would be a blockbuster coming back. So the excitement there wouldn't be a trade like an Adley trade where you're just flipping Jackson Holliday to get what you can. The way he's produced for the last month, it looks like he's really starting to round into form and still got years and years and years ahead of him. So I think that we're talking about a stunner. That would be a stunner to me to move Jackson Holliday.
So the Orioles trade deadline, Major League Baseball, everything is going to be fun to watch. For instance, today already, Luis Ariz, San Francisco, leads the National League in batting average. He gets traded to the Phillies. Surprisingly, it's his 5th team in 5 years. So you talk about devaluing batting average for sure. But he did move back to second base this year, and he's done a credible job defensively. It'd be interesting to see what Don Mattingly does to fit him in to their mix there. And then Jose Soriano, who started for the Angels, well, formerly now of the Angels, started off brilliantly. His first almost 40 innings, he gave up 1 run. Since then, his ERA is 4.5, a little more above that. But he goes to the Blue Jays, who just traded, and he's signed through 28, by the way, Soriano. They just trade Kevin Gausman to the Cubs, who's on an expiring deal. So this, I think, by definition, Nolan, what Toronto did, they're buying and selling.
Right.
See, you can do it, everyone. It's not impossible.
Well, it sounded funny when Elias said it on Friday, or we've had people suggest it over the last couple weeks, like just the nature of this year, the standings being so weird that, nobody really knows what they are, so you could see a little bit of both. But there you go, Toronto. I love the move for them, and this is kind of, yes, you are buying and selling at the same time, but this is the ideal version of that, where you're moving around the same position group and you are actually setting yourself up for the future. So you get a haul for a guy that, let's be honest, he's mid-30s. Even if Kevin Gausman was having another great season this year instead of a step back, they probably weren't going to make a strong push to re-sign him, given his age. That's just my guess. So you get younger, you get a guy with controllable years. Okay, Soriano's a little bit more of a question mark, but this is a direct move. Before you even get to an uncertain offseason, you've got a head start. Toronto's not going anywhere in 2026, but they got a head start on next year.
And Gausman does have playoff experience. He pitched in the playoffs for the Orioles. Remember 2014, the Delman Young game. He came in for Wei-Yin Chen and kept the Orioles in the game that they ultimately won in San Francisco. And, last year he's pitching in the World Series for the Toronto Blue Jays. We'll keep you up to date on all of the trade news as we get it. But the series itself, where we hit the break, get to your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive. Ravens in pads today for the first time, training camp 2026. We'll talk to him coming up at 1 o'clock. Big weekend down at College Park. 20,000 plus in attendance there supporting the Ravens down at the University of Maryland. But the Orioles, they win the opener Friday. They get shut out back-to-back days. Last night or yesterday, it was a rain-soaked, it was a debacle. Phillies managed to get their hits. Orioles on Saturday had bases loaded a couple of times, couldn't scratch. Shane Baz, here's the bet every fifth day. When Shane Baz takes the mound, take the other team and take the under because the Orioles will not score. This guy literally got no run support on Saturday. He keeps pitching. The ERA keeps dropping, but the loss total keeps stacking. So the Birds 2.5 out of the wild card. I don't know. I feel defeated today. I'm not going to stick a fork in them because the Angels come to town. They suck, but they can come in here, win 2 out of 3, and then we're really going to be running hot coming up on Thursday.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
The Holloman Firm invites our friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FAST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FAST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FAST.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Summer's here. Hey, it's Ed. That means longer days, cookouts, beach trips, and plenty of opportunities to keep your game at the top of its game. Whether you're looking to surprise somebody special or add a little bit of excitement to your summer lineup, Lions Den has you covered. From essentials to couples favorites, Lions Den has everything you need to make this season a winner. So turn up the heat at Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, multiple locations around Baltimore, but check them out at lionsden.com or walk into a store.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Monday. No real musical themes. We just go with Nolan's flow. So we're flowing right now. Vinny's out at one winning drive. Ravens in pads today. Going to be sunny, a little on the humid side, mid-80s, so we'll have some fun as the Ravens get ready for the start of the preseason, which is August the 15th against the Philadelphia Eagles. Orioles off today. Angels come to town. Birds drop 2 out of 3 to the Phillies, get shut out in back-to-back games, so they haven't scored since Friday, literally, as they're 2.5 out of the wild card because Cleveland's not all that great. Minnesota's been scuffling. I mean, you got all these things going on, which keeps the Orioles relevant in the wild card mess. Boston, however, they're not screwing around. They just swept the Dodgers. They're well on their way to a postseason berth. The offense is coming alive. What are they going to do? Coming up by 6 o'clock today, which is the trade deadline. Major League Baseball scoobled to the Dodgers, had people losing their minds over the weekend because knew that's where he was going to wind up. He's going to sign with them anyway. Assuming there's no lockout. D. Kramer leaves after 8 years, goes to Minnesota. Well, them, possibly, because their rotation's depleted. Orioles get an 18-year-old outfielder in return, and if I started to talk about him like I knew who the hell he was, I'd be lying to you. But let's get out to the phones. Harry in Owings Mills. Harry, thanks for holding. What's happening?
Hey, no problem. Good morning, Bob. Good morning, Nolan. Thanks for taking my call. Just first of all, how are you all doing? I know I haven't spoken with you for a while.
Yeah, we're all right, man. Good to hear from you. Hope you're doing okay.
Hey, you too. I'm doing pretty good. Thank you. So 3 quick points I wanted to make. The first one was Taylor Ward. Now, I understand he's been the leadoff hitter for the majority of the time, and the 8-9 hitters are not really getting on for him to drive them in. But I'm kind of looking at it as a disappointing season from him. Yes, I understand. Yes, he's scored 64 runs, a lot of that because of his walks. But considering he has 100 hits, just like Pete Alonso and Gunnar Henderson, and for his numbers to be hitting 246, 7 home runs, and 30 RBI, that's certainly not what the Orioles were expecting for him. And I get it, left field, it's in some, but it's still a good poke. So it's going to be tough for right-handed batters in Oriole Park at Camden Yards. But in your opinion, do you see that as a disappointment before I go on to anything else?
Yeah, of course. And we had Taylor Ward on a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him, I said, did you think going into the season you'd have a higher on-base percentage than slugging percentage? They didn't get him to be Luis Arraez. They brought him in to hit in the middle of your lineup and provide 30 home run, pushing 100 ribby production because, O'Neal's been a disappointment for them. He was going to come in to hit lefties, and, he's been an asset, but in a different way, Harry, than we thought he was going to be. I thought he was going to be much more productive from a power standpoint. So did he.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you. Here's my second thing. The number of strikeouts. I looked yesterday, and the Orioles are number 4 in MLB in terms of striking out. Where number 1 is the Pirates, number 2 was the Angels, number 3 were the Reds, and then it was the Orioles. So the thing that gets me is that I look at the number of times they strike out without even swinging the bat, just taking third strikes looking. And the rule has always been You look for the fastball, you adjust for the breaking ball, and they don't even fight off pitches to try to live to eventually get a pitch at least you hope that you can handle. So are there any stats out there in terms of the order in MLB for teams that strike out looking on a third strike? I would love to know that. And the last thing,
I'm sure there are. I mean, I would just, with modern technology, Harry, I would just throw it out there for old AI or one of those Alexa thingies to pop that thing up where how many, what teams lead the majors and call third strikes and all that stuff.
Yeah, I Googled it yesterday, but I didn't get to quite that specific. I got the top 4 overall, though. And the last thing I wanted to say was great news on the Pochettino signing for the U.S. men's national soccer team. So he signed through 2030. That occurred earlier today, through the 2030 World Cup.
And he's the coach, I'm guessing?
Yes, he is the coach. He is the one they wanted back. He kind of changes the mindset, even though they got to play better when they up against tougher competition, like the one. What team was that? Oh, I forget. Whoever they lost to, 4-1.
Right.
So
Belgium,
they definitely got to compete better. Yeah, it was. Thank you. It was Belgium. Thank you.
All right, Harry, you have a great day, man. I appreciate it. And, not a big World Cup aficionado, as we said when it ended a few weeks back. They're 3 years and 11 months before I'll start following that. But I guess if you think it's good news and people who know a hell of a lot more about it than I do think it's good news, then I'll take your word for it. Let's get out to the phones. Orioles haven't scored since Friday. That's bad news because they've lost their last 2 games, getting shut out both times. Shane Boz, come on, man. Give this guy some help. Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, what's up?
What's going on, Bob? How are you?
I'm all right, man.
Cool. I think for me, one quick point on the minor league thing. I got to see the kid JT Quinn up at Frederick, and he was pumping that thing 96 to 98 miles an hour.
Nice.
With control. I really hope we give that young man a chance. But, for our bipolar Orioles, I mean, we handcrafted this team, right, Bob? Like, these are the players we were able to draft at high. It's not like we just took like a motley crew, you know what I mean? And, unfortunately for me, it's just tough to dissect that we roughly have the team we want. And yes, some players are going to come and go. But man, kind of like Rob Long always says, it's crazy that we just continue to live with mediocrity, my brother. I mean, the mediocrity's killing me right now. Like, we've had a long time of losing, very little winning, and this was supposed to be a team that can win, man. But I would love to see us get Mason Miller and Luke Weaver, to be honest with you. I think they would be exceptional for this baseball team. And maybe for me, quitting is not a thing. I like winning, and I want to see us go after it regardless of what's happened thus far, Bob.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, thanks for the call. And, yeah, mediocrity, based on record, the Orioles are less than mediocre. They're 4 games below 500, and they've been below 500 for 3 months. So that's not even mediocre baseball. They're part of the mediocrity that is the American League right now. Miller's going to take a haul. Weaver's a very attractive relief piece for teams looking to bolster their bullpen. So it's going to be fun to see where he might wind up. I don't see the Orioles being players for either one of them. It would be nice, Miller especially, because he's controllable for another 3 seasons. But, that might be a Jackson Holiday level trade. And getting back to where we are with the prospects, they had built up enough draft equity in the Elias years. And look, the last vestiges of Duquette brought you Grayson Rodriguez, who was the number 1 pitching prospect in baseball for a couple of seasons. But they had the number 1 minor league system for a while. Kerstad, various reasons why he's not performing at the major league level. Yeah, he got plunked by the Yankees in the rain. And the one thing I remember about Hyde, wanted to go over there and kick Yankee ass in that dugout, which was great to see. Oh, Hyder there. The hammy, the undisclosed stuff, the myocarditis. It's not been an ideal situation for the number 2 pick in the draft. Adley's a 3-time All-Star. Gunner's Rookie of the Year, starting All-Star shortstop. Westberg, an All-Star. I mean, Jackson Holiday was not only the number 1 pick, he was the number 1 prospect, not based on my expectations, based on the experts. The Keith Laws, the Kylie McDaniels called him the number 1 prospect in baseball. And basically, he's being treated like a utility player from time to time. They've bottomed out in a lot of areas. Now, Quinn, you mentioned him, Kevin. He's one of their top pitching prospects, along with Jurwa and De Leon and Trey Gibson, who was undrafted. So they've got some hope there, we think. But 2 years ago, we were talking about the Orioles as a powerhouse. They were going to be the team that everyone was going to be chasing in the American League East. Instead, last place last year, 4th place this year. It is going haywire for Mike Elias and the Birds of Baltimore. They dropped 2 in a row to Philadelphia, who had just got swept by the Marlins, who had just lost 12 straight games. So you get the drill. Dean Kramer's gone. How does that make you feel, everybody? It's Vinny and Andy Nolan here on The Fan.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world with today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan. Visit CFGBankArena.com to get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If a baby is giggling in the back seat, they're probably happy. If a baby is crying in the back seat, they're probably hungry. But if a baby is sleeping in the back seat, will you remember they're even there? When you're distracted, stressed, or not usually the one who drives them, the chances of forgetting them in the back seat are much higher. It can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot fast and can be deadly. So get in the habit of checking the back seat when you leave. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING.com. If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Attention Bel Air drivers. Something big is happening at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. Our Salute to Savings event is happening all month long with incredible deals across our entire inventory. Whether you're shopping for a tough Ford truck, a family SUV, or a dependable pre-owned vehicle, now is the time to buy. Add in our top dollar trade-in values, easy financing options, and a service team dedicated to keeping you on the road. It's easy to see why more drivers are making the switch. We are reliable. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Sunday's rubber match between Baltimore and Philadelphia was one to forget for the Orioles as they were shut out 8-0 in a game shortened by rain. The Phillies scored twice off Kyle Bradish in the third before the umpires called for a rain delay that lasted nearly 2 hours. After play resumed, Anthony Nunez, Josh Walker, and Albert Suarez combined to allow 6 runs in the next 3 innings, putting the game out of reach. With the trade deadline almost here, Bradish was asked if he'd like to see the current group remain intact following the game.
I mean, what we have in this clubhouse is more than capable of winning, regardless of what they do. At the end of the day, it's something you can't control.
The sense around the league is that the Orioles could be active on both sides of the market today. Toronto was the only other team in the division expected to sell, and the Blue Jays took a step in that direction Sunday by sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs in exchange for 2 prospects. Gausman has posted a 4.38 ERA with 127 strikeouts over 23 starts this season. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 85. I'm Ben Hall, O's, Terps, and your home for the most Ravens training camp coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Happy Monday, everybody. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at 1 winning drive. Ravens 11 o'clock. First padded practice of 2026. Later on today, Jesse Minter, Dwayne Ledford, O-line coach Venga Ioane, and Roger Rosengarten will meet with the media, get to talk to the first-round pick out of Penn State, and also hear from Roger Rosengarten, entering his 3rd season in the league, as we've discussed many times. Ravens offensive line, big area of concern. Last year, have they done enough to improve things heading into the upcoming year? And I saw Maurice Jones-Drew said this is the most talented Ravens roster since Lamar's been here. Didn't we say that last year? And they wound up going 8-9, missed the playoffs, a lot of injuries and other things, part of the equation. But I'm feeling that one. As I'm feeling blue about the Orioles, I'm rather bullish on the Baltimore Ravens. But we'll get to that in due time. Trade deadline, 6 o'clock today. Luis Ariz goes from San Francisco to Philly. Kevin Gausman goes from Toronto to the Cubs. Soriano goes from the Angels, who are here this week. He goes to Toronto. So Dean Kramer got traded this weekend to Minnesota for an 18-year-old outfield prospect. Tarek Skubal goes to the Dodgers. And a lot of other things going on in between. Luis Castillo goes to the White Sox. Or Anthony Dominguez, former Oriole, he goes to Seattle. So we'll keep you up to date on all of the movement. And if the Orioles get something rolling, it would be cool. But Dean Kramer's gone. I thought he was an effective pitcher for the most part. Was he Mike Messina? No. Was he Jim Palmer? Of course not. But was he good enough? Last vestige of the Manny trade. He did a lot more for the Orioles than Manny did for the Dodgers, I guess, in totality. But you get the point. So Adley Rutschman could be traded too, which seems like not an inevitable thing, but it's no longer, we're not trading Adley Rutschman. What are you, on drugs? No, he might get traded, which is kind of a bummer for me anyway. All right, let's get out to the phones. Go to Warren in Owings Mills. Warren, thanks for holding. What's up?
Morning, gentlemen. How are you guys doing today?
All right.
Well, Bob, I know how you're feeling. I'm feeling the same way. One of my buddies, who I've lifelong friends I go to Ravens and Orioles games with, sent a text around last night saying less than a week to football. So, because the Hall of Fame game is next weekend, so we're feeling a little better about that. Real quick on Adley, a couple points. You guys talked about the press conferences that Elias spoke this year. The handwriting to me was on the wall last year when they signed Basayo. Now I'm assuming they probably tried to sign Adley, and for whatever reason he didn't want to do it, so they reached out to Basayo. But it's kind of like the Ravens situation with Andrews and Likely. Once they re-signed Andrews, Likely didn't want to be here because he didn't want to be second fiddle anymore. So I think that might have a little bit to do with that situation. And then getting back to Adley, he was one of the lessons that I learned about 4 years, in the last couple of years, not to drink the Kool-Aid. Because when he came up, when he was first pick in the draft, he was projected to be another Buster Posey. And that's what everybody was waiting to see. And he's been pretty good, but he hadn't been anywhere near a Buster Posey. And the other interesting point you made about Elias almost saying Wieters instead of Adley, he reminds me of Wieters. Wieters was the fourth pick in the draft the year he came out. He was All-American. He was projected to be a stud catcher on, offensively and defensively, and he turned out to be pretty good. He made a couple of all-star teams. He was better defensively than Adley, but he never panned out to be a Buster Posey. So I would not be disappointed to see him trade Adley. I expect them to do it because I just don't see why it would be nice luxury to have two catchers of that quality. I don't think he wants to be here because Basayo is the man. And other than Basayo, to me, the only other untouchable is Bradish because, nobody's going to give up a one or two starter. And, so we're not going to get if we traded Bradish, we're not going to get anything better than Bradish back. So I think Basayo and Bradish are the only ones. But you guys have a good day. You're going to have a busy day, so I'll talk to you again.
All right, Warren, thanks, man. Always great to hear from you. With Likely, though, if memory serves, I believe the Ravens did approach him with a possible contract extension offer in training camp about a year ago, and he turned it down. And getting to Adley, and with Gunnar Henderson, too, for that matter, and me and Ryan Ripken have talked about it. Have you ever heard either one of these guys say, I'd love to be in Baltimore for the rest of my career? This is the place I want to be. I mean, Westberg said it. Kowser said it. Rodgers has been saying it. I mean, we've heard a lot of these players say, this is my spot, man. But they've never done it. Not that that means anything, maybe. Gunnar did say he'd be open for contract extension talks, which is a sign, if you pay me enough, I'll stick around. But we've never heard, I love it here. This is a place that drafted me, and I think we've got the wherewithal to be contenders for you. Nope, haven't heard any of that. Again, what does it mean? We'll see. Let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, what's up?
What's going on, Bob?
How you doing, dude?
All right, man. It's good seeing you Friday, man. I told you I was going to make it down in time, man. I was extra early.
Yeah, you were like an hour early. You dipped out, though. I didn't get to say goodbye to you, but I'm assuming everything was drama-free. How about we start with that first?
Somewhat. You know how it goes, man. Here and there. It's never going to be drama-free when the Phillies in town, though. And all they fans, man. Like, Bob, they really took over, though, this weekend. Like, that was the second largest crowd since opening day, right?
Which one, Friday night?
I think Saturday, maybe.
Okay.
But I think But, man, that was just, man, I went Friday and Saturday, but they had that place packed. The upper left deck was open. That's really never open. That's normally, empty. They only open that up there like that, though.
Well, they travel well, and as we know, it's not that far, and, they're kind of obnoxious. They bring their own drama, Philly fans.
Yeah,
for sure.
They definitely do, man. It's fun. It was definitely a fun weekend, though, even though we that game Saturday, though, man. Man, Tavares, man, the bases loaded twice. Couldn't give us nothing.
How about pinch hitting Jeremiah Jackson for him every now and again? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, because Jeremiah Jackson comes through in the clutch though a lot. So,
and
but hey,
Tavares
man.
can't hit lefties, but, what do we know?
Yeah, man, but I don't know with this trade deadline. I see a lot of teams making moves, man. Angels just traded their pitcher, I guess, to the Blue Jays. So I know that. Yeah, I heard the Orioles was interested in him, but I don't know, man. I don't know if we're gonna make. I think it's gonna be a last minute thing, and then Elias is gonna go dumpster diving again. So I mean, I hope I'm wrong though, but whatever you do, I just want to see competitive baseball to the end of the season. Honestly, because I'm not ready for football right now.
I'm ready. I'm ready for a little football, like Hank Williams Jr. said. Are you ready for some football? So I'm but the Orioles being mediocre, less than mediocre, has a lot to do with that, too. I prefer, like it was in 2023, when the Orioles were on their way to winning 101 games, and the Ravens were going to be the number 1 seed in the AFC, and Brandon Hyde and John Harbaugh were the toast of the town. That's what I want.
Yeah, man. I agree, man. I agree. And listen, Friday, right? I was telling Trippy, I was like, man, you coming down? He was like, nah, I got to get ready for training camp tomorrow, I'm like, what? I guess for the practice down at the Maryland thing. He was down there with the Ravens. I'm like, man, come on, man. You go in there and see some people practice 11 in the morning on a Saturday? Come on, Trippy. He gave up on the Orioles already, man. They still 2.5 games back. Anything can happen, man, as you know, Bob. Remember, it was 2 years ago, right? The Tigers went on that run in August, late September.
Oh, yeah.
And they was like, they was like 10 games out of it, I think. 10 or 8 games back.
And then last year, we're showing we got to roll. But last year, they were like 14 up at the All-Star break and eked into the playoffs. And now Tarek Skubal is in L.A. And who knows, Casey Mize could be out the door as well. We'll keep you up to date on everything that's going on with the Major League Baseball trade deadline, which is today at 6 o'clock. But Dean Kramer has moved on to Minnesota. And again, he was an effective, sometimes really good pitcher for the Orioles, but he's out the door. Does this mean Bassett's coming back soon? What's Cade Povich's situation going to be? What if they trade Trevor Rogers? Would you do that? You're buying or selling. Are you doing both? You're the GM of the Orioles. Bring it in here on The Fan.
Next time on The Final Drive.
Lamar Jackson said his best football is still ahead of him. What could that look like? Also, Chris Davis will be inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame on Saturday, and he will join us at 5.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
12 years after picking Jadeveon Clowney with the first overall pick of the 2014 draft, the Texans have brought Clowney home, signing him to a one-year deal. And Clowney's going to join an absolutely stacked defense that features Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. And if this defense in Houston stays healthy this year, and they get even average quarterback play out of C.J. Stroud, the Texans could make the Super Bowl out of the AFC. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. If you're planning on hosting more cookouts or spending your nights outside with family and friends or looking for your next home upgrade, you're going to need to check out Town Appliance. They carry top brands like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Get your home summer ready with new outdoor grills, beverage centers, and outdoor refrigeration and powerful air conditioners, all with flexible financing. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Now, Mayor, they really know their stuff. So visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Treat yourself this summer and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest Costas Inn location at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand, and now's the time to check it out. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system holding 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Yeah, we talk about it. Like, I don't think it's coach's fault. And the players are working hard. Me and my staff, I think we need to, do a better job in that regard. I mean, you can't go all in on defense, and you still have to worry about other parts of the game, scoring runs. But we're trying to get better and get smarter in the front office. This isn't something that we don't emphasize or don't care about.
Oh yeah, scoring runs, which they haven't done since Friday. The Orioles. That was Mike Elias, speaking of Friday, meeting with the media, talking about the defense or lack thereof that the 2026 Orioles have displayed. And this kind of goes back to last year, too. They weren't that great fundamentally in 25. As a matter of fact, with 64, the Orioles lead Major League Baseball in unearned runs. The Pirates come in second at 58. So this has been a bad defensive team. We were asking all offseason what Baltimore was going to do in center field. Because remember, Cedric Mullins was traded last year to Tampa, now contributing to a team that's in first place in the American League East. Ced's got his highs and his lows offensively, but the glove plays, even though he didn't grade out well in the nerd stats analytically in center field. I mean, I've got a memory filled with spectacular catches from Cedric Mullins, so it's all good. But who's going to be the center fielder? They were all in on Colton Cowser. And then Colton Cowser hit himself out of being the everyday center fielder, and that became Leody Taveras. Got some run there. We've seen Dylan Beavers get some starts there. Enrique Bradfield, who was drafted to be that guy 3 years ago, has not ascended yet to the major league level. But Nolan, before we get to the top of the hour and get Jeffrey Chadilla in here to talk some NFL from NFL Network. By the way, today's Marv Levy's 101st birthday. Marv Levy, you over a fish's jerk. Remember that from NFL Films? But anyway, we looked at Bradfield's stats at Norfolk. 250 batting average around there, 350 on base percentage, 29 steals. Why not? Let's make it happen, right?
I mean, I got to see him by the end of the year.
Yeah,
I need to see like a real stretch, or as close to it as I can possibly get. And I think I already kind of made it known that when I look at Enrique Bradfield Jr., I don't know if there is enough time down the stretch that even if at a certain point, if you played him every day, would that be enough of a sample size to feel comfortable going into 2027? You know, I'm okay going into spring training next year saying you're a part of the mix. Let's go compete. But even then, does he get enough runway in the spring for you to feel 100% confident opening day starter in center field? It takes a lot to get there. But as we've been talking about with a lot of these prospects, the best time to start was yesterday. Second best time is to start today. So the longer you wait, the more you delay this, he's no better off than what you've done with Kobe Mayo and Heston Kjerstad, and the list goes on and on and on. Jackson Holliday to some extent. If you don't play him, you'll never know. So September call-ups, that's got to be a guarantee. He's got to be here when the rosters expand, and I could probably make the case to shuffle some things around and get him up here even sooner.
And getting back to the comment, yeah, bring him up. Let's go. Enrique Bradfield, you know, another one of the long line of left-handed hitters that the Orioles have. They drafted Booth. They drafted Head, two left-handed guys, left-hand hitters anyway, a few weeks back in the draft. But with the outfield and reading between the lines, I'm not saying Elias was almost dismissive of the comment about the defense being as poor as it's been, but what the hell did he think was going to happen here? Westberg's out for the year. Gunners, he was really good last year. What do you have, like a multiple game errorless streak? But he's been shaky at best defensively this season. Jackson Holliday, to me, still looks uncomfortable at second base. Alonso's been way more than you bargained for defensively at first base. But Ward, not exactly Barry Bonds running around in left field defensively. Kowser's got the upside defensively. He had the boot against the Braves, or, you know, Albie called him out for that. Whatever. And then Muscles O'Neill's got 2 gold gloves, but we were working from home when he was winning these things during the COVID years of 5-6 seasons ago. How do you not value defense, especially when your starting rotation and your bullpen, especially going into the year, was questionable at best?
Exactly. Yeah, even at full health. You know, give me a Jordan Westberg, no questions asked this year. Does that raise the entire team's defense? No. It solves the third base issue, which has been a very big issue, make no mistake, but that's only one part of it. That's why I kept saying, okay, if you traded for a stud defensive third baseman at the deadline, it fixes one problem, but does that get the team where they need to be? Probably not. So I can't even, I can't give him a pass at all. And he shouldn't give himself a pass. I mean, I appreciate him taking the blame for it, but you're right. It is head scratching because that's the way the roster was constructed. And Alonso too. I mean, you were signed him knowing that you were going to take a defensive hit to, but get the offensive return and it would be okay. So he ended up being even better. And you actually got gifted something there. But okay, give me a healthy Westberg. Give me Alonso even better than he is right now. It doesn't fix the greater picture.
And we talk about the run production, and it sounds like they're more in on the offense. And the Orioles do have some statistics offensively that say, hey, they're not really as bad as we like to make them out to be. Yeah, they are. They're about as inconsistent in offense as there is. They just got shut out back-to-back games. One was a rain-soaked day, no doubt about it. But I don't want to hear about the offense. You've sacrificed defense for offense that you're not getting from a lot. Kowser's not hitting. He had a dreadful July. O'Neill's been a massive disappointment for them. Beavers is solid enough. We see upside there. Ward is more of a rise, as we said earlier with Harry, than he is a guy that's going to hit in the middle of your lineup. I mean, where's this offense? You're sacrificing defense. Where's the offense?
It's a terrible spot to be.
My TVs work. All right, we'll get to the top of the hour. Jeffrey Jadea, NFL.com, NFL Network. We'll talk about, the NFL with him. Got the whip around 11:15. What happened in the world of sports over the weekend? Some few things. Got some trades going down in Major League Baseball today. And Zach Kreiser, bandwagon newsletter. Get his thoughts on Skubal and Gausman and everything else in between. And some of the prospects that were sacrificed in these deals.
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
Using chat to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Are you in the market for a new Hyundai? Jones Hyundai is the place to go. Save now on a huge selection of new or used Hyundais. As for Kevin Brammer, he's the sales director, and he is a wheeler dealer. And Jones, they make it real easy with low interest rates and banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. So visit Bel Air Hyundai to see what car or truck is right for you. And as always, every Hyundai comes with my favorite thing, Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. And Jones has over 2 million likes and reviews. And you too. You can be a satisfied customer at Bel Air Hyundai's part of Jones Junction, and they're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. It's a real easy drive, so stop by and see them. And there's a Jones Junction tag frame waiting for you. Just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel, and tell them Vinny sent you.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends, August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles are limping into today's trade deadline with a 54-58 record following yesterday's rain-shortened 8-0 loss to the Phillies. Kyle Bradish and Zach Wheeler only tossed a few innings each before the foul weather shut things down for nearly 2 hours. By the time it cleared up, both managers were forced to turn to their bullpens, and that's where Philadelphia really took control. Anthony Nunez, Josh Walker, and Albert Suarez all struggled in their appearances, combining to allow 6 earned runs and 3 innings of work. The rain returned not long after and forced the umps to call things early.
Conditions held up pretty good. Like the surface level, I think everyone saw it, had like that, almost like a puddle look to it and stuff. And the grounds crew did a great job of trying to keep the batter's box and pitcher's mound, playable, but you can only take so much rain. No one's going to make an excuse. Both teams had to play through it.
There's Craig Albernaz on the less than ideal conditions. No game today as the Birds wait and see what their roster will look like the next time they take the field. The trade deadline will arrive at 6 this evening. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs settling in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Ravens, who are in pads today. He'll be joining us live at 1 o'clock for some NFL lunch. Stick around for that. As you heard during Nolan's update, Orioles off today. Angels in town. Start a series tomorrow. Trade deadline, 6 o'clock. Major League Baseball. As we get trade news, we'll share it with you. Could Adley Rutschman, for instance, be on his way out of Baltimore after 4+ seasons. But let's talk some NFL. Joining us now from NFL.com, from NFL Network. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Welcome back to the show, Jeffrey Chadia. Jeffrey, what's happening?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Doing all right. Let's start with we'll do AFC West today because obviously we talk about the AFC North a lot around these parts. Patrick Mahomes been given clearance to do what he has to do, less than a year removed from a significant knee injury. How has he looked so far, Jeffrey, in training camp?
Well, he's looked pretty good, and he should because there's no contact around him. They haven't gotten in the pads yet, and he's been very open about just the importance of being able to get through those kinds of situations with bodies around him and moving around more and having to make, playing out of the pocket, things he's always done throughout his career, because he knows that, as much as as hard as he's worked to get back, that those were the kind of plays that he got hurt on. And so finding the comfort level, being able to understand what he can do with his body. He's wearing a brace. He's been accurate, but again, that part of it's going to be the next big challenge for him.
Now, last year, like the Ravens, Kansas City did not make the postseason. Two mainstays for the better part, 5, 6, 7 years here. Kenneth Walker was brought in, DeMarcado from the Cardinals as well, Jeffrey, to run the football. How have they upgraded, at least from what you've seen at training camp, at mini camp, and on paper, the running game based on the last couple of seasons?
Well, it's definitely much better because it couldn't have been much worse. And between Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt, there was not a lot of explosive plays and consistent running. And so they went and got Kenneth Walker and DeMarcado and drafted Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska to help that part of it. But really, the big question around here is how much will Andy Reid run the football? Because people know that he's not somebody who's ever been really high on that. They've been one of the highest teams in the league since his time, running run-pass options, throwing out a shotgun, passing on first down. And really, Kenneth Walker was not an RPO-type running back. He ran a lot of under center in Seattle. And so people are wondering, is Andy going to do more under center? Is he going to do more things that help Kenneth Walker get unlocked and really help protect Patrick Mahomes?
Now, we talk about Mark Andrews here in Baltimore as a guy that, averaged barely over 8 yards of reception last year. Likely he's gone to the Giants, so it's still kind of his thing. How much gas is left in the Travis Kelce tank at this stage of his career?
Well, there's a lot of photos of his belly going around the early parts of training camp, so I think he had a lot of wedding cake. Him and Taylor were enjoying their nuptials back in July. And so I think people are hopeful that he can still do what he's done. He's doing things at that position that no one's done at his age, but the reality is he's going to be 37 years old this year, and if he's their leading receiver again, as he was last year, that's a big problem for the Chiefs because he's not able to make those difference-making plays as often. He had a couple big drops last year that led to the Chiefs losing against the Texans and the Eagles, and so he's becoming a lot less reliable in that matter. But they've got to develop the Rashee Rices and the Xavier Worthies and have those guys be the 1 and 2 options. If Travis Kelce's your third option, then you really are playing better football.
Are the Chiefs right now, Jeffrey, in the market for a veteran receiver? Guys like Stephon Diggs, for instance, still looking for employment right now?
Not yet. They had a couple scares last week in training camp where Xavier Worthy got banged up his shoulder, and Cyrus Allen, a 5th-round pick who they're really excited about, got banged up, hurt his shin on a special teams play. But so far they're being hopeful that they can make this work. They don't have really a ton of money to spend to go out and get a veteran receiver right now, and so I think it'd have to be some pretty desperate conditions for them to make that move. But no doubt their receiving core, Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, Tyquan Thornton, you get past those 3 guys and it's guys who either haven't played or haven't played a whole lot in this league.
Jeffrey, where are the concerns for the Chiefs defensively right now?
The secondary is certainly the biggest concern just because they've lost so much with Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson and there's safety Brian Cook moving on. And so they've got 3 new faces. They brought in Alohi Gilman, who in Baltimore. But everyone else is, again, a young face or like Christian Fulton, a player who's been up and down as far as staying healthy. They're hopeful that Mansour Delane, their first-round pick, the 6th overall pick in the draft, can be a star. They project that, but he's also been banged up in camp with a shoulder injury and hasn't been able to show a whole lot. And so if he's not good, they might have some issues defending the pass this year.
Jeffrey Chadiha, NFL Network, NFL.com, joining us here, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie with you on this Monday. Handicap that division. Kansas City, as we said, Jeffrey, as you know, didn't make the playoffs last year. Raiders bringing the first pick in the draft and Fernando, and they have a new coach. But Denver, L.A. playoff teams, how are we looking right now on August 3rd? How would you rate the AFC West?
I still think Denver and the Chargers in that order are the 2 best teams, and then the Chiefs. And I don't know why people are so down on the Broncos. They still have one of the best defenses in the NFL. They made a big trade for Jalen Waddle. Sean Payton has won a Super Bowl. And then the Chargers, what they were able to do without their 2 starting offensive tackles for most of the year and still making the playoffs. Jim Harbaugh has shown he can get a lot out of that group, and so I like them. The Chiefs, I think they can be a 10-win team if things go right. But on paper, they're asking a lot of a lot of people who have a lot of questions around them. And that's up and down the lineup. Even the quarterback has got a question about him, how he's going to play coming back from a torn ACL. And I think the Raiders made some strong moves, and that should be better. But they're not going to be playoff caliber maybe for a couple more years.
All right, last thing for you, Jeffrey. Know you're a busy guy. AFC South, Jadeveon Clowney goes back to Houston where he started his career. How good is that defense, and what are we looking at in this division where Jacksonville and the Texans were playoff teams? And the Colts were looking good until Danny Dimes got hurt, and he was kind of fading down the stretch anyway, if memory serves.
Yeah. Well, I think Houston obviously is a team that should still be considered the front runner in that division, even though they didn't win it last year. You look at what they've been able to do without getting great quarterback play from C.J. Stroud, which in his defense has a lot to do with their offensive line issues. If he's able to play anywhere close to what he was as a rookie, they are a legit Super Bowl contender because the defense is that good. And you add Clowney in there, another guy who can get after the quarterback. Jacksonville, I liked what they did at the end of last year, but I did not like their offseason at all. They didn't make any real changes, and they lost some key players, and the running back, Travis Etienne, and and then certainly some hits on defense. So I feel good about Houston getting the playoffs. Everyone else is a little bit more of a crapshoot.
Jeffrey Chadilla, NFL Network, NFL.com. Jeffrey, always appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Have fun at camp, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks a lot, man. Always great talking to you.
You got it. Jeffrey Chadilla, everybody. We'll come back. It's the Whip Around. Talk about what happened in the world of sports last night. Trade deadline today. Major League Baseball. 6 o'clock. As soon as the Orioles make a move, we'll let you know. They did trade Dean Kramer over the weekend. And not getting a lot of calls about people bummed about Man Bun leaving the organization. Zach Kreiser is going to be joining us from the Bandwagon newsletter, bottom of the hour, talk about the moves that have been made and what might be happening in our baseball world over the next 7 hours here.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
The Holloman Law Firm invites friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4 p.m. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out of one winning drive. Ravens on the practice field as we speak in pads. Calais Campbell and John Jenkins are there on the field practicing, which is good news, of course. And then we're going to hear from Vinny live from Owings Mills coming up at 1 o'clock. Whip around here on this Monday. Nolan, real quick before we get to the other sports subjects outside of our little Charm City bubble. Dean Kramer was traded over the weekend for 18-year-old prospect out of the Twins organization. Dean Kramer, not exactly lighting up here in 2026. Last two starts have been dreadful, to say the least. But, I thought Dean Kramer coming in, he wasn't even the linchpin of that trade for Manny. It was Yusniel Diaz, remember, the outfield, who's long been out of the organization. I think he's not even in at least professional baseball in the States here at this time. But Dean Kramer, I thought he had a successful, better than expected, how's that sound, career here in Baltimore. There's never Mussina, never Palmer, as we said. Never was talked about in the same breath as, like, say, Bradish at his best, or Boz, for instance, but is about as reliable as it got, sometimes spectacular. And just when we wrote him off, he'd always come rising up and give you a start that you didn't expect in a positive way. That's probably the biggest thing I'll remember him for, is when you really needed one, whether it was the traditional sense, we need a stopper, right? That guy, get us off a skid, he could do that for you. If it was just a big primetime game in general, he'd be out there for you. He pitched the clincher for the AL East a couple of years back. Just always seemed to work out that way for him. I think that's what I'll remember the most. But for the trade itself, a shock. I'll call it that. I thought Rogers more likely to go from the pitching side of things than him, even though it was just one more year of control. But these now go hand in hand. I mean, as soon as I saw this deal go down, I immediately turned my attention to Trevor Rogers. What does this mean for him? Because personally, if they're going to make a push to keep Trevor and you're willing to move on from Dean, I say, okay, that's fine. But if you're going to be in a spot where you're moving on from two guys from your rotation at once, I know they've made the commitments to Boz and Bradish, but that kind of puts you right back where you were this past offseason and the year prior, where you've got to make multiple pitching moves. It's not a comfortable spot to be. I could deal with one. Creating two holes would be a daunting task for me. Leonardo Reyes comes over from Minnesota, who spent most of this season down in their Gulf Coast lead. 18 years old, out of the Dominican. That's all I got. Good. You know what I mean? But I think he slots in, if you believe like the MLB pipeline, that side of the rankings, he slots in now as our 20th. So he's in the mix. Hey, there we go. ETA of 2030. Get him in there, baby. Be here before you know it. But D. Kramer's gone, and you mentioned Boz and Bradish. They get extended. I think in a perfect world, they'd like to extend Trevor Rogers, even though he has said, I've shut it down. I'm not going to do it till after the season. Kramer's a free agent after next year. There was just, they can't pay them all. And, with the young guys coming up, hopefully, through the system, there was just no long-term room at the end, I guess, for Dean Kramer. Yeah, maybe that's the other side of it, is that this is also sort of a vote of confidence for the next wave coming up. Although I'd still kind of pump the brakes there. Right. And from a roster building standpoint, I'd like to hedge my bets a little bit. Even if I'm really, really high on what Ajurwa's doing next spring, I'd still probably like to have a veteran there just in case, Yeah, and JT Quinn, too, who Kevin brought up earlier. He's another one of their highly regarded guys. But, we should be talking about the Orioles trying to go all in to win the division and get to the playoffs. And here we are talking about them probably selling more than they are buying. And Dean Kramer, who did pitch the clincher, pitched in the playoff series against Texas a couple of years ago, gets flipped for an 18-year-old outfield. And anywho, also on the move, Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. Is this the end of the world, Nolan? Are you losing Everyone's your mind? Reacting like it is. Come on. I mean, there are other teams that could have sacrificed. LA's paid him $9 million, basically, for the rest of the season, because he got like $31 million or whatever it was in arbitration. And they gave up some high-end magic beans, but there are other teams that could have come with similar compensation package. I mean, this was probably inevitable to begin with. I have no problem
kind of that being the main takeaway is that this was always going to happen. But I'll stand by my conspiracy theory. We have a little fun today.
Okay.
Is that the owners coordinated this move together, that they wanted Skubal to get traded to the Dodgers for the demoralization, because you saw it as soon as the deal went down. You saw it. I think Nightingale wrote about it, and I got a chuckle out of Nightingale's column. He's like, that's it, pack it up. World Series is over. We book it right now. We don't even have to play the playoffs. But yeah, it just, everyone immediately came out. They're like, well, we're not even going to have a season next year, so what does it matter? You know, this is another reason why we got to stop the rich from getting richer, even though the trade itself has nothing to do with the Dodgers, finances. I know some people want to make the connection that they're more free to make moves like this because they know they're not handcuffed financially. Don't give me that. Anybody was welcome to step up to the plate and pull off this trade for Skubal. When it comes to paying him in free agency, that's where the advantage comes in. Right. But for now, I'm not buying the whole, the world is ending type thing. But I do think based on the reaction, that the owners want. This is the outcome they wanted, at the very least.
Yeah.
Your average owner wanted to see him get traded to the Dodgers because now this creates a panic amongst the fans.
Yeah, and if he would have went to Milwaukee, for instance, it would have been like, see, mid-market teams can do this. But you just said it. They weren't going to re-sign him. And as Bob Nightingale, you mentioned him, said on this show about a month ago, said they're going to trade him to the Dodgers because they're going to wind up signing with him anyway.
The Rays would have been the really fun one for me.
Yeah.
For them to really just reject, and Brewers to some extent, but the Rays are just such that model of like being cheap, but knowing how to be cheap and always having the best talent evaluators. For them to reject their trends and everything that they've done and make that big splash, look, they're a rival, but I would have been all behind it.
Speaking of the Rays, they did trade for Freddie Peralta, who, former Brewer, was traded to the Mets in the offseason. And he'll be a free agent after the year. And exactly had the greatest of seasons for the Mets, but now he goes from last place to first place. And just like that, snap of the fingers. Kevin Gausman, he goes to the Cubs, former Oriole, of course. He was traded away in 2018 during that purge that Duquette was doing. Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers, as we said. And Luis Arraez this morning was traded to the Philadelphia Phillies. Batting average guy. I mean, leads the National League in hitting right now, but 5th team in 5 years. How about that?
I've said forever, I don't get it. I understand the value that we look at the guys that are contact hitters. We don't look at them the same way. He's obviously not a power guy, but he plays a quality enough defense. He can play multiple infield spots, even if he's settled into second base. I mean, look, if the Orioles didn't have as crowded of an infield as they've had, I'd be stumping hard to get Luis Arraez here. He's exactly the type of complimentary player that I want in my lineup to help out the power hitters, get on ahead of them. You don't need 9 guys that are swinging for the fences.
Free agent after the season is Luis Arraez. It is the whip around here on the Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. We just talked about this with Jeffrey Chadilla. Jadeveon Clowney goes back to Houston, where he'll supplement already one of the best defenses in the NFL. So good to see that. And another name to cross off your list for people wanting to reunite the 2023 Ravens.
Probably wasn't going to happen anyway, I don't think. I wouldn't have been against it, I'll say that. But it's a good landing spot for him. You get the narrative of going back home, the team that drafted you, but it's also already you could make the case. I know Myles Garrett, the flashiness, people want to look at LA's pass rush, but you could make the case that the Texans have the best pass rush group in the NFL. And to sprinkle him in there on top of it, it's just a little sweetener.
They got Anderson and Danielle Hunter. Oh, yeah. They got some guys. For sure, Deebo Samuel back to San Francisco. Speaking of reunions, and you mentioned Myles Garrett, he has not practiced for a couple of days, dealing with some lower body soreness, whatever that means. All right, this day in Orioles history, real quick, it's August 3rd. 1996, in Cleveland, Orioles taking on the Indians, as they were called at the time, in a preview of the ALDS that year. Brady Anderson, Bobby Bonilla went deep. Jesse Orosco got the win, 9-4 Orioles. 10 years ago today, Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Matt Wieters, we've talked about him a couple of times. He drove in 2, Trumbon with a ribby. Kevin Gausman got the win. Zach Britton's 33rd save. 3-2 Orioles edge the Rangers 3 years ago, the good old days. Orioles beat Toronto in Toronto. Austin Hayes, 4 for 5, 2 ribbies. Mountie was 4 for 4 with a ribby. Out for the year. We haven't even gotten into that. Jack Flaherty picked up the win. Just traded for Jack Flaherty. Kevin Gausman on that day took the loss for Toronto. And then 2 years ago in Cleveland, Allie drove in 2. Gunnar was 3 for 5 with a ribby. Zach Eflin picked up the W. Yennier Cano's 5th save. 7-4 Orioles over the Guardians 2 years ago today. We'll come back, talk some baseball. Zach Kreiser from the Bandwagon Newsletter, get his thoughts on the trade so far, Major League Baseball, and how real is it that Adley Rutschman will be on a new team by tomorrow?
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. Get your home ready for summer at Town Appliance. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with premium brands and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com today.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Summer's here. Hey, it's Ed. That means longer days, cookouts, beach trips, and plenty of opportunities to keep your game at the top of its game. Whether you're looking to surprise somebody special or add a little bit of excitement to your summer lineup, Lions Den has you covered. From essentials to couples favorites, Lions Den has everything you need to make this season a winner. So turn up the heat at Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, multiple locations around Baltimore. But check them out at lionsden.com or walk into a store.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino this August. Play more, win big all summer long. Caesars Reward members earn bonus tier credits on designated promotional days at the kiosk check-in. Horseshoe Casino, Baltimore's best bet.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Declan Doyle will be the fourth different offensive coordinator that Lamar Jackson has worked with in the NFL. The previous coaching changes each led to Lamar gaining something new, so the expectation is Doyle will be able to bring some of the surprise factor back to his quarterback's game. One way to do that might be having him line up under center more frequently. He's worked mostly out of the shotgun throughout his career with a few exceptions, but here's what the OC had to say about the idea.
You would never notice that he hasn't been under there that much. He has the ability to really do all three. He can be under, he can be the pistol, he can be the gun. It's really, it's a lot of versatility in his game. You want to be able to mix kind of all those things and make the defense have to deal with as multiplicity of, those sets as you can. He provides us a lot of value in his ability to go under center.
And the Major League Baseball trade deadline will take place at 6 this evening, but there's already been a flurry of moves. The Blue Jays are sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs in exchange for a pair of prospects. He's pitched to a 4.38 ERA in 23 appearances this year and could make his Chicago debut as soon as this Thursday when they host the Jays in a makeup game. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs settling in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out with the Ravens. One winning drive. Ravens practicing as we speak in pads today. Got news from the Nest coming up top of the hour. We're going to hear from the coordinators who met with the media over the weekend. Birds are off today. Angels coming to town tomorrow. Orioles dropped 2 in a row to the Phillies. Got shut out both times. Rain soaked yesterday. Saturday, frustration city as usual. Orioles do win the opener, sitting here 2.5 out of the wild card. Joining us now to talk about the trade deadline, where the teams stack up right now, American League East and beyond. He's with the Bandwagon Newsletter. Let's welcome back to the show on the Window Nation guest hotline, Zach Kreiser. Zach, good morning. How you feeling today?
Morning. Good. Just watching the trades roll in.
Yeah, man. And let's get to Scooble first. Nolan and I were just talking about it. And I know once he went to L.A., people were losing their minds because, see, the Dodgers' unfair advantage. Well, for this season at least, a little more than $9 million. They did sacrifice some prospects to make this trade happen. So, I mean, there are other teams that could have, I guess, Zach, done a similar thing. But in the end, why was it L.A.? And what kind of haul are the Tigers getting in return for the two-time Cy Young Award winner?
Yeah, I think it was LA because they're the most willing to put chips on this year, and they've been the most willing team to do that for quite a while now. I mean, you see a lot of teams happy with good enough and, get to 85 to 90 wins, make the postseason in the expanded postseason world, and if it's not good enough, try again next year and don't risk anything at all that might cost the owner too much money or cost you a chance at winning in 2028. The Dodgers are not worried about that. The Dodgers are trying to win the next World Series. That is what they go after. And I think maybe more importantly, there are fewer teams that are interested in expending any energy on that at all. Obviously the Dodgers have more money and they can do certain things in free agency, like we saw with Kyle Tucker, that very few other teams can do. But this is not a case of that. They are willing to part with, I think, the biggest return for a rental player that we've seen in 10 years to get Tarek Skubal and try to win that third straight World Series. To talk about the prospect package, yeah, they're sending back Zaire Hope, who is a power-hitting corner outfield prospect. He's a consensus top 50 prospect in baseball. Some places have him rated in the top 20. He's probably the best prospect to move at a deadline for a player for a couple months since Gleyber Torres, who the Cubs traded away in 2016. So that's the headliner, and I think the Dodgers being willing to do that is just, that's what, the Brewers could have done this, the Rays could have done this. I think the Yankees could have probably done it, but the Dodgers are the most willing.
You mentioned the Rays. They did make the move for Freddie Peralta. Was there a surprise level for you that Tampa, with the move, he's going to be a free agent after the season as well? I mean, they're kind of all in right now, too. I mean, the American League is about as up for grabs as we've seen that in years right now.
Yeah, I think there was not much surprise for me because of exactly what you're talking about. The Rays see an opening. You know, they don't necessarily have that opening every year, and they do this year. They're leading the division, and you know, in their case, Freddie Peralta helps them possibly get a bye in the postseason in addition to whatever he can offer in the postseason. So it made a lot of sense for them to go out and bolster that rotation. I would be surprised if they don't also try something to bolster the lineup before 6 p.m. tonight. I think the Rays are a great example of a team trying to take a shot and build on it. You know, they're a team with a very established pitching coach and Kyle Snyder, who pretty consistently improves the guys who come in. So I'd expect they change some things with Freddie Peralta, try to get him back to how he looked in Milwaukee. And, you know, it would have been more fun if they went after Skubal, but as a fallback plan, Peralta's not a bad idea.
Staying in the East, Yankees get Luis Garcia from the Nats. He's bringing that 23 home run bat to Yankee Stadium. Is this an indicator that maybe the Stanton Judge return is not imminent, if at all, for them this season?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it says anything about Judge, but he's certainly a good fit for that park, and maybe not a great fit defensively. He creates, you know, more of a logjam in the first base DH department for the Yankees. So maybe it does say something about Stanton, which, you know, it's tough, but Giancarlo Stanton has just not been healthy consistently, so you can't really plan around that. And in this case, they're getting a guy who should only play first base, and it seems like they'll platoon him with Paul Goldschmidt, with Garcia getting the bigger share of the at-bats, and maybe Ben Rice will slide in at catcher more, which a little bit risky to put your, you know, a hitter that's that good back at catcher where he hasn't played much, but that seems to be the path they're trending toward. So that'll be interesting to follow, but Garcia, definitely a big improver on the Nationals, who does play well with the short right field porch in Yankee Stadium, and he should be strictly platooned, though. You won't see him against lefties much.
Zach Kreiser, Bandwagon Newsletter, joining us here, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw with you on this Monday. All right, Orioles, Adley Rutschman. The whispers are there that he could be available. Mike Elias said Friday, got to be open-minded in regards to possible trade discussions. Free agent after next year. Currently on the IL for the third time this season, 5 times in the last 2 years. Well, what are we hearing out there about Adley? 24 hours from now, will he still be wearing the black and orange, or could he be residing, who knows, maybe in the American League East elsewhere?
I think the Orioles are one of the most interesting teams of this deadline, and partially because I don't have a read on what they should do. You know, there's a lot of teams who don't behave as you wish they would. There's teams that are, you know, kind of laying back when you wish they'd go for it. There's teams that hold on when you think they should rebuild. I don't know what the Orioles should do. They've been stuck in this kind of neutral, even trying different strategies. And I don't know what the answer is there. And if you get an overwhelming return for Adley Rutschman, there are a couple big contenders who really want a catcher. Maybe someone tries to overpay or really set the Orioles up well with a return that could help them pretty soon. I don't think it's likely he moves, but I think the Orioles are in a position where they could do something dramatic and be justified in doing so. I mean, it's been 4 years, I think, to the day since Mike Elias said that they have liftoff, and it really hasn't come to fruition. So I think a change would not be unwarranted, but if you move him, if you send away this like huge signal of the team returning to contention, kind of the avatar of that era, you need to get a really good return back. And I think that is sort of up to the market as to whether that's out there for them.
Zach, in your opinion, you mentioned liftoff, the Mike Elias, the famous words. 2 years ago at this time, the Orioles, I believe, were in first place in the American League East. Had a rocky second half, but still wound up making the postseason. They've been a below 500 team since. How have they gotten to this point where we thought they were a rising power, and now we're talking about in real terms trading away the guy that was going to be the foundation of this new level of excellence here in Baltimore?
I think at the most basic level, they chose a tact where they held on to all of their young unproven players and kind of made a commitment to developing around them, and they didn't develop them. The players, Jackson Holiday, Colton Cowser, all of these guys, Kobe Mayo, they've made it to the majors, but none of them have taken the step forward to be threatening middle of the order bats, and that's coming back to bite them. There are a lot of teams that develop talent enough and then consolidate it into proven talent via trade, and the Orioles did that with Corbin Burns, but in very other, like, they didn't do it in really any other circumstances, and I think that is because the guys didn't develop. They're kind of stuck in this middle ground where those guys are not that valuable anymore, and they're not playing that well.
Zach, tell everybody about the bandwagon and why we should be reading it today as the trade deadline's coming up at 6.
Great time to read it. Yes, you can go to bandwagon.ghost.io. It's free to subscribe and read. You can support if you want. I have a post out about Tarek Skubal and how baseball fans should feel about the Dodgers this morning, and I will have plenty more analysis this week of all the rest of the deals.
Zach, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the deadline. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
You got it. Zach Kreiser, everyone. We'll come back, talk to Nolan McGraw. We got news from the Nest coming up top of the hour. Shift to the Ravens a little bit. Stick around for that. Buy or sell. Where's the early week money? Hopefully counting some around 12:15. We'll revisit the trade deadline moves so far. Vinny's going to be joining us live from One Winning Drive, where the Ravens are on the practice field today in pads.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. The Los Angeles Dodgers are going to win the World Series again and become the first team since the Yankees from 98 to 2000 to win 3 straight World Series championships. Pairing Tarek Skubal in the rotation with Yamamoto and Ohtani and the star-studded lineup, absolutely ridiculous. The Dodgers will win it all. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, New York was trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $712 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Empower. After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he could be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Last week, New York was trading at 13% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $712 with a win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade $25. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles are off today. Craig Alvarez is at one winning drive with his family, enjoying a training camp for his padded practice for the Ravens. Got news from the Nest coming up on the top of the hour. No, there's no truth to the rumor that the Ravens went 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position just because Albie is there. Birds have not scored since Friday. Got shut out Saturday. A couple of bases loaded situations did not go their way. As Sanchez pitched himself out of a couple of jams. Shane Boz, I mean, come on, man. What does this guy have to do to get some run support? And yesterday was that was a rough. And Kyle Bradish even said, I made one bad pitch. The curveball slipped, kind of hung in the zone, and got hit for a home run there. But the Orioles, they've dropped 2 in a row. They're 4 back of 500, where they haven't resided in 3 months. And they're still 2.5 out of the wild card. Nolan, a lot to unpack with our Birds of Baltimore, both of them. And we'll get the news from the Nest in a minute. But what's on your mind over there here on this Monday?
Well, that foul weather yesterday, I mean, understood that the game got called when it did. Can't really argue against that. Not really bent about it either because the Orioles are getting blown out 8-0. So it's not like called the game when we had a chance to actually come back. But do you feel like that could have been managed a little bit better yesterday from a game starting standpoint? Because, okay, yeah, I can hear the people now. You're upset only because Kyle Bradish got yanked early. I'm sure the Phillies would have loved to have had Zach Wheeler out there. That's my point. Yep. And the casual baseball fan, or any baseball fan really, would have much rather watched those two guys do battle yesterday in a potential pitcher's duel. And even then, I think the Orioles have a better shot of winning. If they're down 2-0 going into the 7th inning and you could finally get Wheeler out of there, all right, we're talking here. There's something can happen here, a bloop and a blast. But it felt mismanaged right from the jump. And then anytime you're taking a tarp off to immediately put it back on,
right,
it's a mess.
Now, out of habit, during baseball season, I always check the weather forecast because we do BBT down at Pickles, and we like to know, are we going to be inside or outside? And we've been outside a lot this year. Last year, we got a ton of rain delays and all that nonsense. Based on the forecast that I saw earlier, the rain wasn't supposed to hit until later in the afternoon. But the Orioles have super terrific radar. I'm just staring at my stupid phone. You know what I mean? They've got the things they can judge. So that, I think the rain and the intensity of it, I'm going to go ahead and guess they didn't anticipate it coming in that hot the way that it did and lasting as long as it did, too.
Anytime you have to resign yourself to the fact that we're going to have to play through this to some extent, which is what they were doing.
Right.
I don't think they thought it would get as heavy as it did. But anytime you have to reach that point where you're like, okay, we just have to bite the bullet, get through this, hope that it's not too distracting or too detrimental, it's never a good spot to be. So no surprise that it got out of hand yesterday. I did not feel good. Was not envying the grounds crew, that's for sure.
No, and the Phillies come in. They had just been swept by the Marlins. Miami had lost 12 straight games before they handled Philadelphia. The Phillies have been active. I mean, we talked about Luis Ariz going there today, but I just felt, I don't know. I know the Orioles won the opener, and that was, cool. But that seemed to be the one they needed to get because with Sanchez and Wheeler, and as good as Boz and Bradish can be, the Oriole bats I have zero faith in them putting up crooked numbers against good pitchers for the most part.
Yeah, and once you saw the results Saturday, not shocking at all for them to get blanked by Sanchez, that sets up the nerves for yesterday. Because Wheeler, in his own right, you could argue is even better. More tenured, a little more stable. So it was always daunting. And even then, you look at the manner they won in on Friday night. It wasn't like they beat up on Painter, the starting pitcher, and got all their runs that way. It took a comeback effort late. So, man, imagine where they'd be if they didn't get that one.
Yeah, and Painter, by the way, sporting a +7 earn run average, having a rough go of it. Angels now come to town, and they've already traded Jorge Soriano today. Zach Neto could be on the move. Joe Adell could be on the move. I mean, Ohapi got traded last week, the catcher. So the Angels, who are arguably the worst team in baseball, certainly the American League, they come in here, and we don't even really know. Reed Detmers could be pitching tomorrow, but it might not be for them. I mean, in a perfect world, he'd be someone that would look good in the Oriole rotation, but I don't know if old Mike Elias going to pull the trigger on that level of deal. Would it be even worth it at this stage?
Right. Yeah, I think, could they still end up making moves that lean on both sides of the aisle, buying and selling? Sure. But I think after what happened these last 2 days, the 2 shutout losses at that, 4 teams ahead of you or between you and that third wild card spot, I think more of the moves will reflect selling today. And that's just because I think those are the easier moves, right? The guys on expiring. Taylor Ward, I mean, if we were going to put money down on something or call something a guarantee, him getting moved today would be my pick for a guarantee. I'd probably put Kittredge in that conversation too. Again, they've kind of resigned themselves more to the selling side. You might think, okay, you don't want to get rid of a good reliever, especially when you don't have your closer. But I think based on the way Elias was talking, they're going to be realistic about it. And they traded Kittredge last year. They're not afraid to do it. I don't think they're super attached to the guy. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Watching him pitch Saturday, I wasn't super attached to him either. And we go back, to Friday at this time. I would have thought Yadier Cano could have been an interesting trade piece, but the Orioles extended him. And Nolan, before we get to the top of the hour, switch to the Ravens. Ryan Mountcastle out for the year. As Mountcastle's luck would have it, he got hurt warming up for his rehab start. Coming back from a broken foot, the oblique or whatever. Oh, this guy, you talk as bad as Kerstad's luck has been, and he's had some rough luck. Oh man, he's like, hey, hold my beer, my friend.
I'm wondering what a scenario would look like if he never got hurt this year. I don't think his playing time is that plentiful. I mean, obviously, first base alone, it's locked up by Pete Alonso, but just. Again, they've had DH locked up for most of the year.
Yeah.
Where was he going to play? So it was confusing when they brought him back. even more confusing when you pair it with the Alonso thing. I wasn't totally against it. It's familiar depth. It's a guy you can trust. And in the event of an injury, if he wasn't hurt himself, you throw him out there. But this has got to be it. I just feel terrible for the guy. Great guy. Easy to root for.
Sure.
Just hope it's one of those, first and foremost, land with the National League team. We don't have to worry about you then. And get that power back. Just baseball would be more fun if Ryan Mountcastle's launching home runs left and right.
Yeah, Baltimore kind of did him in just like the Shift did in Chris Davis. But the other thing with Mountie, too, Nolan, made a lot of money for a dude that was basically going to be a part-time player, over $7 million as the Orioles brought him back here.
That's going rate for replacement player these days. Yeah,
like we say, it's not our money. Who gives a crap? All right, we'll come back. It's news from the Nest. Going to hear from the coordinators about with the media as Ravens at practice today. Vinny's going to be joining us in about an hour live from One Winning Drive. We'll count some dough. Hopefully, 12:15 we'll buy or sell, and we'll give you updates on the trade deadline. Reed Detmers, by the way, is signed through 2028. He'll be a free agent in 2029. So that means if the Orioles traded for him, that means Trevor Rogers definitely would be gone, I would think.
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. When I'm upgrading my kitchen or prepping for the summer heat, Town Appliance is the only place I go. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more. Whether you need a new air conditioner, outdoor fridge, ice maker, or luxury appliance, they have you covered with flexible financing. Head to their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Mayor, they're going to take great care of you. Visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA Smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 100 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us.
And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steele, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens' pass rush has to turn in much better results this year if Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver are going to actually turn things around for the entire defense. The personnel appears to be in place with the addition of Trey Hendrickson and some good health across the board. And even though there hasn't been any live contact during practice just yet, Weaver says the hype is becoming more justified.
I told you guys this from the start. I think we got some guys that can get there. And when you have that, obviously, as a coordinator, it makes life pretty easy. I don't think anything's really real until we put the pads on. But thus far, I love what I'm seeing with just the overall work ethic of all those front guys.
And the Orioles will enter this evening's trade deadline with no more clarity than they entered the weekend with. They still sit 2.5 games back of the last wildcard spot and have 4 teams in their way of getting there. Across the league, everyone is still reacting to the Dodgers' acquisition of Tarek Skubal, and now the pitching market floodgates have been opened. The Blue Jays are sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs, while the Rays are picking up Freddie Peralta from the Mets. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs settling in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Your station for the best Ravens coverage. It's News from the Nest with Vinny and Haynie on 105.7 The Fan.
All right, time for some Ravens football talk. News from the Nest style. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Baltimore football team. We'll be hearing from him in about an hour. Stick around for that. Practice in pads today. Calais Campbell was there, and he's participating fully. John Jenkins is there participating, and Nnamdi Madubuike is there. He's got a neck roll on. Still not involved fully in team activities, but still working out on the side. So getting a glimpse of what this defensive line could look like for the Baltimore Ravens here in 2026. And Nolan, this is one of the more exciting parts of the team. There's some age in certain areas with Calais and Jenkins. Goes back to Nnamdi being able to do his thing. We talk about Travis Jones. Where Broderick Washington fits in remains to be seen, but there's some potential there in that front seven for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, first and foremost, just nice to have Calais back out there participating. Yeah. That's a great sign for him. I heard the reports that he was hanging around, I think Friday of last week, talking to the guys, but wasn't participating. So this is fantastic. Obviously thinking about him for sure. And then you mentioned the neck roll for Madubuike. I'm assuming precaution or for help. But man, from an aesthetic standpoint, defensive guy with the neck roll, that went the way of the dinosaur, but we got to bring that back, man.
Yeah.
I think Nnamdi could bring it back. Bring the swag back with the neck roll.
Yeah. The one guy I remember, and I'm, of course, older than you, was Jim Otto for the Raiders, the old center. Number 00 had the neck roll. Man, that thing happened, and he had the 2-bar face mask. Boy, to tell you how things have changed in the National Football League. But for the Ravens offense, Declan Doyle, he takes over for Todd Monken, now the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, and it's his first time calling plays. He was the OC last year for the Bears, but Ben Johnson was kind of the dude like Jesse Minter's going to be for the Ravens defensively this year. But here's Declan Doyle talking about getting used to his new job.
It's very similar. It's just being, hitting the button, practicing it. Obviously, this would be the first time I'm calling it down there, and whether I'm up in the box or on the field, you got to hit the button. And, similar to how we're doing it with our guys, like putting them through these stressful situations. Same thing. It's a good habit. Like anytime we're in a call-in period, trying to simulate it as best I can, trying to simulate the communication aspect between me and the staff. And so that's really what you're seeing there.
And look, we go back to Zach Orr's 2-year run as defensive coordinator and the concerns with him. He had never called plays before. And we saw the defense struggle, lost their aura of invincibility. No one feared the Ravens defense anymore. Even Marlon Humphrey said, nobody fears us. Defensively, are we going to revisit this one with Declan Doyle? Do we give him some shelf life here? Let's go back to 22. Mike McDonald's first few games, calling plays defensively for the Ravens didn't work out that great. They were blowing leads left and right until they stopped and became one of the more formidable teams. Now the Super Bowl winning coach of the Seattle Seahawks. Are we going there with Doyle just yet? I know Vinny's had reservations. I'm going to wait to see until the actual games start to flow here a little bit before I say can or cannot do it.
It should be in the back of their mind, at the very least. You picked the guy for a reason. You obviously have the utmost confidence in him. So anybody that's throwing that talking point out there, yes, of course. And I've got nothing bad to say about Declan Doyle because I haven't seen him do it yet. Right. It's honeymoon phase. There is no wrong to be done in this stage. But based on what happened with Zach Orr, even if it was a different side of the ball, that's why I say it should be in the back of your head. That should just show you, if things go south, just how hard it could be to get them back on track. I know they brought in Lombardi, right? So you have some sort of veteran presence there on the offensive side, but unless you were going to hand the play calling reins over, which would be a drastic move to begin with, where's the opportunity for change? And your head coach is defensive minded, so that you can't even have a safety valve there where he's going to take over the play calling. So it's a scary proposition. There's no reason to panic just yet. We haven't seen anything that would lead us to believe that this is going to be an absolute failure. But I guess my point just is, like, if it goes south even slightly, just know that it's going to be very hard to even correct that. Like, you've made a decision here that you kind of not dig your grave and you're buried in it. We're not saying it's that dire, but like, you're kind of, this is what it's going to be for 2026. Your next opportunity to actually change that's going to have a real impact would be 27. So if you didn't get it right, you kind of have to eat it to some extent.
Now, as Declan Doyle devises game plans and gets his scheme and his installs ready to rock and roll, he was asked, is this going to be an offense based on eating clock-long drives or instant impact big plays? What are we doing here?
I think that the biggest thing is it's a process each and every play. So it's not necessarily like you're planning on, hey, I want to have these real long drives. You're calling the play. We're trying to detail out that process on any given snap. Obviously, when we're designing these plays, we're thinking that we're trying to gain bigger yards. But there are times where the defense might take that away, and we have to be really efficient at finding, whether that's a check down, whether that's in the run game and being able to drop our pads and create 2 or 3 or 4 more. Those ththings don't happen. Like that, those things aren't planned. Like, it's not like we go into a drive and we're like, hey, let's make this a 12-play drive. It just happens sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, the defense is going to do everything they can to get you 3 and out and prevent you from doing anything successful. But I think there's a versatility aspect here, Nolan, with the big play quarterback. Yeah, we're a little bit worried about the wide receivers, which we're going to keep talking about until they ease our concerns. But Derrick Henry's no slouch, and he's a one-man drive himself when he's clicking on all cylinders, hence 5+ yards per carry here.
And the best offenses in the league are capable of doing it all. I go back to the 2019 Ravens where they were arguably the best offense in football that year, but it was always because they were having success with their game plan. As soon as they were thrown out or they were playing a scenario where they were playing from behind, which was completely foreign to them, you saw how it's not as smooth and things start to kind of break down a little bit, or guys start to panic because they're not used to it. I'd much rather the Ravens offense of more recent years that can both put together a long 12-play drive like Declan just mentioned, eat up clock, and then the next drive when it's necessary, hey, we got 1 minute here to get into field goal range. I'm not sweating it because I know they're capable of it. I want an offense that can do it all. And with Lamar and the way he's grown in his career, he's shown that he's capable of leading an offense that can do it all.
And you mentioned that 2019 team. They were the greatest running team in the history of the National Football League. And Lamar Jackson led the NFL in touchdown passes. So they were versatile. But you brought it up, not to revisit 7 years ago. They didn't play from behind a lot. I mean, that's a team that went 2-2 and then won 12 straight games. But they fell behind against Tennessee, and they were only down, 7 at halftime? They were calling that game like they were down by 27 points. It just seemed as though they were lost. Same thing Monken's first year in Kansas City, the championship game. I mean, they were going for a 4th and 7 in their own territory on their first drive of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So no panic mode here.
I just think in general in 19 they were so dominant at their one thing that they were never forced to be more creative. They were never forced to get out of a tough situation. And as soon as you're faced with adversity, you see what happens. The mindset shouldn't have been that. If they even had one game in that season, we'll say, they lost the 2 early, but if they had one loss that broke up that lengthy win streak, that could have been all they needed to just have that reality check. Like, okay, we are human. We can screw up. We are beatable. Here's what we do. Here's how we come back and attack it.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. We'll come back, count some dough, buy or sell. We're going to hear more from Declan Doyle. We're going to hear from Anthony Weaver. Also, Trey Hendrickson as the show rolls on. Also going to hear from Mike Elias. If you didn't get any of this from Friday, he said some interesting things about the team. The MLB trade deadline is tonight, 6 o'clock. There have been a couple of moves made already today. We'll reset that for you coming up at 12:30. Vinny's going to be joining us live from One Winning Drive with a training camp report. Ravens in pads today as they get closer, 12 days from the preseason opener against the Eagles.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
The Holloman Firm invites our friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Support, assist, care, own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Enroll now for August classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's a triple header of shows starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and the iconic Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, catch the Texas country rocker Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Are you buying?
Straight cash, homie.
Or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel-Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. It's a Monday, lovely Monday at that. It is buy or sell time. And Nolan McGraw, the trade deadline is coming up here at 6 o'clock in Major League Baseball. And we might have some movement, perhaps, on the Adley Rutschman situation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's see. I shouldn't have closed it. But Mark Feinsand, baseball reporter, he had this as just a couple minutes ago, said that the Orioles and Red Sox are engaging in talks for Adley Rutschman. It's a growing belief this could get done ahead of the 6 p.m. deadline. So there you go. Red Sox, Rays, Yankees among the teams that were most needy for catcher. But, of course, that comes with a scary proposition of dealing within the division.
And look, I've never been a fan of the Red Sox. It's a kind of a birthright for people of a certain age. Same with the Yankees and, the Steelers and Redskins and all that, Duke, Carolina, et cetera, et cetera. But Adley to Boston. Kicking the old short ones, I guess, for Oriole fans. Division foe and controllable for another season, too. It's not like he's a free agent at the end of the year.
Should have known when Elias said, got to be open-minded.
Okay.
That would mean some unusual or maybe some somewhat uncomfortable propositions.
We get some Roman Anthony in this or no?
Well, I didn't even think about that. What that would mean in terms of a return.
Yeah.
I just had to think of the optics, again, to get back to our favorite word, optics, what that would be, of seeing Adley in Boston red and white.
Yeah, he'd look pretty dopey, in my humble opinion. But then again, they don't ask us to make these decisions. For sure. All right, Nolan, let's get into it by ourselves.
Yeah, let's see. The NASDAQ up 513 today. S&P 500 up 97. Dow Jones up 514. Under Armour is green. They're up 21 cents. DraftKings in the hole, down 9 cents.
Okay.
We'll start here. Pass rush. We mentioned this earlier with Clowney going back to the Texans, what that does for them. But Carter Bonds of CBS Sports, he might have to rethink his rankings here because he has rated every single team or ranked every team in the league based on their pass rush group, their collective. And his pick for the top spot was the Rams. No surprise there when you get Myles Garrett. Hard to argue against it. But rounding out the top 5, Texans were number 2. The Steelers were 3. Broncos at 4. And then the Jaguars at 5. The Ravens, meanwhile, fringe top 10. They were number 11. Might seem pretty high up for a team that was terrible at getting after the quarterback a year ago. But of course, a lot has changed. Trey Hendrickson, the most notable addition. Nnamdi Madubuike, healthy again. And of course, a new coach running the show. So, Bob, are you buying or selling this placement? Number 11 in the league for the Baltimore pass rush group.
30 sacks last year, as you said, Nolan. Pardon me, unacceptable. But yeah, I'll go ahead and be optimistic here and buy it a little bit. I want to see Madubuike play and show that he is recovered fully from the neck surgery. Trey Hendrickson just be 13. We'll take 17, don't get me wrong. But if you can get 13, double-digit guy, we're in on that. I'm excited about the prospects for Mike Green. Zion Young has been more impressive, I guess, than a lot of people thought he would be. So, yeah, let's go number 11. We're number 11. What do we need, 45, 50 sacks here if we're satisfied? I don't know.
Keep going. Higher.
Yeah,
higher.
right.
Hey, how about a little basketball here? Everyone's got an opinion on LeBron James' decision to go to Philadelphia, including Kevin Durant. When asked about the new starting five that Philly has constructed, he said, quote, "The last time they put 3 20-point scorers on a team, they said it was unfair, which was the team I was on. The Sixers have 4 25-point scorers on this team. So, hell yeah, I think they're going to be a contender. It's going to be league pass worthy." Well, it's been 10 years since Durant, referring to that decision to join Golden State in free agency. He still can't shake it all these years later, the narratives that came along with it. But Bob, are you buying or selling Durant's comparisons here of the super team that Philadelphia has constructed?
I'm going to sell it because Jaylen Brown's not going to average 27 points next year. And LeBron James, even though he's a peak physical specimen, is now in his 40s. I mean, load management maybe. Embiid's going to miss time. I mean, Maxi's kind of the dude, and they have Edgecombe. I think there's a lot of mouths to feed, and unlike the team he joined in Golden State, they were already the champions of the league. I mean, this Philadelphia team that, like the Orioles, they went through their process. That failed. They're into the next level of it. So I'm going to sell that they're this super team. I don't even think they're the best team in the East just yet. I mean, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Go over to football here. Training camp just getting started. Competitions are underway for many key jobs around the league, mostly at the quarterback spot. But out in Vegas, the Raiders have seemed to already make up their mind at quarterback. Kirk Cousins named the starting quarterback over top overall pick Fernando Mendoza. Now, this has been speculated really since he was drafted. New head coach Clint Kubiak never really shied away from it either, so here we are. And Mendoza, to his credit, has said all the right things through the entire process. He's not making an issue out of this from his end. But barring an injury, that'll be what they roll into week 1 against the Dolphins with Kirk Cousins as their guy. So I'll ask you here, Bob, buy or sell? The Raiders are making a mistake by not leaving this as more of an open competition throughout the summer.
I'm going to soft buy that because Fernando Mendoza, number 1 pick, franchise quarterback, has been, for all intents and purposes, told you're going to be coming off the bench to begin the season, and we'll see if Kirk Cousins keeps us competitive. This should be an open competition. I mean, Kirk Cousins is a guy that kind of lost the job in Atlanta, didn't he? They drafted a quarterback in the first round after they gave him a ton of dough. Let's make it open, man. And if Fernando's the dude, what if he outplays Kirk Cousins in training camp? How do you, with a straight face, say, well, I know you were better than him, but, he's older and we want to spare you the embarrassment of whatever we think might be happening? Yeah, let's do it. Come on, man.
Hey, how about this one here in the NBA? This strange, never-ending story surrounding Kawhi Leonard. Well, the trade that was going to send him from the Clippers to the Raptors, it's in jeopardy because of this ongoing investigation. Of course, Kawhi under the microscope here over the team, him allegedly circumventing the salary cap. There's a lot of different angles to this, but basically the gist is that they were finding ways to pay him under the table, get around the restrictions from team building, blah, blah, blah. Well, that investigation has no end in sight. And because the Raptors are worried about a potential suspension for Kawhi when he lands there, they've put the trade on pause. They said, well, we have no problem going through with this as long as this is resolved and behind him. I would imagine even if they knew of the suspension, they'd probably still go through with it. They just want to know how long it would be. Point is, it's a tough spot to be. The Raptors, look, free agency's over with. Who else are you going to get? They need Kawhi to compete, which is seemingly what they want to do by trying to get him in the first place. Time could run out here. Buy or sell, Bob. Leonard will ultimately end up going back to the Clippers because this trade will not be able to be completed.
I will sell that. I think that Adam Silver will figure out a way to make it go through. And then Kawhi will go back to the place where he won an NBA championship in 2019. They've got some really good pieces there for him to be a part of. By the way, that could be another interesting team, Nolan, if in fact he goes there. to make things competitive in the Eastern Conference. But I think at the end of the day, the same people who wanted Skubal traded to the Dodgers are going to make sure Kawhi gets traded to the Raptors. How's that sound?
And they always get their way.
That is correct.
Sure about that. Hey, before we break here, more giveaways this week on Vinny and Haynie. I got 2 for you today. Let's start with the music side of things. 2 tickets to see Bryan Adams. He's going to be at the CFG Bank Arena on August 9th. Giving these away courtesy of Live Nation. Our winner right now is going to come to us. Let's go caller number 12. How does that sound? 410-583-1057. That's for Bryan Adams. Before we're done here at 2 o'clock today, we've also got tickets to the State Fair. So be sure you're on the lookout for that.
Adley Rutschman could be on the move here. Mark Feinsand saying that Orioles and Red Sox are having pretty significant discussions about a trade for the 3-time All-Star. You want to comment on that? And Mark Feinsand also reporting along with John Heyman that the Angels have made another trade today. He used to be their top outfield prospect. Still a really good player, but he's going to Cleveland. We'll tell you who that is next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
This summer, treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. You can visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all of your favorites from the original Costas Inn. And when you swing by there, make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Fellas, stop playing defense against your own energy. If your version of summer fever is just a regular fever or worse, you're too wiped out to even notice the season changed. Low testosterone might be turning you from a cleanup hitter into a bench warmer. Less energy, brain fog, zero motivation. That's not aging, that's fixable. Lifeman Institute specializes in TRT, designed to get you feeling like yourself again. More drive, better performance, and the energy to actually enjoy the summer season. It's game time. Call Lifeman Institute at 410-575-1200 or visit lifemaninstitute.com today. Clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
C-A-L-L-A-M-azing. Go to callamazing.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home with the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles are limping into today's trade deadline with a 54-58 record following yesterday's rain-shortened 8-0 loss to the Phillies. Kyle Bradish and Zach Wheeler only tossed a few innings each before the foul weather shut things down for nearly 2 hours. By the time it cleared up, both managers were forced to turn to their bullpens, and that's where Philadelphia really took control. Anthony Nunez, Josh Walker, and Albert Suarez all struggled in their appearances, combining to allow 6 earned runs and 3 innings of work. The rain returned not long after and forced the umps to call things early.
Conditions held up pretty good. Like the surface level, I think everyone saw it, had like that, almost like a puddle look to it and stuff, and the grounds crew did a great job of trying to keep the batter's box and pitcher's mound, playable, but you can only take so much rain. No one's going to make an excuse. Both teams had to play through it.
There's Craig Albernaz on the less than ideal conditions. No game today as the Birds wait and see what their roster will look like the next time they take the field. The trade deadline will arrive at 6 this evening. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs settling in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, it's on. Trade that line, baby. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Talk to Vinny coming up top of the hour, NFL lunch style. He's out there with the Ravens. Training camp 2026 in pads. Stick around for that. Got the American League East report at 1:15. And then AJ Gersh, Fox 45, will be joining us. But we do have breaking news coming out of Birdland. Orioles, that is. The Birds are sending Taylor Ward to the Seattle Mariners. And this is Jonathan Mayo and MLB Pipeline reporting this. And Mike Feinsand, he confirms it. I like somebody breaks it, but it gets confirmed. That's always fun. Alex Hoppe, Harrison Creeling, and Brock Moore. Who are these people? 3 people that have never been in my kitchen. That's who they are, for sure. But Taylor Ward, you called it, Nolan, a couple segments ago. Almost a certainty to get traded, expiring deal. 4 out of 500, 2.5 out of the wild card. He's been the exact opposite of what the Orioles hoped he would be. He's been more of a table setter leadoff guy than a 30 home run sort of dude. He's gone. Taylor Ward, the era has come to an end.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see dive into this compensation a little bit here. But 3 pitchers, by the way.
Okay.
All 3 of them pitchers. But how heavy was the market for Taylor Ward? Because the biggest reason why I thought he was a guarantee to get moved, not necessarily just because of where the Orioles are in the standings or his contract, but the fact that everyone has been saying there isn't a lot of right-handed bats available at this year's deadline, so that his market would be driven up. I'm curious, and we might not ever get the answer on this, how much of a bidding war was there between the Mariners and some other teams out there?
Yeah.
Did that drive up the return here? I mean, look, to get, again, without knowing anything about where these 3 pitchers rank, to get 3 arms for an expiring bat is kind of notable to me. Without knowing where these guys rank or what level they're at, that alone on the surface is exciting to me. So we'll see. Start diving in here in a second.
Yeah, we'll do some intel on the 3 guys coming back to Baltimore. But Taylor Ward, he's on his way to Seattle. The Mariners pretty much in the same boat that Baltimore is, except they're in a division that is still kind of up for grabs. The Orioles aren't winning the American League East unless Tampa, New York, Boston all collapse in the final 2 months of the season. But they're also very much alive in wild card scenarios. So Taylor Ward, first domino to fall. And if you're just tuning into the program as well, Mark Feinsand tweeting out that the Orioles and Red Sox are having pretty serious trade talks. And what was it, Nolan? A possibility a deal could be consummated by tonight's 6 o'clock trade deadline. So Adley Rutschman could be following Taylor Ward out the door here.
Yeah.
Before the end of this
thing, it went from being something that people didn't even take seriously just a couple weeks ago, months ago, to, all right, this could be real, but they're just doing their due diligence, to now, I mean, this is a full-on fire. Forget where's there's smoke, there's fire. We can see the fire. This thing is blazing right in front of us.
Yeah, we need a fire extinguisher before it's all said and done. And we talked about this, too. The Angels are coming to town, starting a 3-game set tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday afternoon. They've already traded Jose Soriano to the Blue Jays, who was one of their top starting. I mean, he's great early in the season. A little shaky as of late, but he's controllable. He'll replace Kevin Gausman, who's now in Chicago with the Cubs, in the rotation. But Joe Adell, outfielder, one time their top prospect outfield guy. Remember this season, in one game, he had 3 home run saving catches in the same game. And he's also the guy that had the ball hit him in the head and bounce over the fence, which is crazy enough as it is. But Joe Adell, he goes to the Cleveland Guardians for catcher Jacob Cozart. So the Angels, bad. Guardians very much in play, perhaps for their division, and like Seattle and the Orioles and many others, a possible wild card spot. So they had a right-handed bat with some pop to a lineup that always seems to need bats, the Guardians.
Well, hey, for years we've been trying to play matchmaker between the Orioles and Mariners with the trades. Did not think that this would be the one that we finally saw with Taylor Ward being the guy that gets moved. If you told me that a couple of years ago, I would have called you crazy. When we were trying to workshop, hey, surplus batters over here for some of your surplus pitchers.
Yeah.
Make it happen. It felt natural. It felt perfect. Never came to fruition.
Now with Seattle, speaking of them, they trade Castillo to the White Sox. Does this mean Emerson Hancock's off the board? Because there was a lot of chatter that he could be available. Because they do, Seattle, the surplus of pitching, they've been kind of offensively challenged from time to time here.
On the surface, you'd say, yeah, but Castillo's having a really rough year.
Yeah.
That I started viewing him a little bit different than I viewed him in the past, obviously. But like, couple of years ago, if you told me, case in point, if he was the name coming back to the Orioles and a potential matchmaker there, I would have been all about it. Age be damned, it never really bothered me with him. I liked the experience. They had young guys there that are nice too, but I thought in terms of compensation that he'd be easier to get. But you see how fast the downturn is for some of these guys getting up there. To be fair to him, it could be just a blip on the radar, but I would think they probably just hold steady, especially if they're trying to compete here. Mm-hmm. I know they're doing the half buy, half sell, but yeah, Castillo's a guy that they remove from their rotation. They don't really feel like they're giving up a lot in the immediate. Hard guy to say goodbye to because he's been there for a little bit, but it's not really like a huge loss for where they are or what he was giving them.
And they get Sir Anthony Dominguez in the trade as well. John Heyman, Red Sox moving closer to a deal for Adley Rutschman. Not done yet, but a very good chance. And now we got all sorts of people checking in on which seems like the likely scenario. That old number 35 is getting shipped out of Dodge and to Boston, no less, which will, be bittersweet. Let me see here, the Orioles schedule. When's the next time they see the Red Sox? Give me a second here, everybody. As Boston, they talk about a turnaround. What have they won, 8 straight series or something crazy like that? They just swept the Dodgers. 15-game winning streak puts them very much in play. I mean, they still possibly could have an outside chance of even winning the division. The Red Sox, Nolan McGraw, let's see. Orioles have already been there, and they will be coming to Baltimore right there around Labor Day weekend. 4-game series, September 3rd through the 6th. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, could Adley Rutschman be playing for Boston a month from now? Wouldn't that be wild, wacky stuff?
No, take your time getting back from the wrist injury, buddy. Don't force it. It's okay. You want to be 100% certain when you get back on the diamond.
So Adley to Boston, how does that make you feel? Pardon me, it's not done yet, but momentum, according to now a couple of sources, says this deal could be happening. Now we start to think about what Boston be willing to sacrifice Magic Beans-wise in compensation. But Taylor Ward is gone, traded to Seattle for 3 pitching prospects. We'll get into all of that and more. Feel free to join us. Sports at 583-1057. Going to hear from Mike Elias talking about Trevor Rogers. Where does he fit in to this whole scenario? Vinny joins us live from One Winning Drive with NFL Lunch Camp Report. Calais Campbell. Great news on the practice field today. Got the American League East report at 1:15 and A.J. Gersh, Fox 45. Apparently Boston's also moving in on Zach Neto from the Angels, too.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Anybody upset right now about the Los Angeles Dodgers trading for Tarek Skubal, don't take your displeasure out on the Dodgers. The Dodgers are doing what any organization in Major League Baseball should be doing. Cultivating a farm system, spending money, and doing whatever it takes to try and win. That's what it's all about. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
I'm Eric Sobel, and Ace Law is here for you. After an accident, the last thing you need is to feel like just another case file. At Ace Law, we take the time to understand what you're going through and what matters most to you and your family. You'll receive the personal attention, honest guidance, and a team that's with you every step of the way. While you focus on healing, we'll focus on the insurance companies, the paperwork, and take care of the rest. Call us at 8888 ACE Law, 8888 ACE Law, and come up aces.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH, to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All right. Trade deadline at 6 o'clock tonight. Major League Baseball. Taylor Ward's on his way to Seattle for 3 minor league pitchers. Alex Hoppe is the only one with major league experience, correct, Nolan? As we were talking about the stats off the air. A couple of dudes got a little age on them, too. Not like we're getting like an 18-year-old like they did in the Dean Kramer trade. So bringing in some arms that are, let's say, seasoned, if not unsuccessful. So far down on the farm.
Yeah, and pronunciations here, still learning. But Alex Hoppe, 27, the only one with major league experience. He made his MLB debut earlier this year. 24 relief appearances, ERA over 5. That's not very attractive. Creeling, 24. He's the youngest of the group, but has not pitched above low A ball. And Brock Moore, 26. ERA of 5.5 and 18 relief outings for AA Arkansas this year. So take me back to before I started digging deep on these guys.
Yeah, right. And look, Taylor Ward expiring contract. You know, he's got familiarity, obviously, with the American League West, playing in Anaheim for the Angels. But, I mean, it's not like you were getting somebody's top 5 prospect for a guy that's, hit 60 home runs in the previous 2 seasons combined, who's working right now on a strong 7 and come in with small sample sizes. I mean, he's been a guy that's table setting more than anything else. Ton of doubles. Give him credit for that. Kind of a liability defensively, but now moving on. So congratulations to Taylor Ward. Yeah.
Top of the line return, no, it wasn't expected, but I still stand by that take that if this guy was so highly coveted because of a lack of others available on the market, that I thought there might be a little bit more back and forth or competing. Maybe Taylor Ward wasn't as attractive as people thought he would be the entire time.
Yeah.
I mean, the power thing to me, I'm not, if I'm another team, it's not like I'm expecting him to be the 30 home run guy when he arrives here, but I would also expect there to be a little bit of an uptick. And he's closer to what he used to be. I don't know what happened here. That, I think a lot of it was coaching, to be honest with you. Instruction that he got here. It's just hard for me to visualize a guy being one thing for his entire career, just changing on a dime like that. But we'll see. I mean, you mentioned the ballpark he's going to, not exactly hitter friendly either. So I don't know. I guess Seattle's being realistic about what they're getting here. From the Orioles side of things, jury is still very much out on the return here, but the surface level look is not great.
Now, remember the Orioles did trade Grayson Rodriguez to get Taylor Ward. Grayson on the struggle bus with the Angels. I think his ERA is robust, pushing 7, if not 8. But remember, Grayson Rodriguez 5 years ago was the number 1 pitching prospect in baseball, and he essentially turns into 3 minor league pitchers who we got to look to Baseball Reference to learn how to pronounce their names, not just tuning in. Adley Rutschman to Boston looks like it's picking up steam, but Nolan, you were telling me off the air there could be some concerns out of the Boston camp with Adley's medicals right now.
Yeah, Chris Cotillo, who we've had on the show before, is talking about this, and a lot of other people on the Boston beat saying keep an eye on that left wrist. And the Red Sox medical staff, Rob Bradford here, also chiming in, says more potential pressure on the Red Sox medical staff as Rutschman's left wrist is an issue. One more year of control, obviously. So, yeah, I don't know where they got burned. If I'm missing something obvious, they got burned on an injury thing before, why they're kind of paranoid about this. But we'll see.
So Adley Rutschman, John Heyman, Mark Feinsand both reporting that the two sides have spoken, Orioles and Red Sox, and a deal could be imminent, but we'll keep an eye on that. Trade deadline is coming up at 6 o'clock tonight, and we'll get you all the information that we have at our disposal coming up until 2, and then, Final Drive takes over, and they'll take you into the end of it. Now, Feinsand also tweeting out the Texas Rangers. They're open for business. They're taking calls from other teams about any player on the roster. According to a source, they're going to discuss anyone in the right deal. I mean, they're just not going to hand you Evan Carter or Corey Seager, I don't think. But DeGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, et cetera, they could be available for you. Texas, 3 years removed from winning the World Championship. They're like the Orioles and Mariners and Guardians. I mean, they're kind of clanking around that wild card world, but they're ready to rock and roll. So the Texas Rangers, Skip Schumacher, first year as a skipper there, replacing our boy Boshi. Mm-hmm. Now he might be in the midst of a mini rebuild or retooling for Texas. So in an era in which you can buy or sell, according to Mark, it looks like Texas is in full-on sell mode.
Right, and look at all the moves we've seen so far, the Orioles ones, others. I mean, you're seeing a lot of these American League teams, a lot in this mediocre group, dealing with each other. We're just adding even more craziness to this. I mean, from the Orioles side of things, you dealt to two of the teams that you would seemingly be trying to leapfrog here as you're only 2.5 games out. You did business with Seattle here. You did business with Minnesota on Friday with the Dean Kramer deal. You're chasing both of them right now, not just Cleveland in that third wildcard spot.
All right, a couple of moves today. If you're just tuning in, Soriano and Adele gone from the Angels. Soriano goes to Toronto. Joe Adele goes to the Cleveland Guardians. The Braves are getting lefty reliever Brett Suter from the Angels as well. So there we go. Wonder if we're going to hear the name Mike Trout today. Probably not, because he's got full veto power and I don't think he's doing anything. But you said it last week. Hey, get him out of there. Put him in a playoff position. Luis Arraez will be leaving San Francisco. He'll be joining the Philadelphia Phillies. Kevin Gausman, he was traded from Toronto to the Chicago Cubs. Luis Garcia Jr. goes from the Nats to the New York Yankees. Well, he'll provide some left-handed pop to that lineup that is looking for all the offense they can get right now. Freddie Peralta goes from the Mets, to the Tampa Bay Rays. So Freddie Peralta, also an expiring deal. He'll join Drew Rasmussen, Shea McClanahan, and Nick Martinez in a rotation that looks to be right now, if Peralta gets back to what he was with Milwaukee, certainly playoff ready, even though McClanahan left with a sore back his last start.
Given the Rays' track record, I'd probably bet strongly on the side of them getting Peralta back on track, or at least better than what he was with the Mets. Seemed to be certainly a better value addition than going big towards Skubal, going all in on him. But, you get what you pay for this time of year. So the Rays are an interesting team to me. I think they have everything they need even before the deadline to hold off the Yankees, given the health situation of both teams. But to see them be a little more aggressive here until 6 o'clock today, try to ensure that you hold the Yankees down. Hey, I'm all about that. Yeah. Of all the teams in the division, I have the least hardest time rooting for the Rays if it came to that.
Yeah, let's do it. And they got Sed Mullins patrolling center field, contributed to the cause. So let's go Tampa. If it's not going to be the Baltimore Orioles, any trade news, we get it. We'll share it. If not, First take or final drive, excuse me. They'll get you, I'm looking at the TV here. Final drive, they'll get you rolling from 2 to 6. When we come back, Shift Gears talks about Ravens football. Vinny's live from one winning drive. Calais Campbell on the practice field today. That is great news. Ravens in pads. Preseason opener, the 15th against Philly.
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Declan Doyle will be the fourth different offensive coordinator that Lamar Jackson has worked with in the NFL. The previous coaching changes each led to Lamar gaining something new, so the expectation is Doyle will be able to bring some of the surprise factor back to his quarterback's game. One way to do that might be having him line up under center more frequently. He's worked mostly out of the shotgun throughout his career with a few exceptions, but here's what the OC had to say about the idea.
You would never notice that he hasn't been under there that much. He has the ability to really do all three. He can be under, he can be the pistol, he can be the gun. It's really, it's a lot of versatility in his game. You want to be able to mix kind of all those things and make the defense have to deal with as multiplicity of, those sets as you can. He provides us a lot of value in his ability to go under center.
And the Major League Baseball trade deadline will take place at 6 this evening, but there's already been a flurry of moves. The Blue Jays are sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs in exchange for a pair of prospects. He's pitched to a 4.38 ERA in 23 appearances this year and could make his Chicago debut as soon as this Thursday when they host the Jays in a makeup game. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs settling in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cooked you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Top feed us some football, NFL lunch style. Ravens and Pats today out at one winning drive. Training camp updates here on The Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Campus here in Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered, everybody. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. Let's go out to one winning drive. And joining us now with an update on those Ravens, he's Vinny Serrato. Vinny, what's happening?
Not too much, Bob. And the thing is, I was telling Eric DeCosta after practice that I said, nobody's gotten hurt. I said, it's awesome. So that's the biggest thing right now is nobody's gotten hurt. And then first day of pads, so a little rust, with Lamar. But I sent you a lot of pictures, Bob, of the D lineman. I was over there. Now, Matabike was in pads, and the plan for Matabike is to be in pads, but he's not doing anything. He's got a neck brace on, too. But he's in his pads, did no drills.
Okay.
So he's out there in full gear. Adisa Isaac was doing stuff today. Campbell was doing drills. Jenkins doing drills. So they're getting those guys back because really when you look at the D-line, Bob, the starting guy, Jenkins, Travis Jones, Matabike, and then Campbell. Four of your 5 or 6 guys that are going to be on the team aren't even practicing, yet. So it gives everybody else a chance to kind of learn what they're doing, and they get a chance to evaluate everybody else because the guys I just mentioned, older guys, so it's
right.
not a bad thing.
How's Aeneas Peebles looking, a guy that's got an opportunity, I guess, to show off his wares with everyone else working themselves back into the rotation here?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Bob, not doing a bad job, really. He's got some quickness and he got some up-the-field stuff. So he's going to be better in pads, and he's the type that's got to really show out in the preseason games and in the practices. That's where he's got to show. And all the drill work and stuff today, Bob, about fundamentals, about keeping their pads down. And I showed you one drill where the D tackles, they're hitting the sled, and they got handcuffs on, because I always mention tight hands,
right.
And that's what they were talking about. And they can't, with handcuffs on, they got to keep their hands in tight, just so they get used to hands in tight hands. So that was kind of interesting watching that drill.
Now with the defense, usually I guess, Vinny, at this stage, defense always ahead of the offense, so we'll stick with the D. How are the young guys, Mike Green, the Zion Youngs looking here? Yeah. Now they're in pads for the first time.
Now, Bob, I watched the one-on-one drills, so that was kind of interesting because a lot of positives. Mike Green, he got Vincent stopped him on the first one. He tried to go outside speed, and Vincent's a good athlete, and pushed him to the side. Then they took the second one, And, Bob, he goes like he's going to go up the field again, spins back in. Oh, my God, it was so quick. It was so pretty. And Vincent was up the field, and he would have been in on the quarterback in a heartbeat. So that was a positive. And then Zion Young, same type of thing.
Yeah.
First one, he got blocked. Second one has a nice spin back inside, nice counter. So he's looked good on his. He's just so big, and he's got such good punch. So that was and Hendrickson, Bob. I'll tell you, I think he could win every time he goes. If they block him 1-on-1, I don't think they can block him 1-on-1. I mean, Ronnie Stanley struggled with him just because he knows every counter. He can counter his counters, and he doesn't stop. So that's the big thing with him. Now, Venga, Bob, the first one, he swung and missed. No. Like swim move, boom, right around him. Then the next one, bam, got his hands on him, got his hips, got his feet wide, and he just stalemated the guy. So that was good to see. And another positive note, Bob, Roger Rosengarten twice that he stopped Tavius Robinson. So he was 2 for 2, and he anchored on the one, which was impressive in my mind. So I thought, that period, that was a pretty good period for those guys. Defensive, the pass rushers and stuff. O-line wise, Ronnie got beat on one. A lot of the old linemen, Simpson, he struggled. So it's kind of a defensive drill, really, Bob. So it's kind of hard for those old linemen. But first day, that was a little difficult for him.
Now, we were talking, me and Nolan, Vinny, earlier about sack totals for the Ravens. One of the experts had the Ravens pass rush rated 11th in the NFL based on the talent that they had. They had 30 last year. What's a realistic goal for them in actual numbers getting to the quarterback? Does it need to be in the high 40s, low 50s? Where do they need to be to ensure that this defense really hits its full potential?
Well, like when you talk to the DBs and stuff too, Bob, I mean, they talk about how much easier it is, covering and the ball coming out quick. I think Roquan was talking about it with a legit pass rush. The ball's coming out quick. You don't have to cover as long. You can react quicker. I think they got to be closer to 50, Bob.
Okay.
That's what I think. And there's going to be, and if Matabike's there, Travis Jones, I think the front seven's got it. If they're all healthy, front seven's got a chance to be outstanding.
All right, offensively, with Lamar pads for the first time, Doyle's offense, we're now 2 weeks in to training camp. What have we noticed differently about tempo and maybe, schematically what they might be prone to do here?
Well, like what somebody told me today, I think it was a good evaluation, Bob, of the tight end. You got 4 role players. That's what we got at tight end, 4 role players. And that's kind of how I see it. Lamar, because I went over and watched the pass rush, but talking Cordell, they said Lamar really struggled in the pass stuff. He was very inaccurate today. First time he's had pads on since, I'm guessing, Pittsburgh. Now, Bob, they were trying with Jacoby Lane. They tried 2 down in the red zone, 1 to the right, 1 to the left. Throw it up, and see if he can go get it. Working on those types of things. And Hawkins tackled him on one, which the ref threw it. And then the other one, Lamar threw it way over his head. So they got a little work to do on that. Receivers and DBs did one-on-ones. Jacoby Lane did a nice job. He was 2 for 2. He ran by Awuzie, caught a nice deep ball. And then he ran a slant route on Humphrey. Real nice route, created separation. So Jacoby looked good doing that. I didn't see Bateman took one. I don't know what he did. Surratt did a nice job, but he was going against 3s and 4s and stuff, so he showed a little ability to separate. Other than that, the plan today, Bob, was first day of pads, hour and a half, hour and 45, whatever it was, and no really contact, just kind of thud. And then each day, they'll ramp up a little bit more, and maybe towards the end of the week, Bob, some of the 3s and 4s may get a little contact.
Vinny Serrato live from One Winning Drive. Ravens all week long, except for Friday, practicing out there. Preseason opener coming up on August the 15th. Hey, Vinny, real quick, looks like Adley to Boston's might be a thing here. Just waiting on Boston to okay the deal.
That's what the media were. That's what Ken Wyman told me and everything. And I texted you. I told everybody what you said about. And everybody loved it about Albie. I said, hey, tell Albie to stay away from the defense.
That's right. Yeah, the Ravens were 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position as soon as Albie showed up out to one winning drive. Vinny, appreciate the information as always, and we'll talk to you tomorrow for sure.
All right.
You got it. Vinny Serrato, everybody out there with the Ravens. Buster Olney chiming in now on the Adley to Boston stuff. We'll reset when we come back with the American League East report, and we'll get A.J. Gersh's thoughts on a busy day in baseball. Taylor Ward's already into Seattle.
Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and The Final Drive, live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore, and never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
The Holloman Law Firm invites friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4 p.m. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Baseball season, backyard cookouts, and time outside with family and friends. This is the summer season that we wait for all year long. So if you're upgrading your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the real heat hits, you got to check out Town Appliance. From premium grills to outdoor refrigeration, ACs, and luxury kitchen and laundry appliances from top brands. They have everything to get your home summer ready. Their showroom, right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and I can tell you firsthand, Mayor and Mayor made the process so easy for me with my GE fridge. They give you amazing customer service, just like they did for me, and truly care about finding what works best for you. Now with flexible financing, free nationwide delivery on most orders, and their price match guarantee, it's the perfect time to upgrade. Before your next big cookout, or that first 90-degree day, stop by the Owings Mills showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive, professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FAST to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FAST to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FAST.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
All righty. Buster Olney. Used to cover the Orioles for the Baltimore Sun way back when, now with ESPN. He tweets out, the Red Sox and Orioles have a deal arranged for Adley Rutschman. Prospects, medical set. Red Sox just need to say yay or nay. So, to use a tennis term, Nolan McGraw, the ball's in their court. What are they going to do?
I mean, look, and this has been coming from someone here who's been in the trade Adley camp.
Yes.
But even now, the reality of the situation is starting to catch up with me here. Just what this would mean, of moving the guy that kicked off the rebuild, and for it to coincidentally fall 4 years to the day of Mike Elias's now infamous liftoff comments, I think adds a little more insult here to what's going to be a hard goodbye. But man, I honestly, again, without seeing it actually go through here and be official, I applaud Mike Elias. This is a very, very hard thing to do, but ultimately I think this is the right call. And it's hard to say goodbye to someone like that. It's even harder to deal them within the division with a year of control remaining. But if this was your only shot and your best shot to get an adequate return for a guy who is not going to re-sign here, and you were not going to make him a part of your future plans because you've made a long-term commitment to Basayo already, then you got to pull the trigger and just hope and pray that it doesn't lead to anything for Boston in the immediate, that they can't re-sign him beyond next year, that he'll want to go elsewhere. I don't know. But like I said, it's a very ballsy move. Yeah. It's a move, quite frankly, I didn't think Elias had in him. Even if it was the necessary one, would he be able to actually pull that trigger? I got to give him credit, man. This is a heavy move here, and one that had to be done.
It is a heavy move, and it's going to be a sad day once, in fact, it becomes reality, which it appears as though it will. This is the number one pick in the draft, his first draft pick. Remember, who doesn't play out his rookie deal. So let's look at it that way too. And what does this mean moving forward for, say, Gunnar Henderson, also part of that same draft class? He came in the second round, who, will be a free agent after 28. Where's Jackson Holliday's long-term viability in an Orioles uniform? They've been the David Rubenstein era. They've shown a willingness to extend players. Basayo, of course, Bradish just last week, Shane Baz. I mean, they've been willing to dole out the cake. But, the guy that was your foundation piece, the new face of the franchise, and I remember walking in after they drafted Jackson Holliday in 22, going down to Brandon Hyde at the time, one of his press conferences, and Adley and Ben McDonald and Jackson were all posing for a picture, all number one overall draft picks. And now we're going to have to cut one of those out of that equation, because Big Ben's going nowhere, of course, because he's entrenched in the broadcast booth, and rightfully so. But talking about Adley Rutschman being a former Oriole, it still kind of blows my mind. I mean, I've dealt with a lot more adversity in life, Nolan McGraw, trust me. But from a sports fan perspective, this one, 4 years ago, I would have been like, "You're nuts! This guy's going to be he's going to be here 10 years. Mm-hmm. He's going to be the all-star catcher for 10 years." And he might be gone now.
This is a move, again, to get back to the difficult side of things here. This is one that I would absolutely expect to send shockwaves through the clubhouse. There's no way to not have that happen. You talk about the fan base's attachment to a player. The teammate attachment is even stronger in a lot of cases. So, yeah, I mean, these guys are going to be rattled by this. Even Taylor Ward, who's only been here a portion of a season, you get attached to him. He's been there with you through over 100 games, so it'll be different. But Kramer, certainly. I just think it had to happen. Once you found yourself in that territory where the top teams that needed a catcher resided in the division, I think that was definitely what Elias was referring to when he said on Friday evening, we have to be open-minded. That's typically something that you would set a hard rule and say, no, by no means will we ever deal within the division. There's no scenario where that would ever be okay. And once upon a time, that was the predominant thought in baseball.
Yeah.
But we've seen the Orioles actually do business in the division, mostly with the Rays as of late. For an organization like that, it's not off limits to trade someone like Shane Baz with all those years of control within the division. That was a risk on their part. So I think it's a little more commonplace nowadays than it used to be, but it certainly doesn't take the sting away. I can't sit here even though I've been in the camp of I wanted to see the Orioles trade Adley. I can't be that annoying guy here that's like celebrating today.
Sure.
I feel bad for fellow Orioles fans, especially the ones who were extremely attached to Adley. There's nothing easy about today.
Yeah, and look, go back. You talk about clubhouse dynamic. 2 years ago, if memory serves, the trade of Austin Hayes did not resonate well with his then former teammates. Now Hayes in Chicago with the White Sox, and I believe he's on the IL. That's kind of his thing. But Taylor Ward was traded to Seattle for 3, minor league pitching prospects. None appear to be rated among their top farmhands there. And it'll be interesting to see if, in fact, this Orioles Red Sox trade does go down, what the compensation will be for the former number 1 pick in the draft. A guy who, by the way, in his, 23, 24, 25, 26, 20, half of 27, in 4.5 years, made the All-Star team 3 times and was a starting catcher back in 2024. But anyway, that's going on. As soon as we get news, we'll share it with you. In the division, the Orioles lose yesterday 8-zip. They haven't scored since Friday. They're 4 games below 500. They're 2.5 out of the wild card, 54-58. No idea who's starting for them tomorrow night when the Angels come to town, who are 43-69. The Angels have already traded Soriano and traded Joe Adell. So the Los Angeles Angels open for business. But in the division yesterday, Cardinals taking on the Blue Jays, who traded Kevin Gausman over the weekend. And an all-star for the Cardinals coming through in a big way.
That's smacked over the shortstop's head. That's going to score 2 more. Jordan Walker with a 2 RBI day. And the Cardinals bust this game open.
Cards TV on the call there. 4 runs in the 9th for St. Louis. Jordan Walker drove in 2 of those runs. Louis Varland, rare off night for him as he took the L. Blue Jays lose 5-1, but they do win the series 2-1. It was the White Sox down at the Trop taking on the first place Rays. Battle of first place teams. It was the Southsiders coming through yesterday.
To talk about when this team continues to play well.
Everson Pereira gives this one a ride into left center field. Out the wall. It is gone. Welcome back to the home run party, Everson Pereira.
That's Chicago Sports Down on the call. Home run, 4 ribbies for Pereira as Benintendi and Vargas also go deep. 9-1. Final score, White Sox over the Rays. K gets the win. Chicago does win that series 2-1. Yankees taking on the Cubbies, and all it took was 1 swing of the bat for New York to get the runs they needed.
Driven deep to left center field. On the run, PCA. Looking up. See ya. A long home run for Caballero. And it is 2-0 Yanks.
Yes, Network with the call there. Caballero, 2-run shot. That's all Garrett Cole and Bednar needed. 2-1 was the final score. New York takes 2 out of 3 from the Cubbies at Wrigley Field. And the hottest team in baseball just keeps on keeping on.
First pitch swing by Abreu, and he absolutely torments this baseball. 4-3 Boston. The Red Sox keep going back-to-back on the West Coast.
Wilyer Abreu goes yard. That's NBC on the call. Rafaela went deep. Yoshida also hit a home run in the 3rd. Duran went deep later on in the festivities as the Boston Red Sox, they beat the Dodgers 8-4, and in doing so, sweep the 3-game series out of Chavez Ravine. I know everybody's feeling all great about the Tarek Skubal deal, and rightfully so if you're a Dodger fan, but Boston, they just continue to wreak havoc on the rest of Major League Baseball. Standings update here on this Monday in the American League East. Tampa 2.5 up on New York. Boston's only 5 out. Orioles are in 4th place, 11.5 back, losers of 2 in a row. Toronto, 13.5 out there. White Sox, 3 games up on the Guardians, 4 on the Twins, now the home of Dean Kramer. Houston, 2.5 up on Texas, 3 on Seattle. National League Braves, that thing's back up to 8. Remember, they were up 10.5, then the Phillies cut it to 2. Now it's back up to 8. Atlanta over Philadelphia, 9.5 on the Marlins. Brewers, 6.5 on the Cubbies. In the Central, Diamondbacks trail the Dodgers by 10 out west. And your wild card standings, everybody. It's New York, Boston, Cleveland in. If the playoffs started today, Minnesota's 1 back, Texas 1.5, Seattle 2, Orioles 2.5, same with the Tigers, 4.5 for Toronto. In the National League, Cubbies, Diamondbacks, Phillies in. Padres are a game back, Marlins 1.5, Pirates 3.5, Cardinals 4, Nationals 4.5, and the Reds are still kind of in it there. They're 5.5 out of the last wild card. Longest winning streak in Major League Baseball right now belongs to the Houston Astros, who have won 6 in a row. Boston and Atlanta have won 5 straight. Losing streak, the Texas Rangers, A's, and Nats have all dropped 5 consecutive ball games. We'll talk about the trade deadline. Orioles looks like they're going to move Adley Rutschman to Boston, pending stuff. Taylor Ward's already been shipped to Seattle. We'll get A.J. Gershon here, Fox 45, talk about that. And then we're going to trip through the Fight House with Nolan McGraw before Final Drive takes over at 2.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Retirement, will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit WindowNation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal. The weather is warming up and baseball season is here. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with Ceremony Coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
diagnose, repair, connect. Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard tools and technology, and prepare for a career in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, or welding. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help you open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Ravens' pass rush has to turn in much better results this year if Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver are going to actually turn things around for the entire defense. The personnel appears to be in place with the addition of Trey Hendrickson and some good health across the board. And even though there hasn't been any live contact during practice just yet, Weaver says the hype is becoming more justified.
I told you guys this from the start. I think we got some guys that can get there. And when you have that, obviously, as a coordinator, it makes life pretty easy. I don't think anything's really real until we put the pads on, but thus far, I love what I'm seeing with just the overall work ethic of all those front guys.
And the Orioles will enter this evening's trade deadline with no more clarity than they entered the weekend with. They still sit 2.5 games back of the last wildcard spot and have 4 teams in their way of getting there. Across the league, everyone is still reacting to the Dodgers' acquisition of Tarek Skubal, and now the pitching market floodgates have been opened. The Blue Jays are sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs, while the Rays are picking up Freddie Peralta from the Mets. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs settling in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
All right, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Final drive coming up at 2 o'clock. Trade deadline, 6 o'clock tonight, Major League Baseball. Orioles have already made a move. Taylor Ward goes to the Seattle Mariners for 3 pitching prospects, and there's loud buzz coming out of Boston that the Orioles and Red Sox are getting close to consummating a trade. That would send Adley Rutschman up to Fenway Park. I'm still waiting. Right now, according to Buster Olney, it's in Boston's hands. They've had a deal. They've reached the required compensation. So Adley Rutschman, all-star catcher for the Orioles, could be staying in the division and coming back to Baltimore a month from now with the Red Sox, who are right now the hottest team in Major League Baseball. But here to talk about that and more, Fox 45. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He's a Baltimore guy. Let's welcome back to the show, AJ Gersh. AJ, what's happening, man?
It just stinks, Bob.
Well, let's see. All right, let's talk about the trade that's been made. Taylor Ward's gone, 3 prospects. The era had its ups and downs, but we talked about the Orioles going into the deadline. If they would have kept Taylor Ward, would that have been more surprising than trading him?
Yeah, I think that trading Taylor Ward is not the surprising part about this deal. I think that Taylor Ward probably was one of the hottest right-handed hitting trade pieces on the market, which leads me to say I'm just more so surprised that the return for Taylor Ward was 3 guys who ultimately I'm not entirely excited about. They do get a prospect pitcher that I really like, but Hoppy, I mean, he's a guy who just on the eye test is nothing special. In my opinion, but he could prove me wrong, could come in here and be incredible reliever. But when the Orioles got their eyes on him, I didn't quite think that was the case.
Yeah, and as we talked about earlier, too, let's not forget the Orioles traded Grayson Rodriguez to get Taylor Ward. But the big news starting to circulate out of the warehouse, as you know, AJ, is the fact that Adley Rutschman could be moved here, guess whenever Boston ready to pull the trigger on the deal. According to Buster Olney, the compensation has already been agreed upon. So Nolan and I have been trying to wrap our heads around the fact that a guy 4 years ago we thought was a lifer is now going to be someone they're going to be playing against coming up in a month if this trade goes down to the Red Sox here.
Well, Bob, that's just the sad reality of where the Orioles have been in the last 30 years, right? It's just a perpetual state of let's get a top prospect, let's bring them up, let's be a little bit disappointed by how they've been, or their contract is expiring, so let's ship him off because they have no interest in staying in Baltimore. You thought come 2022, things would be taking a little bit of an upward swing. Mike Elias said, it's liftoff from here. We saw a couple of playoff seasons. You saw a few straight number one overall prospects. And what do we have to show for it right now? And that's a team that's unloading their number one overall pick from 2019, the face of that so-called liftoff from 2022 to a division rival. And I opened this call saying that this stinks. Yeah. Not the fact that Adley Rutschman is getting traded. Sure, that is a little bit disappointing for Orioles fans, but the overall continual perpetuity of the Orioles being in this cycle, never able to re-sign a face of the franchise or keep them long-term. And then on top of that, to be sending him to a division rival of all teams, that I think is just ridiculous. Like, it's just ridiculous. Obviously, yes, you want to get the outcome for a trade for a guy like Adley Rutschman. And if the Red Sox are the team offering that best package, then sure, you could say, Mike Elias, make the deal. But to trade a guy like Rutschman, who's the face of the franchise right now, face of a rebuild, to Boston of all teams is ultimately very disappointing.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to keep harping on it because we got to get into Trevor Rogers. What does this mean for Gunnar Henderson's long-term, shelf life in Baltimore? But this has a different feel to it, AJ, than when they traded Manny Machado back in 2018, because that did seem to be an inevitability. I seem to remember John Angelo saying, we're not going to be able to afford this guy, so it is what it is. But Adley, he seemed like that dude. He was the foundation piece, and the fact that he's going to be moving on is still I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around it. I don't know why.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a clear difference between getting rid of Manny Machado when his deal was about to be an expiring contract for like a Unicil Diaz or whoever was I think that's who the return was. That's a blast from the past name coming in for that Manny Machado deal. But getting rid of Adley Rutschman, a year left on his contract, a guy who, when you see them in the clubhouse, you could tell that he's kind of like a glue guy. He's friends with everyone. He came up through the minors with all these guys. He's very clearly a leader in that clubhouse. Now, obviously, there's been a lot of talk about what form of leadership the clubhouse needs, and if Adley Rutschman is the type of leader that the Orioles could have relied on to bring them to the playoffs. And so far, I guess that answer has been not enough of a leader. And that might have something to do with it because, between that and the production that he's shown, his lack of ability to stay on the diamond, and, of course, having Sam Basayo waiting in the wings, all of those things could be factors. It's just, we'll keep saying it over and over again, a little bit shocking, a little bit disappointing, and more so than anything, to have the thought to even consider trading him to a division rival. I thought when the Yankees and Red Sox were names being floated around this past week, that was a little bit ridiculous, but very clearly it's not a ridiculous thing because it seems like it could very much be a reality here in the next few minutes or so.
AJ Gersh, Fox 45, Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw with you here on this Monday. How does this trade, you mentioned the clubhouse, resonate with the Gunners of the world? Gunnar Henderson, part of that same draft class that brought us Adley Rutschman back in 2019. Another guy that's going to be looking at an expiring deal in another couple of years. How does this make him feel, perhaps, looking at bigger picture things?
I mean, it's no surprise that all of these guys are close, right? They have all been in the organization together. They all kind of came up through the minors at the same time, elevated to Baltimore at the same time, have gone through the ups of making the playoffs, of winning the division, and the downs of not winning a playoff game, of having their manager fired last year midseason, of not making it back to the playoffs as well. So they've gone through trials and tribulations together, and this is just another one where the guys who will remain in the clubhouse are going to be going through this together. And I say that because I feel like they probably will have conversations and say, you know what? If the Orioles can't make an investment in the guy who was the centerpiece of this rebuild, the number one overall pick right after you tank to get it, 2019, say, you know what? We're going to make this investment and this rebuild shaped around Adley Rutschman. You get rid of him. It definitely doesn't seem like it's going to be something that goes on too well with a guy like Hunter Henderson or like Jackson Holiday or Colton Cowles or some of these guys you probably are going to be building around or want to build around moving forward.
What is Adley controllable? Dean Kramer, who was traded over the weekend, he had another year of team control. Trevor Rogers is a free agent after the season. What do we envision the next 4.5 hours being like for him?
Yeah, I think if you get rid of Adley and if this deal goes through, then I think that you're probably doing all you can to ship Trevor Rogers somewhere for the highest haul. I don't think that the Orioles see Trevor Rogers as a guy who they can afford or want to make an investment on. But I could very well be wrong. But just based off of what Rogers has said in the locker room after games and conversations about, where his conversations have stood with the front office, I just don't think that they're far enough along right now into contract negotiations with him, a lefty who's going to be a free agent at the end of the season, going to probably command $125+ million in a contract, regardless of how well he has pitched this season, which at times is very well. I think that if you got an offer that comes across the desk later on today that is something that's enticing, I think you probably, especially if you trade Rutschman, you've already traded Ward, you've traded Kramer, you probably got to pull trigger on that one as well.
AJ Gersh, Fox 45. AJ, as always, appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us here ahead of the trade deadline. Next time we talk, we'll see what the Orioles did get is compensation, and we'll talk about them Ravens, who are 12 days away from the preseason opener. How's that sound?
Absolutely. That sounds great, Bob. Thanks for having me on.
You got it, buddy. There's AJ Gersh, everybody. We'll come back, take a trip through the funhouse with Nolan McGraw. And then Final Drive comes up at 2. Ravens out of camp today in pads. Calais Campbell was on the practice field. There's some good news for you.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Lockouts and mirrors are closer than they appear. The Los Angeles Dodgers acquired two-time reigning AL Cy Young winner Terrence Skubal from the Detroit Tigers in a blockbuster trade deadline deal. Detroit received top 50 prospect Zaire Hope and River Ryan alongside right-hander Brady Smith. The move anchors the Dodgers rotation for their World Series three-peat push and confirms we won't have baseball next year. I'm Maddie Bates.
All right, how about one more giveaway today on Vinny and Haynie? I got 2 tickets here to Dream Big at the Maryland State Fair, happening August 27th through August 30th, as well as September 3rd to September 7th, and the following weekend, September 10th through the 13th, at the Maryland State Fairgrounds in Timonium. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for more details. Our winner right now is going to be caller number 5, 410-583-1057, for your chance to head to the Maryland State Fair.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. No purchase necessary to join. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Only available in permitted states. See T&Cs.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your home is filled with memories with your family. But if your kids are older and have left the Baltimore area, maybe you want to move closer to them. You got to work with Lee Tessier if you're thinking about selling your home. Lee guarantees results. If he can't find you a buyer at a price and a deadline you agreed to beforehand, he'll buy your home himself. It helped Tom and Sue know that they would be in good hands with Lee. They'd been living in their home for more than 30 years, but wanted to live closer to the grandkids. They weren't sure where to start with the home selling process. They called Lee, and they were amazed at how easy the process was. There were multiple showings right away. Their home sold fast and for top dollar. It's all thanks to guess who? Yes, it is Lee Tessier. So call the only agent I qualify to sell my home. Just give Lee a call, 410-638-9555, or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. No purchase necessary to join. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Only available in permitted states. See T&Cs.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
All righty. Mike Elias doing a dirty work today. Trading Taylor Ward for 3 prospects to the Seattle Mariners. Looks like Adley Rutschman's going to be going to Boston. And a deal that has been agreed upon, according to Buster Olney. Red Sox just need to say yay or nay. So we'll see how it goes. To 6 o'clock's trade deadline. Final drive. We'll keep you up to date on the last 4 hours of it. And we'll see if Trevor Rogers will be an next Oriole. by the end of this afternoon into the evening. So, Nolan, newsworthy day for sure, but something tells me the Oriole news is far from being completed on this Monday.
No. There's plenty more to come here, but I think what we can say for certain is the scenario that was thrown out there by some in the media, some fans, and even Elias himself on Friday saying that their moves would be both in the buy and sell bucket. We're firmly in the sell camp. I mean, I don't see any potential move that they could bring in. Certainly not a short term. You wouldn't be adding like a reliever rental at this point. That would be kind of shocking. So I think they're very much in the sell camp. And it's just the Adley one is going to send shockwaves. It already has on social media. We've had a couple people call me, see people on the text line here. It's hard for people to process, But I think if you've been following this every day or you follow this team every day, to some extent, I think the writing has been on the wall with Adley for a while now. And it's the reason why I was at the forefront of saying that they should explore trades for him. You don't get to choose who has a need at catcher, right? The Orioles didn't create the landscape this year where 3 of your most needy catcher teams resided within your division. It's still your choice whether you want to deal them there in the end. But I think some of the taboo of dealing within the division has definitely gone away over the years. Yeah. The Orioles have definitely done business within the division before. I know the Red Sox are more hated than the Rays, for example, but to me, it's a hard decision, but it's one that had to be made. And you're saying, well, what's the difference between this and Manny Machado? Well, we're just hours away from Adley Rutschman turning into what Machado was. 6:01 this afternoon, Adley Rutschman doesn't get traded. He's Manny Machado at that point.
Yeah.
He's 1 year left on his deal. Zero chance of re-signing here. I cannot stress that enough. From the team's standpoint and his standpoint, wasn't going to happen. So you got to get something. And if the only team willing to take him resides in the division, boy, is it tough. It will never not be tough, but you have to do it.
Yeah, and he was an attractive trade piece before, but when Shea Langoliers got hurt, who was probably as good as gone from the A's and is now going to miss the rest of the season, Adley's value just increased. And who knows, Hunter Goodman could be on the move too.
Have not heard his name once today, which is actually surprising.
And who actually is not one of these stereotypical Coors Field guys. He actually can hit home and away, which is, where the two places they actually play. So we'll see how this all unfolds. Speaking of the text line, let's go to that fun house.
Quick Draws Fun House.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Let's see. A texter here says Adley Rutschman was the face of the Orioles, but losing that isn't a negative for the team. There are plenty of other guys who are capable or would be more worthy, in my mind, of being viewed as the current face of the team, current leader of the team.
Yeah, and maybe looking at more of a, he was your first pick. He was the number one guy. He was a Golden Spikes Award winner. The Orioles got better almost immediately after he was recalled from the minor leagues, and he lived up to the all-star hype. Was he Joe Mauer? Was he Buster Posey level good? At times. I mean, in 23, in the first half of 24, he was one of the best offensive catchers in baseball. He's never seemed to recapture that level of productivity, even though he's been much more better than average. Defensively, he's been really good this year. Been on the shelf 5 times. Last 2 years. It just, again, for me, and I'm just speaking for Bob Haynie, not for everybody else, the fact that he doesn't even make it through his rookie deal with no real chance to resign him just kind of blows your mind. And it makes you wonder, are we doing this next year with Gunnar Henderson? In all likelihood, probably, yeah.
Ryan in Baltimore, not a fan of the trade, says if you're going to trade Adley at this point, might as well get rid of Rodgers. Why stop there? Blow this thing up, complete rebuild. Once again, the bozos in the front office failed the fans.
Yeah, well, the face of the franchise is getting traded, so that's kind of a big indicator there. And Holiday, what are we going to do with this guy? I mean, you did make commitment to Basayo, which is great. And you got him on a team-friendly deal because if he stays healthy, he looks like a guy that's going to be hitting 40 home runs in a realistic way at some point in his career. But that window that opened in the second half of 22, Nolan, through the first half basically of 24, do we officially say it's closed? Liftoff has been grounded.
I mean, look, you're already at a stage right now, and especially if you trade Adley Rutschman, this has to be considered a retool at the very least. You know, we're a ways from rebuild. You know, that's a full-on blow it up. What you did in 2018 going into 19, you know, that was a full-on blow up. I think we've got a ways before we get to that, but you're taking steps in that direction that you didn't think would be taken, is the point.
And we still have Alonso. You got, of course, Basayo, the commitment to a couple of the pitchers. Beavers is still a young player. You're going to get Westberg back next year, Holiday, et cetera, et cetera. You've got a farm system that's been replenished. So there are things, but the point is 3 years ago, the Orioles were on their way to win 101 games, and they've been a losing team for pretty much 2 calendar years. That's going to do it for us. Final Drive coming up next. We'll be back tomorrow for Turn It Up Tuesday. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
Just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro football futures market in the NFC South, Atlanta, the longest shot to win the division, and plus 375. And I think all of these teams, Tampa, New Orleans, Carolina, Atlanta, are closely bunched together. And if Atlanta's free agent acquisition at quarterback starts all season, I think Atlanta can win this division at that price. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Are you in the market for a new Hyundai? Jones Hyundai is the place to go. Save now on a huge selection of new or used Hyundais. As for Kevin Brammer, he's the sales director, and he is a wheeler dealer. And Jones, they make it real easy with low interest rates and banks on site for instant credit approval. Now, Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. So visit Bel Air Hyundai to see what car or truck is right for you. And as always, every Hyundai comes with my favorite thing, Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. And Jones has over 2 million likes and reviews. And you too. You can be a satisfied customer at Bel Air Hyundai's part of Jones Junction, and they're only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. It's a real easy drive, so stop by and see them. And there's a Jones Junction tag frame waiting for you. Just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel, and tell them Vinny sent you.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at bet and every inning with MLB Same Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeye's to get them now on our $5 faves menu.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tonight's Keys to the Game.
And that will do it.
Brought to you by your hometown team, Science and Kirk. Injured in an accident? If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. Visit them at youhavealawyer.com.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science and Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science and Kirk Lawyers. youhavealawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles are limping into today's trade deadline with a 54-58 record following yesterday's rain-shortened 8-0 loss to the Phillies. Kyle Bradish and Zach Wheeler only tossed a few innings each before the foul weather shut things down for nearly 2 hours. By the time it cleared up, both managers were forced to turn to their bullpens, and that's where Philadelphia really took control. Anthony Nunez, Josh Walker, and Albert Suarez all struggled in their appearances, combining to allow 6 earned runs and 3 innings of work. The rain returned not long after and forced the umps to call things early.
Conditions held up pretty good. Like the surface level, I think everyone saw it, had like that almost like a puddle look to it and stuff. And the grounds crew did a great job of trying to keep the batter's box and pitcher's mound, playable, but you can only take so much rain. No one's going to make an excuse. Both teams had to play through it.
There's Craig Albernaz on the less than ideal conditions. No game today as the Birds wait and see what their roster will look like the next time they take the field. The trade deadline will arrive at 6 this evening. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs settling in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
And now the tarp will come out. And this may be it, given the forecast for the rest of the night, given the 8-0 Phillies lead in the 6th inning, and given the state of the bullpens. Obviously, we'll wait around for some time, but wouldn't be surprised, Ben, if it's almost called it a rep mode here.
Yeah, the De La Cruz home run, but he hit a curveball out. It was a really good swing on that, but the rest of the time it was conditions held up pretty good. It was just like the surface level. I think everyone saw it, had like that almost like a puddle look to it and stuff, and the grounds crew did a great job of trying to keep the batter's box and pitcher's mound, playable, but you can only take so much rain, so guys were, no one's going to make an excuse. Both teams had to play through it. Phillies ended up.
So you heard the final call from Kevin Brown, and man, vibes were high on Friday night. The comeback win, Gunnar slamming his fist into the ground, and who would have known they wouldn't score another run the rest of the weekend? And yesterday might have gotten a lot worse if not for the rain out. And once you say nothing and the rain delay comes again, you just say, let's go. Where do you bag it? They're off today. Craig Albanese was at the Ravens watching practice today as, Rome crumbling around him as the trade deadline is at 6 p.m. Man, this weekend was a microcosm, I think, of the season. And now a team that was supposed to buy and sell seems to be only selling as we are less than 4 hours away from the deadline.
I think you put it perfectly, Ken. Like, that was a microcosm of the season because even game one, Andrew Painter, who had been struggling immensely, it looked like the Orioles were going to hammer him after the first inning. Then he settled in to go 6 innings of 2-run ball. But if there is one good aspect about this club is they fight and they scratch and they claw, and they were able to come back in that one, win it. Gunnar Henderson with the big blow. But you aren't able to sustain it. How much have we mentioned the word sustain this year? They weren't able to build off of it. And look, the Phillies, they're back in the mix, but that was a really struggling ball club that came to Camden Yards, losers of 9 of 12 following the All-Star break, and they shut you out for the final 15 innings of the series.
Yeah, I think I have a little PTSD with the Detroit series. If you remember the game that they won, I think it was game 1, correct? Where they didn't score in the last, I think, 2 or 3 innings of that game. And I think if you look at the course of that series, there was basically 20 innings where they didn't score a run, right?
Until they were down 7-0 and came back.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And they ended up, I guess, winning 2 out of 3. But the way that it felt, it just kind of felt like this isn't sustainable, right? The idea of moving guys base to base and having some type of predictable method of scoring runs, this team has games where they'll score 6, 7, or 8 runs, and they'll have games where they score 2 or 3 runs, and then obviously lately being shut out. And then I think I look at the whiff rate in regard to the batters, the swing and miss, right? You have a high whiff rate offensively, and you have not the whiff rate you'd like to see from the pitching staff on the defensive side, right? You get guys with 2 strikes. The defense isn't good. That kind of snowballs because you'd hopefully have more swing and miss from the pitching staff. The ball gets put into play. The defense isn't where you want it, and runs, come across the board in situations where you would hope that guys would be put down on a 3rd strike, swing and miss, something like that. But I think overall, I'm just bummed because I feel like there was a lot of anticipation and excitement about potentially buying and trying to make a push. And maybe that's the optimism that I had. But right now, you can't really justify
even Optimus Prime can't be.
Well, the reality is you won 7 in a row, and you've won just one of the last 4 series that you've had. You're 5-7 since going 7-0. You've been shut out 3 times in the last 5 games. That's not exactly humming into today's trade deadline.
I was talking to Femi about this at Ravens before you had to go. The thing, and Bone, we've talked a ton about this. We're now 112 games into this season. The thing that was supposed to make this team hum was they were supposed to have one of the best lineups in baseball. They don't have one of the best lineups in baseball. If they're consistent in anything, it's inconsistency. They can't consistently score runs. And Sanchez was great on Saturday, but you had 2 opportunities with the bases loaded. Just get me 1 run either of those times, and Leody Taveras couldn't get it done either time. And then Sunday, the rain was going to get Wheeler out of there, but it also got Bradish out of there. And you have second and third, 1 out, and you have Alonso and Gunnar, and Alonso gets 2 cookies, he misses, and then lines out, and you don't score, and of course immediately the Phillies get 2 more, and you kind of know in your heart the game's over. So Bill Parcells once said, "You are what your record says you are." They're an under 500 team, 112 games in. Don't obscure the fact. Don't let the fact that the rest of the league stinks obscure the fact that they stink too.
It's a very flawed roster, and it's been on display a lot this year, and now you're starting to see some dominoes fall, and it seems like we're on the precipice of Adley Rutschman getting traded to the Red Sox. And it just sounds like they're looking over Adley's medicals, and obviously he's on the IL due to a left wrist injury. But I tweeted this out. It really is unfathomable that 4 years to the day when Mike Elias said it's liftoff from here, this team is on the precipice of trading the face of the rebuild, Adley Rutschman, and this team has been going backwards for 3 years now. It's hard to wrap your mind around it. And look, we've been saying for a while, you probably should trade Adley Rutschman, given the circumstances, given Jeff Passan reporting that there's virtually no chance that you're going to sign him. I'm not disagreeing with the move. I'm just upset at how the heck are we here? You know, like the fact that this is the Orioles' reality is just a tough pill to swallow.
Femi, that's the thing. It's you got to trade Adley if you don't want to be extended.
Yes.
But he was the face of the rebuild, and now we are on the other side. They haven't won a single playoff game, and you're selling. They
for the sixth time in 8 years under Mike Elias.
I think for me, this has and there's a caller that used to call into the show when Bruce and I had our show on Saturdays, and he calls in during the week. His name is Warren. And I don't know if you guys know Warren, but real insightful, smart guy, great caller. I was thinking about kind of the Isaiah Likely, Mark Andrews comparison, right? The Sam Basayo, Adley Rutschman of it all, right? And Ken, you and I were talking about this on the sideline today. I'm never going to get into a player's head and say that I know what they're thinking. And that's kind of what's one of the things that kind of rubs me wrong. I have not heard Adley express verbally that he wants to be here. Haven't heard that once. I've heard Rogers say it. I've heard other people say it. Haven't heard him say it. I don't know where his head is at. When Sam Basayo signed that longer term deal, Ken kind of figures like they're in different ballparks. Like that shouldn't affect whether Adley stays or doesn't stay. Now the Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews thing is a lot much more apples to apples, right? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, salary cap.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I wonder if that had some effect on Adley's kind of, you know, final decision. And I understand in regard to, you know, listening to Mike Elias talk, I haven't analyzed a lot of the things that he said over time, but I got the impression that there would be, and there's plenty of time still. I got the impression that they could be buyers and sellers. It does feel like
said that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I got that impression. Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they're buying much of anything. They seem like they're doing a lot of selling. And let me just, for the sake of the exercise, let me talk about some metrics real quick to kind of provide a little bit of background to kind of the qualitative analysis I was saying about the disconnect between the offensive approach and kind of the defense and the pitching. So from a offensive strikeout rate, this current team, it's 24.1%, which is 24th in Major League Baseball. The pitching strikeouts per 9 is 8 Ks per 9 innings, which is 19th overall, right? You'd like to see that a little bit higher. Team fielding is 24th overall at 982. And total errors is 29th, second most in Major League Baseball. That's not a recipe for success. That's not a recipe for being over 500. That's not a recipe for being a wild card team. So regardless of how optimistic I am with that when things are clicking, right now you have two guys in Sam and Adley who at one point had both over 800 OPSs. Neither one of them is in the lineup. CES to me should be playing 75 or 80% of the time. I think his WRC plus is like 156. It's really high. He's earned the right to be out there every day. Jackson Holliday right now should be at the top of the lineup, in my opinion. He's also earned that right. If you're not going to be buyers, then to me, take the 9 best guys you have that are hitting the baseball the best every day and march them out there. You have nothing else to lose at this point. This idea of matchups, and look, I love analytics more than the next guy. No one loves analytics more than me. But right now, I just need to see what you have, and I need to see the best 9 hitters in the lineup on a day-to-day basis.
Orioles off today. They started a 3-game series against the Angels. We might need rosters on Tuesday to figure out who's on both teams, because it seems like both teams are selling. But we have a massive Monday show. This show could completely pivot based on what happens over the next 4 hours. But guest-wise, Joe Danneman, we call him Cincinnati Viv from Fox in Cincinnati. We'll preview the Bengals with him, maybe get into a little Reds with him as well. He joins us at 3. Our weekly chat with our friend Jonas Schaefer covering the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. pads went on out at the Castle today. His thoughts on what he saw. I thought it was pretty sloppy practice, but we'll talk about it with Jonas at 4. Adam Jones is due to speak with us at 4:30. He was here this weekend. Chris Davis went in the Hall of Fame. Maybe get some trade deadline thoughts from Adam as well. And Cordell Woodland, he was out at the Castle. We'll talk Orioles and Ravens with him at 5.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited for the fireworks. I feel like I've been waiting for the trade deadline for so long just to see how Mike Elias is going to try to operate this thing, and now we'll have an answer between now and 6.
So let's go over next what has already happened. There's no truth to the rumor that I was almost late to the show because I was driving Taylor Ward to the airport. But coming up next, Dean Kramer gone, Taylor Ward gone, is Adley gone? What else could happen before 6? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
Training camp is on, and The Fan has wall-to-wall coverage of everything that happens at the Castle on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan. If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2. 105.7 The Fan.
The Holloman Firm invites our friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today. Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
Go to callamazing.com.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hear that? The beach is calling, and so is that family vacation you've been dreaming about. Stop putting it off. Whether it's a weekend getaway, a road trip, or making unforgettable summer memories, Security Plus is here to help you with a summer flex loan. With rates as low as 7.99% APR, getting away has never felt so within reach. Learn more at securityplusfcu.org/summerflex or call 410-281-6200. Security Plus Federal Credit Union, the plus side of banking.
Femi, Tim, and Ken break down the birds.
This is a big Baltimore chop.
Baltimore chop on the final drive.
Big chopper over the mound.
105.7 The Fan.
I look at where we are in the standings, and we do have a shot. We do care about making the playoffs in 2026, but we put ourselves a little bit behind the 8 ball, and we've got some ground to make up. We're not going to have a strong bias towards being in one of those buckets, buyer or seller. We put ourselves in a position where we can't have a bias in either direction, so we are out in the market on the phones, finding out what's going on out there and looking at things on a case-by-case basis, looking for trades that we like, looking for exchanges of talent that we think make sense for the organization. Maybe those are short-term moves where we bring players in. They're going to help us right now or next year. Maybe those are longer-term moves where we're sending out guys that are on this team right now and bringing in players for the future of the organization.
So that's Mike Elias when he met with the media. What was that, Friday? Talking about his plans for the deadline, and he says we're not going to stay in a bucket, but it seems pretty clear. With about 3.5 hours left until the deadline, they're in a bucket. It's sell. They have traded Dean Kramer for an 18-year-old outfielder. They traded Taylor Ward to Seattle for 3, looks like relief pitching prospects. One, Hoppy is a guy that's probably going to be on the Major League roster for the Orioles. And we don't know the terms yet because it has not been officially announced, but Adley Rutschman's going to Boston, and it looks like for largely prospects.
That's the part that's incongruent to me. Is you just heard Mike, like, we're not going to be in one bucket. Well, so far it has been one bucket, and all of these are more future term moves. Now, Hoppy, the one reliever that they got in the Taylor Ward trade, he's got all of 24 appearances in the major leagues all this season with a 5.79 ERA. So a lot of this has been with eyes towards the future, Femi, and if Adley, which you would hope would get a haul, if that's all just prospects too, that would be a surprising part of this. I expected a selling lean, but I still thought that there would be, we brought up Jose Soriano, for example, a guy that you trade for, hey, he's got 2 more years of club control. Well, the Blue Jays acquired him.
Gave him their second best prospect.
And the Blue Jays are behind the Orioles in the standings.
Yeah, I think, who was it that sent me the Luis Arraez trade?
Me.
Who did he end up with?
Philly.
Yeah. Good for them.
Yeah.
Right?
By the way, just to put a bow on that, he's going to play second base. They're moving Alec Baum to first base, and Bryce Harper's going to the outfield with that move.
Okay, well, I mean, they have the athletic flexibility to do that. Obviously, Arraez, I think, as a bat in the lineup would have been perfect fit, but in regard to the defense, I mean, that would have been a little bit harder to work out.
They don't care about defense, family, so why not?
Well, there you go. You made my point for me. And then also, obviously, Robbie Ray, you just told me Robbie Ray was a guy that I thought on an expiring deal, if you're going to make a push, I thought he could have been great. His ERA the last 10 starts, 1.65, but obviously not a clean fit, and it doesn't seem like they're actually trying to do anything. And Ken and I had a very spirited discussion this weekend about Elliot Ramos, who I love.
Great player.
And I don't think Orioles fans will be as familiar with, but I think he's an everyday guy, solid defender, young, up and coming, under control till 2029. I don't know exactly what the pieces would be that would make the Orioles happy to acquire him. Obviously not going to happen. The Giants might end up holding on to him anyway. I think he's just too good. He's an all-star. I think he's 25, maybe. He's young. The guy that I'm looking at, and the guy that really kind of makes me go, is Trevor Rogers. That's the guy that I'm hoping they keep.
So quiet.
It's been so quiet. It's been zero, zip-lipped. The thing that I like about Rogers is that he's been very honest and open about the fact that he wants to be here. And so it's kind of, juxtaposed to Adley, who really didn't make a statement about wanting to be here. And there's obviously a lot of moving parts with that, but I think that Trevor's a guy that you should keep. I think He obviously had an issue in the middle of the season, and I think a lot of that had to do with him being sick. He lost a little bit of his command. His fastball velocity was down, but all that stuff has been righted in general. Maybe his last start was. I'm trying to remember who his last start was. It against Detroit? Who was his last start against? Detroit. Yeah. So
defense let him down.
That's why I want to have a little grace on that start as well, right, with him, because I think he's been so great down the stretch lately. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are. I mean, if you had it your way and you could wear your GM hat for a day, what are you doing with Rodgers?
I still would like to see them extend Trevor Rogers.
Yes.
At
some point, you have to build a team.
Yeah. And even with Adley, it sounds like it's at the 1 yard line right now with the Red Sox.
Hopefully not the Ravens red zone offense.
That's true. That's true. That's a teaser. This is not a teardown for me. Like it's not. And I know that there's been rumors about Jackson Holliday. I'm not trading Jackson Holliday. That's not. I'm not trading Gunnar Henderson. I'm not trading. Like Adley, I understand, and anyone on an expiring contract, which of course Trevor Rogers is. But I'm doing what Jim Bowden said. If you're Mike, you go to his agent. What's it going to take? Okay, can we make this number work? Yes. Sign him. If you can't, all right, you got to trade him.
As a strategist, and I know nobody wants to hear this, and full transparency, Tim has broken down his I guess his relationship with the Orioles as a fan growing up. Like, you've broken that down for me, and I want to respect that.
I've done on air multiple times too.
I don't have that.
You want to cry?
I don't have that.
People are aware.
I don't have that PTSD. So there's a part of me that can say, hey, you know what? I can look at Boz. I can look at Bradish. I can look at Brandon Young. I can look at Holiday. I can look at Gunnar. I can look at Pete. I can get excited about those guys going forward. I know that this season isn't over, but if this is the kind of sort of buy, sell, then and Tim, I got to give you credit for this too. You made the point that if they're going to make the playoffs, it's going to be because of the guys that are currently on this roster, not who they bring in. And I thought that was honestly, just look at what's right in front of you. That's a very insightful and kind of, that's the truth. There's not going to be a move that they're going to make that's external, an exogenous move that's going to bring somebody in that's going to revolutionarily change their projection right now.
I always go back to 2014, and Ken and I, we talked with Buck, we talked with Zach Britton about this move. The Orioles traded Eduardo Rodriguez to the Red Sox for Andrew Miller. Eduardo Rodriguez had a really fine MLB career.
Still?
Yeah, I know. Andrew Miller was a rental for the Orioles. I still would have done that move 100 out of 100 times for that team that year because Buck said it. You're making it a 6-inning ball game. You're building on a strength already. There's years where I would want to push my chips to the center of the table, whether that was 2023 when both the Yankees and the Red Sox were in the basement. It was the first time ever in AL East history they finished 4-5, or 2024 as well. Like, there's times to do it.
Yeah.
This just was never the time for me.
We will continue keeping an eye on the trade deadline. If something breaks concerning Adley Rutschman or anyone else, we will let you know immediately. But coming up next, let's switch to the Ravens, and they were on the field today. First day in pads, and I think a question a lot of us want to know the answer to. Can the Ravens fix what ailed them in the red zone a year ago? They were great the year before last. They were bad last year. Can they fix it? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Hey, it's Ed. Longest summer days means plenty of ways to keep your game at the top of its game. And Lions Den has everything you need to turn up the heat at home. Make this season a winner. Lions Den. Pleasure, passion, romance, lionsden.com.
There's not much time left to go with Petro for a great deal to save on new AC. Right now, get a new energy-efficient central AC system from America's most trusted brand, Trane, with $0 down and low monthly payments. For expert AC tune-ups, 24/7 emergency repairs, and everything you need to save on AC, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Don't miss this special offer for new AC. Go to petro.com, call 844-HVAC-4YOU or 844-482-2496 today.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer. Become a Caesars Reward member and earn bonus tier credits on designated promotional days at the kiosk check-in. Plus, play their monthly kiosk games and get in on all of the sports action in August at their on-site sportsbook and OTB. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. Don't miss your chance to win. Get in on the action at Horseshoe Baltimore for all the excitement. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world with today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan. Visit CFGBankArena.com to get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Declan Doyle will be the fourth different offensive coordinator that Lamar Jackson has worked with in the NFL. The previous coaching changes each led to Lamar gaining something new, so the expectation is Doyle will be able to bring some of the surprise factor back to his quarterback's game. One way to do that might be having him line up under center more frequently. He's worked mostly out of the shotgun throughout his career with a few exceptions, but here's what the OC had to say about the idea.
You would never notice that he hasn't been under there that much. He has the ability to really do all three. He can be under, he can be the pistol, he can be the gun. It's really, it's a lot of versatility in his game. You want to be able to mix kind of all those things and make the defense have to deal with as multiplicity of, those sets as you can. He provides us a lot of value in his ability to go under center.
And the Major League Baseball trade deadline will take place at 6 this evening, but there's already been a flurry of moves. The Blue Jays are sending Kevin Gausman to the Cubs in exchange for a pair of prospects. He's pitched to a 4.38 ERA in 23 appearances this year and could make his Chicago debut as soon as this Thursday when they host the Jays in a makeup game. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy with highs settling in the upper 80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Coach, I had a great quarterback, first of all. As we all know, Heisman winner. The coach is putting me in great spots. And then just you get a lot of one-on-one matchups in the red zone, and I pride myself on those one-on-one matchups. Like, a big guy can go up and catch a fade ball, can go across the middle in the red zone. But just being able to execute in the red zone, that's all it is. That was one of our goals last year, is to get better. So as me, I just took it as like I'm the guy on the team. They're going to give me a chance in the red zone. And somehow it's like every year in college, just somehow I score a lot of red zone touchdowns, man. Shout out to football gods, man. But I want to make it something here, a habit here too, to get in that end zone in the red zone.
So that's Elijah Serrano on the Lounge Podcast. Obviously won a national championship in Indiana last year. Had a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback who's now with the Raiders. He's talking about the red zone. And we bring up the red zone because 2 years ago, the red zone was almost too easy for the Ravens. Once they got in the red zone, they were scoring touchdowns. Last year, a bit of the opposite. Can they improve? Can they be better, Femi, in the red zone this year, and why?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's going to be a point of emphasis. I think they were number one in 2024 and they were 27th last year. That's a big drop off. Obviously, there's a number of reasons why. Regression of the offensive line. I think penalties was a big part of it. Lamar being banged up in the injuries had a big role in it as well. I think this year, being under center, the boot and waggle game is going to be alive and well. Lamar will have play action capability, and the second level defenders will be put in a bind immediately. And the beauty of the boot and waggle kind of systems is the quarterback can get on the perimeter and he can run, he can throw. It gives him a ton of options in regard to crossing routes, as well as kind of, deep back of the end zone. I guess you'd call it maybe a deep dig or crossing routes as well. It puts the defense in a bind. And so overall, I think that the run game in regard to Derrick Henry, today I saw quite a bit of traditional under center, what felt like kind of like old West Coast vibes for me, with them being in pads. It's very simple, but the beauty is in the simplicity. There's not a lot to think about. And I love the idea of Derrick Henry with Lamar under center and them running inside and outside zone. Getting back to the old kind of Tennessee stuff. For those of you that aren't familiar with Derrick Henry in Tennessee, they lived and died by the inside and outside zone, and Derrick Henry was a problem. Imagine somebody 6'3", 250 pounds, 7 or 8 yards deep with a head of steam. It's one cut. And you saw a lot of Derrick Henry. Just go look at the Buffalo Bills game from a couple years ago. Derrick Henry getting downhill on people quickly. It's dangerous when you go inside, outside zone. And I love the idea of it in the red zone. And I think that they will lull them to sleep in some ways in regard to how simple and almost monotonous it will look. But the beauty is in the intricacy. And when you're under center, all the different levels and kind of overlap of things that look the same, that are very different, will be in a fully at the quarterback and the OC's disposal.
I think the under center wrinkle is going to prove big this season because, look, when you go back to last year, it was across the board. They were so elite at punching it in when they got inside the 20 in 2024. They were first, 73.4%. Last year, they were 27th, 47.5%. You're talking, what is that, almost 25% difference there. That's massive. And you said it, Lamar wasn't nearly as good as the red zone. Their short yardage with Derrick Henry was one of the worst in all of football, which should never be the case with Derrick Henry. Obviously, the offensive line, and in particular, the interior offensive line, played a factor. Mark Andrews was not good in the red zone last year. He caught just 5 of 14 targets. Zay Flowers was the second most targeted wide receiver or receiver in the red zone. Bateman, he was fantastic in the red zone in 24. Not good at all last year. So I think this is where under center, obviously revamping the entire interior of the offensive line, but then it goes back to the clip we played, Elijah Surratt. And while I'm still skeptical of these guys hitting the ground running, having great rookie seasons, great year one seasons, with them, my focus is where can you excel? And Elijah Surratt was fantastic in the red zone last year. His 10 red zone touchdowns was first in the draft class. Jacoby Lane, he had the highest share of contested catches, 33%. Surratt was second in the draft class at 28%. So can they win when the space gets limited? Can they win in contested catch situations at the NFL level? And adding both of those guys, I think, will help them in the red zone.
Go ahead, Pemi.
Yeah, no, I concur with everything that you're saying. And actually, you know, what's crazy is that when you look at the red zone differential between 2024 and 2025, it is 20-something odd points, but it's actually half as effective. Like literally, it's half as effective if you actually break down what that means.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's even worse than those numbers actually tell you. And I think I made the point that the regression across the board is mind-boggling. Like we're never going to know the reason why, right? And that's okay. But I think that Coach Ledford and Ken, you had a chance to hear him talk at the podium today. I've already seen him on the lounge, and I've seen him talk numerous times. And I've already done my league, recon on how much people love and appreciate him as a coordinator and a run game. I'm sorry, as an offensive line coach and a run game coordinator, one of the best in the NFL. There are so many levers that are about to be pulled, and I've been saying this, and I know you're skeptical about a couple of the details, and I don't blame you, and you probably should be. I am not as I'm just not. I'm not as skeptical because I feel like the film study that I've put in and kind of the triangulating of where I think that Elijah and Jacoby are going to make the most benefit. It's going to be on third down and in the red zone.
But that's Femi. If they're able to do that, and I certainly think that that's a strong possibility. That's all I'm looking for. I'm not looking for these guys to put up a 1,200-yard season.
You're not looking for 50 or 60 catches, 900 yards. I understand.
That's not like. I think find your niche in this offense.
I also think there's a few things that bode well for them. Number one, it looks like Lamar Jackson's healthy. Just watching him move around the field today.
He looks great.
His movement is much smoother than it was at any point during the season last year after, say, the Buffalo game. Number two, the offensive line should be much better. Owane is just a monster. Simpson's an upgrade on the interior. Their center, I feel confident that Posick is a good center, and so he's not as good as Linderbaum, but the guards are so much better. Like, it's a net positive what they have in the interior. Yeah. And Ledford as the coach is such an upgrade over what they had over Warhop a year ago. Just, I think that Rosengarten will bounce back. I think that Ronnie will be good. So you won't have Derrick Henry or somebody else getting hit 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage on plays. Like, there's a lot of things that right now look to be moving in the right direction that by themselves would make things better, but these are multiple things.
Well, this is the thing. Andrew Voorhees was the starter. Now he's a capable backup, right? Emory Jones Jr., I guess he got some reps, but was really a redshirt year.
He looks good.
You and I were talking about this on the sideline. He looks amazing. He looks like a starting NFL guard. I mean, the amount of muscle that he's put on, the fitness level. Once again, I've been talking about the Ravens' fitness in general. I think it's really good. But Emory, to me, was super impressive. I had to leave early, so I didn't get a chance to watch him. And I know that it was more thud today than it wasn't to the ground, full contact. They're going to ease into it, which I agree with. So I'm looking forward to see when they do actual 9-on-7, which is kind of like an inside, drill. It's a pure run defense versus run offense. Everyone knows it's run, so kind of advantage to the defense. But when they get into that drill, that's when I really want to see where Emory is.
By the way, just some notes from practice, first day in pads. Matabike was out there again, fully dressed. He did not do anything. I went over to watch the sled drills, hoping to see him hit the sled. He did not. But Calais Campbell was on the field. He hit the sled. And John Jenkins off the PUP list. So they're trending in the right direction health-wise. So that's good news.
Yeah, no, I mean, I actually, as I was leaving, I was kind of, trying to see what they were doing over there. They were kind of off on their own. And I think it's all conditioning at this point. I'm not worried about either of the three of them at this point. And camp is so long. I mean, it seems like we have so much time between now and when they actually have to play a game. I am really excited though about the preseason. I can't wait for the preseason to kind of pick up. There's always going to be some undrafted free agents I'm going to have my eyes on. And just to put a pin in it, I think Pezza is very athletic. He's an undrafted free agent out of Brown, tight end. Tal Tolliver, I've been talking about since the first day. I like him a lot. I think these two guys are going to show out in the preseason. And once again, I know I've talked about Emery, but I can't wait for him to have a legit full preseason under his belt. He's going to get a ton of reps. We're going to know a lot about the depth of this team once the preseason starts.
Coming up next, let's keep looking at the rest of the AFC North. What about those Cincinnati Bengals? They made a lot of moves on the defensive side of the football. Are the Bengals AFC North contenders? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the trade deadline, the trades the Orioles should have made and the ones that they did, and of course, preview the Angels series. Ken McCusick's in studio. We talk Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Baltimore, it's Ken Wyman. Take the next step towards your future with an affordable degree certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus. Classes start August 12th, and when you apply now, your application fee is waived. Choose from over 100 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Online and hybrid classes available. Don't forget, save now with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
We've made it. There's an NFL football game this week. Yeah, it's preseason action, but it's football. The Hall of Fame game is on Thursday night. Carolina versus Arizona, live from Canton, Ohio for the Pro Football Hall of Fame game. Carolina is looking to get back to the playoffs. Arizona with new head coach Mike LaFleur and questions around the quarterback position for the future. Football is back this week. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Hey, Maryland, it's our election. There are 3 ways to vote. Election Day, November 3rd, early voting, October 22nd through the 29th, or by mail at a drop box, post office, or a local board of elections. Check your registration, ballot, and polling place information at vote.md.gov/vote2026. For trusted information on registration deadlines and voting options, download the Go Vote MD app. Sponsored by the Maryland State Board of Elections and the Maryland, D.C., Delaware Broadcast Association in cooperation with this station.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 85. Tonight, clear, low around 73. Tomorrow, high near 85.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's
it's back.
The honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
We love him. It's you feel it when he's gone from the team. Absolutely love Adley and having him as long as we can. But as I mentioned, I think we put ourselves in a position where we've got to be pretty open-minded here as we go into these talks, but Adley is one of the best things that we have going for us.
So that was Mike Elias on Friday talking about Adley Rutschman as one of the best things going for us. If you're expecting to hear Bengals talk, I'm sorry, we have some breaking news. Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox is official. Red Sox acquire Adley Rutschman. We do not have the terms yet. It's probably because the Red Sox are reaching out to those people to let them know they are traded. And Femi, you know this is the same in all sports. You don't want to have it
on ESPN.
They don't want to find out about it on social media. So they're trying to reach out to these people to let them know they've been traded. But Adley Rutschman has been traded to the Boston Red Sox. The deal is official. The face of the rebuild leaves with 0 playoff wins. Boom.
It's shocking. This needed to be done because the Orioles have found themselves in this situation. This is their reality. They're 4 games under 500. Their odds of making the playoffs are very slim. Jeff Passan reported that there's virtually no chance of the O's and Adley agreeing to a contract extension. All of that is true, but it's also true that it is very sad and borderline unfathomable that we are at this point where when he got called up in May 2022, and you can still picture it so perfectly. It was on Preakness.
Yeah.
And he's taking the field, and he takes off the mask, and he's soaking it in, looking all around Camden Yards. And at that point, the rebuild was over. And you felt so confident in the direction that the Orioles were going. And for him to get traded 4 years to the day when Mike Elias said that it's liftoff from here, after trading away Jorge Lopez, after trading away Trey Mancini, when the O's were within striking distance of the final wild card spot, for him to be traded now, it's crazy. It's crazy that they're at this point.
Yeah, when I take a figurative poll of kind of O's fandom, it's quite the polarizing response that I've seen. Everything from, hey, it's necessary, kind of prudent, understanding that it probably wasn't going to work out, and There probably was a chance that maybe he didn't want to be here. I mean, we don't know that for a fact, and I don't know that for a fact, but I didn't hear him ever say out loud that he wanted to be back here. And I've seen people talk about turning in their figurative O's uniform if they traded Adley. So people are definitely moved by this decision. But I think the best comp that I have in regard to kind of the Adley Sam comparison is loosely kind of the Isaiah, likely Mark Andrews situation, right? I'm just wondering how much Sam Basayo's long-term signing, and Ken, I know you've gone into the details about it. I don't think most fans understand the intricacies of salaries, nor the long-term effects of having control of players. You know, I've gone down the rabbit hole a little bit on it. I understand the NFL much more.
Yeah.
But on the surface, I would think that maybe those two things are in contrast, and that a long-term deal for Sam could affect Adley's decision. But I know you don't agree with that.
And respectfully,
yeah.
I don't think it has any effect because A, in the NFL, you have a cap and you don't want to allot that money to one position. And B, Pete Alonso is going to be a DH in a couple years. Sam Basayo is thought to be a high-end first baseman. So you can coexist for a couple years if the bats are what they are. I think it's more of what you said first. I don't think Adley wanted to be here.
Yeah,
I think he's not a Boris client, so they could talk. So if he was willing to be here, I think they could have gotten the deal done with Adley Rutschman. And I think there's a few things at play here. Number one, as someone who, and we were talking about this off the air a little bit, I love the Baltimore Orioles. I've come to terms with the fact they don't love me back. I don't buy into this. I can't trade him to the Red Sox. I would trade Adley Rutschman to Al Qaeda if they give me the best deal. Like, I just want the best return. If we come to the decision that we have to deal one of our good players, I trade him to the person who's going to give me the best return. Now, we have yet to see what that return is, but I'm not going to trade him for less because I don't want him to go to Boston. But there's another thing in play here. As Bone mentioned, 4 years ago, today? It was liftoff. They have 0 playoff wins. They bought twice and failed at it both times. And now here they are sellers again for the second consecutive year. Yet the general manager got quietly promoted a year ago in the midst of all this. So there's something incongruous going on here. Because the message you're sending to the fan base is that winning isn't the number one priority. Because they're not winning. Like, again, did I want them to buy? Part of me did. They're not good. The only thing that's keeping them in this thing is that the league stinks. But don't let that prevent you from seeing the fact they're not good. They proved that this weekend against the Phillies, Femi. They didn't score a run the last 2 games.
Yeah, I even had to come to the table with a very level head after seeing, first of all, the lack of run production in Detroit, regardless of the fact that they won the series. I know what I saw, and you're going to you can't build future success on a momentous comeback that happens once every 20 years and act like as if that's something that's feasible and plausible and realistic throughout the course of a season. I understand that. And once again, in one-run games, what are they, 10-17 now, right?
Yeah.
And look, I know that they have, 26 comeback wins. I understand that. And this team is exciting to watch on occasion. But then you have weekends like this against Philly. I was really excited going into we sat here on Friday and we said, hey, they've got to get the win on Friday. They got the win on Friday. And then we saw what happened on Saturday. And then we saw what happened on Sunday. I couldn't come in here and be Optimist Prime. I couldn't. It wouldn't make any sense. And then when I thought that they would be potentially buyers and sellers, they just look like they're sellers right now to me, Tim.
One thing that is abundantly clear is by executing this trade, it's admission that the rebuild was a failure because Adley Rutschman was the face of all of this. And no matter what happens, he will have not won a single playoff game in his entire Oriole career.
So this, according to MLB.com, Anthony Ianson seems to be a part of this deal. He is the Red Sox #1 pitching prospect. So he's the number 49 prospect overall in Major League Baseball. So that's one name. This is Andy Koska.
Where's he at now? Is he in AA?
He's in AA.
He's in AA, okay.
Yeah. But Anthony
But again,
Ianson,
more of a future move.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He's not coming up this year.
Anytime soon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was looking for something that, and I think I made this point, right? I didn't mind lateral moves that you're trading equal talent for equal talent, but that the acquisition might be a better fit for you now that allows you to at least make an attempt at the third wild card spot. And look, as a former athlete, right?
You want to compete.
You want to compete, exactly. You never want to feel like you're capped, you're done, and that it's over. And I know those guys in that clubhouse don't think that. I know that for a fact. I know they're going to go play their tails off and do the best they absolutely can. But I also understand from the fan outside looking in, you can't tell me if you're disappointed today. I empathize with you.
Man, we'll keep talking about this coming up in the second hour. By the way, we'll be taking your calls coming up at 3:15. But coming up next here on the program, Joe Danneman. He's from Fox 19 in Cincinnati. What about the Bengals this season? Are they a division contender or are they an AFC contender? We'll ask Joe next here on The Fan.
We're just hours away from the MLB trade deadline. Will the Orioles buy, sell, or stand pat? Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for wall-to-wall coverage of your birds at the deadline.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Join 105.7 The Fans, The Final Drive, this Thursday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Watershed Restaurant as Tim, Ken, and Femi broadcast live. Watershed Restaurant is a classic Maryland seafood house located in historic Cross Street Market.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles have traded Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. The return in the deal has yet to be announced. Rutschman was Mike Elias's first draft pick when he was taken with the first overall pick in 2019. Stay tuned to the Final Drive for the latest. Taylor Ward has been dealt to the Mariners in exchange for 3 right-handed pitchers. Alex Hoppe has a 5.79 ERA and 24 relief appearances for the Mariners. The 2 other pitchers are in Double-A and Low-A ball. The Phillies have acquired 3-time batting champ Luis Arraez from the Giants in exchange for Caleb Killian and 2 prospects. Elsewhere, the Angels traded Jose Soriano to the Blue Jays in exchange for 3 prospects. L.A. also dealt Joe Adell to the Guardians and received Jacob Cozart. The Cubs sent 2 prospects to the Blue Jays in exchange for Kevin Gausman. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Window Nation. For replacement windows and doors, choose Window Nation. Right now, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal. I'm Tim Barbalese. Ravens Terps in your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
We'll get back to the trade deadline and Adley Rutschman being traded to the Red Sox. We do have terms on that. We'll get them to you straight away. But let's get to some football. And the AFC North should be interesting this year. One of the reasons for that is the Cincinnati Bengals have made a lot of moves this offseason. Can the defense be good enough? Let's talk to our friend Joe Danneman, Fox 19 in Cincinnati now. And Joe, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So early on in camp, how are things looking in Bengal land?
The camp MVP so far is Dexter Lawrence, and it's not just what he's doing on the field. It's the way he's carrying himself around the building, and his effort and his energy at practice has become almost this hub on the entire defense that, yeah, when you have a guy like Dexter Lawrence, he's going to be the focus of what any offensive coordinator is trying to get done. But it feels like his hub is real here at Bengals training camp. Outside of just football, it's the energy, it's the attitude. We all expected he would come in and be a difference maker on the field. We didn't realize that Dexter Lawrence would be so well liked, would be so bought in so early here in Cincinnati. There's no doubt right now the MVP standout of training camp through 1 week has been Dexter Lawrence.
Yeah, Joe, I think that the Bengals made some sneaky defensive moves in the offseason. I don't think people are talking about it enough. I look at Jonathan Allen. I look at Boye Mafe especially. I love him off the edge, yeah. And then Brian Cook. What can you tell me about Boye Mafe? I kind of want to hear about him a little bit, and I'm wondering how nervous I should be.
He was a guy that they targeted in the same kind of career arc as Trey Hendrickson. When Trey Hendrickson was in New Orleans, he was kind of lost behind other guys who were getting more shine in New Orleans, and the Bengals thought they had something in him, and he came here and he blossomed. And I think they think the same with Boye Mafe, that Mafe is a talented guy who was behind some star players in Seattle on that unbelievable pass rush they had in Seattle last year that helped them win a Super Bowl. And they think now that he's going to be featured here as an edge player in Cincinnati, I think there's an excitement that he could take a similar type step. Now, does anybody expect him to lead the league in sacks like Trey Hendrickson did? Probably not. But I do think there's some real upside to his game. And the Bengals are also moving him around a little bit. And I think it's been interesting about what Al Golden's doing now in year 2 as a defensive coordinator, with just more talent in the building. They're moving Cassius Howell, who was their second-round pick this year. He's an edge. He's standing up. He's playing more of an outside linebacker hybrid role. And they're doing some of that, too, with Boye Mafe, that Boye has been dropping in coverage a little bit, and whether he can do that on Sundays or not, we'll see. But I think it speaks to his athleticism on the edge that the Bengals need it. Look, the Bengals have a lot of guys in this camp who they think have potential to be disruptors, to be guys who get to the quarterback off the edge. They've got to find someone to replace Trey Hendrickson because last year they were desperate for a fourth quarter closer coming off the edge. They didn't have that when Trey got hurt. They think they've got options, but one or two of these guys has to pop, whether it's Mafe, Miles Murphy, Shamar Stewart, who was a first-round pick, or Cassius Howe, a second-round pick. They need one or two of these guys to really step up this year and fill that role as someone they can depend on to close out games in the fourth quarter.
Joe, we've heard Joe Burrow really talk up this Bengals team for a while now, going back to minicamp, comparing them to the 2019 LSU Tigers. You've obviously been covering this team for a while, covered them when they went to the Super Bowl last in 2021. Is this the best Bengals team, at least on paper? I understand we're early in camp, but on paper, is this the best Bengals team since that Super Bowl year?
Yes, it's the best Bengals team on paper of Joe Burrow's time in Cincinnati, and he has said as much. We asked Jamar Chase the same question, and Jamar was basically saying, ask me at the end of the year, because he doesn't, A, want to jinx it, or B, kind of wants to see how it all fits together, because you can bring in talent. Now, will it gel? Will it mesh? And I think the fact that the Bengals brought in a guy like Dexter Lawrence, and they brought in Brian Cook and Boye Mafe, guys who have won Super Bowls. So you're talking about guys who have accomplished a lot in this league, that they feel like the meshing should happen pretty quickly here in Cincinnati. Now, they're tested early. Their first 4 weeks in September are all against teams that probably have designs to go to the playoffs this coming season. But there's no doubt that the fact that the Bengals bring back all 11 starters on offense, and then they've added so much more on defense, that, yeah, it absolutely feels like the best team Joe Burrow's had on paper in Cincinnati. The question is, can the defense make the jump from one of the two worst defenses in the league last year to a top 15 defense? Can they be a top 10 defense? Because then you're talking about, yeah, you want to get back to the playoffs, just an okay defense with this offense, that'll get you there. But if you want to win playoff games, if you want to win Super Bowls, this defense has to probably be a top 10, if not higher defense. And that's the big question. Can they take that kind of a jump in one season? We're going to find out starting pretty soon.
Talking to Joe Daneman, it's Inside Access. Excuse me, it's Final Drive here on the Fan. I knew I was going to do that. Final Drive here on the Fan. Joe, how do you stack this division as we sit here in August?
I think it's 1 and 1A, Bengals and Ravens. I think, and the funny thing is, guys, people in Cincinnati keep talking about the idea that continuity on the coaching staff is going to be a difference maker, a separator, an advantage for the Bengals. I wonder how much of that is actually true, because I'm of the school of thought that maybe fresh eyes in Baltimore, in Pittsburgh, even Cleveland can help these teams get over a hump that they haven't been over. So I caution and push back a little bit on people in Cincinnati who think it's a major advantage for this coaching staff, the continuity. There's a lot of pressure on this coaching staff in Cincinnati this year. If you don't make the playoffs 3 straight years like they have, when you have Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins, the seats get warm really quick. So there's a lot of pressure on them this year to get it done. So I would power rank it 1-1A, Bengals, Ravens, then Steelers, then Browns, looking forward to 2026.
So a 2-part question. What is your position group that you feel the best about, and you can't say wide receiver? Yeah, exactly. And what's the position group that you're most concerned with?
Can I say quarterback? Because I got Joe Burrow and
you can't. QB and wide receiver, nope, off the board.
Okay, so I'm going to go defensive line. I think Dexter Lawrence is going to make that much of a difference, and it's so funny to say that because that was one of the real weaknesses of this team last year. But the idea of having Dexter Lawrence and having Jonathan Allen and TJ Slayton and BJ Hill, and some of these guys are role guys, but those are some good role players. And then you add the investment they made on edge with Boye Mafe and the 2 high draft picks for the last 2 seasons, and Miles Murphy, a former first-rounder, who it looked like he was starting to figure it out last year. I really like their defensive line room. Where I think they can be weak, obviously linebacker was a big problem last year. They started 2 rookies. They were not good enough. Is there room for growth for them in year 2? Sure. So that's a concern area. They're sticking with those guys. A lot of people in Cincinnati are scratching their head about that. And in the cornerback room, they have two really good corners, Dax Hill and DJ Turner, and then just a ton of question marks, all the way from who backs them up, who plays slot corner. So if you're looking for question spots on the defense, you're looking at linebacker and corner depth. They're two areas that can really be tested this year by opposing teams.
Joe Danneman, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
All right, guys, anytime.
Final drive here on a Monday, and Adley Rutschman, the deal is done. He's headed to the Boston Red Sox. 410-583-1057. Your thoughts on Adley getting traded? Taylor Ward got traded earlier in the day. We'll get you the full terms of the Adley deal and take your calls next here on The Fan.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home with the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
The Holloman Law Firm invites friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4 p.m. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do its best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
Go to callamazing.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Support, assist, care, own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills using industry-standard equipment and prepare for a career as a medical assistant. Benefit from Lincoln's employer connections that can help open doors to new opportunities. Don't just imagine a better future. Start building it. Enroll now for August classes. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic. It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Taking you home from your workday. It's The Final Drive with Femi, Tim, and Ken on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm so pleased and proud of where this team is at and where this organization is at. I mean, I can't imagine a healthier spot than we're in right now with this young group playing the way they're playing, pitching the way that we're pitching, the farm system that we have. We've got 6 top 100 prospects, arguably. We've got a deep system. We've got a scouting and player development and coaching apparatus that is humming. We've got a lot going for us, and this is a big plan to keep this organization very healthy. And while I'm super excited about what's ahead of us and our chances, we're going to continue with the plan of building for a bright, long future in the American League East. And I think we're right there. I think that it's liftoff from here for this team.
Well, liftoff was a disaster, wasn't it? No playoff wins. Tomorrow never comes. We keep building for tomorrow, and then every day it's, oh, wait, but tomorrow. We bring this up because this is the fourth anniversary of liftoff, that comment. And the Orioles have traded Adley Rutschman to the Boston Red Sox. In return, the Orioles are getting Anthony Ianson. He's a pitcher. He's the Red Sox number 2 prospect, the 49th overall prospect in baseball, according to MLB Pipeline. Kyson Witherspoon, their 4th prospect. Endy Azokar, an outfielder, he's their number 5 prospect. And Carlos Navarez, catcher. They're also getting a player to be named later. Originally, it said Harold Rivas, their 17th prospect, was in the deal. Now they're saying he's not. It's a player to be named later. My guess, and I don't know this, it's probably a guy that was drafted this year because I don't think you can trade those guys right away. So it's a player to be named later. But Adley Rutschman going to Boston, guys. This is a done deal. We're going to take your calls in just a minute, 410-583-1057. We're doing 2 caller segments, so please be patient.
And it also seems Alex Spire, who works for the Boston Globe, apparently Jake Rogers is a part of the Adley deal.
Nice.
So Jake Rogers, knew.
Navarez will be the backup catcher to Basayo, it'll be so so Rogers is here with Joel Pozo.
Yeah.
So it'll be Pozo and Navarez for the time being until Basayo's back.
Yeah. So
fun.
Look, it's not like I know much about all of these guys, full disclosure, but it seems like off first blush that the O's did pretty well in this trade.
The Boston people are saying they gave up a haul, but
yes.
They're all lottery tickets, right?
I don't recognize any of these names. So
it's still just shocking that it actually happened. It needed to happen because unfortunately they are at this point, but it's closing a chapter in this organization's history. He was Mike Elias's first ever draft pick, his first 1-1, and they were well under 500 when he got called up in May 2022. They ended up having a surprise year that season. Coincided with the liftoff comment, August 3rd, 2022, after they traded away Jorge Lopez and Trey Mancini. And Mike Elias, we were sold a sustained winner, but it's anything but.
410-583-1057. Let's go to Josiah. Josiah, you're on the Fan.
Hi, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Welcome.
Appreciate you taking my call. So I have a 2-year-old named Brooks and a 3-year-old named Adley. Swing and a miss, huh? I pitched a lot of Orioles names. This was the one my wife liked the most, but my wife and I were living out in Seattle from 21 to 25. We went to every game when they were out there. We saw the Means no-hitter, bunch of awesome games with the Mariners. I got to meet Adley's dad a few times. Really nice guy. We love Adley as a player, but I mean, this is a gut punch. I mean, maybe I'm dumb as a fan for, deciding to name my kid after a guy who wasn't extended and whatever, but I mean, this is it's despicable. I mean, we've sat for 8 years we went through this, and we have basically nothing to show for it. And it looks like we're getting ready to start over and do the whole thing all over again. I mean, obviously shame on Elias for what he's done, but I mean, it's a building full of nerds and there's no baseball guys in there, It just feels like before with Buck and everyone, they weren't embracing the analytics. And now we've went fully in the opposite direction, and there has to be some kind of middle ground. I mean, shame on Rubenstein for selling us this whole, I'm from Baltimore, I love the Orioles. Man, come on, dude. You're just here to make another buck like everybody else. The fact that you're sitting back and letting this guy run our team into the ground over and over again, every deadline, doing the same thing, snake oil selling us nonsense. It's despicable, man. And we're at the point like, Cal, we need Cal to step up. I mean, he's the only guy that I feel like in that group that the fans can really trust. And I mean, I'm obviously distraught right now. Like, I'm ready for Ravens, and I can't even. Thinking about turning the game on tomorrow is making me sick to my stomach.
Appreciate the call, man. Jeez, there's emotion. This is the fan
real.
base.
Yeah, it's
real.
real.
It hurts.
Like Femi, again,
I get
this
it.
is.
I
don't have the perspective of my father, for example.
Yeah.
Like the Orioles were one of the most winningest franchises in all of
From
sports
66 to 83. Yes,
they were the most. But in my lifetime, they're a bottom 5 organization in baseball. It's rough, and this fan base to go 43 years without appearing in a World Series. Camden Yards has never hosted a World Series game. This was supposed to be different. And Ken, I'll speak for you, correct? Like we kept. We're optimists, you know. Like when
not
Mike,
like Femi, but we're optimists.
Yeah. Like
even today, I'm
like when Mike 2023 happened, and it was Jack Flaherty and Fuji, and you thought, okay, whatever.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
That's his first deadline. That's fine. Then 24 happens. You're like, okay,
it's a bunch of crap.
And then 20, like at some point, and I feel for the fans, man. I really do feel for the fans because the caller said it when you're sitting through multiple years of not even attempting to win in hopes of the sustained winner, for this to come crashing and burning 2 years later, it's a tough pill to swallow. Hey,
this is just, and I know this isn't going to make anybody feel any better, but this is from Sean McAdam from Mass Live up in Boston. He's covered the Red Sox for a long time. This is a tweet he just put out 3 minutes ago. Some people in the game are completely stunned by what the Red Sox gave up for Adley Rutschman. Said one evaluator from another organization, quote, "I'm absolutely dumbfounded by this. This is literally one of the most ridiculous trades I've seen in 30 years." Okay. That's the return the Orioles got. Now, again, none of these guys, other than Navarez, are ready for the major leagues.
Yeah, and let me just speak to the fan that called a moment ago, because I felt like his transparency, wearing his emotions on his sleeve, like I really respect and I appreciate that, and I can empathize with that. I'm going to do a lot of that today. I'm going to do a lot of listening today. First of all, naming your son after Adley is an honor and a privilege that Adley can say that little kids have been named after him. And that does not make you an idiot, by the way. It shows how much you love your team. And I think that players come and go. That's just the reality of it. And then, to be honest, I think Adley's a pretty cool name, actually. So it's not really that big of a deal from that perspective. But I understand. I hear how you're feeling. I hear your pain. And a lot of times, you know, Ken and Tim, both of you, I try to make it a point that the chance that a player can leave is always kind of there. Like most players don't retire with the team that they're drafted by, or if they're acquired at a young age in a long-term free agency deal, even then they often don't stay. But the truth of the matter is that although I'm a former Raven, I love the organization.
Yes.
And what I'm sensing right now from Orioles fans is their biggest issue is with the organization. Correct. And I can understand that because I've been in some organizations that aren't that great. And I don't associate. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. And I don't associate with them. Although and first of all, like being a player and obviously being a fan are two different things, but we can both have animosity for our own reasons. But with that being said, I'm hoping that I'm hoping the Orioles front office is just listening. That's all I'm saying. I'm not here to make a critique. I'm not in a position to. I have not put the time in to make that critique, but I'm letting you guys make that critique. But I hope they're listening because I think that the thing that fan just said, Tim, you're wearing it on your face today. Ken, You're wearing it on your sleeve today. Like, I know how much this is like
it's
impacted
visceral.
you. I see how much it's impacted you guys. And I think that you guys have a pulse of fandom, and how you're feeling is how the majority of fans are feeling today.
410-583-1057. We're going to take a lot of calls today. So please, we will take more calls coming up. Your thoughts. Adley Rutschman is now a Boston Red Sox. We get your thoughts next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
Using Chad to research replacement windows and doors? Forget the prompts. Look up Window Nation. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payment for 2 years. Get a free quote at windownation.com today. Window Nation, they're the real deal.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples. That was easy. Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and The Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles have traded Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. Boston has sent over pitching prospect Anthony Ianson as the centerpiece of the trade. Ianson is the number 33 ranked prospect according to Baseball America. Baltimore also will receive the 97th ranked prospect in pitcher Kyson Witherspoon, in addition to 2 outfield prospects and catcher Carlos Narvaez. Stay tuned to The Final Drive for the latest. Taylor Ward has been dealt to the Mariners in exchange for 3 right-handed pitchers. Alex Hoppe has a 5.79 ERA and 24 relief appearances for the Mariners. The 2 other pitchers are in Double-A and Low-A ball. The Phillies have acquired 3-time batting champ Luis Arraez from the Giants in exchange for Caleb Killian and 2 prospects. Elsewhere, the Angels traded Jose Soriano to the Blue Jays in exchange for 3 prospects. L.A. also dealt Joe Adell to the Guardians and received Jacob Cozart. The Cubs sent 2 prospects to the Blue Jays in exchange for Kevin Gausman. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 86. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's The Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Adley Rutschman traded the Red Sox along with Jake Rogers for 4 players, essentially 5, because there'll be a player to be named later in this deal. But let's go to the phone lines. 410-583-1057. Warren's in Owings Mills. Warren, you're on the Fan.
Afternoon, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. I know you guys are pretty busy this afternoon. I heard the first caller, and I have a slightly different take on it. I feel sorry for people like Tim Barbalese who are young and have never experienced anything. I went to the 66 World Series, the 69, and the 70 World Series. So I go back a long ways. And I'm disappointed because we used to have the best franchise in baseball for over a decade, and now we have one of the worst. But in getting rid of Adley, it's more what he represents than the player he is. Because, first of all, when we extended the Basayo last year, I knew the handwriting was on the wall. And it became even more clear, and I'd be shocked if we hadn't reached out to Adley before we did Basayo to see his interest. And I think you guys pointed out earlier, he had never expressed an interest, unlike some of the other Orioles like Westberg and Cowser, of being a long-term Oriole. So, it was clear then when we extended Basayo. It's kind of like the situation with the Ravens with Likely.
I don't think it's the same thing, man. Respectfully, I don't. Basayo was a buyout of arbitration years. It's not a big number, and they're going to eventually move him to first base. This could have coexisted. I don't think Adley wants to be here.
Yeah, well, no, I agree with that aspect of it too. But when we signed Alonso likes to play first base every day. he's going to be there for the next 4 years. That was going to block Basayo's path to playing a lot of first base. But I absolutely agree with you. I don't think Adley wanted to be here, unlike other Orioles, some of the other young guys. But also, I mean, I was a little bit disappointed. I called in this morning to Bob and Nolan and said the same thing. When Adley was drafted 1 of 1, we expected, and I think a franchise expects a player like that to be the face of the franchise for 10 years and to be a star. We were, and again, that was the optimistic fan in me. I thought we were getting Buster Posey.
Correct.
2.0, or Joe Mauer.
You got Matt Wieters.
Yeah. And I said that this morning, we got Matt Wieters. Matt Wieters was a fine, long-term catcher like Adley will probably be. He was a sometime all-star, but he was certainly nowhere close to a superstar, and he wasn't a star. Adley's a 3-time all-star. He made the all-star team this year because the Orioles had to have a representative.
Correct.
And Alonso was kind of blocked because you had Ben Rice and a couple other players who were at first base, and Alonso was our only other potential one. So I'm not disappointed that Adley's gone because I think that he was a disappointment as a player. But it's more what he represents than the futility of this franchise.
Hey, Warren, we got to run because we got to take more calls. We got a bank full of phone calls, but I do appreciate the call.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. And I heard his call this morning, and that's kind of like some of my thesis and some of the questions I was asking kind of revolved around that. And I think, Tim, you said this earlier, and I think Warren just touched on it. It's what this capitulation represents, right? It's the failure to actually get liftoff. Yeah. It's the idea that now you're kind of 3 steps back, and look, where do you go from here?
Well, again, Femi, like, I just think back to 4 years ago today. And was there a segment of the fan base that was pissed that Mike sold and Trey Mancini was beloved? All of that, yes. But they were on the up and up. Mm-hmm. Like, they were winning. They were ahead of schedule. Their farm system was overfilling with talent. You have so much optimism then where it's so much uncertainty now. I don't know where they go from here. I don't know how they navigate this offseason. I don't know what ownership is going to decide when it comes to Mike Elias at the end of this year.
He said he can't be more pleased.
And I don't know what this landscape's going to look like with the upcoming CBA. There's so much uncertainty compared to a little more than 2 years ago, June 2024, when Mike Elias, to use his words, this organization is at the top of baseball in almost every single facet. Yeah. To be crashing and burning to this point, it's sad, man. I really feel bad for the fans.
What would you say the highest rank of the farm system was in the Elias era?
It was one.
No, it was one. Femi was 3 years in a row. For 3 or 4 years.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah. Femi, they had the number 1 prospect in baseball 3 consecutive years. It has never happened. No. It was a historic farm system.
But where are they at now? Middle of the pack?
Middle of the pack at best. Now, granted, with these guys thrown in here, it's probably going to go higher, up. But, Femi, it was a historic farm system. Historic.
410-583-1057. Back out to the phone lines we go. Kevin's in Ellicott City. Kevin, you're on the Fan. Kevin? Kevin's not there.
No Kevin.
Darius, you're on the Fan.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Good.
Just got my phone about an hour ago. Alert came off of Rush. It's more like it's sad. You know what I mean? I've been an Orioles fan for 2 decades. I'm 28. And trust me, I've seen some bad baseball from the Orioles. But this year it feels different because we had new ownership. They invested a lot of money with Alonso and plus added Taylor Ward and Baez. So they kind of gave this fan base hope that they was trying to be competitive and win. And I get it. The season didn't go how you wanted because you lose Westford. You know, maybe Buxton, the pitcher goes down. I forgot his name.
Eflin. And Bassett
goes down. Yeah, so we lose some guys, but at the end of the day, we're only 2.5 games out, and as our last time I checked, the Orioles can compete with anybody in the Series in the American League right now. The American League is wide open. Now, I don't know what they're doing in the World Series. If they get there, that's a long stretch.
If they get there, Darius, if they get there, I'll buy you a beer. They get to. Let's not talk champagne problems. If they get there, what happens? If they get there, I will dance throughout the streets, and I can't dance at all.
I'll run naked on Pratt Street if they make the World Series.
If they get to the World Series, I'll Winnie the Pooh it out there.
Come on,
if
man.
they get there. Let's grab Steve. Steve, you're on the Fan.
Hey, fellas, I'm really not happy with the Orioles, and maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm looking for something to moan about, but not only do you trade Adley Rutschman, you kick us in the junk by trading him to Boston.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, let's just kick the dog while it's, whining in the corner. One of the callers said before, and I was going to say this too, I'm saying it now, we need Cal Ripken to be the GM. I want you guys to start a poll. I think our GM, Elias is done. I think Rutschman got sold a bill of goods. We're going to build this team around you. It never happened. And for all the fans that have never seen a World Series at home, I was a little kid in '79 when the Orioles were playing the Pirates.
I was there.
One of my fondest memories of all time. Why don't we just make Jerry Coleman the manager? What else can we do wrong?
He can fill out a uniform, that's for sure. I appreciate the call. I think we should ride the call. We have a bank full of phone calls.
Keep going.
Femi, this is your first experience with breaking news, man.
No, it's all good. I mean, hey, look, I already told you I'm not qualified to talk about the kind of the emotions that people are feeling today, but I can empathize, and where I have something to interject, I'll be the therapist that's objective and listening. But I really appreciate how you guys and look, I feel it. You said it. It's visceral, and I sense it. So I just want to respect the moment and interject myself where I can provide value. And if I can, I'm gonna sit here and listen with you guys.
I'm gonna close with this, and more calls coming up. 410-583-1057. I was 8 years old with my dad coming back from Memorial Stadium after the Orioles blew a 3-1 lead to the Pirates in 1979, losing the World Series, crying in the back of the car. I went to Game 2 of the '83 World Series with my dad. My dad died a year ago. He loved the Orioles more than anything, and they frustrated the hell out of him. And he thought, he was so happy when Adley came up. And we didn't plan on this. We were in Cleveland for Gunner's debut. We decided to do a ballpark trip, and then my stepmother got really sick, so we never did another one. But we were there. Gunner made his debut, and he was so happy about the Orioles. And to see this thing go to crap like this, I'm not saying they had to do this. It doesn't mean it sucks any less.
Yeah.
410-583-1057. More of your calls next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the trade deadline, the trades the Orioles should have made and the ones that they did, and of course, preview the Angels series. Ken McCusick's in studio. We talk Ravens training.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
On Saturday night, the Los Angeles Dodgers made a splash before the MLB trade deadline. The Dodgers traded for Tarek Skubal, ace pitcher who spent the last 7 seasons with the Detroit Tigers. LA's looking to win their 3rd straight World Series championship in a row. With Shohei Ohtani's availability for the postseason run on the mound up in the air, the Dodgers just added the best pitcher on the market. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Riding a motorcycle requires balance, alertness, and quick reactions. There is no margin for error. If you're thinking about drinking and riding a motorcycle, then you're not really thinking. When your abilities are impaired and you make a mistake, it could be deadly. Make the smart choice if you plan to ride. Be the sober driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
All you have to do to sell your home these days is Google "sell my house." You're going to find hundreds of those cash offers that let you skip the traditional selling process. The thing is, most of those are lowball offers for tens of thousands of dollars less than what your home is really worth. Lee Tessier, he's an honest guy. He's not going to let you sell your house for less than it's worth. He's willing to make you a cash offer too. But his is actually worth it. It's for fair market value. Lee's offer will still let you skip the hassles of traditional selling, like spending thousands of dollars to fix things up and having strangers in your bedroom during an open house. You're going to get to sell your home as is and pick your move-out date. The difference is Lee will offer you way more money. I'm not just saying that. Test it out. Call the old agent I qualify to sell my home. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
Tonight, clear low around 73. Tomorrow, high near 85.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
We have pivoted because Adley Rutschman was traded to the Boston Red Sox. Him and Jake Rogers for 4 players and a player to be named later. 410-583-1057. Try to get to as many calls as we can. Keith and Crofton. Keith, you're on the Fan.
Hey, guys. I'm just spitballing here, but I wanted to pitch you guys a new slogan. How about the new Orioles magic? Watch our players disappear.
I like it.
I don't know. Question for you guys. Did we simply not have enough healthy pieces or prospects to be effective buyers, or is this just conceding the season?
We had Jacob Calvin-Meyer on Friday, and I firmly believe with how that series went, I think Mike was going to do this no matter the outcome of that series. I really believe that. Like, they won Friday, and I know they ended up losing the series. I think Mike leans on the numbers so heavily. And he said the quiet part out loud in 2022, where I'm paraphrasing, but he was basically like, well, we don't have any shot at making the playoffs, to the point where he had to fly out to apologize to the team. I think Mike is a very smart guy. I think Mike leans on the numbers heavily, and the numbers show heading into that series, they had a 20% chance at making the playoffs. And I just think he was always going to operate this way.
Who's a guy that's playing good enough ball right now that you wouldn't want to give away that could bring something of value back, actually? I think, Ken, you talked about, I can't remember which player it was. We were talking about getting rid of a player while their value has already kind of been debased a little bit because they're not having a great year.
Yeah, we're talking about
get back
Gunner. You trade Gunner now. Why would you do that? He's not playing well.
He's not a realistic trade piece though, right? I don't think Holiday is either, and Holiday's actually playing much better.
Yeah.
But I mean,
they don't have anything.
The only guy that I can think of is Rodgers.
Yes.
Really, you know what I mean?
You want to flip Rodgers?
Yeah, if you want to flip him for somebody of equal talent that actually, but the thing is starting pitching is one of the best things you're doing right now. You know what I mean? I don't see how you get a guy back of equal value that you actually can potentially keep. Maybe I'm not sure. Just to answer the caller's question, I can't think of anyone off the top of my head that you'd be willing to get rid of that's actually going to make you better.
I just want to remind people they're not good. The only thing that makes us part of this conversation is the American League stinks. They've played 112 games. They're under 500. If the American League wasn't an absolute embarrassment, we're not having this conversation.
That's actually a good point.
What are we doing? I want to contend. I do. I want to go to the playoffs. And the caller Darius is like, well, we can get the American League, but if we get to the World Series, then we have it. If we get to the World Series, we're under 500.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things. Go ahead.
No. I was going to say, but here's the thing, and we're all guilty of this, and I know we've even brought this up in the past week, where it's like, look what the Diamondbacks did with 84.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, they're the outlier.
Yeah.
They are not the norm.
Rangers
I can show you so many other teams that are bad that don't turn it on. They are the 1% where the 99% of the team, when you're this deep into the season, you are what your record says you are. The Diamondbacks don't happen every year.
No.
The Rangers don't happen every year. That's why, I'm running hot.
Yeah, no.
410-583-1057. Fred's in Catonsville. Fred, you're on the Fan.
Hey, guys. I love the new show. I just want to thank you for taking my call. I think Elias is a fraud. I think he was hired after the Houston won their World Series, which they fraudulently won. Manfred said he didn't punish them enough, and he should have went back and punished them. I think he got hired on Houston's fake success, and the Orioles thought, let's hire Mike Elias. Hope isn't a plan. Mike Elias needs to go. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's been 43 years since we won a World Series. And you know what? You're right. The Orioles are not good. Face reality. If Elias is such a numbers guy, he knows this team sucks. He knows.
He's telling you right now. They're selling.
Yeah.
He's telling you.
There's two things here. I think it's fair to call them a fraud. They have 0 playoff wins in 8 years. Houston, they're all cheating. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. The Red Sox were cheating. The Yankees, Houston's a really good. They were a really good baseball team. They've been to multiple. They've gone to the playoffs multiple times. They're good. So let's separate both of those things. And Mike Elias, as Bono likes to say, if you would ask Mike Elias the day he got hired, if 8 years later you had 0 playoff wins, would you consider your tenure a success? And I don't know how anybody could say that.
No, they couldn't. And my only comparison is that imagine if the Ravens were going through this. You know what I mean? EDC doesn't survive. We know that for a fact. I mean, if we're not winning titles and winning divisions and, contending, it's a failure.
But Femi, to that point, and I'm not saying this is going to happen at all. Yeah. This is just how things work in sports. John Harbaugh got fired. There's a lot of pressure on Eric this year. If the Ravens finish with a losing record, then his seat starts to get a little warm. That's just sports. And look, and Eric's had way more success than Mike Elias has had. They both got hired in the same year in 2019.
We will get back to the calls a little bit later, but coming up next, we'll check in on the Ravens. Jonas Schaefer was out there at one winning drive as the Ravens had their first day of padded practice. He covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner and joins us next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the trade deadline, the trades the Orioles should have made and the ones that they did, and of course, preview the Angels series. Ken McCusick's in studio. We talk Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Summer savings start now at Bob Bell Kia's Summer Sell-a-thon. Drive home in one of 5 amazing Kia models priced under $30K. Whatever your credit situation, we are here to help. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you could get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's a triple header of shows starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and the iconic Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, catch the Texas country rocker Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Want to help empower your community? Become an election judge. You'll help set up, check in voters, and make sure voting runs smoothly. It's a paid position, and students can earn service hours. No experience necessary. We'll provide the necessary training. Learn more and sign up today at vote.md.gov/vote2026. For trusted information on voter registration, deadlines, and voting options, download the Go Vote MD app. Sponsored by the Maryland State Board of Elections and the Maryland, D.C., Delaware Broadcast Association in cooperation with this station.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles have traded Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. Boston has sent over pitching prospect Anthony Ianson as the centerpiece of the trade. Ianson is the number 33 ranked prospect according to Baseball America. Baltimore also will receive the 97th ranked prospect in pitcher Kyson Witherspoon, in addition to 2 outfield prospects and catcher Carlos Narvaez. Stay tuned to the final drive for the latest. Taylor Ward has been dealt to the Mariners in exchange for 3 right-handed pitchers. Alex Hoppe has a 5.79 ERA and 24 relief appearances for the Mariners. The 2 other pitchers are in Double-A and Low-A ball. The Phillies have acquired 3-time batting champ Luis Arraez from the Giants in exchange for Caleb Killian and 2 prospects. Elsewhere, the Angels traded Jose Soriano to the Blue Jays in exchange for 3 prospects. L.A. also dealt Joe Adell to the Guardians and received Jacob Cozart. The Cubs sent 2 prospects to the Blue Jays in exchange for Kevin Gausman. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 86. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Taking you home from your workday, it's the final drive with Femi, Tim, and Ken on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Massive day here in Charm City. Orioles trade deadline. Adley Rutschman now in Boston, and the Ravens put the pads on for the first time today. Let's head out and talk to our friend Jonas Schaefer, who covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. And Jonas, thanks as always for your time. We appreciate it. So let's start with that. First day in pads. What stood out to you, if anything, this morning?
I would probably have to say it was the moment where I'm checking my phone and seeing that Taylor Ward has been traded and that Greg Alvarez is walking out the field like this is fine meme. It was a very, very surreal.
Wasn't that fascinating, though, Jonas, that he was there while this is going on?
Say that again, Ken?
Wasn't it fascinating that the manager of the team is there while all that was going on?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know enough about baseball and the front office machinations to profess any kind of authority on where Craig Albanaz should or shouldn't be, but it was definitely a weird place to be on a day where the kind of the bedrock of the Orioles franchise was slowly but surely changing.
Hey, Jonas, it was great to talk to you in person today at practice, and I know we were chopping it up about different players, my fascination with undrafted rookie free agents, but I think the first day of pads, it was a bit lackluster. It was more thud than full speed, as we expect and as it should be as players kind of round into shape. Obviously, I had to leave early today, but what was your takeaway from practice today? Kind of what was your highlight and maybe what was a low light?
Low light, I think, in general, just the passing game. I think there was like maybe one pass between Lamar and Snoop beyond 10 air yards that was completed today. You saw some short stuff dropped. I don't think the pass protection was that much of an issue for either the first or second string offense, but I think Lamar was definitely not totally synced in with his receivers. I mean, the first drop back of the day, you got Rashad Bateman running like a 15, 18, 20 yard comeback route, and his timing and Lamar's placement are not exactly synced up. You see Lamar look for a couple, back shoulder balls to some of his bigger guys. Those aren't really working that well for the offense. So obviously, I think we've all maybe got ahead of ourselves seeing just how strong Lamar and his passing game started camp last week, that we naturally assumed that they would only get better. But in fact, I think the last 2 non-stadium practices have been pretty decisively, wins for the defense. So, as Jesse Mickey told us afterward, that there's going to be some back and forth all throughout camp. But, as long as no one got hurt, I think that's probably the big takeaway from a day like this, where you are finally getting in pads, not really a whole lot of standouts on the offensive side of the ball, but at least you didn't have to have anyone carted off.
Jonas, something that's been very noticeable in a difference with the offense is Lamar Jackson has been under center a lot. How much do you think Lamar being under center can make things more difficult for the defense?
I think it really depends on that offensive line. I think you looked at the kind of success that the Falcons have had when Dwayne Ledford was there. I think a lot of the play action success, the running game success, was because that group, that starting 5, was among the best in the NFL. And I don't know if the Ravens had asked last year's offensive line to have that kind of run game diet, whether they would have been as successful as what Todd Monken called last year. I don't know if you're counting on Dana Filelli or Andrew Voorhees to be the guys who are leading the charge up front without having the benefit of Lamar being +1 the run game as a shotgun or pistol threat back there. So I think it really just depends on what kind of tempo, what kind of physicality the Ravens are able to establish at the line of scrimmage. Like so much of what the Ravens seem to be wanting to do in camp this offseason is obviously in camp this summer is establish the run game and then work off the play action off of that. And if you aren't getting anything on those early downs, then lining up under center on 2nd and 8 or 3rd and 6 doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So certainly, the play action boots, the screens, everything that is kind of associated with the dominant league metas for what makes these Shanahan tree offenses, these McVay tree offenses good. I think that has been readily apparent here in camp, but until we actually see it work against a team that, has some representative dudes, I guess we'll kind of wait and see what exactly the big decision is here for Declan Doyle.
Talking to Jonas Shavert's Final Drive here on The Fan. We heard from Trey Hendrickson on Friday talking about the potential of this pass rush. He said he didn't want to make predictions, but I am curious your thoughts, what you've seen so far from Zion Young and Mike Green going into his second training camp. Have you liked, not liked? What are you seeing from those two guys?
Yeah, I think it's tough it's easier to get infatuated with someone like Mike Green than Zion Young, because when you have a speed rusher in camp, it's a little bit easier to see that they are, turning and burning against the left tackle, the right tackle, if they're giving a little bit of shake and bake to the left guard or the right guard, versus someone like Zion Young, who's going to be more of a pocket pressure. And, because of just the fear of God that these coaches put in these interior and edge rushers about not knocking their opposing linemen back so far that they might step on their quarterback and, break a toe or break a foot or something. Obviously, they have to be a little bit restrained, but I think with all that being said, I think I've been impressed with both. My colleague, our intern here, Vivian, was looking at some of the one-on-ones that were going on between the offensive line and the defensive line while what was going on. I think the 7-on-7s were going on. And she said Zion Young flashed, obviously going up against second and third stringers there. That's what you should be doing. But she said Mike Green also flashed as well, which is kind of consistent with what we've been seeing, just a guy who looks at a different athletic level than a lot of the other guys around him. So obviously, with Mike, I think the big question is, can he be a decent run defender? We've seen him have some good reps where you're knocking back Roger Rosengarten and being able to control your guy, control your gap, and that's a good sign. And obviously probably don't have as many concerns with Zion Young being able to do that just because of the kind of frame that he has. But I think you have to be really encouraged by, what the Ravens have gotten from their top 4 pass rushers at all spots there.
Hey, Jonas, I thought Chidobe Awuzie was kind of the unsung hero of the cornerback room last year. He played really good ball. And we alluded a little bit to Marlon today. We were talking a bit about him being outside. Haven't seen a ton of him in the slot yet, and I know things have been a bit vanilla. What are your takeaways from Marlon in training camp so far?
Yeah, I think he's been fine. I saw some fans who were out of camp, I think last week, saying that he was getting cooked on every play, and it's possible that I was just focusing too much on the quarterback to look at what was happening downfield where he might not have been targeted, and so I didn't really see. But it seems like he's been fine. Obviously he got burned pretty badly today on that one-on-one against Zay Flowers, but as Jeff Rebick was joking afterwards, like you give Zay enough time to turn you inside out on these one-on-ones where you can have as much time to get open as you want. Chances are it's not going to end well for the defensive back. But, it's kind of been interesting. I don't think Jesse Minter's been asked this question, which is maybe negligence on our part, but perhaps to fit in your Cheetos, your Awuzies, your Chandler Rivers, whoever we're not really thinking of as the ones as the clear-cut number ones on this defensive secondary depth chart is like what Jesse Minter did with the Chargers last year was they didn't really have the kind of 100% snap counts for his starting cornerbacks like was the norm under John Harbaugh here in Baltimore. So could we see, a kind of 3 series on, 1 series off, 3 series on, 2 series off type of rotation for the cornerbacks if Jesse Minter feels like that is the best way to get the most out of these DBs? We'll see. It's hard to make that determination here in camp because of just how fragmented and how short all these team periods are. But I do think that would be a pretty significant, change up and a pretty significant breakup from the way that John Harbaugh did things. And it's something that I don't think a lot of teams around the league really even consider doing.
Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. Jonas, thank you as always for your time, buddy. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. And if I can just do a quick little plug, I think hopefully it should be up relatively soon, but if all the folks with Banner subscriptions want to see our practice report, for the first time, I think this camp, we're going to have some passing charts included with details about where passes were completed, incompleted, and everything. So a little bit of a step up there, and hopefully folks can appreciate it.
That's cool. So tell them where to go.
Just the BaltimoreBanner.com and just look for the Ravens observation story. So should be up soon with the chart hopefully coming in the next half hour or so.
Awesome. Thanks, Jonas.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Yep. Adam Jones is supposed to join us at 4:30. But coming up next, we've been so Orioles focused and we've been Adley focused. So we should mention the Orioles had made another trade today. It's Taylor Ward's in Seattle. And there's been trades all over Major League Baseball. So let's touch them all next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the trade deadline, the trades the Orioles should have made and the ones that they did, and of course, preview the Angels series. Ken McCusick's in studio. We talk Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
The Holloman firm invites our friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Set cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound at Caton Avenue, there's an accident. The left lane is open. It's backed up to Key Highway. 95 northbound heavy off and on from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, that gets heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And 295 southbound, that's heavy between Route 175 and Route 32. 895 northbound, there's delays from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
It's time for a trip around Major League Baseball. Touch 'em all with the Final Drive. 105.7 The Fan.
So we've been hyper-Adley focused, but we should get around baseball. But first, one Oriole thought before we get to the rest of baseball. Bone, Taylor Ward. We kind of thought he was going to be traded. Actually, you and I, and we talked, Femi, with you about this last week. Like, we thought Taylor Ward was getting dealt, whether they were buying or selling, and he goes to Seattle for 3 pitchers.
Yeah, we've been saying that for over a month. It just... Now I just wonder what the dynamic is going to be in this outfield. And heck, who knows? Colton Cowser's name has been rumored for a while, so maybe there's more moves. I would like to see Enrique Bradfield Jr. make his debut before the year is up, especially if they continue to sell to a big degree. But it just made a lot of sense. And unfortunately, Ward's half-plus season here was just so bizarre because it wasn't like he was a complete failure or anything, but it was just so different than the player that we thought the Orioles were getting, where he hit 36 home runs, had over 100 RBIs last year, where the power numbers are way down, the RBIs are way down, but he still had a really strong on base.
Yeah, no, I think he seemed like the profile that I expected, right, looking back at the Angels and what he did there, and you mentioned the statistics around the home runs and things like that, but he became what seemed to be more of a contact, just a patient hitter. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, that's not the guy that they were hoping they were going to get, because the way this lineup has underperformed in regard to an extended whiff rate, right? Kind of a broken pattern of being able to move guys from base to base and just kind of play complementary baseball. Like, the highs have been high and the lows have been low. And that's a perfect example. You go look at the Detroit series, right, where they have, 20 scoreless innings. Now you look at the Philly series, 15 scoreless innings, no runs. So there's just been a disconnect. And I think that, probably Taylor Ward is probably a perfect example of that.
So let's go to the Blue Jays, because they're doing some buying and selling. They traded Kevin Gausman to the Cubs. They then acquired Jose Soriano from the Angels, and they just traded Dalton Varsho to the Astros. So the Blue Jays very busy.
Yeah, they're sort of doing kind of like what Mike Elias was saying the Orioles were going to do. Look, Soriano was a guy that had been linked to the Orioles throughout all of this, a guy with a couple of extra years of control. He had a fantastic April. I understand he's tailed off some since that month, but that was a surprise to me, because I just assumed that Soriano, because of the control and obviously the asking price, he was going to go to more of a true contender, but the Blue Jays with a bit of a future play there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at the wild card standings here, and it's just wild to me how bunched up this is. And I think that's probably why I think I said this off air when we were all talking about a potential, more buying than selling. and what this wild card kind of race looks like, I expected to be having a very different conversation today. I thought there'd be some news on an extension for Rodgers potentially. I thought they would make a move where they acquired another bullpen guy. Look, I like Cano and Wells at the end, but who's the bridge to them? That still hasn't been answered. I've been talking about putting Jackson Holliday at the top of the lineup. I wanted a contact guy that could move guys from base to base, right? I think CES needs to be in the lineup every day. I thought this was going to be more of an optimistic discussion because maybe in my mind that although I knew that a move for Adley was potentially possible, I thought there would be a piece that would come back that would help them get a little closer to doing something of substance in 2026. I think that ship has sailed now, and that reality is kind of smacking all of us in the face.
The Cubs not only got Kevin Gausman from the Blue Jays, they also got Reed Detmers from the Angels. So the Cubs making some serious moves for their rotation here at the deadline, Bum.
Yeah, and much needed. And right now they're, the top wild card and still obviously in the mix-ish to win that division, but they're 6.5 back of the Brewers. And the Brewers, man, they're the NL Rays, right?
Yes.
Like they're the NL cockroaches because, okay, Corbin Burns, don't need you anymore. Freddie Peralta, see ya. And they're still always atop the standing.
This is a fascinating time, guys, because we've seen a lot get done. Trades happening, as we mentioned. Dalton Varsho just got traded to the Astros. We got 90 minutes left. Let's just go Orioles. I don't see a world where Andrew Kittredge is still here at 6 o'clock. So there's still moves to be made.
There's at least one more move, you would think. Now, is it going to be a seismic move like the Jackson Holliday that's been floated out there? I hope he isn't traded at this point.
What about if you get Jackson Merrill?
The Jackson for Jackson?
Yeah. Now, he's from here?
I guess.
Would you feel, how would that, just go down a hypothetical rabbit hole for a minute. Would you trade Jackson Holliday in a deal for Jackson Merrill?
Merrill signed a contract, didn't he?
He did.
He got a contract.
Yeah.
That is at least, I know he's having a down year, but I'd have to think on that a little bit more. How long is his contract? Because he might have more control than Jackson Holliday at this point. But I don't know, Ken. If everything's equal, he's under contract through 2036. 10-year, $156 million deal. It's a spicy meatball because of the control. Because of the control, that's a spicy meatball at a very team-friendly price.
Yeah, so you've got cost certainty.
And boy, do they need outfield.
But what kind of season is Jackson Merrill having right now?
He's struggling.
He had a great year last year.
Yeah, people would not.
His first couple years, man, dude, he was an all-star as a rookie. Like he was a damn good player from Severna Park. You have that angle. I don't
believe it's happening.
But
if you're trading Jackson Holliday to the Padres, I assume you're asking for legit things. You're not asking for farm system guys.
No, I mean I don't know what I expected to happen today. I thought we were going to get guys that were going to be able to play immediately, plug and play, make a push.
You got Carlos Navarez.
Look at what the Red Sox have done over their last 20 games. You know what I mean? They were a sub 500 team, and did they sweep the Dodgers?
Yeah,
they just swept the Dodgers, and the Dodgers just got Tarek Skubal. You know what I mean? I know he hasn't put a uniform on yet, but it's mind-boggling to me. Just kind of, it shouldn't be. This isn't surprising, right? I mean, every year there's a storyline and a narrative that's kind of new and surprising when you look back on it, and you look at where a team was, and then you look at where they are today, and you're like, man, how did they do that? You know what I mean? And I think this goes back to the point that you made, Tim. If the O's are actually going to become a playoff team, it's going to be based on the guys that are in that clubhouse.
This weekend was the Orioles Hall of Fame. Chris Davis went in. Adam Jones, an Oriole Hall of Famer. Obviously, we love Adam Jones here in Baltimore. We'll have to ask him about the Adley trade, but he's joining us to talk about that. Chris Davis going in and the memories of those teams. Adam joins us next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
105.7 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com. Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Signs at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost Tokens and MLB Parlay Boost Tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor. The weather is warming up and baseball season is here. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with Ceremony Coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
In Hartford County, 95 southbound before Veterans Highway, there's an accident. Watch for police direction there. 95 southbound at Caton Avenue, there's a crash. In the center lanes are blocked. Left lane is open. There's delays coming out of downtown. And 95 northbound heavy off and on from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound gets heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And 295 southbound heavy between Route 175 and Route 32. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles have traded Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. Boston has sent over pitching prospect Anthony Ianson as the centerpiece of the trade. Ianson is the number 33 ranked prospect according to Baseball America. Baltimore also will receive the 97th ranked prospect in pitcher Kyson Witherspoon, in addition to 2 outfield prospects and catcher Carlos Narvaez. Stay tuned to the final drive for the latest. Taylor Ward has been dealt to the Mariners in exchange for 3 right-handed pitchers. Alex Hoppe has a 5.79 ERA and 24 relief appearances for the Mariners. The 2 other pitchers are in Double-A and Low-A ball. The Phillies have acquired 3-time batting champ Luis Arraez from the Giants in exchange for Caleb Killian and 2 prospects. Elsewhere, the Angels traded Jose Soriano to the Blue Jays in exchange for 3 prospects. LA also dealt Joe Adell to the Guardians and received Jacob Cozart. The Cubs sent 2 prospects to the Blue Jays in exchange for Kevin Gausman. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Taking you home from your workday. It's The Final Drive with Femi, Tim, and Ken on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Whirlwind day here today. Trade deadline in Major League Baseball this weekend. The Orioles had another Hall of Fame induction. Storm Davis and Chris Davis going to the Hall of Fame, and joining us now, one of Chris Davis's teammates on those great teams between 2012 and 2016. It's Adam Jones. And Adam, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We're going to spend the majority of this talking about Chris, but I'd be remiss to ask you about the trade deadline and just your reaction to the Orioles dealing Adley Rutschman. I got to ask you.
I mean, obviously be emotional. I like, fans, Adley was a cornerstone. He was the rebuild. He was the start of the rebuild. He was the first player selected in the Elias era. Fans, who become, attached, be emotional. He's a guy who was terrific in our organization, one of our best catchers in our organization. And, he was a terrific player, 3-time All-Star. So tip the cap, respect it. It sucks the business side. Yep. It has to creep itself into the game. But that's part of the game. And it's just, again, we're fortunate enough to have a young catcher who we signed to an 8-year deal last year. So, it's the business, but fans be emotional. I remember in 2018 when we traded a lot of guys at the deadline. I walked into New York just like Will Smith on that last episode. Nobody there. There was nobody there, okay? So be emotional and understand. But, again, understand, obviously, it's the process. It's the business. It's the part that the fans hate the most, because, again, a city like Baltimore, you get attached to some good guys. Get some guys, like Adley, Gunnar, who are cornerstone franchisable players. And then, unfortunately, they one has ended up somewhere else. It's just unfortunate. But, I said be emotional. But just understand that it's business. And, again, I haven't seen the full trade, but I think we got Carlos Narvaez back, one of their catchers, who is a very good catcher. He's not a slouch. So, again, be emotional. And it sucks the business side has to creep itself in. But, that's what it's a business for. Business.
Adam, you brought up 2018, and obviously you've been a part of teams that have bought. You've been a part of teams that have sold. Now, this Orioles team is in a much different spot than 2018, where, look, Adam, they're still 2.5 games out of a wild card. They can still possibly make the playoffs, but what do you think is going through the clubhouse's mind? Obviously, it's tough hearing that Adley's getting sent away, but you're still in this thing. You're in the mix.
100%. And you know what? The best part about it, and I was looking at an interview I did. Someone brought me a brochure or something from 08 magazine. And they said, it was an answer that I gave at 22. It was, hey, we're men. We figure it out. You know what I mean? We're professionals. Figure it out. It's unfortunate one of your brothers is gone. The game still needs to be played. So, and all those guys are professionals. We're professionals. It sucks that players leave. It sucks that players traded. It sucks when players get hurt long term. All those things suck. But the game doesn't stop. So you just have to next man up. And, the best part about professionals is the amnesia side of it. We remember, but we're really, really good at being able to forget. So that's just going to have to come in handy. And, again, they say you're 2.5 games back of that last spot. Ton of baseball left. Just go get it. You know what I mean? It just go get it.
Man, Adam, you're speaking it. You're speaking my language, brother. You know, being part of 11 different NFL locker rooms, we don't got time to miss people because there's always going to be a direct effect downstream on the players in that, whether it's the locker room or the clubhouse. And so I love everything that you just said, and you actually put a smile on my face. And Chris Davis also put a smile on my face when he was on the call. He and I were vibing.
Yeah, last week we had him on.
And I'm an Aztec. I went to San Diego State, brother. I grew up in the Bay, so I know you're from San Diego. I just want to shout out San Diego real quick.
Yes,
Man, yeah, I think the part that I want you to shine a little bit of a light on is who is, and I'm always going to keep it optimistic. Ken calls me Optimus Prime because I'm always positive about stuff, but what's the positive downstream effect beyond Sam? Like, who else potentially can benefit and is going to get an opportunity here from your perspective?
Well, you know, we traded Jake Rogers. I've seen that in the deal also.
Yes.
I'm thinking I'm just getting caught up. So we just got him. Now we're trading him. So that means that either we kept my guy Willens. We kept William Willems down in AAA. He's got one of the best.
Creed Willems,
yes,
yeah.
Creed, there you go. We kept him. So therefore, with a trade like this, I mean, all I can see is an opportunity. It could be which we DFA Chadwick a couple of days ago to get Pozo. So I could see maybe this could be an opportunity for him to get his opportunity. But we just also traded for Narvaez back. So you have a major league catcher for a major league catcher. Obviously not the same caliber as Adley, but you have a major league catcher, and you run with Pozo right now and Narvaez. That's a major league 1-2 punch until Basayo gets back. But I think it's next man on deck. You know, I know that's obviously a lot of platooning and matchups, but you got to stay ready. You know, that's a cool. I think that's the gift and the curse, I guess, about it is the gift is you're going to play every day. The curse is you just don't know when, and you got to be prepared. You know, that's the thing. Every day in the major league now, you got to be prepared. When there was a day off, you truly got a day off. A day off now is you just not starting. There's no true days off anymore. So you got to be prepared, and that's if you look at it that way, good things generally happen.
We're talking with Adam Jones, the final drive here on the Fan. So Femi mentioned we had Chris Davis on the show last week. Chris goes in the Hall of Fame on Saturday. We talked to Zach Britton. We talked to Brad Brock. We talked to Buck Showalter. One of the cool things about that 12-16 team, it seems to me like, and you can tell when guys are just saying they like guys, but they don't. You guys really, really liked each other. Like, what was that era like, Adam, for you and these guys? And what did it mean to you to see Chris go into the Hall of Fame?
Well, for us, it was, we all grew up together. We all had kids at the same time. We all were getting married at the same time. So we all were sharing these experiences at the same time, which made it awesome. We were just able to bounce things off each other. Somebody like Markakis, he had earlier than everybody. So we have our kids, and we're asking him questions of this and this. He's married first. And it was just, we were real brothers in a brotherhood. Obviously, when you get older and, your careers and your lives, people live in different places. But the cool thing about these things is we still get together. We still meet up. The wives are still sisters at arms. And, it's when we get back together, it's like you never skip the beat. That's the best part about it. And, no, we were tight-knit. We'd go out to dinner together. We'd go have beers together. We'd talk baseball together. We were fortunate.
We lose Adam.
No.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Yeah.
Maybe come back.
No, he's gone.
That's unfortunate.
I loved what he was saying, though.
Yeah.
That resonated with me.
Yeah. Because I wanted to get at the Andrew Miller thoughts, like if we pivoted from the Adley stuff, but he's calling back on line one. Oh, yeah, he's calling
live radio.
Yeah, there we go.
It's fun, man.
Yeah.
Got to stay light on your toes.
Yeah, I think we got you back, Adam. Yeah,
we got you.
Could you guys hear me?
Yeah,
you cut off at the end.
Oh, sorry. I was
You're
just
good.
saying that like we were just a brotherhood, and
No.
He was on the golf course today, unfortunately.
Man.
Man. Well, I'll text him. But Adam, thanks, buddy.
Coming up at the end.
Yeah.
Still a lot of good stuff.
Cell phones.
It's just one of them days, baby.
Yeah,
It's just one of them days.
You know, craziness.
Yeah, a lot of wildness.
Yeah, he's trying. I give him credit.
Is he calling back again?
All right,
we'll try one more time. Why not? Third time.
Man,
Whatever.
like, how do I turn
big
Adam Jones keeps trying to call us. How's your signal this time, Adam?
I guess it's all right. I don't know. My truck just.
Did you pay your bills, Adam? Is this one of those international phones?
I got that cheap. I got that Sprint.
Next up.
Well, go ahead. No, I do. Let me get this in if we can get you. I want to know, like, when we've talked a lot last week, Adam, about the shot in the arm that Andrew Miller gave you guys in 2014. What was it like in the clubhouse when you guys found out you got him?
Well, it was big. Obviously, that was the first time that we were buyers and actually bought well. Usually we didn't have the capital to really be a buyer. You know what I mean? That was the first time we really got a chance to, like, you know what, we got a legit shot at making a run at this. The guy's a shutdown closer. Top that with Tommy Hunter in the back, with O'Day, with Britton. And Brock. We had a really good middle back in the bullpen, and obviously it didn't work out because we had some big injuries at the end, which kind of stunk. Again, it's next man up, so to get no excuses. But Miller, as soon as when we knew we got him, we're like, okay, we're really going for it, and that's one hell of a feeling when your front office says, hey, we're going for it. The moves we're making, we're going for it. And sometimes it's in disguise. But when I remember when we got Miller, that clubhouse was like, oh, okay, we got an extra jolt of energy because we knew. First off, we ain't got to face his ass no more. And then we know that he's a shutdown inning guy, So what it did is it turned our back end of the bullpen into strikeouts because he's a strikeout pitcher. Britton was a strikeout ground ball soft contact. And O'Day was a soft contact. Brock was a strikeout guy. So it turned our back end of our bullpen, it allowed us as the offense to stay in the game because we knew our guys would be punching some tickets and allowed us to stay in the game. Because, again, you're not going to always beat starters. You got to grind the games out. And, it's 9 innings, 27 outs for a reason. And our bullpen gave us so many chances. And Miller, when he came, was just amazing.
Adam, I did want to go back to Chris Davis, and we know it didn't end well here, but at his peak, he was one of the more feared hitters in baseball. Between 2012 and 2016, he hit 197 home runs, which is unbelievable. But Chris has been open in the past when he came back to your Hall of Fame induction. He wasn't sure how he was going to be received from the fan base, and he did end up getting cheered, and obviously time heals a lot. But how cool was that moment looking back and to see him get his moment over the weekend?
Well, he earned it. I mean, again, he put us on the map in a lot of ways. Obviously, we had a really good core, really good team, but Big Fella was our big fella for a reason. He wasn't crushed for no reason. He was our cleanup hitter. He was our big fella. And, obviously it didn't end well. A lot of careers don't end well. It's part of it. You know what I mean? Go down the line and look at the careers. Most don't end well. Most people don't get to walk out like Big Papi, 36 and 100. So, you know what I mean? Most people in careers end terrible. But I was glad that the Oriole fans came out and showed him some love, showed Storm Davis some love also, because he earned it. It's 6 years of I would say he had 6 damn good years. And then again, there's some years. Okay, we could talk about those. But I think that he had the criteria to be an Orioles Hall of Famer. There's no argument on my side. I got to vote for it, and I voted for him. It just, again, it didn't end the way, but so what? That's a lot of careers in, and he got his flowers. It was great for his family to see it, great for his daughters to see it, great for the guys to come back and see it. We still got some of our guys of our group that's going into the next batch.
Buck.
And but no, it was you got Buck, but it was great to see our strong core come and support CD because again, we went to battle with him every day, and we know that he was grinding every day. You know what I mean? Good, bad, and ugly. He worked just as hard every single day. So I can live with that because I was his locker mate for 7 years. I've seen the work the man put in.
Adam Jones, thank you so much for your time, man. I texted my brother while we're having these phone problems. He says he's happy to add you to his cell phone plan. Make sure you can connect with people in the future. But too much, man. Thank you so much.
No problem. And your brother probably got the money to find a tower that can distract me.
Yes, he probably does. Thanks, dude. Adam Jones joining us. Coming up next, though, Ravens, they're off the practice field after another day at one winning drive. First day in pads. Let's hear a little from Vega Wane, Roger Rosengarten, Jesse Minter. They spoke. What they say, we'll hear it next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the trade deadline, the trades the Orioles should have made and the ones that they did, and of course, preview the Angels series. Ken McCusick's in studio. We talk Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Evil Empire is at it once again as the Dodgers acquire two-time Cy Young winning pitcher Tarek Skubal over the weekend. But don't be mad at the Dodgers for this move. Yes, the rich are getting richer, but the Tigers could have taken a better deal for Skubal. Many think the Brewers had the prospects to make a better deal. Maybe this was the best offer the Tigers got for Skubal, but don't be mad just because your team didn't have the prospects to get the deal done. I'm Adam Abdallah.
.057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit Petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
To stay cool and save this summer, you need the best AC system tune-up and repair services. Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. For special offers, go to Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Using chat to research your next home improvement project? Forget all the prompts. If you want replacement windows and doors without the hassle, look up Window Nation. Homeowners love the one-day installation process, especially since Window Nation installers leave your home cleaner than when they started. This month, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Visit WindowNation.com to get the windows featured on HGTV's Designing Spaces. I'm telling you, Window Nation, they're the real deal.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, rock star. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound before Caton Avenue. Accidents in the center lane. Left lane is open. There's delays coming out of downtown. Also, it's heavy from before the Fort McHenry Tunnel southbound. 95 northbound heavy off and on from Caton Avenue to the tunnel. 295 northbound gets heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And then southbound 295 heavy between 175 and Route 32. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. In Harford County, 95 southbound before Route 24, Veterans Highway. There's an accident. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
So we're going to play sound, but then a passing bomb as we're about to come on the air. The Orioles have traded Tyler Wells to the Tampa Bay Rays. We do not know for what yet because this literally just happened. But so far, Taylor Ward, Adley Rutschman, and now Tyler Wells traded to the Tampa Bay Rays. Tyler Wells has been their closer since Helsley got hurt.
There's no ambiguity at this point. This is a full sell.
Full sell.
And at this point, Kittredge should be quickly behind him, you would think. Wells, you had another year of control. He was under club control through 27. Kittredge being a free agent, I think you got to deal Kittredge at this point.
Oh, I thought what's funny
is a full sell.
I thought Kittredge was the most likely guy to be traded. Like more than Ward, more than anyone.
Ward, really?
Yes, I thought that Kittredge was absolutely getting traded. And there's still a little over an hour, so he still could get traded. But I'm shocked that they traded Tyler Wells. I think they got another year of control with Tyler Wells.
Yeah, I just said that through 27.
My head's exploding.
I'm completely surprised because the back end of the bullpen now. I thought like Cano was the bridge to Wells, right? And I felt pretty decent about that. I thought maybe they'll get another arm. They can make a little push here potentially. Still, I'm still doing my Optimus Prime thing. But like now, look, I don't want to say full capitulation because once again, I respect the guys that are in that clubhouse, and I know that they have a job to do. And I thought Adam was excellent. I mean, he spoke the athlete mantra and what it means in regard to next man up. You got to have amnesia. I use some other different words to say the same thing off air. You guys know what those were. I can't say those on air here. But
but you were empathizing because you felt it.
I totally get it. And this is full capitulation, in my opinion. I'm so curious to see how they play in the next series. Like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like, I'm so curious to see what the ramifications are, because now there's guys that have probably felt a little bit like they were been yo-yoed. Oh, they're playing. Like, this is going to be their opportunity. And every time there's an injury or a trade, it's next man up, and you get to kind of see who responds to it. And I think we're going to learn a lot about guys' different psychological makeups over the next, what is it? How many games are left? 50? 50. Okay, there we go.
For the Orioles, yes. 50 games left. So Tyler Wells, Dean Kramer, Taylor Ward, Adley Rutschman, Tyler Wells. I guess there could be some buy trades that still happen in the next hour, Ron. He did say buy it up.
He said they weren't going to be all the way in one bucket. Right
they're
now,
all the way in one bucket.
It's pretty damn deep bucket.
Yeah, it's just rain. It's just rain. Purple rain. I guess orange rain.
Hey, they got an hour to buy, man. Get that other. No, they're not sticking.
Wow.
You can't be. Man.
Are you guys just spinning right now?
I am.
I know Tim is.
Aaron, you want me to give away some of these tickets? Can you handle that? 410-583-1057. Win 2 tickets to the Maryland State Fair. It's happening August 27th to the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th to the 13th. 410-583-1057. 2 tickets to the Maryland State Fair, and you get to talk to Aaron. But coming up next, Cordell Woodland. All these trades. Get his thoughts, and also Ravens' first day in pads. He joins us next.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to the Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home with the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Brandon Combs here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The Dodgers are clear-cut favorites to win the World Series at plus 155. And with the addition of Tarek Skubal, who could argue with that? But I know one team that I will be playing to knock off the Dodgers, and that is the Philadelphia Phillies. With their pitching depth and the addition of Luis Arraez to their lineup, they are every bit as good as the billion-dollar payroll in L.A. Plus 1,800 to win the World Series and plus 900 to win the National League. Philly is just too good to pass up. I'm Brandon Combs. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with the insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
All right, zip your lips and pay attention. Old Glory and Patriot Harley has secured 0% APR financing on all new Harley Davidsons this week. That's right, 0% APR and financing terms that can save you thousands on interest. There's hundreds of new and used Harleys in stock at Old Glory and Patriot Harley, ready for immediate delivery with finance experts on site to get you approved. 0% APR on all new Harleys this week. I said pay attention. Buy a Harley and pay 0 interest. Old Glory and Patriot Harley Davidson is the largest Harley dealer group in the DMV. It's the best time to buy at Old Glory and Patriot Harley. On approved above average credit and Sunday.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us.
I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father, not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on.
And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Popeye's $5 faves menu just keeps adding your faves. Next up, butterfly shrimp. They've got that bold Louisiana kick that makes them just as crave-worthy as the chicken side of the menu. Try 8 crunchy butterfly shrimp in classic or dusted in Popeye's serious flavor seasonings. Head to your nearest Popeyes to get them now on our $5 faves menu. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
Catholic schools embrace students and families from diverse, religious, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. Rooted in the belief that we are all children of God, our schools foster an inclusive environment. While our schools offer a comprehensive academic curriculum, we embrace a holistic approach that nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Learn more at archbald.org/schools. That's archbald.org/schools.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Orioles have traded Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. Boston has sent over pitching prospect Anthony Ianson as the centerpiece of the trade. Ianson is the number 33 ranked prospect according to Baseball America. Baltimore also will receive the 97th ranked prospect in pitcher Kyson Witherspoon, in addition to 2 outfield prospects and catcher Carlos Narvaez. Stay tuned to the final drive for the latest. Taylor Ward has been dealt to the Mariners in exchange for 3 right-handed pitchers. Alex Hoppe has a 5.79 ERA and 24 relief appearances for the Mariners. The 2 other pitchers are in Double-A and Low-A ball. The Phillies have acquired 3-time batting champ Luis Arraez from the Giants in exchange for Caleb Killian and 2 prospects. Elsewhere, the Angels traded Jose Soriano to the Blue Jays in exchange for 3 prospects. L.A. also dealt Joe Adell to the Guardians and received Jacob Cozart. The Cubs sent 2 prospects to the Blue Jays in exchange for Kevin Gausman. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 86. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Man, it's been a day. If you're just tuning in, the Orioles traded Tyler Wells to the Rays. They get Michael Ferret back. The guy, one of the guys in the Shane Boz trade is back. It's a 1-for-1 trade, it looks like. But Tyler Wells now a Ray. That's Taylor Ward, Dean Kramer, and Adley Rutschman out the door. Ravens were back in pads today. Let's talk to our buddy Cordell Woodland, who was out there today. And Cordell, we'll get to the Ravens in a minute, but just have you wrapped your head around what the Orioles have done so far today?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy the kind of day that it is compared to what today was supposed to probably be for the Orioles coming into this year. But Adley, that whole saga finally comes to an end. It'll never really sit right with me, trading guys like that in inside the division, and I get it, baseball and really the NBA too have just kind of been like it's whatever when it comes to trading inside the division. That's been that way for years, but it's just odd to me and really disappointing that, you know, 4 years ago, it felt like it was the beginning of something special in Baltimore with Adley coming up to this major league roster and them immediately becoming a team that just couldn't lose series for a while there, to now you're trading them to a division and got a pretty hefty haul in return. But I think it's just the realization of, you know, the plan didn't work.
And the Orioles did make the Adley trade official as of a minute ago. They sent out the press release. But Cordell, we're 54 minutes away from the deadline, and I'll admit this has gone further than I thought it would. The Tyler Wells trade was definitely a surprise going to the Rays. I don't think Mike's done. Kittredge is on an expiring contract. We've talked ad nauseum about Trevor Rogers. I wouldn't trade Jackson Holliday, but his name's been floated out there. Could we be in for another surprise? Are you expecting more moves to come?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, why stop now? To your point, I mean, Wells being gone, Wells has been one of the more reliable arms here out of the pen recently, it feels like, and they came into the day needing pen arms if they were actually going to try to make a run at anything. They're still 2.5 games back, so I think this is we've seen with the moves that they made so far is that they are full-blown sellers to a degree. I don't know if they're going to, like you brought up Jackson Holliday, and I've seen that the Padres, it seems like there's intrigue there. I don't know if I'm to the point to where I think he's going to pull the trigger on that, but guys like Kittredge and definitely Rogers, I mean, if they're not going to extend Rogers, for sure, I would imagine that they're listening to guys like that. So, yeah, Tim, I would agree. I don't get the sense that he's done, but I don't know if I'm necessarily looking for Holiday to be moved today. I would kind of be stunned by that.
Yeah, I'd be stunned by a Holiday move as well, and I don't want to see that happen personally. So, Cordell, who are the beneficiaries for you? Is it O'Neill? Is it Beavers? In regard to the outfield, I mean, I won't even get into the bullpen right now, but what are your thoughts in regard to, at least with, you know, what's happening today? Who are the beneficiaries outside of the positions, you know, outside of the outfield as well?
Yeah, I mean, instantly you look at Basayo, and with them moving on from Adley, as like this is Basayo's position now. He is the catcher, especially now that having Pete at first base and Basayo not being able to play as much first base as we thought. Pete has been the complete definition of an everyday player at this level. So, yeah, I mean, whenever Basayo gets back out there, you would imagine that he is as close to an everyday starter at catcher as we're going to see right now. Everywhere else, like you mentioned, the outfield with Ward being traded earlier today, yeah, I think this definitely opens the door for guys like Beavers to show what he can do, and Cowser, if he's still here, you know, giving him a little more of an opportunity than we've seen here recently. His bat hasn't been as great. So, you know, it's been, even for him, it's been a struggle to kind of find some playing time. And O'Neill, I mean, he's got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, I thought he might get traded.
I don't think anyone wants
Can't
that
trade the
contract.
untradeable. Yeah.
I don't think anyone wants
he's
that.
got nothing to. Just more opportunities for him right now. I mean, God, another reason to trot him out there, I guess.
We're talking with Cordell Woodlands, final drive here on the Fan. Let's get to the Ravens. First day in pads. What'd you see today?
Yeah, I mean, it was just, you saw the intensity level go up a little bit. They weren't full speed for most of today, but you definitely heard the pass popping. You definitely saw some physical plays being made today. I mean, at one point, Jalen Hawkins almost took Jacoby Lane's head off in the end zone. But, yeah, I mean, that was good to see, though. You got to get some one-on-ones with the wide receivers and DBs. You get to see some of these guys, some of these DBs put hands on these wide receivers. You haven't gotten to see a whole lot of that right now. You got to get a little better look at the run game, I think. And really, to this point, the run game has been the best part of this offense that we've seen. Is the kind of not a great day throwing the ball today for the Ravens offense, but the run game seemed to be the one common thing that they were able to have success with today. And I did want to see, Adam Randall. He looks the part without the pass, but I wanted to see him a little bit with the pass. I wanted to see how, he's able to read those gaps once those D linemen are able to be a little more physical at the point of contact and fight off blocks a little more. Could he still find some of those creases? He did a pretty good job today. So, yeah, I was definitely pleased with that, but not much else offensively at least.
Cordell, being out there Friday, and I understand we're not having a full weekend. Today was the first day of pads. You take practice with a grain of salt. But this is a big year for Nate Wiggins entering year 3. And he's not in a contract year, but Cordell, he's playing for his 5th-year option to get picked up. And coming off a second half of the season in which he really struggled last year, he stood out to me. What have you thought of him throughout the offseason and this beginning of training camp?
I think Nate's looked great, honestly. He looked pretty good. He looked like their best corner. And that's what you want, especially right now. But he's been the guy that he's not ducking any smoke. He's lined up against Zay Flowers quite a bit on the opposing side. So he's getting a lot of really good work in. And he's made plays on the ball. He was lined up against Bateman the other day. I didn't see Bateman get a catch on him throughout that whole day of practice. So I'm intrigued. I've always been intrigued with Nate. I think he last year was just a weird year for him where he had bright moments. But like you said, as the year on the back end of the season just didn't necessarily look the same. And I think part of that is him. He dropped a couple of picks the last weeks of the season. Maybe if he makes a couple of those plays, we're talking differently about him. But I've never really lost confidence in Nate Wiggins and his development and what his ceiling really is. I still believe he could be a shutdown corner in this league.
Yeah, Cordell, when they put the pads on, I think mean regression is real. Like everyone was touting the offense, and when they're shorts and helmets, offense seemed to have a little bit of an advantage the first 2 days, but that's gone away, and especially today. I thought the defense definitely got the better half of practice, at least the part that I was there for. I did see Lamar try to hit Bate. It could have been a comeback. It could have been a deep out. I'm not sure if Bates stumbled on it. That didn't work. And then obviously I think Lamar tried to hit Andrews. I don't know if it was a wheel route, but it was definitely a deep ball downfield. They weren't able to connect on that either. It seems like the rest of the day kind of went like that with the passing game. Is that accurate?
Yeah, just, whether it's Tez Walker beating Nate Wiggins at one point in team drills and there's really nobody over top. I think it was actually in 7-on-7. And it's a play where really if Lamar just lays it out there for him, just probably throws it as far as he can, Tez can go get it, and he underthrows it and gives Nate a chance to make a play on the ball. That happened a couple of times. You mentioned the Mark Andrews play. I think he had beaten Marlon Humphrey on this play, and the ball just sails right over his hands a little bit. So it just felt like that kind of day, right from the get, honestly, right from the time that I saw Lamar throwing in 7-on-7 and team drills. He just didn't really look as sharp as he normally is. So, look, people have those days. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't expect Lamar Jackson to be Lamar Jackson because he's had days even in this training camp to where he's been where he's looked really good. So today just wasn't his day-to-day, but that defense is the unit that I expect to kind of spearhead this Ravens team anyway this year, and so far that's been the case, at least for me.
Cordell, you and Ben back Thursday?
Yeah, me and Ben back Thursday, so it'll be a completely different Orioles roster then, so we'll see if anything has changed, and obviously training camp will be continuously going on through Thursday, and me and Tim tonight on Better tonight, you'll be able to hear us nationally. So, yeah, man, you'll hear quite a bit of me this week.
Yeah, you and Bone.
Hey, you keep it on the fan. Yeah. We hand it to ourselves here.
That's right.
Because immediately following us, it's going to be Cordell and I.
Nice.
So just keep. Yeah, oh, dude. Yeah, man, the last time. I feel energized, though, man, because there's been so much news.
Yeah.
I feel
it's keeping you going.
Granted, I'm not even halfway through the day, but we'll see. I'm just going to keep drinking coffee.
Thanks, buddy. We'll be listening.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, we'll come back, try to wrap our heads around what the heck the Orioles are doing. Aaron, can we give away these other tickets? Let's give away 2 more tickets. This time to Bryan Adams. That's coming up August 9th at CFG Bank Arena. I think that's this weekend. 410-583-1057. You want to go to see Bryan Adams and talk to Aaron. Give us a call, 410-583-1057. Figuring out the Orioles at the deadline next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the trade deadline, the trades the Orioles should have made and the ones that they did, and of course, preview the Angels series. Ken McCusick's in studio. We talk Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit coseclaw.com, the people's choice.
The Holloman Law Firm invites friends and family to join us on Saturday, August 8th from 1 to 4 p.m. Let's chat. Free legal advice, barbecue, games, music, and more. Visit thehollomanfirm.com for your invite.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. You know, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd is even better. And that's Mount Washington Tavern. We've got a full lunch and dinner menu every day, fresh, delicious, and something for everyone. But here's what you really need to know. Every Wednesday night is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. And of course, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And of course, Sundays, $5 drinks all day. That's Crushers, rail drinks, canned seltzers, It's just a great place every day of the week. And if you're a baseball fan, the Tavern is your spot. You can catch the game because they got tons of TVs there. Grab a bite and hop the light rail if you have tickets. It goes right to the ballpark and right back to the Tavern after the game. Really easy. Reservations go fast, so call or book online today and say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck while you're there at Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 southbound past Key Highway, there's an accident. And 95 southbound at Caton Avenue, that crash cleared. All lanes are open, but still heavy. Backed up to Pulaski Highway, Route 40. And there's delays coming out of downtown on 395. 95 northbound heavy off and on toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 295 northbound gets heavy approaching I-95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Look, Gunner's still here. We can play his
I was about to say, for now.
He's here for now. Let's take it back to Friday, shall we, guys? Just to take a big picture view of this. So Mike Elias speaks on Friday afternoon, and he says, I want to put us in one bucket. We're going to buy, we're going to sell. Friday night, they traded Dean Kramer for an 18-year-old outfielder. Seems like a decent prospect, but he's an 18-year-old outfielder. Then things got heated up today. They traded Taylor Ward for three relief pitchers, one of whom, Alex Hoppy's probably going to be on the Major League roster when they play a game tomorrow against the Angels. Then they trade Adley Rutschman for 4 players and a player to be named later. 3 of those players are prospects. They're top 5 prospects for the Red Sox. Carlos Narvaez, the catcher, will probably be on the Major League roster, and the player to be named later, we'll find out who that is. It did say player to be named later or cash consideration, so we'll see. They then traded Tyler Wells to the Rays to get back Michael Farrett. Did I say that right? Michael Farrett? And they traded him to Tampa in the Shane Baz deal over the winter. Have I missed it? The buy deals that we still got 37 minutes to buy.
This has really far exceeded even my expectations, and I was the one saying that they should sell, they shouldn't buy. It would be prudent to restock, but when we were talking Friday, Ken, you were 60-40, right? And I think, Femi, you and I were 50-50 on Adley Rutschman.
Going, yes.
Leaving. But then when it actually happens and it actually sinks in, man, it sucks. It's a gut punch because there was just so much optimism surrounding him, surrounding the organization when he got called up in May 2022. A couple months later, Mike Elias had the liftoff comment after selling at the deadline. You win 100 games. Adley makes an all-star game in 23, 24, first half of his season. He was fantastic. Started in the all-star game. Orioles had one of the best records in baseball. To now, it's sad. I feel for the fans. I did not expect a sell-off to this degree. I was thinking, we were saying Taylor Ward for a while. That's not surprising. Trevor Rogers, I almost leaned more that they would trade him just because they haven't talked to him yet. I would like him to be
35
here.
minutes.
And maybe that's what happens. And Kittredge, but Adley I was on the fence with. Dean Kramer, I get it. I understand it. But, I didn't think that was a sure thing. Tyler Wells really shocks me because we're talking about if they make buy-side moves, it's going to be in the bullpen.
Yeah.
And Tyler Wells has been really, really good for them.
He's been their closer.
Closing out games between him or Kittredge or just high-leverage spots. At this point, it would shock me if they don't make more trades, Femi, because why stop here? Like, Kittredge at a minimum needs to go. Trevor Rogers, if you can't sign him, he needs to go.
Yeah, your analysis was really good and more of your summary, and I like how telescopic you went because I think it's important to get back to the beginning. Yeah, there you go. Never pejorative.
Yeah.
Telescopic.
Femi's way smarter than both of us.
But look, I want to get more microscopic because I can speak to what I think and how I feel based on what I bought into over this course of this season, and I think that the Orioles were left for dead basically, I guess, going into the 7th inning of that third game in Detroit. And when they came back and won that game, we were all excited, right?
Yeah.
And then they had a day off. And we knew the Phillies were coming to town, and we knew that first game on Friday was going to be a bullpen game. And did we have Brandon Young throw that day? Yeah, Brandon Young.
BY through Friday, yeah.
Yeah, he threw Friday. So
they came back and won.
Exactly. So we were already excited because we felt like that was advantage O's based on how Philly had been playing. They had just got swept by the Marlins? Right? Is that correct?
Yes, they lost 9 of 12. And keep in mind, the Marlins, they were really in the dumps when they played the Phillies.
I felt like we were not euphoric, but we were excited about kind of maybe them potentially turning the corner. And what's the other thing that played a part in this? It was that Adley and Sam there was some discussion about them maybe not being so too far away from coming back as well.
Yeah, they're both ASAP.
Exactly, yeah. So I think that added to the optimism. And then they lose the game on Saturday, lose the game on Sunday, don't score runs in either game. The second game basically got rained out in the 6th inning. And so that puts a bit of a damper on the enthusiasm. And then as the day goes on, full capitulation, like market crash capitulation, like they're just getting prospects. There's not actually anybody that's going to actually contribute. Well, look, I can't say anybody because I don't know exactly what's going to happen. But right now on paper, it doesn't look like there's anybody that's of consequence that's going to be able to contribute anything to a potential wild card run. And that's what I was optimistic about. I wanted to see just a wild card run, just a legit opportunity to do and to make a run and to show us that you're going to make moves that are going to consolidate around that concept. But that's not what we're seeing today. And I think that's the biggest kind of kick in the, you know what.
My takeaway is that liftoff was a fraud. Like zero playoff wins, and now you're in another rebuild. I don't know how you sell this to the fans, but I do want to hear from them coming up next. 410-583-1057. Orioles are sellers at the deadline. Your thoughts, 410-583-1057. We hear from you next here on The Fan.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home with the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, dude.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. FanDuel's giving new customers up to $1,000 in bet resets. Here's how it works. Bet $5 daily and unlock $200 in bet resets every day. That's right. New customers can place a $5 bet each day and receive up to $200 in bet resets, up to $1,000 total. And with baseball on every day, there's always another game, another matchup, and another chance to get in on the action. Whether you're betting money lines, player props, or same-game parlays, FanDuel has you covered. So place your daily $5 bet and unlock up to $1,000 in bet resets. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, your home for home runs. FanDuel Sportsbooks, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President Maryland. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Minimum $5 wager required for 5 consecutive days. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bet reset tokens. Refund from token issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $200 per day. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Summer is here, and so are the savings at Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, formerly Plaza Ford. Shop our summer sell-a-thon for big savings, more inventory, and top dollar for your trade. The deals are hot. The savings are even hotter. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100 today.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, that came in 47 different pieces.
Why do I have 6 extra screws?
With extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
About 80% of adults will experience low back pain at some point in their lives. I'm Dr. Oren Blom with Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO. If you're dealing with back pain, neck pain, sciatica, or spinal stenosis, you don't have to just live with it. Every patient is different, so we take the time to understand the source of your pain and recommend the treatment that's right for you. Visit mdbonedocs.com to schedule an appointment today.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Your home will sell guaranteed. Hire the Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty. If Lee can't find you a buyer, he'll buy it himself. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
83 northbound at West Northern Parkway. That's the Jones Falls Expressway. There's an accident just reported there. 95 southbound past Key Highway, clearing an accident out of the way. 95 southbound at Caton Avenue, cleared the accident. All lanes are open, but still heavy. It's backed up to just after Pulaski Highway, and there's delays coming out of downtown on 395. 95 northbound heavy off and on toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound gets heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 295 northbound at Westport. Route 648, there's an accident there at the exit. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
The Orioles have traded Adley Rutschman to the Red Sox. Boston has sent over pitching prospect Anthony Ianson as the centerpiece of the trade. Ianson is the number 33 ranked prospect according to Baseball America. Baltimore also will receive the 97th ranked prospect in pitcher Kyson Witherspoon, in addition to 2 outfield prospects and catcher Carlos Narvaez. Stay tuned to the final drive for the latest. Taylor Ward has been dealt to the Mariners in exchange for 3 right-handed pitchers. Alex Hoppe has a 5.79 ERA and 24 relief appearances for the Mariners. The 2 other pitchers are in Double-A and Low-A ball. The Phillies have acquired 3-time batting champ Luis Arraez from the Giants in exchange for Caleb Killian and 2 prospects. Elsewhere, the Angels traded Jose Soriano to the Blue Jays in exchange for 3 prospects. L.A. also dealt Joe Adell to the Guardians and received Jacob Cozart. The Cubs sent 2 prospects to the Blue Jays in exchange for Kevin Gausman. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the mid-80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has cloudy skies and a high of 86. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
home from your workday. It's The Final Drive with Femi, Tim, and Ken on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
If you see a faded sign at the side of the road that says 15 miles to the left.
About 25 minutes to the trade deadline. Still moves to be made, I would assume, for the Baltimore Orioles. I want to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. Let's start with Josh in Parkville. Josh, you're on the Fan. No, Josh. Let's go to Greg. Greg, you're on the Fan.
Hey, fellas. What a day it's been. Absolutely abysmal. I just want to get your guys' quick thoughts on how long you think Elias will stay here, and how much of this do you think was from maybe Rubenstein? Or does he have any factors into this? And 37 days until football. Go Ravens. Cheers.
The Elias part I'm confused about because David Rubenstein stood in front of the media, in the last couple of weeks and said he
presser.
I couldn't be more pleased with the direction of this team, and now they're selling again. I don't root for people to get fired, Femi, so please, I don't want this taken the wrong way. But this is a business where if you don't succeed, there are repercussions. Yeah. He's won 0 playoff games after selling the fan base on a full-scale rebuild. But don't worry, because what's on the other side is going to be worth it, and it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, I learned being a Division I athlete that we're all in a production-oriented business, and everything we do is about performance and outcomes. My triangulating of this decision to fully sell, I get the sense that Rubenstein and Elias have had a conversation already, and he basically, I can't interpret it any other way. Like, your job is good, do what's best for this organization going forward. And I think this is the decision that he made. I mean, and Tim, you seem to have a really good pulse for Mike Elias. I don't know Mike Elias. I've never had a conversation with him. But if his job was in jeopardy, unless he's so analytical and data driven that it doesn't even matter if he keeps his job or not, that he's just going to do what's best for the team, at some point in here, self-preservation should play some weighting, some nuance in this. And the only way that I can make sense of this is that they had a conversation going into the last week of the trade deadline, and he basically said, "No, this is what we're going to do. It's all good. Your job is safe. Make these moves. We'll figure out the rest of it later."
For what it's worth, when he met with the media June 27th, and I forget who asked him, and I'm paraphrasing, but he was asked, like, are you going to operate differently because your seat's warm? And Mike said, look, it's my job to do what's best for this organization's future. Now, maybe that was just, talk, or maybe this is legit, or maybe there was a conversation with David Rubenstein. And to Ken's point, I have a tough time interpreting that because obviously the owner's going to take up for Mike Elias when they're at the podium together. But him going over the top, saying I couldn't be more pleased, I think that was the comment that really upset fans.
410-583-1057. Let's go to Mike in Eldersburg. Mike, you're on the Fan.
Hey, good afternoon. It's Frank. And how are you today?
Good.
Excellent. So a couple of things. Adley, that trade, I don't know if it sort of pulls at your heartstrings or anything, but that makes me sad because Adley was he was the leader of the team for the first couple of years when things were going good and seemed to have that presence. And then all of a sudden now he's gone, and it's like 4 years later, and here we go into another rebuild. But I also had something for Femi, being that he's been, within the ranks on the football side. I think part of the problem, we've got really good players on paper and really good players that came up, through the draft and through the minor leagues, but they get here and they all flop. And to me, that's a coaching and management issue. It just seems like all the wrong buttons are being pushed, and these guys aren't being developed the way that they should be. I'd be curious as to Femi's thoughts on that.
Femi, go ahead. I'm sorry. We got a mic full of phone calls.
Yeah, I think I'll pull back the curtain a little bit. I asked you guys directly about, the farm system and development, not having the number one rated farm system, but once you get guys kind of under your roof, how you're raising them, so to speak, and prepare them to be Major League Baseball players. And it seems like I looked right down the street, figuratively, to Tampa, who plays with one arm tied behind their back and seems to develop players.
Yes.
I look at how the Yankees develop. I look at how the Dodgers develop. I've had the pleasure of being a Giants fan for most of my life. In general, they develop their players pretty well. And my question is what's happening with the Orioles farm system? I don't feel like I hear as much praise in regard to development. I look at number one guys, and I don't see the production or them kind of meeting the moment and who we think they should be. Now, I'm hoping Jackson can break that mold a little bit, and I know it's hard. Look, I get it. I know that every guy drafted number one in the first round doesn't become that guy. I totally understand that. But that's the question that I have. I don't know if the farm system itself is living up to the bill.
Well, we had Kyle Glazer on a couple weeks ago, and Kyle Glazer is going to be joining us tomorrow to talk about the haul that the Orioles got back today. And Kyle absolutely eviscerated Mike Elias and the player development. And he said there is no reason that Colton Cowser, Kobe Mayo, Gunnar Henderson, Jackson Holliday, you go down the line, should be struggling as much as they are. He didn't have issues with the picks when they were made. And if you look at their career in the minors, something hasn't translated to the majors in all of those.
Try to grab at least one more call. 410-583-1057. If my phone thing is, where are we? It's broken. I can't. There we go. Where is this thing? I hate the way the computers are now. Can I just pull back the curtain a little bit?
Yeah, go for it, dude.
I want everything.
Yeah,
over,
why not?
I want everything over.
We're talking
here,
about everything today,
but it's over here.
Yeah,
and it over here's not working. So,
and if you, for those of you that want to get a visual, go onto YouTube.
Yeah,
you can see all of this.
I got it working now, Aaron. Thank you. I'm going to go with Justin. Justin, you're on the Fan.
Hey, good afternoon.
What's up, Justin?
Yeah, it's a sad day, man. I went to Adley's first game, but waiting. Was never a fan with Elias. I believe it's different ways to rebuild than losing on purpose and just securing your job for 4 years. I mean, it's pretty easy to do now. It's 8 years in, no playoff wins. And he's got the owner's got his back, so he's not going anywhere. So I know Adley isn't like compared to like Luka Doncic type of superstar. But I see the fans like hitting him in his pocket, and they're not going to be coming to games. Like, you got to show us, like, until you give Holiday like a 10-year extension, like they did Bobby Witt. Give us something to hope for, because right now it's like nothing.
You got to appreciate the call. Is it possible, because we have to step out? I apologize, but something just occurred to me. Are they operating like they don't think there's going to be baseball next year?
You're saying in terms of trading like a Wells, a Kramer, Adley, like guys that are just one more year?
Yeah.
Not signing Rodgers. They signed other guys, though.
Possibly, because they may think that maybe all of those guys, they were in the plans of trading them, and if you wait till the offseason, and let's just say it's a shortened season, the value goes down. I think it's fair to say that it's a factor.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say it's a factor.
We will come back, hit the 2-minute warning. We got a lot to discuss at the trade deadline, and also Femi and I were out at One Winning Drive today. We give quickly our recap of what we saw out there. Get you ready, most importantly, at 6 o'clock, Westwood One Radio. It's the Bone-a-thon. It continues with Cordell Woodland at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We recap the trade deadline, the trades the Orioles should have made and the ones that they did, and of course, preview the Angels series. Ken McCusick's in studio. We talk Ravens training camp.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Final Drive's brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, think you know who's hitting a homer today? Well, FanDuel's giving you a free chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action's easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. You've got nothing to lose and a lot to gain, and don't forget, you can make a free pick every day during the MLB season. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home for home runs. So are you ready to play your game today? Join all the action at FanDuel.com/local. That's FanDuel.com/local to play daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. No purchase necessary, often required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Saturday night, the Dodgers made it clear that they want to be the first team to three-peat since the 2000 Yankees, acquiring Tarek Skubal from the Detroit Tigers. The Dodgers were already the favorites to win the World Series. Now the odds are down even further to a mere plus 150. The odds of Major League Baseball playing a full season in 2027 just went down as well. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Own your next move by training at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. Gain hands-on skills and prepare for a rewarding career. Don't just imagine a better future, start building it. Visit lincolntech.edu today to schedule a campus tour.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
295 southbound at Metropolitan Boulevard, there's an accident. 95 southbound at Caton Avenue. Crash cleared. All lanes are open, but still heavy. It's backed up to Pulaski Highway, Route 40. 95 northbound heavy off and on from Route 2, Hanover Street toward the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 295 northbound getting heavy approaching 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
It's the final drive's 2-minute warning.
We'll finish with the deadline, but let's start with first day in pads for the Ravens. And something we haven't mentioned because this day's just gone haywire. Calais Campbell, Nnamdi Madubuike, John Jenkins all in the field for the first day of padded practice now. Jenkins and Campbell didn't do much. Nnamdi didn't do anything, but still good to see all three of those guys out there, Femi.
Yeah, no, they're going to be, kind of the main anchors of that defense. So I'm just happy they're out there in pads. All three are obviously dealing with different things. But if there's anything I could take away from today, and I think it carried over through Friday a little bit, the defense has gotten the better of the offense, but I did like some of the run game stuff that I saw today. I thought Adam Randall kind of worked his way through the hole a couple times. I saw Tao Tolliver, who I'm big on. I'm going to keep talking about him. Derrick Henry doing Derrick Henry stuff. And I think Cordell mentioned it a little bit too, but not much to take away from today. It was more thud than it was full contact. And look, he mentioned the point that the offensive, kind of the passing game was a little shaky today, but that's all right. I mean, I expect it to be back and forth. In general, I kind of like where, the Ravens are just in regard to, not even a full week yet of training camp.
Bone.
I was going to say, and Femi, you've said in the past too, man, usually this early on in training camp, the defense is ahead of the offense. And that's why we were a little surprised the first couple of days when it seemed like the offense was getting the better of the defense.
Let's switch to baseball. And the Orioles, they've traded Taylor Ward. They traded Adley